Terrible
like
time.
to say don't come in. Like, I mean, yeah.
I don't know.
It is really rough, the timing.
By the way, the ticker, in case you're wondering, is PEP.
Yeah, well,
Easy one.
people aren't going to be so peppy tomorrow.
What are we looking at? Paramount, Netflix, Warner Brothers?
Yeah, so
P-Sky?
that takeover bid is getting just uglier by the day. Feels like something out of an episode of Succession. The latest is Paramount launched a hostile takeover bid for Warner Brothers at $30 a share in cash. This is just days after the company agreed to a deal with Netflix. The offer values Warner Brothers at $108.4 billion, including debt. This compares to Netflix's offer of $27.75 a share in cash and stock for an enterprise value of about $82.7 billion. So it's getting really heated here. Warner Brothers investors deserve an opportunity to consider our superior call. That is what CEO David Ellison said in a statement. And of course, both bids are raising a lot of antitrust concerns. President Trump today spoke about it. He said that he has to kind of take a look at the deal and what the market cap of the final company will be in either scenario.
Here it is. What does Polymarket say?
Polymarket was crazy, dude. Polymarket had 60% odds that this deal would close by the end of next year until Trump said he was worried about the market share and he wanted to get personally involved. Then they dropped to 23%.
It's incredible seeing
I would guess
moves.
they're now in the teens.
Who will close Warner Brothers acquisition? 42% Paramount, 39% Netflix.
Interesting. Either way, this is going to change Hollywood and the media world.
Elizabeth Warren is against both combinations.
What a surprise.
Shocking. Hey, one more. IBM?
Yes, so speaking of deals, IBM also is buying the data streaming platform Confluent for about $9.3 billion. This is one of its largest takeovers yet. IBM will pay $31 a share, according to a statement it issued today. And I know we always hear about one AI deal after the other, and sometimes you're wondering, what do these companies actually do? Like, what is an enterprise?
What is a data streaming platform?
Exactly. Well, I actually have an answer for you. Confluent is in the data corner of the AI boom. It provides a platform for companies to gather or stream and analyze data in real time. And some real-time examples are the manufacturer Michelin. It used Confluent's platform to optimize its inventories. And then also Instacart used it to develop real-time fraud detection. So those are some real life examples. I kind of am
some
too.
of these. I like,
Too much tech.
Tell me NVIDIA chips, I get it. I don't know about all this other stuff. But
Google calls their cloud just Google Cloud. Microsoft calls their cloud Azure. Confluent calls their cloud Apache Kafka.
That's pretty serious.
Which is like Native American and a German author.
Makes sense of that one. Maybe somebody was on, I don't know, something when they named it. You know how names kind of
you were thinking of ketamine.
I wasn't going to go there. Alex, thank you so much. Always appreciate it. Check out our Stock Movers podcast. 5-minute episodes of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. You can find it on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. Matthew Miller.
It's been a pleasure.
I love having you here.
Thank you.
I mean, let's just add Tim and just
the three of us?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Well, we'll see. Balance of Power starts now.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew. We begin with breaking news this evening that's moving stocks. President Trump announcing just moments ago the U.S. will allow NVIDIA to sell its H200 chips in China in exchange for a 25% cut, ending weeks of speculation about whether NVIDIA would be granted permission to sell these AI chips, which are a generation behind the new Blackwell GPUs. Now, the president also writing in a social media post in which he announced this, quote, the same approach will apply to AMD, Intel, and other great American companies, unquote. All three stocks are rising in after-hours trading, and we're going to have a lot more on the stock reaction in just a moment. Joining us first now with the latest on the political side of this is Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson here in Washington. Wendy, it's great to see you. There have been huge questions about the national security implications here and whether the president is bartering with our safety. How should we look at this?
Well, you make a very good point, Joe. I mean, the whole reason that this is an issue is that previous administrations had closed the chip market to China so that the U.S. could have an edge in all sorts of applications for this, right? So it was to protect our national security. China would have to either make its own chips or figure out, or buy the inferior ones, the H-20 chips, which China said they didn't want.
That's right.
So now Trump, who is the most transactional president I think we've had in a long time, is looking at this purely from a business perspective. He is looking at this as the U.S. will get a 25% cut out of this tremendous market that NVIDIA is going into. NVIDIA gets the win. Apparently, the other companies, AMD and Intel, will as well, presumably also with a cut to the United States. And national security, you know,
Really? Okay. Well, so does this come down to relationships? Jensen Huang has become quite close with Donald Trump.
Right.
The administration has put its chips on AI, but it's also enriching others. If you look at the likes of AMD and Intel, does this simply come down to Jensen Huang being able to pick up the phone?
I think it does. And you remember they were off to a bit of a rocky start. In fact, at the very beginning of Trump's first term or second term, he even said, like, the board should replace Jensen Huang, he's a loser, or words to that effect. And then, very smartly, Jensen Huang decided, I better get in good with this guy or things are going to go wrong for me. And he has really worked to build up this relationship, as other tech moguls have.
Right. Certainly the boss at Intel went through something like that. But in terms of NVIDIA here and the broader AI theme, Jensen Huang has made the point repeatedly that America's stack is what the world should be on to win the AI race. There have been competing ideas here surrounding national security, Wendy. Does this mean that we've made a decision on that?
Apparently. Apparently it is open to the world to use to get these highly advanced American chips. And it is part of Trump's push to increase U.S. manufacturing. And he says there's a jobs component, and there is. But there has always been before this balance, national security versus finding other ways for Americans to have jobs or to build manufacturing. And Trump is really all about, you know, bringing that manufacturing back to the United States. This is one way to do it, because the old factories, the steel mills and the textile mills that he talks about longingly aren't coming back. So this might be one area where he can actually bring that back.
Another fascinating moment, Wendy. Thank you so much. Wendy Benjaminson with us in Washington as we turn now to a special breaking news edition of Power Moves with Bloomberg's Nora Melinda, who's looking at all the stocks we're talking about from her perch at World Headquarters in New York. Investors like this. Nora, what do you have?
Well, I'm looking at shares of NVIDIA in the after-hours trade, up more than 2%. We really are seeing a positive reaction to this news here that Trump is potentially allowing this to be seeing some sort of change here when we think about the H200 chips from NVIDIA into China. Of course, we know this has really represented a large portion of the company's revenue, but we have been seeing the stock still remaining resilient despite the fact that they have been dealing with these restrictions. Jensen Huang, the CEO, has really reiterated over and over that he'd like to re-engage this China market. But when we think about the H200 chips and we think about the China market more broadly, investors don't necessarily see this as a lifeline for the company, but definitely an added bonus. So this just really speaks to just the policy shift here, and it really just provides more optimism as we think about NVIDIA, AMD also being mentioned, Intel. You are definitely seeing shares of these companies up in the green right now as we look at the after-hours trade. We are seeing some really positive reaction to this news right now, Joe.
Well, really fascinating and nice, I guess, to see some green on the screen after hours. But one of the biggest stories we were watching here before this popped, Nora, was the whole Warner Brothers Discovery deal, now that Paramount has launched a hostile takeover in competition with the bid we discussed and what we thought was a deal last week with Netflix. How'd this play out today for investors?
Well, I'm looking at shares of Paramount Skydance. We're seeing them up at about 9% at the closing bell today. Of course, we really are seeing this company upping the ante here as we look at the war that's been going on between Netflix, Paramount, Skydance, Comcast, all vying for Warner Brothers Discovery. recovery here as we think about the studios that they're looking for and the streaming access that they really are vying for in this moment here. But as Paramount is coming through here, launching a hostile takeover bid at $30 a share in cash, you really are seeing positivity as you see shareholders of Paramount Skydance really digesting this news. But all eyes still continue to also be on Netflix. You were seeing on Wall Street analysts actually downgrading the company or just talking about there were concerns about the idea of Netflix taking on this asset as we think about them potentially being able to have access to HBO Max. We already know that Netflix is the largest streamer in the world, so adding this to the portfolio would definitely be an added benefit, but there is some caution that we are hearing across Wall Street as to whether or not this is something that Netflix actually needs in this moment.
Nora, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Nora Melinda with us live from New York. Thank you. We continue on that news of the fight over Warner Brothers now and zero in more closely as the president weighed in just a short time ago on this. Take a listen.
I have to see what percentage of market they have. We have to see the Netflix percentage of market, Paramount, the percentage of market. I mean, none of them are particularly great friends of mine. You know, I want to do what's right. It's so very important to do what's right.
It's a deal facing questions over antitrust laws, government interference, and more. We're going to get into all of that in just a moment here. Joining us now with more insight into this fast-moving story is Gigi Sohn, consumer advocate and broadcast marketplace, former counselor to FCC Chair Tom Wheeler, who was herself nominated to the FCC by then-President Joe Biden in 2021. Gigi, it's great to have you with us here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Based on what you've heard from these two deals, and it sounds like this could go either way at this point tonight, are either of them a better proposition for the consumer?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, let's take Netflix, Warner Brothers first. You'd be combining the #1 streamer with the #3 streamer. And as it is, I can tell you, I've dumped Netflix because once it hit $27 a month, it's like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to pay that anymore. So you're naturally going to see prices go up. So it's not good for the consumer. But it's also not good for theater owners, actors, producers, directors, writers. I mean, Hollywood is in a tizzy over this, and rightfully so. Because it will mean less opportunities, less movies, less opportunities for all those folks. So there's good reason for Hollywood to be upset. Also, I would think that pay TV distributors, you know, cable companies, satellite companies would also be upset because this would allow the combined company to raise their prices to them to carry content as well. So it's not just
streaming prices going up either way, because you'd think, you know, if they're making more money, they might make more movies, but you clearly don't see it that way with the potential for one less studio.
Not necessarily. No, right. You're combining two studios, and necessarily you're going to have fewer films. And that similarly with Paramount, if Paramount were the victor here, it's a similar problem, right? You're going to combine two studios. You're going to have fewer opportunities for writers, actors, producers, and also you also have the problem of the ability to leverage the two, you know, the content against pay TV distributors, theater owners. So both of these, in my mind, are not good deals for the consumers. They may be great deals for, you know, Warner Brothers Discovery, but really not great. And you also have to think about other consolidation in the market. Charter and Cox want to merge. There's other discussions about companies merging. You know, when you have this kind of consolidation, it just isn't. It is rarely better for the consumer.
Well, it's interesting. You know, there's been a lot of talk about the White House thumbing the scale here, and I wonder what you make of the political side of this, because I have to admit, I can't really tell who's leading in that regard. We know that he's close to the Ellisons, and we know that we've learned today, based on reporting from Bloomberg, that the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund is involved by way of Jared Kushner's affinity partners. So if the Ellisons are involved, Kushner's involved, do you think that maybe they're leading? But then you look at Truth Social last evening. Apparently the president heard about the 60 Minutes report, and he says, I hereby demand a total apology, though far too late to be meaningful, from Leslie Stahl and 60 Minutes, referring to Paramount, he said. They are no better than the old ownership who just paid me millions of dollars for fake reporting. So who's in the lead?
Well, that's fascinating, because it was interesting to hear that clip that you ran that said the president said, well, I don't have a preference, because a few weeks ago he had a very strong preference for Paramount. He said, I think Paramount should get Warner Brothers Discovery. So obviously this is new news. But I think the point you make is the most important point, is Trump is the wild card here, right? He is going to try to put his thumb on the scale. The problem is, one way or another, the problem is that if he puts his thumb too heavily on the scale, a court is going to look at that. If whatever deal that comes about is challenged, a court's going to look at that and say, no, you can't have political interference. And antitrust is, again, that is a criminal enforcement proceeding. Okay, so you can't just put your thumb on the scale that way. So there's some risk to him putting his thumb on the scale. And the 60 Minutes report, I'll be honest, I hadn't heard about this. But I think it levels the playing field a little bit more if he's angry right now at CBS.
Well, they had an interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene that he didn't like very much. To your point, by the way,
that's right.
President talked about this. Well, that's what got him upset. He was on the red carpet at the Kennedy Center last evening, asked about this. He referred to Netflix as a great company. When they have Warner Brothers, he said the market share goes up a lot, so I don't know. He said that's going to be for some economists to tell. Quote, I'll be involved in that decision too. He's on the record in that regard. But let me ask you about cats and dogs living together here, Gigi. When you've got Mike Lee and Elizabeth Warren on the same side, you know you're in trouble. Mike Lee on Twitter, on X, buckle up for an intense antitrust hearing in the Senate. Elizabeth Warren, not exactly a close friend, referring to Trump being involved in deciding if Netflix can buy Warner Brothers. She says, is that an open invite for CEOs to curry favor with Trump in exchange for merger approvals? What is this deal exposing here with regard to the administration?
Well, is it a surprise to anybody that the president is interfering with what the Department of Justice is doing? I mean, look at what happened the last several months, right? I mean, he tells Pam Bondi, go after my enemies, and she goes after her enemies. So in a lot of ways, this is nothing new. But I will say that, whoever the loser is here is going to challenge whatever deal gets approved, and a court is going to look at very carefully whether there was political interference in the determination. So there is a huge risk in the president getting, too handsy on this transaction. And the fact that he's already said, I'm going to get handsy, does not help.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to be talking about this for a minute, Gigi. Thank you so much for the insights. Gigi Sohn, good to have you with us again on Bloomberg. And coming up, we're going to get back to the breaking news that's rocked the market this evening. President Trump saying that the U.S. will allow NVIDIA to sell its H200 AI chips to China, should Congress have a say. We'll talk to a key member of the Senate Commerce Committee coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Breaking news here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for joining us. With the breaker coming from the White House this evening, the president ending speculation over NVIDIA's H200 chips, announcing on social media that the company will be allowed to sell and ship the H200s to China. We're watching shares of NVIDIA rise in after-hours trading, along with shares of AMD and Intel. Both of them were also mentioned at the end of the president's post to be set to receive similar treatment when it comes to China. And for more on this and other stories we're following, we welcome Republican Senator Jerry Moran of Kansas, a member of the Senate Commerce Committee that oversees mergers, for instance, like one we're talking about today with regard to Warner Brothers, and also deals like these. He's as well a member of the Senate Agriculture and Intel Committee. So we've got a lot to talk about, as always, with Senator Moran. Welcome, sir, to Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm wondering your first blush reaction to this, if it's a done deal, and if the Commerce Department, or the Commerce Committee, I should say, will have a say in what many worry is a breach of our national security. What do you think?
Well, leave it to Bloomberg to break the latest news, which I just learned this as I was coming on camera. But I would say there is a role for the Commerce Committee to play. This has huge consequences. This is clearly about our country's economy in the future, but it's also, perhaps more importantly, an issue for our national security, our national defense. You mentioned in introducing me that I'm a member of the Senate Committee on Intelligence, and it seems this is right up our alley to make sure that we get briefed and have an understanding as the White House moves in this direction, and we look forward to doing that. But what I have to say is it's a very important decision, one that needs to be made with great caution and care for our economy and for our well-being.
Well, it's really interesting the way you answered that, because you could have taken the path that I tried to set you on by way of the Commerce Committee. But what does the Intel Committee think about this, and will there be a briefing? Is it something the president can do on his own, or must the committee speak as well?
No, I don't think there's any requirement that the committee speaks, and we have the opportunity to speak, and I think the ability to have this discussion, this conversation, learn the facts, get the details is something that is important for the Intelligence Committee to do, and we can do it behind closed doors and without the politics of the issue, just with hearing what's going on, what the recommendations are from our intelligence community, and what their reaction is.
It's not the only thing I want to talk to you about. I'd like to get into this Warner Brothers merger as well, but what questions should we be asking about the distribution of high-tech AI chips? Because Jensen Huang at NVIDIA will tell you and make a very effective argument that to win the AI race, we must allow for sales like these, Senator. Is there some truth to that?
I think there is truth to that. I mean, we want to play the role, the most significant role in the manufacturing and distribution. We want other countries to be requiring our involvement in the expansion of this industry around the globe. The United States needs to be at the forefront, needs to be the superpower when it comes to AI and super chips. And so every opportunity in which we can expand our capabilities and our economy around the globe is important, as long as it's done in a way that doesn't diminish or distance ourselves from being the safe and secure country we need to be. All of this is based upon competition, and of course we know that a lot of global powers are interested in defeating us as the world leader, China in particular, and so we need to make sure we do it smartly. But I don't think there's a way that you can look the other way, and the end result of that is that somebody else is taking the lead and we're left behind.
I'd love to know your thoughts on the latest involving Warner Brothers. Now it's a hostile bid from Paramount, and it's apparently going to involve money from Infinity Partners. That involves Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law. There's money from the Saudis here, Senator. What kind of a review would this deal require? Does this make you comfortable?
Well, I never know until you hear all the facts, and you've outlined some of the features of this potential merger, this acquisition, and I would say that there's a lot of information that's yet to be heard. And you want, my view is you want this merger, these acquisitions to be done in a way that's based upon what's good for the well-being of the American economy, and not about the political powers or plays that come with the lobbying and the influence that's attempted to see that they're approved or disapproved. Can we, mergers and acquisitions, antitrust, those issues need to be front and center in regard to what you do on the merits. And I try to put politics aside and let the experts, Department of Justice, Federal Trade Commission, FCC, and others make these decisions based upon their professional judgment as compared to the political machinations that go on with every one of these, because there's so much money involved.
Yeah, this is a potentially big one. With those agencies, I guess they'd have the final word, but would the Commerce Committee hold hearings preemptively on this, or do you wait to hear what the administration has to say?
We have, in other mergers and acquisitions over the years, our Commerce Committee, of which I'm a senior member, but would defer to the chairman, Senator Cruz. I can very well see, we've seen this in the past in which we've put front and center the opportunity for us to be educated and garner the information that helps us make decisions. Because while I say it needs to be decided by the professionals, there's no question but what we get asked the questions, and we have the opportunity to weigh in if we choose to provide guidance in the direction. Again, the free market system only works when there's competition, so it's a hugely important issue for Congress, and it's front and center for every Commerce Committee chairman to be engaged in these broad kind of topics about the future of our economy and the well-being of our country.
Well, as usual, you find yourself at the center of a number of stories, Senator. I'd like to ask you about farmers in Kansas, because the president today is also making news about farm aid and what some call a farm bailout. Bloomberg was the first to report this and confirmed by the president in an Oval Office event. Actually was, I think, in the cabinet room a short time ago, where he had a couple of farmers wearing 10-gallon hats and the agriculture secretary. $12 billion will be the payments made to farmers to make up for damages, I guess, accrued here in the president's tariff regime. Is this a tacit admission that tariffs are a problem for American business, and is $12 billion enough?
Well, I don't think we heard anything from the White House suggesting this is related to tariffs. And I think lots of farmers in Kansas and across the country look to the administration to negotiate trade deals that the tariffs allow us to have the leverage to get a better deal. We've looked a lot in agriculture in particular. There's been so many countries that have kept our agriculture commodities out. And so this is a negotiating technique, opportunity. Tariffs certainly have a consequence in agriculture. Our relationship with China is hugely important for soybeans and grain sorghum in particular. That gap, when China is not buying what we produce, it's impossible to fill. So trade and tariffs come together, and particularly when it comes to China. But we also need to use the tariffs we have in place to negotiate better trade agreements with our friends and allies, as well as our semi-adversaries. And $12 billion, what really is the challenge for farmers today is the commodity price is so low, but the input costs are so high. And particularly in states like mine of Kansas, where the drought has been prevalent for the last 2, 3, 4 years, our farmers are not in a financial position in which they can weather the challenges that they face today. The economy has been so bad so long, you can't afford another year. So this is front and center. $12 billion is certainly helpful.
Yeah, I've only got about a minute left, and I'm loath to cut you off, but I have to ask you about this Boeing deal that I know you're supporting. They're bringing Spirit AeroSystems back into the family, a near $5 billion deal, having spun off the company in 2005. This is the same one that was blamed, Spirit AeroSystems, over the door panel blowout last year on a 737 MAX. Does bringing this company back into the fold make Boeing a safer product?
It seems that way to me. When I heard of the merger and acquisition, and Kansas has a long history with Boeing, some ups and downs over the years, and the example is when they spun this manufacturing aspect of Boeing off to a different company and created Spirit. Spirit was created to do that. Boeing left us 20 years ago, and so we have these ups and down relationships. But I think from a Boeing perspective, but more importantly from a safety and aviation perspective, having that supply chain under one set of management, one team, having it under the Boeing umbrella and its direction, I think is really valuable to the company and to the countries and to aviation in general in our country.
I appreciate that. We covered a lot of ground here. Republican Senator Jerry Moran of Kansas, we thank you as always. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Much more ahead as we turn to the Supreme Court next on Bloomberg. It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for joining us here on the Monday edition. You know, it was only 2 months ago that Paramount's David Ellison was teasing the company's potential purchase of Warner Brothers Discovery. In fact, said so when he was speaking to Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw at the Bloomberg Screen Time event, shedding some light on his relationship with the Trump administration. Listen.
We have a good relationship with the administration. And look, I think if you look to that, I do believe other things that have been rumored about, right, are very large-scale players that could potentially create monopolies, obviously, in the ecosystem. And again, I think when you look at the lens of consolidation, for us, I'll keep going back to it, it's always how do you create long-term value creation? How do you put yourself in a position to produce more content, not less? And how do you ultimately build something that is better for the consumer?
All right, let's talk it out right now with Bloomberg's Chris Palmieri. Chris, thank you for joining us here. I'm wondering what the conversation is in Hollywood. We've got our own here in Washington, and it has all to do with antitrust, the Ellison's relationship with Donald Trump, and now the emergence of Jared Kushner. How are you seeing it there?
Very differently, actually. While all of that stuff's intriguing to the folks in Los Angeles, here they mostly care about jobs, and there's a lot to say about that. Yeah. And also about movie theaters, because everyone here really loves the movie business and likes to see their movies released in theaters. And that's not historically been Netflix's strategy. So I would say those two things are the biggest issues with this deal here.
Interesting. Well, some think that it would be the end of the movie business as we know it, that theaters would be going out of business if it was the Netflix merger. But we're in a world, in some cases, where Netflix is putting some of its productions on the big screen as well. Is it as simple as that?
No, nothing is simple about this deal, I can tell you. Netflix has said that it's going to run Warner Brothers, should it acquire it, much like it is currently, meaning, big movies like Batman and Harry Potter and that are still going to go to theaters. And Netflix releases some movies in theaters. It's usually short runs. They're trying to qualify for award seasons, Oscars, and things like that. So, Netflix is basically saying that both arms will be run in their fashion. But they've also suggested that the amount of time a movie spends in theaters, which is they want to get the movies online as fast as possible. So that may shrink in the future. And, all of that concerns certainly movie theater owners, but even the talent that loves to see their images on the big screen.
Kind of ironic, isn't it, that we all went out of our way to cut the cord so we could save money, and now we're very busy trying to put it all back together again.
100%, yeah. We're paying as much. We're having a harder time finding stuff. And by the way, you can't skip the commercials. So it's definitely not as much fun as we thought it was going to be.
So much for that, Chris. Thank you. Bloomberg's Chris Palmieri speaking truth from Hollywood as we turn overseas now. And one of the other major stories that we're following today, President Volodymyr Zelensky meeting with French, German, and British leaders in London today amid what Kyiv's European allies describe as a decisive time in the U.S.-led effort to end Russia's war in Ukraine. Still, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is being cautiously optimistic after today's talks. Spokesperson for the PM saying, quote, "This is the furthest we've gotten in 4 years. And we welcome the fact that these talks are continuing at every level," adding, "It isn't a straight line between conflict and peace." Meantime, Zelensky today says talks between the U.S. and Ukraine have yet to come up with an agreement on the territorial control of several of Ukraine's eastern regions. Meantime, Finland's foreign minister, Elina Valtonen, joined the early edition of Balance of Power today. Here's what she told us about the state of the war.
I'm a little bit worried now, to be honest, what the next days and weeks will bring, in the sense that, of course, we, just like the Ukrainians, want to have peace as soon as possible, but not at any cost.
Joining us now with more is Julianne Smith, former U.S. ambassador to NATO and former deputy national security advisor to President Biden. Ambassador, welcome to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's great to have you as part of our conversation. I was struck by the words as well of Donald Trump last evening on the red carpet at the Kennedy Center. He was there to host the Kennedy Center honors, and he said that he was disappointed in Volodymyr Zelensky for not failing to accept this deal, but for even reading it. I'm not sure how he would know that, but it doesn't feel like anything is changing here, is it?
Well, look, we've seen 3 weeks of all sorts of meetings on both sides of the Atlantic. Of course, we had Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner going to Moscow to sit down directly with President Putin. There have been engagements in Florida and multiple capitals. Today, Zelensky was in London to meet with the European leaders. But despite all of this activity, it doesn't feel like we're any closer to peace in Ukraine. We still do not have that middle ground between Russia and Ukraine. And the real sticking point appears to be territory that Russia doesn't control today, but wants to take control over in the future. Zelensky now indicating that he is not willing, most likely, to give up territory that Russia doesn't hold. So unfortunately, after all of these high-level meetings, it's hard to see the prospect for some sort of a breakthrough between Moscow and Kyiv.
Well, when you hear the president speaking about Zelensky to the extent that he did, I'm a little bit disappointed. He hasn't yet read the proposal. Russia, I believe, is fine with it, he said, Ambassador, but I'm not sure that Zelensky is fine with it. He's not getting any closer to Volodymyr Zelensky. Is Donald Trump getting closer to Vladimir Putin?
Well, I think if you take the original 20 States, it looks very similar to what Russia wanted before the war even started. When I was in Brussels in the fall of 2021, Russia made many of those demands that Ukraine give up any of its attempts to become a member of the NATO alliance, that Ukraine surrender right off the bat. And so when you look at what's on paper, it does feel to me like the agreement as drafted tilts towards Moscow's demands. I feel that the Ukrainians have given up several concessions. They're willing to go to the negotiating table without a ceasefire. They're willing to give up some territory. Zelensky has said that a number of times. My question back to Moscow is, what concessions are the Russians actually willing to make? And then to the United States, is the United States going to tighten the screws a little bit on Moscow to push Putin to make those concessions to get to peace? Right now, I'm not under the impression that the Trump administration is willing or able to apply that kind of pressure on Moscow.
Well, it's interesting. I don't know if we're going to be having a serious conversation about sanctions anytime soon, Ambassador. We've been talking about it for months now, much to Lindsey Graham's disappointment, I'm sure. But there's something else happening in the annual Defense Authorization Act. There are a couple of components in there that would help Ukraine. This just dropped last evening on the Hill. Strict limits on troop reductions in Europe and South Korea, but also $400 million for Ukraine security assistance. That doesn't sound like a country, in this case the U.S., that's about to abandon Ukraine, does it?
Not at all. I was very encouraged by what came out in the draft NDAA. It shows that there actually is pretty solid bipartisan support for Ukraine. The fact that they put in a couple of provisions for the United States to not only continue supporting Ukraine, but to continue a troop presence in Europe so that we can continue to deter Russian aggression. And there was language in there to make sure that the U.S. continues to support those 3 Baltic states that, of course, are right next to Ukraine's border and are feeling the impact of that war.
We, in fact, spoke with the foreign minister of Finland today about the administration's approach to Europe. Is it one thing, then, the way the Trump White House talks about our European allies, and a different thing about the way it's acting, in this case, through legislation?
Well, again, I think if you turn to Congress, you see considerable support among Republicans and Democrats for the NATO alliance, for working closely with our friends in Europe through the European Union, and for strong support for Ukraine until this war can come to an end, hopefully sooner rather than later. But that is not reflected in the current administration's policy. Your viewers and listeners probably heard that the United States, the Trump administration, just released a new national security strategy. And if you read the section on that's in pretty stark contrast with what we saw come out of Congress with this draft NDAA yesterday. So the question for the United States is, which is it? Are we going to lean towards our European allies, support Ukraine in this moment and do the right thing? Or will we see Europe somehow as one of our adversaries, a corner of the world that we want to be more distant from? I'm not exactly sure that the administration knows which policy it wants to pursue. But if you read that national security strategy, to me, it did feel alarming in that sense, in the stance it took on Europe.
Yeah, Russia seemed pretty pleased with the way that came out. I guess as a diplomat yourself, how you're looking at this administration, I'd love to hear you describe this, whether this is an administration that is having a problem playing both sides fairly, or if this is the art of the deal.
Well, there's a couple things to unpack there. One, who's at the negotiating table? I mean, look, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have been wildly successful in their careers, very capable by their own right. But the question is, are those two the best people to put across the table from President Putin? This guy was a member of the KGB. He knows how to manipulate his guests. He is a champion negotiator, and he pushes to get what he wants. I'd like to see some people at the table that know more about how Putin operates, more about Russia as a player on the world stage, and aren't just focused on getting a quick deal, but that will take the time to make sure that this is done right so that Russia doesn't do this again. Russia went into Ukraine in 2014, let's not forget, and then it came back in 2022, and we want to ensure that this never happens again. So diplomacy takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of depth, expertise. You want to take your time. And I would also suggest that we include our European allies in these efforts because, of course, they're the ones that are supporting Ukraine the most at this moment. Many of them are buying American capabilities to send to Ukraine, and I support that. I think it's a great idea. But we want to make sure that those countries that are working to support Ukraine are included in this negotiation. So I do think this needs not to be rushed. We have to avoid just focusing on the U.S.-Russia economic relationship and do what's right for Ukraine to ensure that Russia never touches Ukrainian territory again.
Julianne Smith, former U.S. ambassador to NATO. It's great to have you, Ambassador. Thank you for the insights. Coming up, tensions are rising on Capitol Hill as lawmakers race to find a healthcare solution before prices spike for millions of Americans. And the breaking news this hour, President Trump greenlighting NVIDIA H200 chips to China. It's on. And we'll discuss with our political panel next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for joining us. We'll have more on the fight for Warner Brothers Discovery when we convene our political panel next. But first, the stories we're watching in today's Power Brief. The Supreme Court is signaling it is poised to give the president a win, control over potentially dozens of traditionally independent federal agencies after casting doubt on a 90-year-old precedent. Came to a head today when the court heard oral arguments in Trump versus Slaughter. The administration arguing over what it says is its right to remove the last remaining Democrat from the Federal Trade Commission, Rebecca Slaughter. The president originally removed Slaughter from her post in March, and no timetable has been given on when the court could rule on the case. Shake up in the Texas congressional elections. Former U.S. Representative Colin Allred is out, dropping out of the Senate primary this morning, opting instead to run for a Dallas seat in the House of Representatives, following new congressional maps being allowed to proceed by the Supreme Court. Allred's decision here came as U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett, an effective fundraiser with a big social media following, announced earlier that she will be joining the race for Senate, facing off against Texas State Representative James Talarico for the Democratic nomination. Joining us now with their reaction to all these stories and a lot more, this evening's political panel, Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis, a Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital, alongside Democratic analyst Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. I'm just going to start with this Texas race because this is a doozy today. Jeannie, to start with you, is Jasmine Crockett that influential that she knocks off a candidate even before the announcement? It was only a report this morning when Colin Allred called it quits.
It was, and what we're hearing from Colin Allred is he and other Democrats were particularly concerned about this 2-month runoff they have in Texas and the millions of dollars that Democrats would spend fighting each other that they couldn't then spend fighting Donald Trump, as they put it, and the Republican, whoever wins that primary on the other side. And so that's why he said he dropped out. Now, he hasn't endorsed Jasmine Crockett, but he describes her as a friend, and he all but said that Talarico should consider getting out like he did.
Mm-hmm. You know, she just made this official, Rick Davis, in the form of a video announcement. That's what you do now. This one is curious. I believe it's only 30 seconds. And if you're with us on the radio, I want you to just picture Jasmine Crockett looking off to the horizon, a profile shot. You will not hear her voice. This is what you hear.
How about this new one they have, their new star, Crockett? How about her? She's the new star of the Democrat Party, Jasmine Crockett. They're in big trouble. But you have this woman, Crockett. She's a very low IQ person. I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person. Crockett.
She turns to the camera right there when he says her name. And right before it fades to the closing graphic, you get a quick smirk. Not a word, Rick. What do you make of this method?
Yeah, not a word from her. It's all the audio is Donald Trump insulting her. Mm-hmm. I think it's too cute by half. You know, you got to think about who's her audience. Now, she's obviously grabbing audience share out of the national press. Yep. That's what this was for. Okay. This is not for convincing Texans to vote for her for Senate.
This is for us.
And this is all for the media. I'm not going to say us. And anyway, I think it's effective. We're talking about it. It's going to get some airtime, but it's not a campaign commercial. It's not a spot that you'd play to try and get people in Southwest Texas to consider you for the first time. She's clearly going to make it about Trump, not herself. Right. And that may be a good strategy because she's so progressive that she probably doesn't connect with the vast majority of Texans. So, you know, this is a great way to start a campaign if you don't want anybody to know what your positions are.
Okay, so Jeannie, is that right? If that's the case, what is she running for? And if you're a progressive, what are you doing running against Trump in Texas?
Yeah, Joe, I'm about to look off to this side and then slowly turn and face both of you. You know, I think from her view, and she's been very clear about her strategy here, is she has a view that no Democrat can win Texas statewide. They haven't in 30 years unless they expand the electorate dramatically. And they've seen that happen with President Trump nationwide. They've seen that happen with Mamdani to a certain extent in New York City. And that's what she's trying to emulate. And I think we're seeing Democrats looking for a new way to do that, and that is using somebody with a big voice and a lot to say and a lot of social media presence like Jasmine Crockett to get the word out. So that's what I think we're seeing. And you contrast that with Tallarico or some of the more establishment view of how this is done. And they're saying, no, it's not only about expanding the electorate, it's about crossovers. You've got to bring moderates, independents over. But I think that's what we're seeing is this debate in the Democratic Party as to how they can, for once in a generation, take back a statewide seat in Texas. And I think they're going to try something new with her this time. And her first commercial certainly speaks to that and the fact that they're trying to attract young voters.
Well, this will be a bruiser, as Colin Allred said himself. I want to ask you both about the big deal of the day. And Rick, your thoughts as the president reportedly thumbs the scale on this purchase of Warner Brothers, but I'm not sure who he's thumbing it for. He was criticizing Paramount on Truth Social this morning because of 60 Minutes last night, despite the fact that Jared Kushner's putting up some of the money behind the Ellison family he's very close to. How can you figure out the direction this is going in? What are you looking for?
Yeah, this is a tough one to handicap based on the last 24 hours. You would have thought the Ellisons had the inside track. Seemed like that was where it was going until they put Marjorie Taylor Greene on CBS. And then, boom, that blew that up. Now it seems like that thumb's on both sides of the scale, and he'll direct it. But look, at the end of the day, and you'd be naive to think that this isn't something that Donald Trump's not going to get intimately involved in. He is a creature of television. Right. He is a producer. And so he's going to look at this through his production eyes. And I think ultimately, regardless of the relationships, his instincts in television are going to be what makes the day.
Well, or maybe, which network does the next documentary about Melania Trump, as Netflix already did? Jeannie, are we going to start seeing that kind of activity coming from both Netflix and Paramount?
Yeah, that's the danger here when you have one individual in control of the mammoth executive branch and given the power without independent voices, regulators there to control it, that everybody is trying to get cozy with Donald Trump or whoever the next president is to get their way. And I think that's what we saw. Rebecca Slaughter, you were just talking about her, when she filed this lawsuit. She said, I watched the inauguration. He was standing not with world leaders, but CEOs of the biggest companies that the United States was currently in contentious lawsuits with, trying to get cozy with him. And that's not going to serve the American public, and that's what people are concerned about with that case. And this deal speaks to that. Donald Trump stood at the Kennedy Center last night and said, I'm going to put my thumb on the scale of this, and I'm going to do it in a big way because, to Rick's point, this is something he cares an awful lot about. And so I think it is dangerous for consumers, and it's dangerous if Republicans want this now. Will they want it if a Democrat is in office in 28 or 32?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of business being directed out of the White House today. We started our conversation this hour with NVIDIA's H200 chips being cleared for sale in China. But it's the economy he's going to have to be speaking about tomorrow. The president's on his way not only to Pennsylvania, but to Scranton, almost taking a page out of Joe Biden's playbook. Rick Davis, is this going to work for Donald Trump?
Well, it didn't work for Joe Biden, and I don't think it's going to work for Donald Trump. Both have the same problem, that consumers don't believe a thing they're hearing from the administration, either the Biden administration or the Trump administration. They want to see change. They don't care about rhetoric. Somebody showing up for the first time and talking about affordability isn't going to impress them. Consumers are grumpy. They're angry. They're unhappy with their current situation. You just look at the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index. It's at one of its lowest levels since 2020. And that's the win that Donald Trump's going to have in his face when he stands up in Scranton and tries to tell people he cares about affordability.
That's right. Well, in which he calls a Democrat con job. Jeannie, what's going to be the message from Donald Trump when he goes to Pennsylvania tomorrow? Prices are down. You just don't feel it?
That's what I'm so curious about. To your point, Joe, he stood there and said it's a Democratic hoax, it's a con job, affordability, on and on. Scott Bessent said that over the weekend on Sunday, it's a Democratic hoax. Well, if that's the case, how are you then going to stand up there and convince people that you are helping them out if you don't even feel their pain or believe their pain? So how he threads that needle, I think, is going to be a big question. But I think the fact that this is in the 7th and 8th district in Pennsylvania, this county he's going to, and those are two of the very few seats that are up for grabs next term, our next election in the midterm, I think speaks to how important he sees the midterm, and he is going back out on the trail for almost the first time in several months because he knows he's at risk.
Oh, someone tell Michael Scott the political roadshow is coming back to Scranton. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, great to see you both. Our fantastic panel. Check out the Washington Edition newsletter. You can find it on the terminal and online, and I'll meet you back here tomorrow on Balance of Power, Pennsylvania Day. This is Bloomberg TV and Radio.
This has not been a great time for genius. The people who claim to have it do not seem to qualify for it. The people who diagnose it others seem to have a very, very narrow definition in mind. And the people we can all agree are stone cold geniuses always seem to have a dark side. I read in Bloomberg Businessweek about the biggest crypto genius of them all, Sam Bankman-Fried. At his peak, he was worth like $26 billion. And that was before he was accused of running one of the biggest frauds in American history. His defense is that he is not a criminal, essentially, just inept. What does it mean to have genius in work, in the marketplace, in life? And who is even to say? To make anything simple takes actual genius, and we're going to try to live up to that name together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Hello, I am Max Abelson, and I'm not a genius, just a regular, slightly above average journalist who has spent about the last decade and a half here at Bloomberg News, and sometimes our magazine, Bloomberg Businessweek, writing about Wall Street's money and power. And what that means is I write about ambition and ownership and imagination and survival and risk and second acts and, of course, genius. Tonight, and in the weeks to come, we are going to be talking about those things at this table with people whose lives and careers and ideas are big or interesting or just really fun. So, welcome. This is the Business Week Show, and it's starting right now. If you consider yourself a master of Wall Street, a connoisseur of investing, a soothsaying financial genius, a brilliant portfolio manager, our guest has very bad news for you. Burt Malkiel's book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, 50 years ago, had a clear and vivid message, which was that Wall Street genius is really just an illusion, and that professionals in pinstripe suits, at the end of the day, are no better than naked animals. It was a genius and radical idea, because what he had to say is that you should forget them and just buy and hold clear, boring, basic, low-cost index funds. He is here to tell us about it. Burt Malkiel, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Your book is actually, it's pretty funny. It's a little saucy sometimes, your book. I mean, you say no one in finance can really forecast the future, or at least they can't do it successfully, consistently. You know, I think you use the word genius in quotation marks, and you give it to Ponzi schemers and whatnot. Right now, are there any actual individual geniuses on Wall Street? You know, real human geniuses, maybe AI is the genius we've been all waiting for. Can you identify any current geniuses on Wall Street right now?
Well, as you know, I put genius in quotes because I'm not sure there are geniuses in the market. And I've always said I would much rather be lucky than smart. Are there some hedge fund people who have, in fact, made a lot of money? George Soros bet against the British pound and made a lot of money. There were people who sold short in 2000 and made a lot of money. But I am not willing to say that they were geniuses. I want to say that they were lucky, because for every one of them, there was a hedge fund that in fact lost money. No, I don't think there are geniuses. I think there are a lot of very smart people on Wall Street, but it is not possible to predict the future. And, you know, it's kind of very interesting how you talk about AI. I recently had to give a presentation on the economic outlook. And I thought, you know, just for kicks, I will go to ChatGPT and I will ask, can you give me an outline of what I should say? And actually, ChatGPT gave me a wonderful answer. It was a one-sentence answer. I cannot predict the future.
It might not necessarily qualify as genius, but you're able to write about Wall Street with clarity, which is really unusual because Wall Street, and I suffer from this myself, you speak to Wall Street executives and they absolutely fetishize complexity. Why does Wall Street like to make things sound so complicated? Is there something sinister or something that has to do with the ego?
Whether it's sinister, but this is a very highly paid profession. And someone like me who says, listen, don't listen to anybody, just buy a simple index fund and keep on investing period after period. If I'm charging you 2% a year to manage your money, I want you to think you can't do it yourself. So sure, you've got a vested interest. This is a very highly paid profession. And these guys do very, very well. Is that sinister? I don't know. You call it sinister, anything you want, but is there an incentive to make it seem like it's very complicated, that ordinary people can't do it themselves? I think that's absolutely right.
The honest truth is, it's not necessarily that I think that the aura of complexity on Wall Street is coming from a sinister place. More like it makes me feel bad or makes me feel dumb, and that I appreciate that your book is sort of written so that I can understand it. But it does make me think about exclusion in a small way, because so many stocks are owned by so few people in this country, because the very wealthiest people in America have such giant portfolios, that when the stock market goes up, inequality goes up too. Is there anything that can be done to change that in the future?
One of the things that's impressed me throughout my life is really how capable so many people are. And I think to the extent that we can eliminate discrimination, I mean, for example, opening up our jobs, our economic opportunities to women has been a very good thing, and I think has been generally helpful for women. I think it's the same sort of thing in terms of racial discrimination. I am absolutely convinced that rather than there being just a small coterie of geniuses, that intelligence is very widely distributed in our population. And so my own sense would be the more we can do with education, the better.
Why is it that we need geniuses, or really just the concept of genius? Is it like the way we need heroes and heroism, to help just explain the world and justify?
I think we need innovators, and I'm not saying that innovation isn't good. We absolutely do, but I'm not going to call them geniuses. And Jack Bogle would certainly have never have called himself a genius. But I think we do need innovators. There will undoubtedly be financial products that are actually good for one. I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I don't think, I don't recommend that any investor buy it, but will there be improvements in the payment system in the future? And will there be digital currencies in the future that are stable and that are useful, as opposed to something that goes up $1,000 or down $1,000 in a day? Absolutely. And there's room for much more innovation in finance. So I think there will be innovation. There should be innovation. I just wouldn't call it genius.
That was great. Burt Malkiel, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation.
Stay tuned, because next we have a very far out genius.
markets, speculation, and risk. This is the Chat with Traders podcast, hosted by Aaron Fifield.
Hi traders, and welcome to episode 199. This here is another compilation episode. So just like the best of risk management episodes from a few months back, except this time I've compiled some of the best clips on trading psychology. Again, I dug up way too much from the back catalogue of almost 200 episodes to pack into one episode. So this is only part one. A part two will follow shortly. Besides creating a go-to trading psychology resource, I hope this might also highlight some past episodes that you've not yet heard. So before each clip, you'll hear I mention the episode number in case you want to go back and listen to the full interview. Plus, all episodes can be easily located in the show notes at chatwithtraders.com/199. Now, to get things started, this first clip is a gem from the very early days of Chat with Traders. It's taken from episode 8, and it's options madman Anand Sanghvi, aka Lucci. Lucci has been on the podcast a couple times, and given some of the large P&L swings he experiences, it's always a treat to hear him talking psychology. What are some of your best tips to sort of keep a handle on your emotions? Do you have any sort of advice on the subject that you wish someone shared with you when you're starting out?
Yeah. And that's the thing, like you go through so many different emotional stages of your life, you know, so you got to remember, like whatever environment that you have around you, that's what's going to influence your decisions, and that's what's going to influence your emotions. So for example, when I was 23, 24, you know, I just had a baby, you know, my thing was all about, you know, how do I make sure I got rent and all that kind of stuff covered every single day, you know? So when I went about trading, it was all about, okay, how do I make $4,000 a month? How do I make $4,000 a month? How do I make, you know, how do I make this kind of money a month? And I wasn't looking at the big picture. I was never looking at the big picture, simply because like what my environment decided how I was going to live, how I was going to make decisions. You know, so whatever you're going through at the time, you always have to be bigger than that. You know, you always have to take a step outside and look at what you're going through and realize that in trading, none of that shit matters. None of it matters. And it's so difficult to do this. It's so difficult to do this, to step away from having to make money, to step away from, you know, living a certain lifestyle or requiring a certain lifestyle. It's so difficult to step away from all this stuff. And I would say the one most important thing that I wish somebody told me was that to not think about the money when I'm trading, you know? And again, you know, this is not something that you learn overnight, but it's something that if you have it in the back of your head when you're starting, you know, you're closer to the bigger picture than I was, you know, so it took me years to figure that out, you know, and it was always about your lifestyle. Like trading can consume you and does consume a lot of people to the point where they don't leave their houses, you know, they don't go out, they don't talk to people, you know, they become very secluded and lonely and loners, you know, simply because like they're slaves to their P&L every single freaking day, you know, and that's all it's about. And that's not what it's about, you know. So living a healthy lifestyle and you know, enjoying time with friends, whether you're down on your account or down on the year or you're up or whatever, you know, having a life is so important to being on an even keel, you know, when you're sitting there in front of the computer, in front of the trading screen, you know. So always thinking about that big picture. Which again, most people stop thinking about it the second they have problems trading or the second they have problems in their environment that they have to deal with. And then subsequently, those problems affect their trading decisions. And that's all it is. You know, most of the bad decisions that you make are a direct result of your environment or you projecting the problems that you're having in your environment or in your life onto the market. Onto a market which doesn't give a shit about it. We're just talking pure probabilities. Market doesn't care if you got issues, you know, it doesn't give a damn. But you're going to project that onto the market simply because that's what's going on in your life. That's what you're thinking about. You know, you're thinking about rent. You're thinking about this. You're thinking about, you know, how shitty your life is maybe at that time or how great your life is at that time. You know, you're thinking about all those things and you're projecting this onto a probability mechanism, a market which doesn't give a shit. You know, so that's the biggest thing I could say. You know, keep thinking about the big picture. Don't fall into the day-to-day, you know, hustle and bustle of the market all the time. Realize that the market's not going anywhere. There's going to be money to make tomorrow, the next day, the day after that. You know, so don't get too wrapped up in every tick of the markets. You know.
Still tying in with that emotions and psychology sort of thing, how do you keep the confidence up to push on and pull the trigger after a run of losing trades?
This one's tough. This one's tough, man. It's tough. It's like taking a bad beat. It's always like taking a bad beat. It takes time. Everything is about time. You know, so let's say you get a run of bad cards, or you get a couple shitty months where you take a bunch of losses. You know, it just takes time. It takes time for you to step back and realize what happened. And then it takes time for you to stop being depressed. Like, humans have this innate sort of ability to what is the word I'm thinking of? Self-doubt, or to beat themselves up. You know, after something bad happens, like, humans always go through a period of time where they beat themselves up about it. They're like, dude, I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have done this. Right? They kick themselves in their ass too hard, and it takes a while to work out of that process and to start feeling more confident about yourself, to start feeling, you know, like you actually can do this. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, during a period of bad losers, you know, there's nothing in the world that feels as bad. I mean, again, obviously there's worse situations everywhere, but you know, it's a horrible feeling in the pit of your stomach. You're just like, dude, can I even do this anymore? And it takes time. It always takes time to come back out of that scenario. And that's, again, why it's so important to stay on that even keel, to continue to live your life and enjoy your life, and to continue to have other things around you that you're motivated by as well. It can't just be about the markets all the time, you know? So that will help those, you know, those periods of self-doubt and, you know, you're beating yourself up, depression and all that kind of stuff. You know, that will help making those periods a lot smaller. So you can, you know, automatically bounce back and jump back into the game. You know, for me, it's like 2 months or 3 months where I sort of like size down. I'm like quiet, you know, and then finally, once I get a couple of winners, I'm ready to get back in there.
Next up, Jared Tendler from episode 86. Jared is a mental game coach who works with world champion poker players, professional golfers and pool players, and traders too, with the aim to reduce negative and excessive emotion from decision making. And I understand that one issue that affects traders or poker players of all levels is something you refer to as tilt. Would you mind sort of describing what is tilt and how to recognize when you're actually, as you call it, on tilt?
Sure. So tilt, there's kind of a couple definitions for it. One was the definition that was there before I came into poker, which was tilt was pretty much any reason for you to play suboptimally, right? So you're making decisions that are less than what you would consider to be your best. And so upon studying, you know, poker players and their descriptions of tilt, you know, for several years, I really realized that, you know, 80+% of their descriptions tended to be about them getting angry and making bad decisions. And so for me, tilt is just another word for saying anger. For a lot of poker players, they'll say, you know, tilt is anything, as I said, less than playing your best. But what if you're drunk? You know, what if you're tired? What if you're fearful? You know, all of those reasons are going to need unique solutions to them. So, you know, anger is really the biggest one. In trading, I would call the equivalent greed and fear, and maybe to a lesser degree, you know, loss of discipline. They tend to be the words that traders use most often to describe their mental game issues, when I don't think that they're actually experiencing greed nor fear or a lack of discipline, that it's something more than that. But within poker, what I did was break down 7 different types of tilt, or 7 different types of anger that would exist. One was running bad tilt, which meant, you know, players were losing for several days in a row, sometimes weeks or months, and they were, you know, just getting crazed as a result of it. And the solution to running bad tilt has to do with the understanding that emotion accumulates over time. Okay, the brain has a mechanism by which it can, in essence, digest emotion. Right. So you have a stressful day, you got angry one day, and so you go to bed not in the greatest of moods, but you wake up the next morning, you feel fine. Right. Nothing bothering you. You feel it's like a normal day. Well, where did the emotion go? Right. In essence, the brain has like a stomach that digests the emotion, much like it would the actual stomach digests food. But what happens is when there's like a really emotional day, or then you might go to bed and your sleep might even be disrupted, in part because your brain is digesting all that. And then when you wake up the next morning, you don't feel quite right. It's almost like an emotional hangover, so to speak. And so when you start that trading day, or the poker player, goes down and sits to play poker again, they're not starting with like an empty cup in a sense, right? Their tilt threshold, their threshold by which the anger is going to affect their decision making has been lowered, right? Or their emotional level has already risen, however you want to think about it. And so in essence, it's going to take less tilt-inducing stuff to get them pissed off to the point where they're going to make bad decisions. So dealing with that accumulated emotion becomes really, really important. And so for traders who have this particular issue, one of the best ways that you can start to break apart that accumulated emotion is to do some journaling, is to write. And the writing, the purpose of it, first and foremost, is to get out of your head what those emotions are, right? You go have a couple beers at the end of the day, right? You're going to feel better, right? But are you going to actually get rid of the emotion? Probably not, right? So venting to other people, has a way of getting the emotion out, but it's also not as productive. So keeping things inside is not a great thing. When you vent on paper, what you do is you give yourself a record of the emotional reactions that are occurring. And that becomes helpful when you go back and look at it a day or two later and you see, like, what the hell is going on here? Why am I getting so pissed off? And that's an important question to ask, regardless of the mental game issue that you're dealing with. In particular, we're talking about tilt. Why is it that I'm getting so pissed off here? Is it because I just can't deal with losing this many days in a row? And so then you're able to start to solve things. But at a minimum, you can start to deal with running bad by just getting that emotion out and minimize the accumulation day by day so that you can give yourself a chance to kind of reset. The next type of tilt I talk about is called hate losing tilt. I should have actually called it competitive tilt in retrospect, because like traders, poker players, you're going to lose a lot, right? And for people who are competitive, especially those who are athletes or were in any kind of forms of competition earlier in their life, they have more control in those other avenues. They've been more successful. And so they have more control over winning and losing. So not only do they hate losing, but now they've entered a profession where losing is built into the fabric of it, and it just pisses them off. There's no way around it, right? There's a lot of competition. Well, what you have to do there is have to really start to understand exactly what it is that you're competing for. And that's how you can start to correct it and reframe the nature of the competition, right? And so, you can look at your goals as being something that you're competing for. Sometimes confidence or good feelings, emotions, you're competing for. And when you start to understand exactly what the nature of the competition is, you can start to round out some of the edges that will create those problems. Injustice tilt, entitlement tilt are two ones that I've mentioned already today. Mistake tilt, revenge tilt. Kind of always a fun one. In poker, that would be a particular player is just constantly beating you, or they say something or do something that kind of just annoys you, and then they beat you, or a particular player who has just gotten the best of you, time after time after time, and they, now just hearing that person's name gets you pissed off. As I mentioned, right, trading is a little bit less personalized than poker is, but revenge trading definitely exists, in a way of trying to get the market back for screwing you, right? So it may be less about a person and more about getting the entire market back. And then the last one is called desperation tilt. And this is where I would say there's a line drawn between a performance issue, right, versus an actual gambling problem. And this is a very important distinction to make for some traders and poker players to make, right? A performance issue means that what you're doing, let me describe first. So desperation tilt basically means that when you are so desperate to recapture your lost your losses that you'll pretty much do anything, right? You're going to increase your bet sizing. You're going to enter trades that you're going to start placing bets in industries or in names that you don't even know anything about, right? It becomes more pure gambling in a sense. That desperation to win overrides all logic, and you do a lot of stupid shit that you're regretful of, the next day or even later in that day. When it's a performance issue, you can handle those losses. You can handle all the dumb stuff you've done. When it's a gambling issue, now you're betting with life savings. Now you're betting with money that you borrowed from friends. Now your life is becoming impaired, and that's where you've got to really look in the mirror and say, do I actually have skill in this game, or am I just a degenerate gambler? And fortunately, most of my clients have been in the former category where it's a performance issue and we are able to correct it. But if somebody has, a gambling problem, like I mentioned, I refer them to somebody locally because it's not something that I work on.
Now, I'd like to share with you what I think is a pretty fascinating segment from Michael Samuels on episode 165. Michael's an equities guy with a prop trading background who now predominantly trades news flow around mergers and acquisitions and other major events. Can you tell us a little bit about this situation with Qualcomm? And I can't remember who the other company you mentioned was. You said this deal's kind of falling apart at the moment. I mean, how are you trading around that?
One of the mistakes that I've made is I'll call it the cost of time being sunk in, or time sunk cost. The more time that I put into something, and the more money I invest in it, the more research I do with it, the harder it is for me to change my mind on it, if that makes any sense. So the short story in this, again, this is 19 months that I'm going to try to sum up in 2 minutes. The short story is Qualcomm tried to buy this company, NXPI. They needed 9 different countries to approve this deal. 8 of the 9 countries agreed, and 1 country did not, and that was China. And what ended up happening was it got very wound up and wrapped up in all sorts of different international conflicts that are currently happening between the United States and China and Trump and and Chairman Xi. And I have found myself at points, head spinning over this thing, and I've gone to drastic measures to try and gain an edge in this, and the only result has been that it's just made me crazy. And, if you want to, I can tell you about some of these drastic measures.
Sure, yeah.
So, and again, you have to stay within the confines of legality, right? So there was a point in this story where the Wall Street Journal broke a story that said that Qualcomm executives were waiting for the 10-4 from China to fly over there and finalize the deal. So in my mind at that point, the signal that I wanted to see was the Qualcomm plane taking off from San Diego, California, and going to China. And now there's various services that track these sort of private planes. But in this case, that wasn't possible. And the reason that wasn't possible was because Qualcomm themselves blocks the tail number on their plane. So the next thing the only other option you have then at this point is, and again, this was a story that I had made up in my head, was that the only way to track this plane is to physically be out there in San Diego and watch it take off. And so I literally just posted we have something called TaskRabbit. I don't know if you guys have that there, but
we've got something similar, yeah.
Okay, so I posted something on TaskRabbit, and the TaskRabbit post read something like, go to this airport and watch this plane take off and send me a video of it. And I got a response in about 15 seconds. And this woman who was, just a mother of 3, she would drop her kids off at school, and she would go to the airport, and she sat there at the airport for me day after day after day after day. And she was probably there for like a week. And I had to deal with her, and the deal was this. I'm going to pay you X, this much a day, and if you get a video of this plane taking off, I'll give you this bonus money, this big bonus money. And she calls me a week later, and she says, it's happening. And, you know, you're probably wondering, well, how did I know where the plane was going, right? That's the big question. They have this plane. How would I know? And the thing is, you don't. But the way that, and again, I was making a lot of this up, perhaps, Qualcomm has two planes. One is for short distances and one is for long distances. And so I was tracking the big one, and the big one took off, and she sent me a video of this. And of course, she sent me the video of this at like 3:45 on a Friday, where I have 15 minutes to make up my mind of what I want to do with this situation. And, you know, that's the kind of stuff that can make you crazy. And because you think you have this piece of information that no one has, you think, well, what if it happens this weekend and I don't take advantage of it? So I had better do that now. And not only that, but I was so mentally wrapped up in this thing. I was so like emotionally committed to it, like it was a person, this trade, that I wasn't thinking rationally. And of course, I ended up putting on a large position. The deal is still not happening. And, you know, it's probably taken a few years off my life just watching this situation unfold.
Right, man, that's a crazy story. Have you done things like that in the past? Like other situations where you've kind of done some, I don't know, stakeouts?
Excessive due diligence?
Yeah, let's call it that.
Nothing to that extreme.
Okay.
You know, nothing to that extreme. I mean, a lot of this job, in my opinion, is, you know, you could call it getting lucky, but you have to be on these conference calls. You have to like be in the game. Like, don't be lazy. You know, one of the best trades I ever had, I happened to be a bit lucky, but I happened to be on this Lumber Liquidators, which is sort of like a lumber supply company, conference call in 2014 or 2015. And they happened to mention in the call for, you know, at complete random that they were going to be on a show called 60 Minutes, which is an investigative journalism show that Sunday. And it was like, you know, a grenade went off in the middle of this call. And one of the analysts, you know, it was an earnings conference call. Suddenly no one cares about the earnings. And they said, well, what's the deal? Why are you going to be on 60 Minutes? And he said, well, you know, I can't really describe, you know, the contents of it, but I will say this. I stand by the safety of our wood, you know, which implies, oh shit, well, the whole segment's going to be that the wood's not safe. And you probably had 5 to 6 minutes before this hit, you know, the Bloomberg wires and all the major news wires. And, you know, in trading, that's an eternity. 5 or 6 minutes is an eternity. And, you know, I did great in it, but you look back and you say, well, man, like I could have done this or I could have done that. But I guess what I'm trying to say is one of the things to always remember is just don't sit on your hands, like get in there, like be on every call that you can get on, like just be there.
So when you got that information, how did you actually build a trade around that? Did you just instantly go short the stock, or was there something more to it?
In that situation, and again, I've replayed this in my head, oh, I should have done this or I should have done that. I mean, at that point, the stock was trading for 69. You could have shorted it all you wanted down to, let's say, there was unlimited amount of liquidity in this name till, 65. And at that point, I think it was still like maybe down small on the day. And just so you know, on Monday after that segment, the stock opened at 30. So, wow. There's lots of things I could have done. I could have bought puts that were going to expire the following Friday and, before the vol and the puts had exploded. There was lots of things I could have done. What I did was just short the stock outright, because in the moment, when it's happening, you just think, what's the easiest way for me to get exposure?
This following clip was recorded at a live event which aired on episode 163 with the legend John Moulton, best known as Rambo, a nickname and reputation he earned while throwing around huge volume as a spread trader in the pits of the Sydney Futures Exchange. Let's go back to the point you made where you spoke about how it's important to lose. It sounds like you've got a few things you want to say about that, so let's hear it.
Well, it's just my observation the last couple of years of my life that a society in general doesn't really teach people how to lose. They teach you how to win. Winning's easy. Everybody knows how to win. You know, they see LeBron James win a basketball game, making the last shot. He knows how to win. He's a winner. Winning's easy. But is there anything in society that teaches you how to lose? Is there a course at university you take that says, hey, come take this course, we're going to teach you how to lose? Engineering. There is one thing that will teach you how to lose, and that's organized sport. Because in organized sport, you will lose, okay? That's the only thing I can think of that teaches you how to lose. Other than that, you have to figure it out for yourself. You really do. And losing and how you deal with losing is extremely important in trading. Because winning, I'm telling you, is easy. That's easy. It takes care of itself. The key to trading is learning and figuring out how to take a loss and how you deal with that up here. Do you hang on to it and let it bother you? Or do you release it and let it go? All I can say is that you need to learn from, when you're trading, you have to learn. And you can learn from being correct and say, I did that correct, and you learn from that. And you can also learn from when you lose. And when you lose, you have to experience the loss, feel it, learn from it, and spit it out and let it go. And focus on the next trade. If you hang on to a loss too long, it will pollute you. It will not allow you to make the next trade, and you have to focus always on the next trade. The next trade is the most important trade in the world. Not the last trade, or the trade before that, or the trade before that. Just let the trades happen and focus on the now of trading.
Do you have the belief that each trade is individual of itself? Like, there might be times where you're actually going through a rough period. Do you still treat every
Why
trade?
are you so negative?
I'm not, but we're
rough
talking
period?
about losing here. It's,
no, that's true. I mean, the way I've always traded, I don't want to use the word high frequency because you guys have algorithms that are high frequency trading algorithms, and I'm more of a hands-on trader. And what I'm always doing is I'm focusing on the next trade. I don't think about the trade before it. And I'm not analyzing the risk I just took with that previous trade. It's just a fucking trade. I don't care. You know, it's just put it in the books. Let's get on to the next trade. And because I'm mainly a spread trader, so I'm buying here, I'm selling here, I'm trading 20 different things all the time on the bid and offer, blah, blah, blah. A lot of times I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just trying to make good trades. And then the market closes and I go, I wonder what my position is. Let's sort of look at that position calculator. I look at the position and go, well, okay, I'll get that up on the chart. I'll get that up on the charts and see if that looks good. Oh yeah, it looks good on the charts. I like that position. I might keep that for a day or two. You know, like what motivates me to make trades is when I'm looking at the markets is a lot of different things. It has to do with relative value. It has to do, is there a buy program in the 10 years? Is there a sell program in the 10 years? Are these spreads reaching historical levels? Are we getting near expiration now? These spreads historically have a tendency to move a certain way going to expiration. So there's a lot I'm thinking about when I'm making trades, but I don't dwell on what I've done. I never dwell on what I've done, ever.
When you're talking about learning how to lose, I mean, I know who here has been trading, let's say, less than 2 years?
Who's been trading for more than 10? Ooh, cool, young crowd. That's cool.
So I imagine, especially for newer traders, that's a very strange concept to put forward. Yeah, learning how to lose. How would you actually know if you've learned how to lose?
You stop doing it. you don't lose as much and you lose less frequently. And then you say to yourself, maybe I'm getting this now. Okay? But you're going to lose. So I don't dwell. Once again, I'm repeating myself, but I'm so focused on the next trade. This is real Zen shit, man. This is like living in the now and spitting out what's happened in the past. If you're a Zen Buddhist, if any Zen Buddhist here, you'll make a fortune trading. So what you're trying to do here is you're trying to focus on the absolute moment of the price information that you're getting off the screen. And that's what you're focused on. And everything that's happened before that, you can look at it later, but in an active market, when you're trading, you want to be focused on the now of the price action that you're looking at. And if you're dwelling on other things that have happened in the past, it's gonna keep you from doing that. It's as simple as that. As far as losing is concerned, I mean, you know, like, when do you really actually realize that you've lost money? Well, it's when you get your statement the next day and you look at the total equity at the bottom and you say, fuck, I lost money yesterday. But I I don't do that. I've gone months and months without looking at my statement to see if I've made or lost any money. I've gone months with that. One of the things when I first started trading, like a lot of you guys are new traders, I had to keep track of how much money I was making on a daily basis. I used to go from Chicago on the Chicago Northwestern trade up to Lake Forest every day. It's about a 45 to an hour train ride, depending whether I'm taking the express train or not. And I'd sit down, I'd count every trade I made and figure out exactly how much money I made or lost on the day. I did that for a few years, right? So it's an evolutionary thing. When I first started trading, I really wanted to see how I was doing on a daily basis, right? It was important to me. Then I realized after a period of time that it wasn't so important. Then I got to a point where I said, actually, if I can completely divorce myself from money, I'm going to be a much better trader. I know that's hard to do, but I'm telling you now, if you can get away from the money aspect of trading and just focus on the market and making good trades, you'll be distracted by less things. There you go. I mean, I'm at a point now, and I have been for about 15, 20 years, where I just don't care about the money. I get a monthly statement now. I'll look at a monthly chart of where my equity's been, and that's it. I don't look at daily statements. I look at nothing. I'm focused on my position and the trades I want to make, the trades I'm making.
What are some of the lessons? I know this is a really cliche sort of thing to say, but given someone like yourself who's been doing this for 40 years, I think it might be an interesting subject to go into. What are some of the lessons which you would like to pass on to a younger group of traders?
Believe in yourself. Self-belief. Real big. Real big. Don't quit and never lose all your money. It's like a poker game. You lose all your money, you have to leave the room. Go away. Come back when you have some more money. So, yeah, that's just very simplistic things to say, but it's really true. Stay in the game and really believe in yourself. It's a real balancing act between having too big of an ego and not having enough of an ego, you know? And you got to know yourself really well. You got to know what your strengths are, and you have to know what your weaknesses are. And it's a real game of inner exploration up here. And I find it interesting now we're all trading from screens. The screen's over there, and I'm here. You want to externalize the experience of trading? Real easy. The screen's over there, and I'm here. But you shouldn't be doing that. You should be internalizing the experience of what you see on that screen into here. Internalizing it. It's not you against the machine. The machine should be part of you, metaphorically. The one thing that I found and about trading, and it's the greatest gift that trading ever gave me, and it has nothing to do with money. It has to do with freedom up here. I knew early in my life I wasn't the type of person who was going to be told what to do. I realized I was going to have to find something that I could do for myself. I wasn't very good at taking orders or working for somebody. And initially, it was like, okay, to do that, I need to make some money on my own. I'll become a trader, okay? Down the track, and I made mistakes. I started, when I first got some money, I started buying stupid things. Then I realized that owning physical possessions was just going to be a burden to someone like myself. I'm no good. Can't look after things. I don't know how to change the oil. I can't do this. I can't do that. Owning physical possessions was a complete burden, so I stopped doing that. And then a little bit further down the track, I realized that the greatest thing that trading was going to do for me was freeing up my mind. Free me up here. I can look at any situation in my life and treat it honestly and fairly without having to accept anybody else's dogma being shoved down my throat. And I like that. I love having freedom up here. It's a really beautiful feeling, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. And that's what money's done for me. It's enhanced my my existence on a lot of different levels, and it has nothing to do with fast cars, fast women, or any other nonsense. I was watching the golf over the weekend, and they were at the Memorial Tournament in Ohio, and Jack Nicklaus was there giving a little speech. And I wrote down what he said, and he was, because I think golf is very similar to trading. So one sport that draws a lot of parallels to trading. And he said the following. He was talking about Hale Irwin, who was another golfer of his era, who was just receiving a big prize. And he said, Hale Irwin is a great manager of himself and the course. The analogy here is that a golf course is like the market. When you tee off on the first tee, what are you up against? Well, you're up against how are you going to swing the club? What are you thinking in your head? How am I going to play today? It's very internal. The course, how's the wind blowing? How fast are the greens? How thick is the rough? That's the marketplace. That's what you have to deal with. When a professional golfer tees off, he has to deal not only with himself, but the golf course. Every time you turn that machine on, you have to deal with yourself and you have to deal with the market. Very close parallels. Anyway, he said, Hale Irwin's a great manager of himself and the course. And then he just said this to anybody who wanted to hear it. He said, know who you are, know your game, play within yourself. I wrote it down because I said, fuck, this is trading. This is trading. You know what I mean? And he said, believe in yourself. And I've already said that to you guys. Believe in yourself. And another thing he said that I thought was very fascinating, he's talking on the TV. He said, and he's the greatest golfer ever. He's dominated the sport during his era. And he said, I never thought I was the best. I never thought I was the best. He said, if I ever started thinking that way, I was absolutely destined to screw up. Take a triple bogey, lose the tournament, not make the cut. So I never thought about being the best. To me, it was always the challenge to try to be the best. I thought that was interesting. I thought I'd pass that on to you guys.
Next are a few snippets from the 2 interviews I've done with Mike Bellafiore. See episodes 22 and 162. Mike is the co-founder of S&B Capital, a proprietary trading firm in New York City. What were some of the hurdles you had to cross, like things that you really struggled with early on?
Just edge. I think that lots of times people mistake psychology with a lack of edge. And people think, oh, there's something wrong with me. There's something wrong with my mind. I think a lot of times just people don't understand their edge and they don't have edge. And, look, if you make a trade and there's no edge in the trade, of course you're going to get upset because you're going to probably lose money. Whereas if you're in a trade where you have edge and you make money, you're not going to necessarily struggle with lots of the psychological issues because you're going to have made money. So I think that edge is hard. And I think people don't even understand how hard it really is. Great traders can barely be right more than 50% of the time and still be legendary traders.
Can we just go back and pick up on, I think it was the first part of that formula you described. You mentioned about having a growth mindset. Can you go into that a little more? What does a growth mindset mean? What's that referring to?
So there's a really great book that we recommend traders read before they actually show up at our firm. And it was written by Carol Dweck, who is a professor, and she wrote this book called Mindset. And really, really great book. And the book essentially, the hypothesis is that if you come into, I'll apply it to trading. If you come into trading and you think that your talent and your talent alone is going to dictate how you do as a trader, that's called a fixed mindset. If you come into trading and think, well, how I'm doing right now is how I'm doing right now, but I can be better tomorrow. And if I do ABC, then I can be a lot better. Then that's a growth mindset. And we found at our firm that the traders who have a growth mindset become very, very successful traders. And a great example of that is at the end of the year, this year, we ask our traders to come up with their yearly goals. And in 2016, one of our traders, who I'm going to talk about their yearly goals in 2018 for, this particular trader earned a green shirt. And at our firm, if you net $1 million in trading profits for a year, you get a green shirt. It's a big honor to be able to hit this level. And in 2017, this trader earned a black shirt. And a black shirt is when a trader nets $2 million plus in trading profits for the year. And so a trader was very successful in 2016 and got even better in 2017. And when he sat down to come up with his yearly goals for 2017, he said, bigger picture, I'm also thinking about making the incremental steps to be a $10 million a year trader. That's what he wants to be. And so he's not settling for being a black shirt trader. He is starting to think about the things that he needs to do and starting to do the work that he needs to do to hit that next level in his development. That's somebody who has a growth mindset.
Do you find that most people in trading naturally have what you would call a growth mindset?
No, absolutely not.
Really?
I definitely think there are a lot of traders that have a growth mindset, but no, I don't think everyone has a growth mindset. I also think while it's preferable that people have a growth mindset, there are traders that are so talented that the fact that they don't have a growth mindset also doesn't stop them. But it's highly preferable.
Getting to a seven-figure trader, how much of it is a mindset factor? I know we spoke about having a growth mindset earlier, and that probably ties into this, but do you think that some people, they want to make $1 million, like they can say that, but psychologically perhaps doubt their own ability, or it seems too far beyond the realm of possibility? If that's the case, how do you overcome that?
So I've written about this in the past. I call it small wins. And so you don't want to think about going from zero to $1 million. You want to think about going from zero to being able to make $1,500 in a month. I actually would take a step back. When you first start trading, a very common step is you lose too much money. And a real step in progress is to lose less. It's a real step in progress. And a real step in progress is to trade flat. And a real step in progress is to make $1,500. And so after you make $1,500, you set the next goal. Maybe I want to make $4,000 in a month. And then maybe I want to make $10,000 in a month. And so you want to be thinking about what are the things you need to do to get to that next realistic step in your development. And it is a process. We find on our desk that it takes until year 3 before traders are going to make substantial P&L. And you want to come into this game being realistic about your learning curve. You can make some money in year 1 and you can make good money in year 2, but what we're seeing at our desk, guys have all these resources. They get to work with Dr. Steenbarger. They get the best technology in the prop space, both on the front end side, and you can't use our technology unless you trade at our firm, and on the automated side, and you get all the coaching and all the mentoring and plenty of capital to use at the firm. And you have these experienced traders who you can learn from and watch them trade in real time, and it still takes some time to get good at it. And you get the firm backing to make sure you can support yourself through those years, but it still takes some time. So I don't think about trying to go from the 1 yard line to across the from the 20-yard line to all the way across the field to the other team's goal line. I think about, how do I go from the 20 to the 30? How do I get from the 30 to the 40? How do I get to the 30? And just keep plugging away and put your head down and keep working. And it's easy to get from the 20-yard line to the 30-yard line. It's really almost impossible to go from the 20-yard line to scoring a touchdown. So that's what our guys are doing. And that example that I used with one of our top traders who wants to be a $10 million a year trader, he was a 7-figure trader, 2 years ago. Before that, he went from a 0 to a 4,000. I remember pushing him when he was about a $8,000 to $10,000 a month trader. I remember pushing him and challenging him to make $30,000 in a month, and getting him to commit to that. And I remember him then doing that. And then he got to the point where he netted $1 million, and then he got to the point where he netted over $2 million, and now he's pushing himself to make even more. But he's taking those incremental steps, and to be a $10 million a year trader, he knows he has to take these incremental steps. And so focus on those incremental steps that you need to take to get to that next level.
Coming up now, a clip from episode 174 with Nishant Porbandawala. Nish is a proprietary trader at Kirshner Trading Group in Austin, Texas. Now, this clip is an awesome comeback story, and it plays in perfectly with the psychological challenges associated with trading.
The story I was telling you that, I should tell everyone is the story in 2014. And it was a great year for me to start with. I was up, I think I was up 300,000 in the first 3 months. And it was a great start of the year, and I was really happy. I was having my first child, and my wife was like, "Oh, we need to buy a stroller." I said, "Yeah, buy the best stroller." And I was like, "We need to buy this and buy the best." Listen, it's going to be a good year. Looks great. And then I was playing an imbalanced trade, just like I normally do, but for some reason I didn't get my closing print on it. So I was in 10,000 AMGN. And I was short 10,000 Amgen, which I was supposed to cover at the close, and something happened and I couldn't cover it. And I was Allegren, sorry, yeah. And I couldn't cover it. And while I was trying to get out post-market, Ackman came and said that he wants to buy the stock for $150 or $140 a share. And the stock was trading that time at about $90. And so it took me less than, I think, in 30 seconds, I was down 300,000 in the stock.
Shit.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was just sitting at home and trading, and basically I lost everything I made for that year. And I mean, just the loss itself was really hard psychologically. I just had a child. It was just, I think it was 15 days after that, and I just couldn't believe what happened. I was still in a daze. I think when I came down, I thought of quitting trading, because I was like, I don't know if I could ever come back from a loss that big, or how long would it take? It was just like, my whole life was like coming in front of me, and I was just like, I don't know what to do at that moment. It was a tough time. I was pretty much in tears. I called my old coach, and he kind of told me, he's like, no, just stick in there, just don't worry about it, just just hang in there. And I was like, okay, fine. You know what, this is the reason I started trading, is because I love trading, and it's for the passion of trading, and because this is what I would do every day of my life if I had a chance. If I would work on weekends if there was a short of trading on weekends. So I said, you know what, let's just go back to the love of trading and forget everything else. And I started trying to make a small comeback. I think I remember the next month I lost $15,000 because I was just not there mentally. Then slowly I think I started making, I think made like $5,000 and $10,000 and $7,000, $10,000. Kind of slowly started chipping in on that loss. And then I think in about 3 or 4 months, I found out my father had cancer, so I had to go back to India. So I went 3 or 4 times to India, and I was like, dude, what else can the world throw at me now? It's like this loss. I just had a child, my first child. My father had cancer, so he passed away in December, and by that time I was still flying in and out of Austin to Bombay. So I didn't have enough time to even trade properly. I was still, there was so much happening at that moment. So I kind of, I think by the end of the year, I think this loss happened in April, and by December, I think I I had covered about half my loss. I was down still 150 for the year, didn't make a paycheck, nothing. And then comes 2015. So I think it was 24th or 21st of August. So yeah, 21st of August is when I finished my loss of 150,000. So that's when I covered all my losses. And then 24th is when the flash crash happened.
Oh, right. Okay.
So you can imagine the emotions that I was going through at that moment in life, because I had this crazy loss. It took me about a year and a half to recover. And I just recovered about 3 days before the biggest day in my life.
That's crazy, man. There's like there's something to that story. Like, you were very close to giving up, but 12 months later, you had this massive win on the flash crash, which is like just makes your whole career pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, then you're like, okay, at least now you have enough money to to survive in trading, because I mean, if you don't have money in the bank, it's just so hard to trade the way you want to trade. So I always tell people, like, listen, get a second job, do whatever you want, but keep some money in the bank so that you have that confidence. You're psychologically, you're strong, and you don't rely only on trading income, because for a while it's so hard. Trading is such a hard thing because psychologically, mentally, everything, it can screw you up pretty badly, And for me, it was like, that was it. I mean, for me, it was like that whole 15, 16 months ordeal ended up with the high of my life, So, you learn a lot from all that, because I'm like, I mean, I was pretty much in tears after that big day in 2015. I called my wife and I'm just like, what a circle this has been and what it's taught me, And, I mean, I had some big days before that. I remember like my first big day, I think it was in 2007. It was a big day because I made $100,000 in one day. And I told all my friends, guys, we're going to party tonight. Yeah, I mean, listen, I was like 24, 25. I was like, dude, this is like, dude, who makes 100K in a day? This is like epic,
Second year into trading.
Second year into trading. Forget second year. Never seen that kind of money in my life. So I'm like, listen, party, guys. Let's go out and let's drink. So I got everyone to a restaurant, just ordered champagne, whatever people want to order. I said, order, guys. And obviously, we're all drunk and this and that. I think I spent I think $1,200 that night just, buying drinks for all my friends. And then, my biggest loss is obviously in 2014 when I lost 300,000. And I'm just like, obviously your friends are there for you, but, no one is giving you the $1,000 back when you want it, So
yeah, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah. So you kind of learn in life that, listen, let's not celebrate the lows. I mean, let's not celebrate the highs, and let's not, frown about the lows. Everything will come when the time is correct. Just work hard and, have the passion for trading, which I think is the number one thing for a trader. If you have the passion, you'll do well. The money will come automatically. And I've always believed in that. So when I had this big day also, I didn't celebrate. I just went home and I said, Sanal, to my wife, I said, let's have a drink, and that's it.
I'll now play a part from episode 169 featuring Jack Ma. Jack is a proprietary futures trader and head of Minter Capital. While he trades government bonds around contract expiry time, he mostly trades Australian bank bills, working structures across the yield curve.
Earlier I was talking about psychology in terms of, believing in sort of the uncertainty, right? That anything can happen. You kind of got to believe that. Now, because if you do believe it, then you're not going to be stubborn when it happens. You're like, okay, fine. It was a 95% trade. The 5% happened. Fuck it. It happened. All right. And then you're at peace with it. Now, I would say the next step is, you should reward yourself in a way that's consistent in how you sort of want to, where you want your psychology to be, right? For example, you don't want to be just jumping for joy when you make money and go into a deep depression in the corner when you lose money, right? Because if you're rewarding yourself based on the amount of money you've made, it's actually better to reward yourself based on the quality of the trade, because that will make your actions and your psychology consistent with where you're trying to be, right? You don't want to be the guy who just celebrates making money. You want to celebrate making a good trade. If that means losing less money, you need to celebrate it, you know? Whereas if you make money on a shit trade, that's where it's really dangerous.
So how do you differentiate between the two? Because that can be quite difficult.
I've got a good one. It's been so long that I don't think the firm will care anymore, but I never told anyone this earlier, right? So, for example, we trade tier 1 Australian domestic data, right? We try to jump right on that for a second. So when I first started, and I'm talking about 5 months in, all right, there was one time where we were all waiting for the unemployment figure, the largest figure in Australia, right? Now, you don't want to go into that with an outright. It's crazy. And back then it would gap 10 points each way, and that's huge. Seeing that most trades you're trying to make 1 or 2. I jumped in, right? Well, when I thought the data was out.
Oh, okay.
So the market gapped 3 prices down, right? And I was like, oh, it's out. We're going down.
So you were already in?
Well, no, I wasn't in yet, right? So I'm waiting for the figure to come out.
Okay.
And then the market, this is all within like seconds, obviously, right? The market gapped 3 prices down. I go, yep, it's out. So I went and sold. And then it paused for what seemed like an eternity. It was only probably another second because it was a bit weird. I was like, why is it paused? And then it collapsed like there's no tomorrow, right? It collapsed so much I didn't even know what price I got in. I had to go check because my DOM was refreshing so fast I couldn't even see the price. Now, I was lucky because I was right. So I made 10 ticks in an instant trade, right? Like it was probably a second. What actually happened is I placed a 10 grand 50-50 bet. Right. That's a shit trade that I made money on.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So obviously there's very clear ones. And I thought I should ask, right, because it's funny. I mean, they'll hear about it now in the firm. But if that went the other way, I might not be here talking to you anymore, to be really honest.
Man, that's crazy. You're very lucky that went in your favor.
Oh, absolutely. To this day, I recognize that. There's 2 things in my career could have ended my career. So it takes a little luck to not get completely crushed. But that being said, I've also had a lot of bad luck. I just don't remember those because these are the better stories. You know?
But that's it as well. Yeah. Like you do also have a lot of bad luck as a trader, or it seems like you have a lot of bad luck that when you do have some good luck, it's worth enjoying it.
Yeah, no, why not? You know, I couldn't tell anyone that story because I figured they might look unfavorably, but I'm pretty sure it's fine now.
Well, let's hope so. Because a lot of people are soon to hear it. What about in examples where it's not so obvious, just on like sort of day-to-day trading?
Yeah. I would say that probably rule number 1, and I'm assume the people who's going to take advice from this are relatively new to trading, right, is not following your plan, right? Because in the beginning, I would harp that is gospel. You know, if you have a plan, you know, where are you entering or what needs to happen for you to enter a trade, and then, you know, where are you taking profit, where are you taking the puke, and why, and for whatever anything needs to happen, right? All of these should have been planned out before you enter a trade. Now, if you enter the trade and you don't follow that plan, that's a shit trade. It doesn't matter how much money you've just made, right? Now, the reason I say that is because in the beginning, it's more often than not that mid-trade decisions are usually not good ones, right? Whether you're under the pump, right? And you know, a typical example would be you get into what would seem like a short-term trade, and it's starting to come close to your stop. You know, yeah, but on a bigger time frame, this looks all right. So this now is turned into a long-term trade. Now, no one changes a short-term trade into a long-term trade when they're winning, right? They'll get to your take profit, you're like, great, happy days, I made money, trade worked out. You only do that when it's completely going against you. So that's a really good example. Like in the beginning, you don't really want to be changing your plan. Now, if your plan is crap, and that's fine, you know, then you still need to follow that through, because discipline is really important as well. Having that discipline to follow your plan. Then when the trade's over, you're not in the heat of the moment anymore. You can objectively assess your plan. Maybe it was flawed, but that's fine. This is why you're here. You're learning. You know, it's not about making money. in the beginning anyway.
Yeah. And as we're kind of on the topic of psychology here, I did want to ask you, how do you deal with periods where you're perhaps underperforming and not doing as well as you'd expect to be doing?
From a P&L point of view, or from a
Yeah, I guess we could sort of talk about both, but yeah, mostly from a P&L point of view. Like, let's say you're just on a bad run, and I mean, I don't know, what your bad runs in the past have looked like, but let's just say, there's been 2 months go by, and you've, you're not really up.
Yeah. Oh no, that's I think, and I read this in one of these books. I can't remember what it was. It says success is perishable, mastery is not. Might have been like a book called The Trading Athlete or something. I find it really important, right? Because we value ourselves, and this could even go to day-to-day life, right? On something. You pride yourself in something, right? Whether it's your job, your money, whatever, your looks, could be anything, right? How well you dance. Now, if you value yourself based on something that's perishable, because you think it's not, but it can. Like any physical thing is perishable. Whether it's your house, it's your money, it's to be honest, your girlfriend or something, right? Then when that perishes, you're gonna be in a deep state of distress or whatever it is, right? So I guess I've always looked at myself and proud. How do you say it?
Yeah. What's the right word there?
I don't know, right? I'll try to say pride myself in it. It sounds weird,
myself.
is it?
I think that's the right way.
So pride myself. Yeah, let's go with it. Pride myself in my abilities, right? And both the ability to climb out of holes, like, P&L holes, as well as that, well, okay, I've had some bad runs. If I look at it and go, am I really doing the wrong thing? And that's why I asked you to clarify, that question. If I'm doing the right things by my edge and I've assessed that there's nothing wrong with my trades, it's just that I've taken on, 2 months of 80-20 trades and they've given me 2 months of 20% outcomes, then that actually doesn't really affect me as much. I get really annoyed myself when I, do the wrong things, the wrong trades. So therefore I'm like, okay, I've lost some money or whatnot, but I'm still the same trader. Therefore I can still hold sort of my head up high and go into it again and just go, that was the 20%. Whereas if I was pride myself in my account, then maybe not so much after that too. So I think that's how I deal with it from a psychology point of view. I really focus on sort of what I can control, which is my skill and how I trade, not the market.
Next up, a short clip from my interview with Tom Sosnoff, which was episode 87. Tom is a former trader. He's also the guy who co-founded Thinkorswim and then sold it to TD Ameritrade before going on to launch the Tasty Trade Network. Pretty much I'm just throwing this clip in the mix because it's an opposing view, and Tom's reaction when asked about psychology is kind of hilarious. One of the things that a lot of traders are very much into, and some even say that it's, maybe 90% of the challenge is trading psychology. I understand you feel very differently about this. Can you give us
trading
your take?
Trading psychology is 100% bullshit. It's people like we're enablers. Our society is we've created a society of enablers, and so we make people feel good about their inept financial abilities, their lack of know-how. It's not because they don't have the right, trader psychology, or they're not seeing the right trader psychologist. It's because, and most of the people that are trader psychologists that I've ever run across would have zero value in my world. This is not a right brain, left brain type thing. The reason people aren't successful is because they don't take the time and the commitment to be successful. That's all it is. And I'm tired of enabling people and trying to make everybody feel good when the industry is conflicted by the true sense. This industry makes money by managing other people's money and by selling people money and by selling fear. And the only way to get around that and to change that culture is to develop the know-how yourself. And 99% of the people are unwilling to develop that know-how. So the idea that there is some trader psychology out there, it's complete bullshit.
But I mean, even operating like a mechanical strategy or being very quantitative in your approach, do you think that there is a certain degree of psychology, even though it's not nowhere near 90%? Do you think that there's a small part of it that does come down to your psychology?
No, I think it's mechanics. It's like anything else. It's almost like breathing. I think listen, if you're talking about ego, that's fine because, everybody has egos. If you're talking about, risk-taking and things, I don't consider that part of your, quote, psychology. I consider that all part of your mechanics. Now, if you want to consider psychology mechanics, then sure, but I don't. And I think this is a game that, that comes down to mechanics. You said before you didn't play blackjack. I don't believe blackjack is a game that there's a psychological element to blackjack. Just like I don't even believe there's a psychological element to, to any card game, even poker or craps or anything else. I mean, I know people argue that there is in poker, but if you've ever watched poker players, most of them play by the book. And when you're playing any other kind of game, it is straight by the book. So, and now we're starting to see even sports has become, a game of mechanics. We used to say, oh, this head coach or this manager is a genius because he pulled the right string or made the right move at this time. And the reality right now is everything is becoming part of sabermetrics and statistics. And of course it's going to go that way because 95% of the time, that's going to win every time. So no, I'm poo-pooing the whole psychology aspect to it, and I'm suggesting that it's a lack of know-how, it's a lack of desire, and until we get people willing to take on that intellectual challenge, we'll give ourselves a crutch and call it psychology.
To take us out here in concluding the Best of Trading Psychology Part 1 is Dan Shapiro, and this segment comes from episode 32. Having come up as a prop trader in New York City, Dan now trades independently and with a focus on high beta names. He's also encountered a fair share of setbacks during his career, so you can really appreciate the rawness when he speaks on psychology matters. We've talked about how you lost money, throughout that 2-year period in quite depth. So let's talk about how you go through losing periods these days. Sure, they're not quite as dramatic as 2 years at a time, but you still go through losing periods. I mean, everyone does. So how do you stay in, good spirits? How do you keep your head up through losing periods, and how do you break out of that?
Yeah, that's a great question, Aaron. As we previously discussed, I get tons of emails all the time, and they're never asking me, well, what do you think about this chart? Again, what I think about a chart is irrelevant. The question always is, how do you make it through, man? How do you do it? How do you mentally stay afloat? And there's a great answer to that. Number one, and here's my advice. Number one, guys, turn off your P&L. Turn it off. Turn it off. I completely, I don't even know where my P&L box is on my platform. Turn it off. And the reason why you have to turn off your P&L is, number one, this whole business is all emotion versus reality, right? The more you're emotionally committed to a trade, the more chances than not you're going to completely mistrade it, and everything you do in this trade is wrong, and then everything is going to happen after the trade is over is probably going to make you angrier and angrier, because eventually the trade will probably work out your way, okay? So the first thing to do is turn off your P&L, okay? Number one, and here's kind of relevant advice here. Also, you want to turn off your P&L because if you're having a good day, and I hear this all the time, Dan, I have a $30,000 account, okay? What should be my goal for the day? And my answer to that is, your goal for the day is to make it to the next day, okay, which has nothing to do with your P&L. And what happens is, when you're trading well, okay, if you look at your P&L and you say to yourself, well, my goal is $1,000 for the day, okay, and you hit your goal within the first hour or so, and then I know a lot of traders, they'll shut off their day, right? They'll completely shut off their day and they'll leave. Here's the problem. The day that you can make their 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, $5,000, whatever it is, whatever interval you trade, whatever tier size you trade, the day you can make that money really, really quickly, you don't realize it, but you're playing a premium hand. You're playing the kings, you're playing the jacks, you're playing the aces, you're playing the queens, okay? So that day is turning out to be a premium hand. And what you're doing is you're taking a pair of aces and you're putting in a bet of $50. That's basically what you're doing. And you're telling the guy on the other that's playing against you, I'm all in for $50. And once you hit that pot, you say to yourself, okay, I'm done for the day. So you're losing out on a premium hand. Every professional trader will tell you, what we're looking for is premium. We're looking for those pocket aces, okay? So the day that you can make 2, 3, 4, 5 grand for the first 30 minutes, 45 minutes, you're in a very, very bullish scenario, playing a premium hand. So the last thing you want to do is say to yourself, well, I'm up a grand for the day, I'm done. And you don't realize that 1 grand could turn into 3,000, could turn into 6,000, could turn into 10,000, because you're riding that euphoric hand. You're riding those pocket aces. And I don't care how misguided you are, everybody eventually plays pocket aces. And the most important part is if you remove the P&L box, those pocket aces really turn out to something. On the way down, it's even more important to turn off your P&L. I already know on my tier size, on my tier size, and let's just use any example. Let's just use 1,000 share lots. Just make it easier. I already understand if I'm putting on a trade and the stock goes $1 against me, I know mentally. I mean, I know I can do the math. Put on 1,000 shares, down a point, you're down a grand. Okay, but mentally, if you see it, visually, if you see it, that 1,000 turns into 100. Might as well turn into 100,000, because your next trade, you don't want to get down 1,200. You don't want to get down 1,500. So what you're going to do is you're going to trade the P&L and not trade the setup. Okay, so you could be looking at a 5-star setup. A stock comes out of a 2-month range, comes out, takes a 20, 30 cent spike, comes back into your, comes back into your entry, goes down 10, 15 cents. You're already down a grand. You're mentally already distraught. You sell the position at a 10, 15 cent loss. Next thing you know, 35 seconds later, the stock's at the highs of the day. So you're mentally already destroyed. You're done. You're done. Once you're trading your P&L instead of the setup, you might as well, wrap it up for the day, because nothing good is ever going to happen when you're trading the P&L. And the more deeper and deeper you get into the day, the more erratic mistakes you're doing, the more eager you are, the more if you're a man, the more testosterone levels are rising, okay? And all you're doing is committing further and further into emotionally protecting your P&L and not trading the setup the proper way. So that's my first tip. Everybody goes through slumps, okay? Everybody goes through slumps. I had a week 2 months ago, okay? 2 months ago, I went from having one of my top 3 biggest weeks the prior week to just not getting anything going. I mean, I went through Monday through Thursday. I couldn't make a dime. I wasn't really losing any money. I just couldn't make a dime. Like, everything was wrong, right? Everything was wrong. Stocks were snapping back breaking down out of bottom channels on shorts. Stocks were getting rejected on longs. There was reload sellers on my longs. There were reload buyers on my shorts. Just nothing went right. Nothing went right. And I sat there, a couple of days, and I just started laughing. Eventually start laughing. You can't take this business, to heart. Okay. You can't think that this is, every bad thing is pointed at you. Okay. You'll go through these horrific times that you can't get anything going. You'll go through these horrific times, like, perfect example. I last year, about a year ago, I don't know if any of your listeners remember, there was a huge run into the close on these ag stocks, these potash and Intrepid Potash and all these stupid things. And I took Intrepid Potash overnight, and the whole group was like down 25% the next day. I mean, it was just, I was like, what? Wait a minute. You're telling me there's no specific company news and I'm down $4 on this trade, which is insane. And mentally I was like, well, I could try to make this money back today. Okay. Let me see what the market gives me today. Okay. Let me see, because I've learned long enough, the revenge trade does not work. Okay. Anytime you have any type of raw emotion going into a trade, you're going to mess it up. Okay, so what I learned a long time ago is there's not one event, bad event in your trading career that should be able to take you out of your game. Okay, things happen all the time. Stocks get downgraded, bad, FDA news. I try not to trade a lot of biotech, especially overnight, because they blow up all the time. But the most important part of everything is I understand the highs and lows of this business because of what I went through after 9/11. So for me, when I go on a really big hot streak, I'm not impressed because I expect to make money. Obviously, every trade that I put on, I feel like I'm going to make money. I feel there's certain days I can walk on water, and then there's days I can't get anything going. You know what I mean? And those days you just say to yourself, you know what? It just wasn't meant to be. You don't need to keep on piling on positions. I could figure out within the first 30 minutes if I'm going to have value in the day. So if I'm wrong in the first couple of trades, what's the point of me keep on piling it on, right? Because it escalates. It escalates very, very quickly. You could go from being down $3,000 to be down $8,000. $8,000 turns into 14. 14 turns into 21. What's the point? Cut yourself off. Understand you're not getting a premium hand. Okay. Emotionally, there's nothing you can do. You can't cry your money back to you. Okay. But the most important part when you go through a slump, okay, just realize that, sometimes the easiest thing to do is just take a step back. Okay. Take a step back. Just watch the market, watch the order flow. Sometimes order flow won't translate into what's going on the surface. It just won't, because order flow most of the time will not be organic. Okay, and that's where social media, that a lot of these people, tout and hype these stocks for everybody to jump in, all that stuff. So you got to just take a step back and just say, hey, look, it's just not my day. Maybe it's not my 2 days, but you know what? I know what I need. I know what I want. And until I get those premium hands, there's no point to do it. The problem a lot of traders have is just they can't accept defeat. Okay. And there's a bigger, there's a big picture there. Okay. And you go back into the theory of war, right? There's plenty of battles that are lost, right? Plenty of battles. Battles are lost all the time. The most important thing is to win the war. So I could lose a battle, right? I could fight with Tesla and, there's a reload seller sitting there at the top of the range and the guy won't let go. The guy won't let go. And you know what? I'll figure that part out. Once it breaks the range, I'll get out. I'll take my loss, but I'm not going to lose the war on one trade. And I see it all the time that many traders are so fixated about being right instead of fixated about trading properly. And that snowballs into day after day after day until they realize, you know what, this is just not for me. And the saddest part about the whole trading cycle is most people will never trade up to their potential, okay, because they won't give themselves a chance to playing those premium hands. And they take everything to heart and they believe that everything they do is the result of bad things, just everything bad. Somebody just has this evil eye on you. And the reality is, the market most of the times won't give you what you want. Most of the times it won't celebrate your existence. All the market wants to do is take your money and take your confidence. Because remember, I could go on, and this is a very important point. I could go on a run 3 weeks in a row, right? 3 weeks in a row, have a magnificent run. And this is how fragile us traders are. You can go 2 days without making money and you've completely lost your confidence. Think about that. Think about how many times traders have done that. You could go on a 3-week run doing the same thing every day. You lose money 2 days in a row. You start questioning everything you did for your whole career. Okay. And I say this all the time. You don't lose your confidence. It gets transferred to another trader. Okay. It gets transferred to another trader. Okay. Because you can't lose something that is obviously shown you promise or prosperity in the past. You're just a product of what's happening in the moment. And just sometimes we can't control what we see in the markets. So instead of snowballing it, letting it go out 2, 3, 5 days, take a step back, do something nice for yourself. Okay. Get a massage. Okay. Go to the beach, go to the pool, go to the sauna, do something nice for yourself. Okay. And when you clear your head, you come back, just watch the order flow. Is it telling you the same thing that it told you 2 weeks ago? Is it telling you the same thing, that it told you 2 days ago? What's different about this tape today that wasn't different from a week ago? Okay. And little by little, when you take the step back, you finally kind of see it in a weird way. You kind of see it. And once you see it, you can start making adjustments. And remember, at the end of the day, everything we do is all adjustments. It's one big adjustment.
You've reached the end of this episode of Chat with Traders, but rest assured there are more episodes loaded with real market insight and zero hype on the way soon. So to stay updated with each great new release, subscribe to the podcast on iTunes, and we'd love it if you'd leave a rating and review. We'll catch you next time on Chat with Traders. Markets, speculation, and risk. This is the Chat with Traders podcast, hosted by Aaron Fifield. Welcome back, everybody. Great to have you here for episode 200, which is a nice milestone to hit. So I'd like to say a quick thank you for your continued support of the show. It is very much appreciated. Now, as an extension of the previous episode, I present to you the second installment for the Best of Trading Psychology. This is, of course, a compilation of snippets on psychology and mindset taken from previous episodes of Chat with Traders. And I feel like this is a fairly important topic to highlight, given the psychological aspect can really make or break many traders. With any of the snippets, if you would like to hear the full episode, links will be in the show notes at chatwithtraders.com/200. Otherwise, go direct at chatwithtraders.com/the episode number, which I'll indicate prior to each clip. To get things underway, like last time, we'll start with a clip from the very early days. This is Lance Beggs from episode 13, a former military pilot who's been trading futures full-time since 2010. Lance could be described as a discretionary price action scalper. Although it pertains to psychology still, this clip is a bit unique in the sense that Lance speaks to how he adapts the mindset of other market participants and how that then drives his decision making, something he refers to as the meta game.
I'm not really a pattern trader, but more of a looking at the internal nature of a price, the strength and weakness of how the price swings show on the chart, and also metagame aspects. Do you want me to get into that?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, how do we do this? The ultimate aim of my approach is to identify, if I want to simplify it, a short-term bias for market movement. Okay, so price, is it the next 2 or 3 price swings going to be bullish, or are they going to be bearish? Okay, and then we're looking for a price movement against that bias. So I'm looking at people pushing the price against that bias. Now, as I'm looking at that pullback against bias to try and time my entry, I'm not looking from a pattern perspective. I'm looking from 2 alternate perspectives. The first is the nature of how price is moving. Is it pulling back? If we take an uptrend, for example, is the bearish pullback sort of occurring with bearish strength, or is it weak? And I'm really looking to fade weakness. If it pulls back with strength, that's information I wasn't expecting. I'm standing aside and waiting. So I'm looking at the internal strength and weakness of the pullbacks, but I'm also looking at a metagame perspective. And this is the people perspective. I'm really trying to get in the mindset of the people who are trading that pullback. Who's getting trapped? Who's in a losing position? When are they feeling fear? When are they praying to the market gods that, come on, please, just once, give me a winning trade? And I'm trying to feel that fear, and I use that to time my entry. Basically, I'm looking to identify the point where these people know they've got it absolutely wrong, and then profit from their exit order flow by entering at or before that point of their failure. So while I'm a price action trader, it's a little different to most. I'm not looking at heads and shoulder patterns and triangles, et cetera, It's really looking at the internal way that price is moving and the people aspect. The idea Metagaming, for people not familiar with that term, it's really, to put it simply, it's just the game hidden behind the game. For me, most people are stuck in the game of price. Just they look at price moving and they're trying to identify when do we buy, when do we sell based on these chart patterns. And for me, I recognise that that's not actually the real game, because the price itself and the price movement comes from order flow, and that order flow comes from traders making trading decisions. So in trying to identify the cause of a price move, you really need to be getting down into sort of analysing what the traders are thinking who are making these price patterns occur. And so that's the metagame. That's where I operate in timing my trades.
Yeah, and I think that ties in very well with something I read on your site yesterday, actually. And you mentioned the aim of analysis is to identify where you know others will buy after you and identify where others will sell after you.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And you know, that's the metagame approach. Actually, I think the article that comes from was the rock, paper, scissors one. Is that correct?
Quite possibly.
Yeah, the rock, paper, scissors is a good analogy for what a metagame is. And there's a Simpsons episode, which I mentioned in that article, where Bart and Lisa they're disagreeing over something. And so Lisa says, well, Bart, there's only one way we can solve this, and that's rock, paper, scissors. And then they go to Lisa's thoughts process, and she's thinking, poor, predictable Bart always chooses rock. And Bart is thinking, good old rock, rock never fails. So he throws rock, Lisa throws paper, Lisa wins. Lisa was playing the metagame. She's not playing the rules of rock, paper, scissors, which is basically that, hey, it's all random. You've got a 30% chance of winning, 33% chance of losing, 33% chance of draw. She is actually playing the game of thinking, getting inside the thought processes of her opponent and using that to her advantage. And that's what I'm trying to do in the charts. When you break it down to first principles and go back to sort of what is price, how does price move, what causes price to move, and I think that was a critical part in my development when I actually stopped to look at cause and effect. I realised that it's all trader decisions, and it doesn't matter what technical patterns or indicators you use for entry. If you buy in the market and no one buys after you, they're not going to drive price further. So you lose. So really the game comes down to sort of identifying the places on the chart where you know people are going to buy that after you. You're getting in before them. Or if you're short, people are going to sell after you have already sold. And that is essential for driving price in your direction. It's essential for profit. And so I think if you're not looking at the market from that perspective, you're doing yourself a disservice.
Next, this snippet comes from the series My First Year Trading Full Time. It's episode 196, so a recent one, with Ryan Trost. Ryan's a junior equities trader at the NYC prop firm SMB Capital. You've hinted at psychology a couple times during our conversation here. And I know one of the things you've said in the past is that traders shouldn't underestimate the psychological aspect. How come?
Because I think that it's so easy to, get caught up in the idea that this is all systematic. It's all patterns. It's all, you buy these breakouts and you sell when you reach your target. You risk this amount per trade. You only take good setups at work. And none of that is really taking into account that you feel a certain way when you make or lose money. Anyone who denies that, I think, is fooling themselves. I feel a certain way when I have my best day ever. I feel a certain way when I have my worst day ever. And those emotions and psychological aspects that come into play aren't never going to go away. It's impossible to be robotic. Even the best traders at this firm, you read their reviews or you talk to them after a good day or a tough day. And it all comes down to, were they in the right frame of mind? Were they putting themselves in the mental state where they could perform at their best? Did they meditate? Are they taking regular breaks to, refresh themselves? Are they doing some type of best practice to take their temperature? That's a saying we have here at the firm. You take your temperature and at 15, 30-minute intervals on the day and say, okay, maybe I just took a loss really early. Why did I take that loss? Was I in this trade because, I was chasing the symbol, or I had a fear of missing out, or, it was a boredom trade because there's not really anything else going on today. All of those things are not really a product of your system, but they're a product of your personality and the way that you think about the day. And I think that if you don't really focus on the fact that it's impossible to completely devoid yourself of emotion unless you're a strictly algorithmic trader, it becomes not about fighting your emotions, but learning to use them in a way that is productive and leveraging your own personality and your strengths. You don't have to avoid your demons. Tom is pretty active on Twitter, and he'll always talk about how, there's certain things that make all of us tick. There's certain things that get us happy. There's certain things that get us excited, sad, frustrated, angry, overconfident. All of those things are going to play into the role of a performance-based job. And that's what this is. You can only be at your best if you put yourself in the right mental state. Dr. Steenbarger talks all the time about how there is an analogous relationship between us and professional athletes. Professional athletes, sure, you can focus on what are the plays that you need to run, lift, exercise, get your body in shape, have the talent, be at peak physical performance. But at the end of the day, there's a reason that field goal kickers miss the game-winning kick all the time. There's a reason that basketball players miss certain free throws that could be game winners. It comes down to, is the mental aspect of your game there? And trading is no different. You have to be able to put yourself into the mindset where you can perform at your best. And the longer you spend not thinking about that, the more likely it is that you can continue to make those same mistakes over and over again and not really understand what's actually making you do that.
Are there any tricks that have helped you as of late, or any practices you've been putting into place to help you with the psychological aspect that comes with trading?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing that I do is, I'm not trading from 12 to 2. So during that time is when I reflect on the morning and prepare for the afternoon. So, did I do a bunch of nonsense in the morning that was I not involved in the right stocks, or was I involved in the right stocks and just executed improperly? Did something happen outside of work that has me, off my basis today? Do I need to really look at my entries and exits in the morning and figure out, what was going on? Am I tired? Do I have too much energy? Did I expect too much from the day? All of that for me is really done during that 2-hour block, where I can kind of refresh myself, go get some lunch, take a walk, prepare for the close, and really figure out where I'm at mentally. So that's one step of it. And the other 2 steps are, pre-market prep, relatively the same thing. I take my energy levels. I think about, am I tired? And how am I feeling? Did I get a good night's sleep? Did I eat well the day before? Taking physical journaling notes of all of that and keeping track of it. Doing the same thing on the close, reviewing every one of my trades. Again, taking my temperature at the end of the day. Am I happy with how the day went? Am I not happy with how the day went? Why? What can I put into practice the next day to change that? So it all really comes down to review. I do things outside of work as well. I exercise as much as I can. I try to go to the gym every day, keep myself in a good headspace. My girlfriend is always on me about eating better. I don't say I eat the best, but I do try. And, that's all plays into getting yourself in, peak performance state.
Now, I'll share a couple short segments from a popular episode I recorded back in 2015. It's episode 39 with currency trader Tom Dante. And here he speaks to some of his observations while trading in prop.
It was understanding how seriously these guys approach the market that I think was one of my biggest lessons. But like I say, it's hard for me to give you specific examples because I took so much from so many different angles. Another thing was composure under pressure. Watching guys have big down days and not seeing it rattle their confidence at all. Seeing them be able to walk up the office, head held high with a big smile on their face. And you knew for a fact that the guy was down a massive amount on the day. Like we're talking tens of thousands of pounds. And again, it drilled into you that right mindset that you didn't have a pro trader get his ass handed to him on a day and then turn up the next day and go, oh, I'm fucking scared. I'm scared to click the mouse. I don't know what to do. And it made you stronger, if that makes sense. It kind of made a man of you, I guess, if that's the right way of describing it.
You have a quote which I really like it. I think it's an awesome quote, and it goes, "If you're not working on your edge, someone else is." So now I'd love it if you could expand on this for everyone listening and speak to the competitiveness of trading.
Right. You should know that there are guys working so hard on their edge. And it's often the guys that are huge that are working the hardest, right? Which is why they're huge. You often hear people saying that they want to get into this game so they can make loads of money and they can retire and, sit on a beach sipping pina coladas and, placing a few trades from their laptop. The fact of the matter is that these guys I worked with that have made enough money if they wanted to live that kind of lifestyle do not. They are the first in the office every morning and they are the last one to leave. And the reason that they've done so well is because of the amount of hours that they've put in. And they are the guys that are essentially taking your money. These are the people that have done the work that most people are not prepared to do. And at the end of the day, you're paying them, right? So I'll give you an example. When I was in prop, and I often tell this story, there was a couple of really big guys there. We're talking like a couple of $100,000 a week that they would be making. And they were huge. And one day, one of the guys had a stellar day. I don't know how much money he'd made, but we are talking a lot of money. And everybody was kind of, had heard about it, and there was a bit of a buzz. And he was just, he was just cool. He was just, staying, emotionally cool, but had a smile on his face and was chatting with some of the guys. And anyway, I left the office at about 5 o'clock, and I got the train home. I got right to my front door, and I realized that I'd left my key in the office to my front door. So I thought, I'm not going to call a locksmith. I'm going to have to go all the way back into central London to the office, get my key. So I get all the way back to the office. By the time I get there, right, it's about I reckon it's probably 9:30. Like, the market is closed at this time. It took me ages to get back, and the market is closed now. I come into the office, right, and all the lights in the office are out. There's just a little light on at the back of the office. And so I'm like, okay, somebody's here, but all the markets are closed. Lo and behold, there is one guy left in the office, and it is that guy that had that huge return, and he is sitting there recording his trades for the day, and he's writing down, what went well, what went badly, and making a plan for the next day. And that, to me, it was a real eye-opener, because, again, most people are thinking to themselves, they want to make money in this game to live the easy life. And yet the reality of it is that most of these guys that have got all this money are working so hard. A lot of them don't have balance in their lives. That's just the way it is. So when I say somebody is, if you're not working on your edge, somebody else is, I mean that, these are the kind of hours that people are putting in. They're taking this game seriously. They know their statistics. They know their edge inside out and back to front. I mean, I personally spend a lot of time number crunching. So I crunch a lot of things to, when I see patterns in the market, I look at the probabilities of certain things happening. And sometimes I see guys call trades out, for example, on Twitter. And I think to myself, and I honestly don't want to come across in a kind of smug, know-it-all way, because trust me, I get it wrong, massively wrong from time to time. But sometimes I see people call these trades, and I think to myself, you know what? If you'd have done your homework, you would never be taking this trade, because there's no, there's very, very little probability that you are going to see that. See that make money. For example, I might see them, trading a pattern that I know has a very, very low strike rate. And again, it's not to say that I'm always right, but this is what I mean when I say that people have done this work, and a lot of the time they're the guys that, the newer traders are making ill-informed decisions and ending up paying the bigger guys that have done the work and put that time and effort in.
The following clip is taken from episode 106 with Tony Duff. Tony's a former Wall Street hedge fund manager at the infamous Galleon Group with one hell of a story containing plenty of excess, a cocktail of drugs, alcohol, sex, money, and power. This clip comes from the end of our interview as Tony reflects on his current situation, having now moved on from the fast life.
My life is very simple. I'm paying $1,300 a month for rent. I barely get by every month, but I managed to do it. And I'm just trying to stay sober. I'm trying to write, and I'm trying to be the best dad, friend, and son that I can be. And, interestingly enough, I've never been happier.
You made a lot of money during your stint on Wall Street. I think you said you made about $10 million. Where is that today?
I wish I knew. So, let's say I made $10 million, just for sakes. We'll say, I lost 3 of it just from 3 or 4 from taxes. I was the owner of a fast food or a casual dining concept called Fat Burger for the state of New Jersey. So I put $1 million in that. That ended up being a 0. I bought a house in 2007 at the height of the real estate bubble. I bought that for $2.1 million, put another $500,000 into it. I ended up selling that for $1.2 million. So I ended up, taking a bath on that. In my early 30s, I was living in a 2,700 square foot apartment, paying $9,300 a month in rent. I lived like that for a couple of years. So it was a combination of some bad investments, a house, an apartment that I bought, and living like an asshole for many years. And the money just went.
Yeah. Sure. And you say that you're pretty much never been happier than you are right now. Why do you say that? I mean, because I presume that when you were living in this New York apartment and living life big, you must have thought that was happiness at the time. Were you ever content with where you were?
No. So that's one of the things. I was never content. When I was at Morgan Stanley making $22,000 a year, I would say to my friends at the bar, if I could just make $50,000 a year, then all of my problems would be solved. And when I made $2 million, literally I said out of my own mouth, if I could just make $3 million a year, all of my problems would be solved. So that was never going to end. And so there was a moment back, after I'd left the business where, I'd kind of gotten my life back together and I still wasn't happy. And so I ended up going to the computer and I searched what the pursuit of happiness meant back in 1776 when they wrote the Declaration of Independence. And what I learned was that happiness used to mean courage and integrity and honor. And it was about how you lived your life. And I was like, when I read that, I was like, what? Because I always thought happiness was pleasure and material things and stuff like that. And so on that day, I was like, you know what? I don't even want to be happy. I was like, screw it. And I kind of just said, I just want to live a good life. Like I want to be a good person. And once I made that shift, so I went from a guy who wanted to live the good life to a guy who wants to live a good life. That's when it all clicked for me. And that's when I became happy.
Yeah. So I think a lot of people listening to this right now, and maybe even myself a little bit, we understand exactly what you're saying, but are you only able to say that and actually believe it because you have experienced it, because you've had that life experience?
Yeah. I used to say, I would say, any asshole who says money can't buy happiness never had any money. Like that was my frame of mind, and I truly believed it. And so it's so cliche and you probably hear it all the time. So it's a difficult concept to grasp unless you get it, because and I'm not pointing the finger at anyone, but like no one wants to look in the mirror and say, hey, I could be doing more, or, if only, I had these things, my life would be so much easier. Because you know what? It's true. Money will make your life easier in a lot of respects. So it's hard to look beyond that.
Next up, a 10-minute segment from episode 30 with Tom Baso. Tom's a systematic trend follower of futures and currencies and a retired money manager. His firm TrendStat grew from a few guys running an investment club to a fund with 600 million AUM. And Tom was also profiled in Jack Schwager's series of The Market Wizards books. Note, just a little forewarning, as you'll soon hear, the sound quality from this segment isn't great. It's quite poor, though the content is quite good. And I think I could almost quote you saying from other interviews that psychology is probably the most important aspect of profitable trading. So why do you believe this to be the most important aspect?
All right, well, I would say good trading falls into three different things that have to happen. The first one, which everybody spends all their time on, is the buy and sell decision. You have to have a way to say, this is how I would buy or sell a market, a stock, or whatever it is that you're trading. Secondly, you'll have to answer the question of how much should I buy and what types of instruments should I buy. I call that whole area the sort of portfolio management, risk management, volatility management area. And you have to be successful at that too. The third area, and the most important one in my opinion, and the one that a lot of people spend the least amount of time thinking about, is your own psychology. Because you as the human being who ultimately, even in the case of fully automated TrendStat back in the day, I had the power as the owner of TrendStat to go in and pull the plug on the computer or override it or do whatever, because I owned the company 100%. So if my psychology wasn't in good shape and my knowledge of what we were doing comfortable with what we had created, then the first time I go through a drawdown, I'm going to start second guessing myself and all those computers, and I'm going to start telling my computer staff, oh, we need a whole new way of doing things, and let's go research this latest hot strategy that seems to have made 50% last year. And I could go buy black boxes or build black boxes. What's the difference? And keep switching and trading and fail time after time after time because my psychology wasn't right. So even though I was automated, you still have to have a good, balanced mind about what you're doing. Trading, like for instance, a good example that I've heard Dr. Van Tharp talk about, good trading is following your strategy that day. It is not whether you made money or lost money that day. It's simply following your strategy. And that's a very profound thing. Hit me a long, long time ago when I heard him say that. I thought, yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what I do every day. And that's probably, he and I worked together a few years at least. I helped him out with some seminars he was doing, and I found it fascinating to meet a lot of people around the world, and we had a good time doing them until my schedule got so busy it got unreasonable to do them anymore. But that was a very succinct and smart way of putting it. Good trading is following your strategy. It's not, good trading isn't making money and bad trading losing money. Good strategy development is what you need to do. Once you have that strategy, you need to follow it and to actually execute it. And the time to change your strategy isn't at the heat of the moment, halfway through the trading session when your particular position is going against you by 3%, and you're not sure whether you should pull the plug on it or not. You should have already figured that out, and it should be just blindly done. And when you're out of the position and the markets are closed, if you want to sit back and think about what just went on and try to come up with a better way, all good and fine. I'm not saying anybody shouldn't be constantly striving. I was sitting here. One of the reasons I called you a little bit late today was I got completely mesmerized by some stock research that I was doing. So I still am doing it here at 62 years old, retired. And I think you have to keep working and getting better, but you have to stick to whatever it is that you're coming up with unless you can figure out a better way. And I think a lot of people don't do that. I think they pull the plug on it, or they buy the black box, and 6 months later they throw it out and they change everything they're doing, and they're adding so many layers of filters. I've had people at Facebook give me a message and ask me questions, and I'll say, well, tell me what you're doing, and I'll see if I can react to it. And I'll go into this involved explanation of all the different filtering this, and they only do it if the ADX is that, and on and on and on and on. I'm wondering how they ever get a trade to happen. They get so many filters in the thing that they're trying to achieve perfection. And it's so complicated, it's probably not workable, and they're likely to miss those 2 or 3 very large trades that are going to pay the way. And because they filtered those trades out somehow. So I encourage people to really understand their own mind. I think some people are a little more cut out for trading than others. I think that sometimes extremely cerebral, highly intellectual, they view themselves as smarter than everybody else. They're brilliant. They sometimes have a hard time with trading because they just know too much. And some of the best traders, if you look at some of the floor traders, the people that have come off the streets that really didn't know a whole lot about investing at all, certainly don't have the MBA or anything, but they're successful traders because they find something that works and they stick to it, and they don't let the markets beat them up because they don't really have that mental side of them that wants to analyze and theoretically understand everything out there. They just want to make some money and go home, and so that's what they do. And so it's something to think about. Everybody needs to study their own psychology and try to ask themselves, what could they be doing to balance themselves out more so that when they're doing actual trading functions that they can stay in the now, they can analyze where they want to be fairly unemotional about it, and react quickly. That's really what good trading is. And that's psychology. The first 2, you can do all the work you want, but if you don't have the psychology, you'll never execute those first 2.
And when Jack Schwager interviewed you for the New Market Wizards, he actually dubbed you as Mr. Serenity because of your cool, calm and collected style of trading. So, I mean, how were you able to actually achieve this and maintain this evenly keeled mindset, even through times of drawdown?
I've asked myself that question a number of times, and the only thing I can think of that seems to play in my mind about history and my life looking back is that I was so darn busy doing so many things that didn't involve sitting by a phone or in front of a quote machine, and I had so many varied interests that were outside the markets. I've run into people that in the middle of the night wake up and they want to see a quote machine down by their bed and to know what the euro's doing tonight, or weird. That's obsessive to me. I like, if I'm going to cook dinner tonight, I like helping other traders. I yesterday was pruning my front yard. I love to do sort of an Italian landscape scheme with everything's flowering. I hand prune all my bushes and trees and do it myself. And there's so many things for me to fill up my day that trading just becomes sort of one of the many, many things. And by doing that, it sort of removes the attention to my conscious brain of all the different pre-crisis is doing this, and oh my God, gold's up $10, and all these different things that go on that could capture your mind and all of a sudden pull you down some kind of a psychological hole. Because I was so busy, because I allowed the computers to do their things, because I spent time programming those computers to do what I wanted them to do, and I knew they were doing that, it sort of gave me that peace of mind to, wonder what I was going to cook for dinner that night, or something else, or concentrate on my golf game, or have fun vacationing someplace. I didn't have to be obsessed with every day, read the paper, read the quote machines, look at the charts, agonize over everything. That's where I think a lot of traders, including Jack, I believe, back in the day when he interviewed me, he was very caffeinated. He New York, fast, go-go personality, constantly, driving, and a lot of the market wizards that he interviewed, some of which aren't around anymore, were pretty fast, high-risk guys in the end, and some of them blew up and didn't make it over the long run. By comparison, I was pretty boring, but where I was unusual was the kind of the systematic, keep it simple, don't get stressed out over it. I think that appealed to Jack in a way because he sort of wanted to adapt some of that for himself. He was just the opposite, and I think that he found it appealing in a way. And that's probably how that chapter got written somehow. But it was a fun process. I enjoyed Jack, and he's a great guy.
I'll now play for you two parts I've pulled from my interview with James King. See episode 133. Having studied sports science and performance psychology, James was brought on as the performance director at a commodity trading firm in London. Here, James talks about building resilience and stretch goals, a method for expanding your comfort zone. So here we're talking a lot about resilience, and you're using some pretty, I guess, advanced methods of training for resilience or testing for resilience. For the trader who's at home, the trader who's listening to this, are there any methods or exercises they can try to help build their own resilience? Because, you're kind of mentioning it here as though it's a key trait to have, or it's can be very beneficial for traders to build up their levels of resilience. I mean, what would you suggest to someone at home might be a couple things they could try to help?
Right. Well, this is where I guess I'm going to be controversial. The thing I would suggest is that resilience is something that's in everyone already. It's there. If it's something you're struggling with consistently, then there's probably some more deeper sort of root cause problem you might want to look at. And it all comes back to that first point. Make sure you're chasing the right goals in the first place. Make sure you're using your strengths. Make sure you're doing something you genuinely, sincerely find meaningful. And make sure you're clear about, what you're getting from doing that. Again, when you're in that sweet spot, you're instantly at the best, operating at the highest level of resilience you sort of have in you. So that's where I'd always start. Because the goal's if you're not sufficiently motivated to pursue the goal, then you'll find any excuse to be unresilient. And you'll be constantly distracted, and you'll constantly want to perhaps do minimum effective dose everything and do the bare minimum. And if you find yourself doing that, then I would certainly, or the first thing is I'd remind you that that's not you. You are not resilient. But what is happening in those sorts of situations is that it's a clear indication to me that you're probably chasing the wrong goal, and it's not really got you firing on all cylinders with regard to motivation. The second part of that is that resilience is built by stepping out your comfort zone and making sure that you're sort of taking small steps, and it's a capacity that's expandable. So the other thing that could be happening is that if you are finding that resilience is perhaps an issue for you, then perhaps your steps are a bit too big. So what I'd encourage someone to do is, before we start talking about any resilience quick tools or hacks, these are sort of foundation things. So the first one is, make sure you're chasing the right goal in the first place. And then secondly, check the step size. For instance, if you're sat on the couch for 3 months, you suddenly decide you want to go out and run a marathon, and then the next day you say, right, every day I'm going to go out and run 5 miles. and then you find yourself that you're giving up, not doing it, or sort of you're quitting halfway through and making all the excuses under the sun. I mean, the point I'm sort of arguing is that you're probably trying to do too much too soon, and you need to build your capacity for that. And small, slow, steady steps are going to be better. And what happens is you set yourself small targets, you complete them, and then the unconscious message to yourself there is that I said I was going to do that and I did it. And that reaffirms, and it becomes sort of a spiral of sort of uplifting sort of success there. And then that's where you build your identity around, I am resilient, I am confident, I am motivated. You know, so make sure that your sort of step size is appropriate. I think we do live in a society where people watch an advert or are sold on something and then go from 0 to 100 very quick. And I think it's really important to really reflect and before you pursue any goal, make sure you really are aligned with it. And then secondly, baby steps, and then those will very soon compound, and you'll find yourself going exponential. But general resilient tools as well. I mean, a lot of people are talking about meditation. Works for some people, doesn't work for others. I think it's about just experiment with stuff like that. I think you'd be silly not to try these things out, trying them on. Apps like Headspace are great, and I think that almost every trader I've met sort of has that app somewhere, pulls on it from time to time.
One of the things I've heard you speaking about in the past is a thing called stretch targets. Now, I'm not sure if this is something you've come up with or if it's something that's maybe a little bit more widely known, but it sounds kind of interesting. I'd like to hear a little bit more about it. I mean, what are stretch targets and how were they used amongst the traders you've worked with?
Stretch targets, if you can imagine 3 zones. The first one would be your comfort zone, and that's the zone in which you know what you're doing. Okay, you don't learn anything or adapt or improve anything in your comfort zone. It's maintenance at best, although probably some entropy sets in when you stay there too long. And then the next zone would be your stretch zone. Essentially, the stretch zone is an area where you're having to switch on in order to sort of successfully operate or to perform in that area. And that's what that does is it creates a gap between your current ability and the ability required in order to be successful in that moment. And it's that gap which causes your body, your brain or body, to make the changes physiologically and neurologically that will enable it to successfully complete that task. And then essentially what happens is your comfort zone expands, and what was initially stretch would become comfort. And that's the process of learning and growth. Beyond the stretch zone, you've got your panic zone, and that's when essentially you haven't got a clue and you're really shitting yourself, and it's just too much, and as you just absolutely body's full of cortisol, adrenaline, and because of that, it's just too overwhelming that no learning occurs. And so it's really important to get that sort of steps you take in order to improve are small, iterative, and then you can progress as your confidence and resilience to deal with sort of more stretch increases.
I think where I heard you speaking about these stretch targets was a video that you created for Mandara. I'm just trying to think over the example you gave in the video, which was kind of cool. You said...
Oh, I think I know. Okay, so this comes back to, I think I know what you're talking about now. So this comes back to, so earlier we were talking about, when you're this sort of pattern of thinking whereby, okay, I'm crystal clear on my current condition. I know what everything's like, everything looks like. Then I've got my target condition over here, which is where I want things to look like. Now, where we talk about stretch targets there is that if we were to ask a guy at Mandara let's just for example say, okay, you made $1 million last year and we want you to make 1.2 this year. The problem with that is that the sort of solution that most people would jump to there is, okay, well, I'll just do a little bit more of what I'm doing now because I need to make a little bit more of what I'm doing now. Whereas if you sort of almost 10x that, you'd be like, okay, well, I want you to double that next year, and also I'm going to remove this resource from you. You're not allowed to do that. Also, I want you out the office by 4 every day because it's not sustainable the hours you work. It suddenly forces the individual to look at the problem in just a completely different way. And they've suddenly become a lot more creative, and their lateral thinking sort of goes through the roof.
What are some of the ways that you would encourage them to rethink things? I'm just trying to think, like, if someone at home or someone who's listening to this wants to try and put in place some kind of stretch goal, a stretch target for themselves, I mean, what might be a good way to think through that or actually try to apply this type of thing?
Starting off with a blank slate. So forget everything you're doing at the moment and just look, okay, this is the target. How do I do this? And then think about where you have leverage. Okay, so where can I leverage something in order to produce a new result? It could be, okay, so there's the classic ones, time and effort, which everyone sort of jumps to. The capacity, let's hire more people to do it. Then there's things like there's other areas which are sort of out of the box. So there might be things like, okay, well, what if I designed a new tool? What if I leveraged technology? What if I shared a resource here? What if I partnered with this individual? What if I, even looked in a completely different area? What if I started trading more products? What if I started trading new time zones? What if I automated half the stuff I'm actually doing? Because that is sort of taking up 60-70% of my time. So it's asking those sorts of questions, looking at every area. What if I sourced expertise from an individual here or there? Or what if I go and speak to someone who's had this problem before? But they're the sort of general questions, and that's where the sort of human ingenuity comes in, and that's what we're good at, really, brainstorming, brainstorming solutions. But again, it really helps doing that if you're crystal clear on what your process actually looks like, and actually get down on paper how you spend your days and how you actually engineer the results.
This next snippet features Charlie Bathgate on episode 73. Trading has been a part of Charlie's life pretty much for as far back as he can remember, as his father was a professional trader. And today, Charlie's a partner at Sanglucci and a true fanatic on psychology and biohacking matters. I'd like to ask you, what is it about this aspect that really fascinates you, and what makes you think that it is such a big part of a trader's profitability and success?
I think that it's just the way that psychology has always been the way that when I look at the world, that's what explains how things work for me. It just kind of makes sense. I think everyone, to a certain degree from a natural predisposition has some discipline that when they try to understand why things are happening the way they are, that explains it. For some people it's physics or economics or whatever. And for me, it's just psychology. It makes sense. And a lot of it comes from experience, both watching growing up with my dad, with, watching a lot of other traders and that we knew, that were kind of close to my family and whatnot. The guys that had a grip, a handle on their psychology, on their mental health, on their consistency, tended to trade better. They tended to not blow up. They tended to not make poor decisions, impulsive decisions for the wrong reasons. They tended to execute their strategies with more discipline. And the guys who had other issues, a lot of times it really bled into their trading. Oftentimes some of the guys who were really, really smart, really talented, it didn't matter how much knowledge they had in their brain if the filter to execute it was broken. If they had a mood disorder and they were, emotionally all over the place, it doesn't really matter how smart you are or how good your understanding of the markets is. You don't have a shot at that. I kind of gravitate towards the mental health side of things sometimes, but oftentimes it's not that severe. It's just like, if you're sleep deprived, if you've slept for 2 hours a night for like the last 4 nights, like your ability to make decisions and to react quickly and to execute is diminished. And there's a lot of guys I've heard a million times from people who are like, oh no, actually I'm like, I can get by with, 2 hours of sleep. It doesn't really affect me. And I'm like, you're full of shit. Like, it's just not, like, you're a human being. I'm sorry. At the end of the day, like, it's going to add up. It's going to affect you. And maybe the adrenaline in the moment, can get you back up to where you would be for like, a 5 or 10 minute span, but like, you're going to come down. So I think just in part from personal experience, watching it happen, over and over, with people that I knew in my personal life. And then, once we started doing everything that we're doing now, witnessing it, more on the professional side, and both in the traders that we've provided education to, and then also people that we've either worked with in the hedge fund or considered working with, in moments of honesty, and when people were saying, okay, really, this is the reason why I can't trade consistently or whatnot. It's often they just turn to the psychological side of things. They're just like, I can't get my head around XYZ, or I really can't focus because of blah, blah, blah. So, I don't have any beyond just a lot of personal experience and watching it in observation. I think it also comes down to me and my own obsession with it. I think I get kind of obsessed with like the compass effect, right? So if you have a compass, if you're standing in the middle of the woods and you have a compass and it's pointing directly north, and you start walking that direction, you're going to end up just walking directly north, right? If you move it 1 degree and you take one step, you're not going to be that far off from where you would have been had you stayed on true north. But if you do that for a mile, the distance, how far off you are is from where you would have been if you would have stayed going north is pretty far, and if you sort of extrapolate, like, okay, if I had my sleep cycles down, if I did this, if I did that, if I, went through a list of things that I could do, and each one of these things maybe improved my performance, maybe improved, what I was capable of by 1% to 2%. Let's say I do 10 of those things a day. I give myself between 10 and 20% more, right? What compounding effect is that going to have over 20 to 40-year career? That's how I think about things. I don't think about it as much in terms of the day-to-day. It's much more like, okay, long-term, like, what do I want to look back on and say, damn, I'm glad I did this because it gave me that much more, and it allowed me to achieve that much more. So I think in my own life, and, really always trying to foster the resilience that is kind of required for, in an entrepreneurial setting, like, I've just learned I really have to be on my game in terms of, taking care of myself. Otherwise I'm not going to be able to make the best decisions on the fly. I'm not going to be able to have difficult conversations, with employees or partners or whatever. And you don't get to choose when those moments come up. That's the pain in the ass of it. Like if you could just say, all right, all my difficult stuff, like the market is only going to throw shit at me on Mondays, that'd make things a lot easier, but it's just not the case. You kind of always have to be prepared. So, and then I think growing up with my dad and seeing, not only his, the fluctuations in his sort of temperament and his psychology, but also the other people in his life, I just saw firsthand, I experienced it on a really deep level, the degree to which the markets can whipsaw you around and can really come to dominate your life, and affect every area of your life, not just your professional life. If you, don't have the walls sort of built up around you, if you're not prepared if your psychology isn't really robust about it. So I just think both from an entrepreneurial side and then, looking at other traders and saying, I don't want anybody to have to kind of lose control of how they feel and what they're capable of on a day-to-day, and if you can build up a kind of a robust psychological, profile and kind of approach to things, then you're just giving yourself a much, much better opportunity to be in control of your life and I think to execute at a high level.
Coming up now, equities day trader Peter Toe, who was a fantastic guest featured on episode 98. I've included this clip in the mix because, yes, Peter is a talented trader, yet he's also quite forthcoming about his vulnerabilities when it comes to psychology and the influence it can have over his trading. Well, let's get into that a bit more. I think that's really interesting how you kind of embrace the fact that you aren't a cold-blooded assassin, as you described it, and that you do allow your emotion to affect your trading in some ways. And I was reading on your blog before we got on this call. And to anyone who hasn't seen your blog, I strongly encourage you to check it out. It's incredible.
Thank you.
You do a really awesome job of it. You spoke about a point at the end of 2015 where you took your longest break from trading. You kind of like lost confidence in what you were doing. Do you want to tell us a little bit about what happened?
It really wasn't anything crazy. Like in hindsight, it really wasn't anything crazy worth. Like I'm gonna say, like the Fannie Mae trade that I made, which is my most popular blog post, which is also my biggest loss ever. That was a crazy thing that happened. You know, that's one of those where did that come from type of loss. What happened in November of 2015 when I took that break is, I think it was just a really gradual buildup where, you know, I would have these on-off periods where I would just get into trading, get burned out, get into trading. I would take like a 1 week break, and then a few months later, a 2 week break, and then a few months later, a 3 week break. And in November, my emotions were kind of like at highs and lows simultaneously. So it kind of exacerbated that effect because I had made my best trade in the first 2 weeks of November by shorting this biotech, AVXL. And then I gave back more than half of that money by just being an idiot, you know, and like just donking away money by God. And, you know, it just built up all this, like all these negative emotions that I just couldn't really deal with at that time. I would wake up and I'd feel all this dread about trading, and I'd be like, I'm sleeping in today. I don't want to have to deal with my mistakes from yesterday. And that's one of my, like, kind of one of my weaknesses. A lot of really good traders I admire. I was like totally jealous of this. They just treat things like, oh, I lost a ton of money, but hey, next day is a new day, right? You know, I can tweet that, I can say that, but it will never actually be that sincere feeling that I feel inside. You know, I can carry a lot of baggage with me, and, you know, I'm a bit of a front runner. That's why consistency is very important to me, like being green almost all the time. Because when things when the wheels fall off, like I get really, really hard on myself. I start to feel that self-doubt, you know, creeping in, and it just becomes impossible to trade. So I decided I have to take a break. I can't take this anymore. I hate trading. You know, it's a love-hate relationship. I hated it. So it wasn't anything crazy. It was just bad trading, you know, run-of-the-mill bad trading.
Right. And is taking breaks something that you like consciously decided that you were going to do, or is it just something that, you know, like you said, these mistakes kept kind of happening and you just didn't want to face them, and you just kind of got to a point where you couldn't be bothered, so you're like, I'm not trading this week? Or was it an actual something that was predetermined as like a good thing that you would have a week away from trading?
When a boxer gets like knocked out by a punch, did he decide to lay down in advance? That's how I want to put it. That's just the visual that came to my mind. Okay. You know, you just reach your limit and then you're done. Like, I mean, that's how it is for me. You know, I didn't calmly sit aside and say, okay, I'll just take a loose period and it'll be like, and then everything will be okay afterwards. It's just like, I'm just like, I can't do this, you know? And like, I don't know when I'm going to come back and trade. I really don't. Like, maybe I'll never trade. I started having these worries that I'll never trade again. And I think that's what makes me trade again. So I'm always kind of on that emotional edge. In fact, I'm on that edge right now. I actually did have my worst month this October. It's my only red month. So I'm actually kind of on that edge. Not to the same extent, because I've had a good year overall, but still. I'm actually dealing it right now as kind of as we speak.
So why do you think that October was your worst month? Is there anything you can pinpoint that to?
I started trading these OTC names again. You know, they used to be so lucrative for me. I haven't been trading them for what feels like 2 years because the order flow just died and people moved on. And then they started trading again, and they just became like, I mean, the way they traded, it was just so crazy. Like, the market makers take away all these routes, and you can only route through ARCA, and it's like, it's just so hard to get in and out of the stocks. Whereas like executing on the OTC used to be a strength. It just became a sudden liability. I would get into the size and I couldn't get out of it. And so if I thought I was risking X, I ended up realizing a loss of 3X. And that just kept happening. And that got to me emotionally. And I started revenge trading. And it just became like this terrible spiral. And yeah, so there are structural reasons why I lost the money. I feel like I kind of ran into a buzzsaw in some sense. But in another sense, there's some indeterminate percentage of my losses that I would attribute to myself. I took existing losses, I probably made them a little worse.
Now, last of all, I'm tacking onto the end here another clip from episode 86 with mental game coach Jared Tendler. Jared was also included in part 1, but whereas in part 1, Jared spoke about various types of tilt, in this clip, he speaks more so about emotion in decision making. And, we're starting to get into the emotional aspect of it. So, this is one of the things you're an expert in, is removing emotion from decision making. Talk to us a little bit about that. Like, why would you want to remove the emotion, and what's the benefits of doing so?
I guess I should qualify it and say negative emotion, or in a sense, excessive emotion, because you can be excessively positive as well, almost too happy, too overconfident, too excited can be problematic. And the reason is because it's going to impair your decision making. That is not just an opinion of mine. It's sort of a neurological reality. And this comes from some research on the brain, and also a pattern that's been was realized about 100 years ago in something called the performance stress curve. And so putting those two concepts together, you have a process in the brain that many people think of as the fight or flight mechanism. But that really only kind of like oversimplifies what this reaction is doing. But the basic idea is that when your emotions will rise too high, they actually have the power to shut down higher brain function. So people often think about their decision making, right? The thoughts that go on in their head. They think about that space in their mind in a way that is inaccurate. That when your emotions rise, it actually starts to eat away at the number of things that you can think about and the strength of those thoughts to turn into action. So if you've ever had a situation where, like, that you should not be exiting this trade, or you should not be forcing, a mediocre trade, and yet your hand still moves over and clicks, exit or enter, and you're wondering, like, how the heck that can happen? Well, it's happening because the emotional system has become overactive, and it's decreased the strength of your mind to take that thought and turn it into action. And so that is the main sort of reason why we want to remove the emotion, is to be able to retain sort of full conscious control, clarity of mind, and then obviously, precision in terms of execution. So this performance stress curve basically shows the relationship between, it kind of looks like an upside down U, right? If you kind of think in that bottom left-hand corner of this graph, in that scenario, you have very little emotion, and your performance is also very low. Right. So you could think about that as a scenario where you're super bored or you're just really tired, right? Your performance is going to be poor. Well, your performance is going to be equally poor on the other side, where your emotions are super high and your performance is also going to be really bad. There, you're very excited, right? You've made a ton of money and now you're going to keep trading, right? Or you're super angry, really fearful, or greed is taken over. So in that scenario, you're sort of equally as bad, because the emotional system has done roughly the equal thing to your decision-making process. Now, as you kind of climb the hill, in a sense, to the peak in the middle, that's where your emotions are most balanced, and that's what we're after. That's the point where you're in the zone, where you're in that flow state or in peak performance. That is where there's almost no friction from you being able to access the technical expertise that you have acquired over the years, matching it with your senses of the market and being able to create those intuitive reactions where you kind of just know what's going on, and you're able to make lightning fast decisions without any hesitation, right? As I said, without any friction. And so really what my job is about is, in essence, removing those points of friction. I kind of liken the mental game, or what I'm doing in my job, to like the oil in an engine, right? The engine is really what makes you profit. That's your skill. And if you don't have enough oil, right, too little or too much emotion, then the engine's either going to overheat or it's going to seize and obviously not perform well. But when you have things just kind of humming, that's where you're making the most money, because your decision-making process is at its peak.
How do we get into a state where we're, as you called it, humming? Like, what are some of the exercises that you run through with the players and the traders that you work with to kind of help them keep their emotions balanced?
Yeah. So to be fair to like what I'm trying to accomplish with players, it's not a simple thing, but it's also not overly complex. And I say it's not a simple thing because part of what I've tried to do with my work has been not to take the sort of traditional sports psychology stuff and just kind of plug it into poker or trading or even golf. And the reason I say that is because a lot of sports psychology will say block out the emotion, or try to use previous experiences where you've been humming or been in the zone as a sort of a reference point to try to recreate it today. And I don't think that works long term. It might work temporarily in the short term, but something that we might not be able to prove is more than a placebo, right? Like a sugar pill that isn't really producing anything of real effect. It's just a temporary, manipulation of the mind. And so really what I'm after is isolating all of the specific reasons why your emotions are either going to be too high or too low, right? And so we look at anger, for example, as a cause of too high, or a lack of focus or a lack of motivation as a cause of it dropping too low. And we actually try to systematically go in and understand why it is that you're getting angry in those spots, why it is that you're losing motivation or focus in other spots, and put in specific corrections for those things. And as a byproduct of making those corrections, you are automatically more emotionally balanced. It doesn't mean that you're going to be permanently emotionally balanced and humming, because there's a constant evolution that exists within your skill set, within your mental game. And so there's a constant need to be improving all aspects of your trading. But at a minimum, right, anybody that's listening right now, the first thing that you can do, and I think the most important thing to do, is to start to study your own emotional reactions that you have throughout the day, right? So often when I start working with new traders, or not new traders, but new clients, their knowledge about their skill set, or about their emotional skill set, is really poor, right? They'll come in saying, I'm losing a bunch of money here. I feel myself, kind of hesitating. I'm forcing trades here. I'm losing focus here. But when you actually start to break it apart, they don't really understand why. They don't know the specific situations in which it's occurring. They can't recognize the thoughts or the reactions that they're having in those spots. And I'm not saying that what they're coming to is not something I can work with, right? It's a start, right? So the easiest way you can start doing this is to start by identifying the specific trading errors that you have. Okay, the trading errors that you have may give you an indication that there's some emotional reaction, whether too high or too low, that's present. And when I say may, right, it's really important to know that sometimes a trading error is simply a tactical one, right? I'm not going to over prioritize the importance of the mental game, but here's where I can almost guarantee that a trading error is caused by a mental one. When you have continually made the same trading error year after year after year, and you keep trying to learn more about the markets or learn more about the stocks or the companies that you're following, you think that the solution to that trading error is more technical knowledge, then you know that it's mental, right? Then you know that there is some anger, some hesitation, some lack of discipline that is present in that spot. So basically, your C game, right? In poker, people, really just in sports, people think about their A game, right? But they don't often think about their C game, the worst aspects of their decision making. That's a really important thing for people to begin paying more attention about. What are the situations in which you suck, right? it's very easy to just say, oh, that was just, the market went crazy, yada, 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 I lost a bunch of money. Or to say, oh, that only happens once a month, not a big deal, right? But the problem is that by not fixing those mistakes, you are limiting your ability to continue to progress as a trader, not to mention the amount of money that's being lost there. So I know I haven't gotten into really specific nuances about how to actually fix this stuff, but hopefully this framework is at least helpful to get started.
You've reached the end of this episode of Chat with Traders, but rest assured there are more episodes loaded with real market insight and zero hype on the way soon. So to stay updated with each great new release, subscribe to the podcast in iTunes, and we'd love it if you'd leave a rating and review. We'll catch you next time on Chat with Traders.
Chat with Traders, episode 65.
The biggest secret of the best traders in the world is that they're just like everyone else. However, they've worked hard to learn the markets and discover what works and what doesn't. But how can you hear about these journeys and get in on the strategies and tactics they use? You can do it by listening to Chat with Traders. Here's your host, Aaron Fifield.
All right, what's up, traders? Aaron Fifield here, host of the Chat with Traders podcast. Thank you very much for tuning in to this week's episode. And for this episode, I interviewed Dr. Brett Steenbarger after many, many requests from listeners. Brett is a very well-known trading psychology coach and has consulted to some of the biggest names in the industry. He's also a respected author who has now published 4 books, some which have been recommended reading by previous guests on this podcast. During our conversation, I asked Brett how to break bad trading habits and introduce new best practices, to explain why traders need to be adaptable in markets, plus how we should think about goal setting and measure progress. And of course, much more about how to enhance your performance as a trader. Now, if you do enjoy the interview, please go ahead and leave an iTunes review. Like I've said in the past, it literally takes you 2 minutes. You can do it while you're listening, and it really helps to boost our rankings in iTunes and attract more listeners. So if you'd like to support the podcast, please go to chatwithtraders.com/iTunes. Okay, folks, let's skip to the interview. You're listening to the Chat with Traders podcast, and here is a very special guest for episode 65, Dr. Brett Steenbarger. Brett, many people have been asking for this, so I have to say straight off the bat, thanks a million for being here. I appreciate it, and I know listeners will also. How's your day been? What's going on?
The day's been good. Thank you very much, Aaron, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to share some ideas with the listeners.
Sure thing. The pleasure is mine. So, as most traders already know, you are the go-to guy for all things related to trading psychology. So, of course, that will be the ultimate focus for our chat today. But starting from the get-go, Brett, if you could, give us a little insight to your background. Like, how did you get into the psychology field, and where did you initially start out after getting your PhD?
Okay, yes, the initial impetus for my entering psychology was an unconventional one. I came to psychology via philosophy. As a sophomore in college, I was interested in psychology and indeed had declared psychology as my major, but I never really considered it a career field until I read a novel called The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand. And that novel illustrated something that I hadn't encountered before, and that is the vision of people as heroic, as reaching their ideals, their potential. And the thought came to me, it was during a winter break in my sophomore year, the thought came to me that this was a proper role for psychology to not just treat mental illness, but to expand the best of people's potentials. And that's what has interested me in psychology ever since. And what I do now in working with traders and portfolio managers, and earlier, before that, working with medical students and residents in the medical field, it really has been working with healthy people, people who are bright and creative and energetic, and helping them make the most out of what they do.
Okay, great answer, and very interesting to get your backstory there. So where did the interest in trading come from? Like, when did that creep into the picture?
You know, the trading thing is something that I first expressed an interest in a project when I was in grade school, and later became more interested in a formal way during my graduate school education at the University of Kansas. And I actually opened a trading account and began trading individual stocks. And that was in the late 1970s. But that was completely separate from my interest in psychology. My degree was in clinical psychology, and my interest was in becoming a psychologist. The trading was a side interest, a challenge, and something I found stimulating and interesting. And those two proceeded in parallel for a number of years. I pursued trading as an avocation, and I pursued psychology as my vocation. And it wasn't until around the year 2000 that I seriously contemplated putting the two of them together and began writing a book. It was my first book in the area, called The Psychology of Trading, which was later published by Wiley. And that was encouraged by my good friend and mentor, Victor Niederhofer. So that's how the two came together. But up to that point, for a number of years, they were completely parallel interests. The book became popular and was discovered by a trading firm in Chicago. And they began asking me to work with their traders and then made me a full-time offer. So I left the academic setting that I was in. I was teaching at that time in a medical school in Syracuse, and also running a counseling program, and went full-time to working with traders in Chicago. And that's when the psychology and the trading interest truly came together.
Okay, excellent. So let's talk a little bit about your time in Chicago. Like, what were you doing? Like, how were you actually helping these traders with the mental aspect, the psychology, and everything that goes on that side of the field?
Well, in Chicago, I was working primarily with market makers in electronic futures. These were people placing dozens, if not more, trades per day. So trading on a very short time frame. The average holding period for many of the traders was around 3 minutes. So they are very actively engaged in markets. And it fascinated me because they were trading in ways that were completely different from what I had read in the textbooks. The books on trading talked about technical analysis, fundamental analysis, and these traders who I was encountering in Chicago did none of it. Obviously, they did no fundamental analysis because the fundamentals don't change in 3 minutes. But technical analysis in terms of chart patterns and indicator readings, those were much too slow for these traders. These traders were entering positions and exiting positions very quickly, and they were working off a depth of market screen. They were working off the order flow, not backward-looking technical information. So that was an education in itself, and sensitized me to the psychological challenges that they faced in making decisions so rapidly. It was easy for them to become frustrated, to become overconfident, and for all of those emotional factors to slant their decision making. And so my work as a trading coach was to help them keep a level head, keep focused, and make good decisions in real time. And the fact that I was full-time working with them, and so on site watching them trade and standing with them and helping them really helped the psychology become part of the trading.
Right. Yeah, that's very interesting, Brett. And we're going to dig deeper into that in just a moment. A question I have for you is, like, you know, over the years, you've been in the field for a long time now. You've worked with many, you know, top traders, like some very, very hard-hitting heavyweight traders, asset managers, fund managers, you know, they're a pretty broad spectrum of market participants. Now, these aren't all guys who are struggling. Some of these guys are extremely profitable and make huge amounts of money. Why do they come to you for your help on the psychology side?
It's a great question, Aaron, and it's the same reason that successful professional athletes work with coaches as well. You know, at that point, they're not struggling. They would have never gotten to that point for the in a large majority of cases if they were marginal participants. So these are people with real experience, real strengths. But what happens is that markets are always changing. And even the most talented participants have to evolve with the markets. And that need to evolve itself brings its own psychological challenges. The need to be creative, the need to be resilient in the face of frustrations, and also the need to identify and build upon strengths. So many times, the portfolio managers are seeking me out when they are doing very well because they want to stay grounded in their strengths. They want to make sure they understand what they're doing well so that they can be more consistent going forward in making use of those strengths. And so that's the difference with working with someone who is struggling and wants to work on their weaknesses or vulnerabilities.
Okay, that's a great answer, and it makes total sense. I really like how you explained that. So, Brett, let's bring this up to speed now. What are you doing today? Like, what's your work involve, in current times?
Well, I work with several hedge funds and other financial firms. So I'm not full-time at any one place. I consult with a variety of funds. And what that's done is expose me to a variety of trading strategies. Some of those strategies are discretionary, some are more systematic. Some of the strategies are more directional. Some are more based on relative value movement. Some are in macro markets, the big liquid markets, and some of them are very specialized in individual markets, such as commodity markets or rates markets. So I've been exposed to a variety of trading strategies and trading settings. And it's been a great education as a result. But in all cases, my main work is to help the traders, the money managers, with their performance, help them build on their strengths and help them learn from their mistakes so that they keep improving. A secondary focus has been at most of the places where I've worked, we've conducted internal research about what makes traders successful. And so I've been able to help the trading firms with their hiring processes and help them make better decisions about who to bring on board. So that's been a separate kind of work, but a very fulfilling area as well.
Sure, okay. Now that's really cool. Now that we're caught up on your background, let's really hone in on the subject of trader psychology. So one of the things many traders will admit and are well aware of is that they take profits too soon and they cut losses too late. You know, that's mostly due to psychological reasons, I'd imagine. What advice would you give to those traders in that situation?
Well, it's a good question, Aaron. And as Ayn Rand would say, I would encourage you and listeners to check your premises with respect to the question, because I think that it can be a psychological issue, but is not always a psychological issue. I mentioned that markets are always changing, and one of the ways that they change is in their volatility. And so the market, as we are talking right now, the market is trading with a VIX of, which is implied volatility, of 14 and change. It wasn't so long ago that we were seeing VIX readings well into the 20s. So markets were moving much more a few weeks ago than they are currently. What happens is that traders don't adapt to that, either in their trading or emotionally. And so they're likely to take profits too quickly or likely to allow things to move against them because they are operating from an old regime, from an old set of assumptions that don't apply to the current market. So a good example, when volatility comes down, traders will start to make some money, and then when they try to let the position go, it eventually just reverses against them because the volatility isn't there, and you get much more mean reversion on a short time frame, and so they end up scratching the trade. Whereas in a higher volatility regime, that might have been profitable. So sometimes a problem that trader might have is logical, not psychological. It's a function of not adapting to markets. It's a function of not trading well. But you're right, there are other times where traders respond emotionally to making money, losing money. And as we know from the behavioral or finance research, people are much more sensitive to losing money than they are making money. And so they're likely to be threatened by losses and not want to take those. They're likely to be afraid of losing whatever they gain and exiting trades early and so forth. So a huge issue in trading psychology is identifying when is a trading problem a logical problem, a problem with one's trading methods, and when is it the result of a psychological problem, the result of being in a wrong mindset that biases your information processing.
Okay, that's an awesome answer. that was really, really good. So, I mean, I guess that is an example of a lack of adaptability, and in some cases, possibly even a bad habit. But in general, when we recognize bad habits in our trading, what's the best way to break these habits?
The first step in breaking any habit, whether it's a trading habit or a personal habit, is to become exquisitely aware of its presence. So we want to become mindful. We want to be self-aware. We want to realize that a habit pattern is playing out as it is starting. So let's say my habit pattern is overeating. The first step in change is to recognize when I'm starting to feel a craving for food or when I'm starting to reach for the refrigerator. If I can't identify it at the time it's happening, how can I possibly control it? So building awareness and self-awareness is the first step in the change process. Then, once you have that self-awareness, once you can become an observer to your habit patterns rather than someone who is caught up in those patterns, then you want to make a conscious effort to rechannel yourself. So let's say, for argument's sake, I have this habit of overeating, and I tend to overeat most when I'm bored. So I catch myself reaching for the refrigerator, and then I calm myself down, I focus myself, and I purposely engage in an activity that I will find engaging, that will absorb my energy. Maybe it will be some physical exercise. Maybe I'll go play with one of my 4 cats. But the idea is I would address the boredom. so that I no longer feel the need to compensate with food. The same principle is relevant with trading. So my habit with trading might be to place trades out of frustration after I've taken a loss. Revenge trading. And so that comes from frustration. I have a losing trade, I'm frustrated, and I want to make that money back. So I want to become self-aware about that frustration. I want to catch myself being frustrated and rechannel that emotion. So stepping away from the screen temporarily, calming myself down, and doing something that is gratifying, that's fulfilling, to counteract the frustration will help put me in the right state of mind so that I can go back to the screen and make good decisions.
Okay, sure. And I like how you mentioned earlier in that answer about more being an observer to your bad habits than getting caught up in the middle of it. I think that was a really cool concept.
Yeah, the important one that shows up actually in Eastern philosophy as well as in the psychology research, that we can't change something if we're not aware of it. If the pattern controls us, if the habit controls us, then we're passive. We have no say in what happens. So the first element of control is being able to step apart from the habit pattern, whether it's a habit of drinking, a habit in trading, a habit in our relationships. We stand apart from it and we recognize that this is causing us pain, this is causing us losses, and then we're able to try and do something differently.
Right. Okay. Now, the intro to Trading Psychology 2.0, you mentioned that all the traders you've worked with varied greatly in how they actually traded, yet they had many commonalities in how they did what they did. So here you were, of course, referring to process and habits. Could you elaborate on these observations for us?
Yes, absolutely. Obviously, the traders I work with have very different strategies. Some are more short-term, some are more long-term. Some are long-short investors building very large portfolios among individual stocks. Some of them are trading macro assets globally and trading macroeconomic themes. So they're very, very different in their approach to markets and in their trading styles. But at a process level, there's some real similarity. And that's what I talk about in the Trading Psychology 2.0 book with those basic A, B, C, D themes. A being adapting to markets, B being building on strengths, C being cultivating creativity, and D being developing best practices. And so what the really successful traders are doing is studying themselves and figuring out what works, what they're good at, and where their vulnerabilities lie, where their weaknesses lie, and they do more of what works. They act in ways that make them more of who they actually are. And they may be different strengths in different markets, but all of them study themselves just as they study markets and stay grounded in what makes them successful.
Okay, so the A, B, C, D that you mentioned there, could you just walk us through each one of those in a little more detail, just so we can understand, get a better grasp of each point?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so A, is adapting to changing markets. And this, as I point out in the book, is no different than it would be for any entrepreneur. You start a business and your marketplace is always changing. And so at one point in time, if you're starting a restaurant, your marketplace may have one set of tastes, and then something else will become popular. And so you have to adapt by changing your menu, by changing your decor, by changing how you deliver service. Successful businesses never stay static. We see this in the technology industry. New smartphones are coming out with regularity because the marketplace demands new features and functionality. So we're always having to adapt. Markets change in their trend. Markets change in their volatility, as I mentioned. Markets change in their patterns of participation. The people who dominate markets now are not the people who dominated 10 years ago or 20 years ago. And so we see different patterns in markets. To assume that markets are static and that our edge will last forever does not work any better in financial markets than it does in the business world. A great way to go out of business in the business world is to assume that what you're doing well will last forever and you never have to change. That's how to become a dinosaur. That's how to become obsolete. And that happens in financial markets as well. So the successful traders are always studying markets and always studying how markets are changing. And the interesting part, Aaron, is that many times our mistakes in trading, our losses, our setbacks, our drawdowns tell us about changing markets. Because we do what we did do when we were making money, and suddenly it's not making money for us. And if we're reasonably disciplined in doing what we had been doing when we made money, then we have to ask ourselves, well, how come it's not working anymore? What has changed? And that helps us go back to the market, learn from our mistakes, and adapt. So we're using our drawdowns, we're using our losses as real information that helps us adapt to markets that have changed their correlation patterns or their trend patterns and so forth. So that's adapt. That's the A part, adapting to changing markets. The B part is building on strengths, and I alluded to this earlier. What I found in my research with successful traders and portfolio managers is that all of them have different strengths, but all of them have at least one distinctive strength. And it could be a personality strength, it could be a cognitive strength, but the really successful traders are really strong in some areas. As a rule, the higher frequency traders, the day traders, are very good at fast thinking skills. They see things broadly. They see many things across different stocks or markets, and they process real-time information across a wide area very quickly so that they can make quick decisions. The traders I worked with in Chicago were very much like that. They were great at pattern recognition. On the other hand, traders with a longer time horizon behave more like investors. They're slower thinkers, but deeper thinkers. They're more analytical. And so they are going into depth in different areas and finding out information that other people just aren't looking at. And so that becomes their strength and helps them, let's say, find an undervalued company that they can invest in over a longer time horizon. So we all have strengths, and the really distinctive traders, the traders who make distinctive returns, have distinctive strengths. And so the success is based on making the most of your strengths, not just correcting your weak areas. The C stands for cultivating creativity. And that's a topic that I have found tremendously neglected in the trading psychology research and writing. Creativity is all about seeing the world through fresh eyes. If we trade the same way that everyone trades, we're going to get the same returns that everyone gets. We have to see some fresh opportunity. We have to see the world differently from others if we're going to achieve distinctive results. Again, it's like the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur sees an opportunity that others don't see and is able to build a business based on that perception of opportunity. The successful traders that I work with have very distinctive strategies. I've been involved, as I mentioned, in hiring traders and successful traders at different firms. And I always know who has the potential to be a successful trader because we talk about their strategy. And when I hear the strategy, it hits me upside the head. It smacks me in the face. And I say, wow, why didn't I think of that? It's something unique. It's something different. If what they tell me is something I could have read in any of a dozen books, I know that that's not a distinctive skill set. So cultivating creativity is essential for success. And of course, creativity is a big part of what helps us adapt to changing markets. And finally, the fourth topic is developing best practices and turning best practices into best processes. So when we look at best practices, we want to look at them in every facet of trading. How we generate our trade ideas, how we manage our positions and how we manage our risk, how we review our results and learn from those. All of these are separate elements of a trading process. And we want to identify our best practices in each area. Our best practices in generating ideas, our best practices in managing positions, our best practices in managing risk and reward, our best practices in managing ourselves as performers, and we weave those together, those best practices, into best processes. And the successful traders I work with are always working on themselves and improving their processes over time.
That's awesome, Brett, and very, very insightful. Thanks a lot for taking the time to flesh that out for us. And obviously, if guys want to learn more about that, definitely check out your book, Trading Psychology 2.0. I'll link to that in the show notes at chatwithtraders.com. And just a couple questions to bounce off your answer there. Firstly, one about habits. Earlier we covered bad habits, how to break bad habits. What's the best way to form new habits and implement those, introduce new habits?
Yes, and you're absolutely right. We want to develop best practices by turning those into habit patterns. So often we hear that traders need to motivate themselves. And they'll do various things with imagery. They'll do various things like have sticky notes on their computer screen to motivate them to do the right thing. But in fact, motivating ourselves is not the best source of influencing behavior, the best method for influencing behavior. If you look at the things we do consistently in life, it's not things we do through motivation, it's things we do through habit. So I don't have to motivate myself to eat breakfast, take a shower in the morning. I don't have to motivate myself to do the right things for the people I work with as a psychologist, because that is part of me and part of my routine. And so we want to take our best practices, our trading practices that work well, and repeat them with fidelity, repeat them in a routine way so that time and time again, with repetition, they start to become habit patterns. So repetition is really the source of developing positive habits. Once we identify a best practice, once we identify something that works for us, we want to be very conscious about employing that day after day after day after day. Tony Robbins, the well-known motivational speaker, makes the case that if we repeat something for 30 consecutive days in a reliable way, it eventually becomes part of us. And I think there's some truth to that, that by doing things again and again, They start to feel familiar, and they start to become part of us.
Mm-hmm. Very, very great points there, Brett. Thank you very much. Now, you also mentioned weaknesses. So, every single one of us, we have our own weaknesses. How should we treat our weaknesses? I mean, some people with this school of thought that you should just focus on your strong points and really drill down on those. Others say you should, improve on your weaknesses. How do you feel on this subject?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And, our strong areas, our strengths are there because those are competencies we've built over time, and they're also talents that we've been born with. And so we want to make the most of those. And, when you see people who have been distinctively successful, there are people who have really made the most of their competencies. With the weaknesses, it's rare that you could ever turn a weakness into a strength. But we can work around our weaknesses. So there are some kinds of trading that I personally am not good at. In fact, the trading that we were talking about in Chicago, very high frequency trading, making rapid decisions. I don't have the same kind of fast information processing skills that the very successful traders in Chicago had. And if I try to do that, I quickly hit a point of saturation, both cognitively and emotionally. And so that's not a strength of mine. So I want to avoid having to make rapid decisions and process lots of information in a short amount of time. So in my own trading, I will trade short term, but those tend to be intraday swings, or maybe swings from one day to the next, where I have enough time to process relevant information and not get overloaded. So by altering my time frame of holding positions, I'm able to dodge or avoid some of my weaker areas and play to some of my strengths, some of which are more research oriented.
Okay, so this might be, just to continue on this tangent here, this might be a little bit of a strange question, but how do you know that was a weakness of yours, that you wouldn't actually be able to trade like the guys you worked with in Chicago? Because, I mean, all of us, even those who could process information very rapidly, even on day one, we would still struggle in, for the first few months, maybe for the first few years. Even guys who could process information very quickly might still struggle in the beginning. How do you know when it's a weakness of yours and just not a skill that you're yet to develop?
Great question. It wasn't simply that I tried it initially and didn't make money from it. It's that I rapidly hit a point of cognitive overload. And in fact, that had happened to me in other areas of my life apart from trading. If I was in a situation where I had to process too much information at one time and make rapid decisions, I often would not make my best decisions. So let's say, for argument's sake, that I was in a situation in a relationship and there was some disagreement or some issue in the relationship. If I tried to deal with that right then and right there, often I was not as effective as if I took a step back, really thought about what was going on, really reflected upon myself, and then responded in the way that I felt and knew was best. And that typically wasn't a huge amount of time, but it wasn't spur of the moment either. So I had recognized in myself that I do well when I'm able to reflect. And the pattern recognition that the people were doing in Chicago was relatively instantaneous and really a remarkable skill. I admire people who can do that. And when I try to do anything similar, I just hit a point of cognitive overload. And that's how I know that I'm just not wired that way. I don't operate that way in any area of my life. And when I'm pushed to process information that way, it's unpleasant. Whereas when we act on our strengths, there's an intrinsic pleasure to that because we're doing what we're really good at. It feels fulfilling to us. So some kinds of analysis I really enjoy doing. I look at markets in a rather quantitative way, and being able to solve the puzzle, so to speak, and see quantitative patterns in markets is very gratifying for me, very fulfilling. And then being able to trade based on those and see them work out, that's very fulfilling and gratifying to me. So when we act on our strengths, we feel strong, we feel good, we feel fulfilled. And when we act counter to our strengths, it's intrinsically frustrating. And that's a big part of how we can know.
Right. Okay. I like how you mentioned there that you pull on, your strengths and weaknesses, and you find those in other areas of your life. And the crossover to trading is all very relevant. So no, excellent point.
Yeah. Let me just add another point that I've mentioned in my writings. I have never traded full time in my career. And a couple of times I tried to do it. I tried to trade full time. And I actually was making money. And I hated it. I absolutely hated the experience of trading full time. Why? Because one of my strengths is working with people. And one of the things that drew me to psychology was the opportunity to be a meaningful part of people's lives. And so trading full time wasn't playing to one of my greatest strengths and became frustrating. So we have to know ourselves, and often it's our feelings of happiness and fulfillment that tell us whether we're playing to our strengths or not.
Okay. Yeah, that's really interesting, Brett, again. Now, something I'm curious about, when you're working with other traders and you're implementing techniques to get them closer to peak performance, do any of the techniques that you work on operate on a subconscious level to provoke change?
It depends what you mean by that. When you say subconscious, any technique that, as you were saying, develops a habit pattern is making that pattern automatic and therefore out of consciousness. And so using techniques, let's say like guided imagery. Let's say a trader is afraid to lose money. And we will do some guided imagery to have them mentally rehearse scenarios in which they hit their stop levels. And they keep themselves calm and they keep themselves focused while they're going through this guided imagery. And they do that again and again and again and again. And pretty soon, the feeling of hitting your stop and getting stopped out is something that becomes familiar to them, not threatening to them, and they're able to keep themselves calm and controlled. And so it is, in a sense, reprogramming their emotional responses to a situation they had experienced as threatening. And that is happening at an emotional level. And so you could say that it's subconscious.
Okay, sure.
But what you're really trying to do, in a sense, is rewire a person. You're trying to reprogram their responses to certain situations.
Right. Now, Brett, one of the things I'd like to ask you more about is goal setting. I think your advice on this topic would be really valuable. So how do you suggest developing traders best go about setting goals for themselves?
Yeah, there's actually research, and I've written on this on the Trader Feed blog. There's research on effective goal setting. What happens a lot of times is that people set a goal, but they don't follow up the goal with a specific plan. And so if I have a goal, let's say my goal is to lose weight. Well, that's only going to work if it's part of a day-to-day plan. And that's only going to work if it's meal by meal. I have to eat less calories. I have to do more exercise. And that's day in, day out. And so the goal is the big picture, but what makes it happen, what makes it effective, is the day-to-day implementation of a plan. And what traders often miss is they'll set a goal for themselves to make a certain amount of money or to avoid losing a certain amount of money or to trade in a certain way, but they don't drill down so that the goal is something they are concretely working on each day in each trade. So we want to be effective in goal setting by being very planned and very consistent in working those plans. A goal without a plan is a wish. You know, if you have a goal and you don't have a specific plan, that's just a good intention. That's a wish. And it's nice, but it's like New Year's resolutions. For the most part, they're not going to happen unless we have a concrete plan to actualize them.
Okay, so you brought up an interesting point there in your answer about traders wanting to make a certain amount of money. What's your take on goals that have a monetary value attached to them?
I'm not a fan. You know, one of the problems that affects traders and affects people in all performance fields is something called performance anxiety. And performance anxiety arises when we become so concerned about the outcome of the performance that it starts to interfere with the process of performing. And so if I'm a public speaker and I become very worried about how my audience is going to think of me and whether they're going to be interested in my topic, well, pretty soon I'll forget what I'm speaking about. So by putting the profit and loss, a P&L, front and center in our goals, we're emphasizing outcomes, and that can put pressure on us and interfere with processes. Sometimes markets offer more opportunity than others, and to have a fixed P&L goal doesn't really take that into account. What I would rather do as an outcome-related goal is look at improvement. So am I improving from month to month, year to year in my trading performance? And I would look not only at P&L in absolute terms, but I would look at it the way that hedge funds look at it and the way most financial professionals look at it in terms of risk-adjusted returns. How much money am I making per unit of risk that I'm taking? And try to improve not only in my absolute returns, but in my Sharpe ratio or in my risk-adjusted returns. And that, I think, is meaningful.
Okay, good point. Now, just continuing on this path, how do you think traders should think about failure or loss? Because I know that some people are genuinely afraid to fail. So in your work, do you ever try to get traders to reframe negative thought patterns or anything similar to this?
Yes, and I think an important part of trading is, it's funny, making friends with loss. And in a sense, making friends with failure. That it's, as I mentioned earlier, it's often our losing trades that teach us about how markets have changed. Look at it this way. If we follow a best practice and we are relatively diligent, if we're relatively consistent in our trading, and we follow our best practice, and then we start losing money, well, something has changed in the market. We're doing the same thing, but something has changed in the market. We want to use those losses as a prod, as a stimulus to learn about what has changed in markets so that we can adapt. Our losses are information. They're telling us something. If I'm running a store, let's say I own a department store, and I normally sell 500 pair of blue jeans in a week. And now suddenly I'm selling 150 in a week. And that happens in week 1, that happens in week 2, that happens in week 3. And pretty soon I say to myself, what the heck? Why aren't people buying blue jeans? And sure enough, I go to the fashion magazines and people are into something else. And I realize I have to adapt. I have to change my inventory as a retailer. That's how business works. That's how trading works. Our losses, our mistakes are there for a reason. They are there to teach us something. And if we embrace them, if we don't push them away, we can learn from our mistakes. It makes us stronger. It makes us more adaptable. So yes, it's frustrating. Yes, it sets us back temporarily. But ultimately, that's how we become better, by learning from our mistakes.
Absolutely. Now, Brett, I'd like to ask you about the actual subject of money. So let me ask you this. When you're coaching and working with traders, do you try to change how they think about and how they view money? Because straight away, by default, many people have a tight psychological attachment to money. So how do you treat this?
Gosh, it's a great question. And the answer, I don't know, maybe it'll surprise people. No one ever thinks about money where I work. The minimum portfolio size for a regular trader at one of the funds where I work is $200 million. But no one thinks about money. You think in percentages and basis points. And so whenever you ask someone, how much did you make or lose today or this week or this month, they'll always say, I made 50 basis points. I made 1%. So they're not thinking in dollar terms. And that's very, very helpful. Because if you start to think of it in dollar terms, it'll drive you crazy. That if you have a $200 million portfolio and you lose 1%, you've just lost $2 million. But by putting it in basis points, then when you grow your capital, a 30 basis point loss is the same when you're trading a smaller book as when you're trading a larger one. And so that's a big part of how professional traders get around thinking about money. They think in those percentage terms.
That's a really great pointer there, Brett. Many of us often feel, many developing traders often feel a great amount of pressure to succeed and become great traders. How do you feel about pressure? I mean, is it a good thing to place, sometimes quite a lot of pressure on yourself to succeed, or can it have negative effects?
Oh, it definitely can have negative effects. And it's hard to take risk, when you feel under the gun. It's hard to make good decisions, under conditions of pressure. So I absolutely think that is a challenge associated with trading. One of the things I've commonly told traders, and I've written about, is that for me, a element of success in trading is making sure that you have something in your life more important to you than trading. Because if you have something in your life that's more important to you than markets, than trading, than profits, then during periods of drawdown, you'll always have something to turn to renew you and inspire you and keep you positive. Sometimes I hear traders say to me, I have a passion for trading, and trading is the most important thing to me, and I work on it, 14 hours a day. And, that's being vulnerable. Trading should not be the only part or the major part in your life, because then you'll have nothing to balance yourself and to balance the pressures during inevitable drawdowns. So I think living a balanced life, having sources of happiness and fulfillment and energy and closeness to people apart from markets, very, very important to trading success.
Right, well, this leads into an interesting topic. So from what you've observed, what factors have the greatest contribution to a trader's satisfaction and sense of accomplishment?
What contributes to satisfaction and accomplishment?
Like, do they get excited about making huge profits in, a month, or do they find satisfaction in other areas of their business? I don't know. Is that an appropriate question?
It's a great question, and I'm pausing to reflect, which is what I mentioned I do, and why I don't process information super quickly, because I like to reflect. And I'm thinking about specific traders, and I'm thinking about my work with them. And, and if I look, and I certainly know traders who get a lot of excitement and satisfaction from making money in markets, and I certainly find that to be gratifying. But the ones who have longevity in the business, who have been at this for a while, have some source of satisfaction in trading that is separate from their profitability. In other words, it's not that they find fulfillment in trading, they find fulfillment in markets. And I think that's an important distinction. That if you find your fulfillment in markets and learning about markets and learning new strategies and trying new things, then you can find gratification. You find your intellectual curiosity is gratified, your sense of puzzle solving and challenges are satisfied, even during those periods of drawdown. If your only source of gratification and fulfillment comes from the profitability, then psychologically you're barren, so to speak. You're bereft. You don't have anything to sustain you during those periods of drawdown. So I think it's important to have sources of fulfillment in trading that are separate from profitability, even though profitability is obviously one of the important drivers of our satisfaction.
Okay, I like it. Really, really good answer there, Brett, and an awesome one to take us out. So let's wind things down now. Where can listeners go to find out more about you?
Well, the easiest way would be through the two blogs that I write. One is Trader Feed. The address is Traderfeed, all one word, TraderFeed.blogspot.com. And the second is the blogs that I write for Forbes Online. And if you go to the Forbes Online site and type it by name, you'll see a lot of articles pertaining to positive psychology and financial markets. So those are two ways that are free and that you'll find more information than you care to know. And obviously, I've written 4 books in the area of trading psychology, and those go more into depth into the topics that we're discussing today.
For sure. And you're also on Twitter, I know. So what's your Twitter handle?
Oh, yeah. So Steenbab, Steenbab, is my Twitter handle. And so I try to post at least once a day.
Excellent. Now, like you mentioned, you've got several books out, the most recent one being Trading Psychology 2.0, which came out towards the end of last year. I'll be sure to include all the links that Brett has mentioned just now at chatwithtraders.com, including a link to his book and some of his prior books. Is there anything that really separates your most recent book from your previous material?
Yeah, that's why I called it the Trading Psychology 2.0, because I really wanted to touch upon themes that were not traditional in the writings on trading psychology. So there are many topics related to positive psychology and building on strengths. There are many topics related to building creativity and well-being that typically we don't hear about when we read books on trading psychology. A lot of the traditional trading psychology dealt with controlling your emotions, being disciplined, and all of those are great. I would say those are necessary, but not sufficient. In the Trading Psychology 2.0 book, I tried to go beyond those traditional themes.
Good one. Okay. All right, guys. Well, check that out at chatwithtraders.com. Brett, thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate you taking the time out of your day. I hope listeners get a lot of value from this, and I have no doubt that they will. So again, thank you.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity.
You've come to the end of this episode of Chat with Traders, but don't worry, more great episodes are on the way. To stay updated with each great new episode, be sure to subscribe to the podcast in iTunes, and we'd love it if you leave us a rating and review. We'll see you next time on Chat with Traders.
Chat with Traders, episode 29.
The biggest secret of the best traders in the world is that they're just like everyone else. However, they've worked hard to learn the markets and discover what works and what doesn't. But how can you hear about these journeys and get in on the strategies and tactics they use? You can do it by listening to Chat with Traders. Here's your host, Aaron Fifield.
Hey there, what's up, guys? Welcome back to another episode of the Chat with Traders podcast. I'm your host, Aaron Fifield. This week's guest is Brian Shannon, who first and foremost is a professional trader whose involvement with the market dates back well over 20 years. He's also the author of the highly regarded book, Technical Analysis Using Multiple Timeframes. And thirdly, Brian is the founder of Alpha Trends, an educational company focused on teaching traders how to navigate the market successfully. For the most part, Brian is a swing trader with the occasional day trade in the mix. During the interview, Brian discusses both of these approaches and gives a few pointers that may even help you to discover the right time frame for your own trading. We also talk about understanding the psychology of market participants within well-known patterns, the two indicators that Brian uses most often, and one of them being VWAP, which is volume weighted average price. And Brian also walks us through the 4 stages of a market cycle: accumulation, markup, distribution, and the decline. So all in all, Brian hit on plenty of great topics, and I feel like you're really going to enjoy the insight he shares with us. So I'm your host, Aaron Fifield. This is Chat with Traders, and here is this week's guest, Brian Shannon. Hey, Brian, welcome to the podcast. How's it going?
Going well, Aaron. Thanks for having me on here today.
No trouble whatsoever. Thanks so much for coming on. I've really been looking forward to this, and there's plenty I'm keen to discuss with you. And I mean, I really should just say, I've got a ton of notes here, so let's just get right into it. Now, you've been involved with the markets for more than 20 years as a pro, but your first experience with trading dates back much further. Would you like to share with us the story about your first interaction with the markets, and then we'll go deeper from there?
Yeah, my first equities trade was a company called LoJack, and LoJack was I think they're still around, but they track stolen vehicles basically. And this was 25 years ago. I used to sit around and watch Wall Street Week with my dad on Friday nights. And I saw this news broadcast about this technology for stolen vehicles. And I remember, telling my dad, hey, I thought that was a pretty cool idea. And he said, well, let's buy some of this stock. I think it was $4 a share. And I had maybe $500 saved up from various odd jobs, caddying and that sort of newspaper routes, that sort of thing. And he said, well, buy 1,000 shares. You put up your $500. If you lose, you lose the $500, but you make money. So I didn't realize at the time, but he was essentially giving me 8-to-1 leverage on this trade. Fortunately, it worked out, and it went to $10 a share about 6 months later. And, for no other reason than, hey, it's $10 a share, I said, let's sell this. And so I made a profit of $6,000. And from there, I was pretty much instantly hooked and thought, this is great. Why would anyone ever have to work for a living when you can just do the, trade like this? And obviously, it's not that simple. I had some very good beginner luck, and it worked well. But that's what really piqued my curiosity.
Yeah, that definitely is some very nice beginner's luck right there. So, what was your sort of motivation to buy that? Like, where did the idea come from to actually put your money into that company when you could have invested in, any company that's listed on the market?
Yeah, I had seen on television a local news broadcast saying how that this technology was reluctant to be brought on at first because the state police in Massachusetts didn't want to pay for the transponders to track the stolen vehicles down. So the company said, we're going to donate them to the state police department. And the state police were real excited about it. And I remember hearing one of the cops on television say, hey, I think this is great. I even bought stock in it. Found out later that the trooper, basically had inside information when he bought it and had to give his profits back on that. But it didn't prevent me from, coming up with the idea. And I was, probably just a young, impressionable kid who wanted to bond with his dad and thought that this was a great idea and knew that, he was in the market and we'd been watching Wall Street Week, like I said. And I figured, hey, let's put some of this to work. What do you think, Dad? And he took the initiative to say, okay, let's do it.
Okay, excellent. And just quickly, how active was your dad in the markets? Was he an active trader?
No, my dad he's retired now, but he's a physician, and he would he was pretty active, but not by any measure compared to like what I do today or have where my trading has evolved to. He's been more of a buy and hold for 6 to 12 month type of investments.
Okay, sure, cool. All right, well, so from college, moving forward a couple years, you landed a job as a stockbroker. How did that come about, and what sort of tasks were you doing in your role as a stockbroker on sort of a day-to-day basis?
Well, the interesting thing was that I really didn't know what a stockbroker did. And maybe that's naive, but I think it's good too, because I probably wouldn't have gotten into it if I realized what a broker's job was. So, after college, I didn't really know exactly what I wanted to do. I knew I liked the market and happened to find a brokerage firm that was willing to sponsor me for the Series 7 license. Once that occurred, I went in to the office, and they basically gave us a script and said, start calling off these lists, find phone books, alumni directories, and that sort of thing. And it was after I passed my Series 7 license and was making the calls for a while, I realized that the business was really a glorified telemarketing position, not the trading that I was interested in. So again, probably a little bit naive, but it's it got me in the door. I went to a more established firm, which was Lehman Brothers, and really learned how to sell there more than anything, which was great training. And then just kind of transitioned to trading from there after moving to a couple different brokerage firms.
Okay, so you were mostly on the phones there, trying to convince people to buy stock. Is that correct?
Yeah, and it's I like to kid around about it and say that it was a great experience because I got to practice with other people's money, and I wasn't cavalier with anyone's money that they entrusted me to, but I did learn a lot of good lessons by not having my money in the market and learning how the market worked a little bit. So I was instantly attracted to technical analysis. It made a lot of sense to me. One of the early influences there, I guess, was there was a newsletter called the Cabot Market Letter, and they had written about, they were interested in buying this stock if it got above a certain level. And I thought, well, isn't that strange? Why would somebody want to buy it at a higher price? That seems kind of counterintuitive. So I looked into it, and I saw the chart, and it instantly made sense that if it got above that level of resistance, I didn't even know that's what it was called at the time, but if it got above there, that it looked like it was clear sailing from there. So I ended up getting involved in that stock, made money, and just started to devour everything I could find about technical analysis.
Okay, sure. So you went to the stockbroking firm, and then you went to Lehman Brothers. From there, I believe you ended up trading with a prop firm. What was your experience like trading with a firm, and what was the attraction to actually get into a firm instead of trading your own money just as a retail guy?
Yeah, I think I was 22 or 23 years old when I did that, and it was basically I had saved up some money in the market, and I had seen in the back of Investors Business Daily, there was every single week a advertisement for trade with our capital, or use 20 to 1 leverage is what it was. So I was intrigued with that because I figured that I didn't have enough money to really get involved in the market with the amount of capital that I had. So I was still a broker. I answered this ad, went to New York, and met with these guys. And I signed up as a remote trader, and this was 24K modem. And I remember being all excited with a 48K modem, sitting there in my basement trading. And they didn't give a lot of training. That was the thing that they basically said, okay, we'll give you a shot. You get to keep X percentage of your profits. And I had, I basically borrowed some money to put down for that initial $25,000 deposit. And so therefore I was extremely risk averse. And that really helped me. I mean, they say don't trade with scared money. And I don't think it was necessarily scared money, but I was being smart and really people say they don't like to lose. And I say in the market, you have to hate to lose. You really have to, when you start feeling something moving against you and you get uncomfortable, you just have to get the heck out of it. So I was fortunate in a way that I wasn't scared money, that I had the opportunity to see how stocks traded, technically through my experiences as a retail broker. So that was great experience for me. And from there, then I helped them, that is the New York firm that I was with, I helped them open an office in Denver and started branching out that way a little bit.
Okay, sure. And did you mention in there that you were working, or you were trading, remotely from the firm? Yes, it was, so they were out of New York and they didn't have any local offices. So they were sponsoring people to, trade with their leverage basically. And, they got a piece of the commission and they marked up the commissions a little bit, so that plus the additional profit that they made, that it was a good business model for them, and it was a great opportunity for myself. Okay, sure. And are there many prop firms that still kind of operate that way today? Yeah, there are. Yeah, there's still. I mean, if you dig around, you can find them, and they are. A lot of times, people are attracted to them. I can't criticize the firms or the people who are attracted to them, because what they typically attract are people with less capital and maybe not a whole lot of education either, but they're willing to give them a shot basically in the market. And I would say that, knowing what I know about the markets today, that I took a huge risk that I would not recommend anyone else do when I did do that account with the prop firm, but it worked for me. So I think that everyone, has the right to make that decision for themselves. Yeah, absolutely. So you mentioned right there that you took on a huge amount of risk to do this. Did you ever have a backup plan in case this trading thing never took off for you?
Great question. And I can't really say that I had a defined backup plan. It was more, I'm going to make this work one way or another. And I suppose that if it didn't work out, I would have returned to the brokerage business and started, building a book of business that way again.
Okay, sure. So during this time, up until sort of where we are right now in your journey, what would you say was the biggest challenge, within these sort of first 5 years, the biggest challenge or some of the hurdles that you had to overcome that were essentially affecting your P&L in a negative way?
Well, I think it's true for almost anyone that we are our own worst enemies. And, I'm not sure if that's the answer you're looking for, if you're thinking, maybe some external factor. But realistically, I think that we are all our own worst enemy in the market. That even today, I'm still astounded some days about some of the decisions I make during the day, and think, well, I knew better than that. What was I thinking? And to control our impulses and to be more disciplined, to cut losers quickly and to hold winners, real basic stuff. Those are the things that trip pretty much everyone up and continue to plague, anyone involved in the market who's honest. We are human. We do get emotionally involved, even though we try not to. And the thing that I've gotten a lot better at is recognizing those times when I'm making poor decisions and saying, enough, just stop, liquidate the position. This is not smart. So it's a matter of probably trading more specifically, maybe I started trading too big and too concentrated in certain positions. But at the same time, right before I learned a great lesson right before I started with that prop firm, because I was trading a company called Chantel Pharmaceuticals, and they weren't a pharmaceutical, they were a complete fraud. Actually, they had a miracle skin cream that eliminated wrinkles, and this stock was going, it started out maybe $6 a share, and I was on it because it had big volume. It was breaking out, and I was trading it up to about 23, 24. I held some over the weekend, one weekend, maybe 1,000 shares at $21 a share. And I remember that Monday morning seeing that the stock was halted. And it was, Barron's did a hit piece on it, and the stock it was basically cut in half, and I lost maybe $8,000 to $12,000. I don't remember the numbers overnight, right before I was just getting my money together to go trade. So the lesson there was not to have such concentrated positions, especially in little story stocks. And there's so many lessons you learn along the way, but that was one that really stood out for me, that almost eliminated me from ever getting involved with that prop firm.
Okay, sure. So I really like that answer, and that's an excellent example too. While that was probably quite a painful point in your sort of development stage, were there any points where you felt like maybe you weren't just cut out to be a trader and you actually came close to giving up?
Yeah, actually, it was probably I'm just going to say, it was maybe 2000, 2001. At that point, the market was getting crushed, and I had not learned at that point yet that you can't just keep buying stuff that goes down. And I was actually had a prop trading firm of, I can't really call it a prop trading firm, more of a people would come in and trade with their own money, and we would help them with getting extra capital. But the market was getting crushed, and I was losing money pretty consistently at that time, just buying stuff in downtrends and expecting that they would bounce, and they weren't bouncing. And I nearly dissolved the account. I was super close. I took a couple weeks and did some reflecting, came back and talked to the partner that I had at that time and said, listen, here's what I need to do. Fortunately, we had a business and the business was profitable. So I just slowed things way down and started trading. Maybe I don't even remember, but half of or a third of my normal size, and just started grinding it back and getting back into it in a more disciplined way and reevaluating and learning. So I was real close though to throwing it away. And if I did not have a backup plan, backup business where I was able to pay bills, then there's no doubt in my mind that I would have been out of the business and no idea what I would be doing today. I was very fortunate, I think.
Okay, right. Yeah, that's really interesting. So let me ask, from when you left the stockbroking firm job to at what point, how long did it take you until you reached a level of consistent profitability? Like, when did things really start to click for you?
Well, I remember my first 6 or 7 months, I was profitable every month, and I was being super disciplined and cutting losses. Then I started to get a little bit of that ego involved, where I thought I knew everything, and then I started to go through a down stage. Fortunately, I kept it limited, and it was really just in evolution, really. The whole thing, obviously, trading in general is an evolution, and you come back to the basic principles. So I kind of got lost on that question there for a moment, but the thing that I would say is that my lessons learned are that the basic things that I still preach to this day: only price pays, follow the trend. I repeat those things a lot of times to remind myself, because that's really the principles of how you make good money in the market. And I believe you get exactly what you deserve in the market, that you can't make excuses. That if I lose, it's because I did something stupid, and I hold myself accountable. I can't complain about Greece or China or whatever the news of the day is. I have to recognize the environment we're in and adapt to it, or stand on the sidelines and wait till things make sense.
Yeah, totally. So let's get into that a little bit deeper. So describe to us, if you could, your actual trading style and your methodology for how you approach the markets these days.
Well, my main approach, sometimes I will do counter trend trades on an intraday basis, but the main approach is that I'm a trend trader, and I'm looking for stocks, for instance, in an uptrend, and using multiple time frames. So as I describe it, it's not really quite this simple, but identify a stock on a longer term time frame. So when I'm looking at a swing trade setup, and that's my preferred time frame, is that I want to look for stocks that will last a few days in terms of the trend, if the market warrants it. And obviously there's certain conditions where we've got a choppy market and it's just not feasible. But I'll look for the bigger trend on a daily time frame. And a real very, very simple thing that I look at is, what's the direction of the 50-day moving average? Now that will just tell me, okay, if it's rising, well then we're in an uptrend, and I look at that stock and say, okay, that's not a stock I want to short. If the stock has a declining 50-day moving average, I say that's not a stock I want to buy, because it's in a downtrend. So I'll look at it and see, has it had a period of volatility contraction, and that is, has it pulled back, and so the uptrending stock, if it's pulled back to a prior level of resistance that looks like it might be support or a key moving average or a retracement level or just something significant technically, then I will say, okay, now on that daily chart, I've identified a possible trade candidate. Then I will go down to a 30-minute chart. So each candle representing 30 minutes for the last 20 to 40 days, whatever I need to kind of see what's relevant, basically. So on that 30-minute time frame, and it's not just a 30-minute time frame, you have to be aware of all the time frames, really, but this is, again, simplifying it. Then I'll look at it and say, okay, on this 30-minute time frame, where has the stock come from? So if it's run 10% in the last 3 days, it tells me the risk reward isn't good there. But if instead we've got a stock in a strong uptrend that's pulled back on diminished volume and it's starting to undergo a little bit of accumulation on that 30-minute time frame, then I'll start to look a little bit more carefully. And one of the guidelines I use on an intraday intermediate term time frame, such as a 30-minute chart that goes back 20 to 40 days, is a 5-day moving average. And I generally want to buy the stock when it makes a higher high above a flat to rising 5-day moving average. And that tells me the intermediate term trend is now turning back up, and I have a logical place to set my stop, which would be, as I like to say, underneath the most recent and relevant higher low. So that if I see that the entry relative to the initial protective stop is small enough to justify a position, and that the trend on the longer term time frame looks like it should be able to continue in the direction, in this case in an uptrend, then I'll look to say, where's the potential for resistance, or where would it likely slow down? And based on that perceived amount of potential reward, then I come up with a risk reward and say, okay, this is a stock that makes sense. So I use that 30-minute time frame to come up with the risk reward and to plan the trade. And then I'll go down to like a 10-minute chart, each candle representing 10 minutes over the last 10 days or so. And I'll start to anticipate the trade now more. I'll start to stalk it, set alerts. If I think it's going to break out beyond $25.50, I'll set an alert, let's say at $25.40. And then when that alert triggers, I'll start to look at the stock a little bit more carefully. I'll see, what's the overall market doing? Is there, if the market's down and the advanced decline line is let's say 2-to-1 negative, I might, I'd say, well, I still want to look at this stock, but maybe I'll trade smaller share size. And so I start stalking it. I'll reset my alert to 25.45 or 25.48, or I'll start to watch it on a shorter term time frame. And then I want to make my decision based on price only. I don't want to look at it and say, well, the volume's not there yet, because a lot of times people will wait for volume, but the volume will come a day and a half later when the stock has already moved 5 or 6%. So to trust price action, going back to your question of, what lessons have I learned? I think that trusting price action, if you have a good plan and you have a backup plan for it, that really you're going to get into a lot more trades and not talk yourself out of them because the volume's not there yet, or there was a divergence with the MACD, or, well, I don't like what the NASDAQ is doing, or something like that. So to take each trade based on the merits of that trade individually, and if there are macro concerns about the market or some kind of event coming, to use that for the money management aspect and to reduce my position size to compensate for that higher volatility or perception that we might not be able to follow through as strong as if the entire market was in a better trending condition. So it's a long-winded answer, sorry.
No, that's excellent. That's really good. So just so we're clear, like you spoke there a lot about price action and focusing on the price itself, how do you treat fundamentals and news? I think you might have briefly touched on that there, but just so we're clear, do the fundamentals and news have any impact on your decisions to get into a trade?
I try to not let them. I am generally aware, so I want to know what are the potential catalysts for a stock. So if for instance, I'm looking at this stock and I think it's a buy, but then I see they're due to report earnings after the close, then I'm not going to trade the stock because I don't want to gamble on earnings. That's a lesson I've learned in the past as well. Gambling on earnings, it's gambling. There's no edge there. So I will be aware of what the catalysts are potentially. I'll be aware of the news headlines at least to try to determine what are the catalysts, what's shaping the psychology in the market today. But I try not to read into it too much and have an opinion of the news itself, because the news is often, I don't want to say made up, but coincident to the price action, not leading, or it's, we can't always trust accountants. We can't trust CEOs that the news is actually what's happening. And that's why I adamantly say over and over again, only price pays, that you can be aware of the headlines and that sort of thing. But market doesn't care what I think about a stock, about what its value is or what it should do based on an earnings report or something. The only thing that's going to pay or hurt is price action. So I would rather lose my opinion than lose my money and move to the sidelines quickly, because you can always reassess the trade and determine to get back in. But there's a tendency to that when we look at the news, we get our egos and our opinions, and we think the need to be right becomes stronger and really, clouds our judgment.
Yeah, okay. No, that's excellent to hear about. Now, this is something you often talk about, and that is focusing on the psychology of patterns and less about the actual pattern itself, like whether it's a cup and handle or a double bottom or whatever it might be. So could you explain perhaps your reasoning for looking at patterns from this angle?
Well, there's nothing wrong with recognizing a pattern. And I often talk about candles, for instance, as well. That, some people be looking at a candle and they'll say, hey, that's a doji. And it on the daily time frame. And I'm more interested in what happened underneath the surface. How did that doji come about, that it sold off strong in the morning and might have chopped sideways for a little bit, but then the buyers regain control? And I can see it much better on a shorter term time frame. That is, I can understand the psychology of what's shaping it. And back to the cup and handle, nothing wrong with recognizing these classic technical patterns. And I started like that as well, looking at recognizing technical patterns, but I saw a lot of them fail. And what is it behind there that makes the sense? So a cup and handle, you could train a monkey to recognize cups and handles. You can program a computer to do it. But there's the art of technical the science rather of technical analysis versus the art of trading and understanding, hey, things can and often do go wrong. That is, they don't work out as anticipated the way a technical analysis book will tell you it should. So I want to see that, so a cup and handle, a stock comes up to a certain level of at $80 a share. It runs up to that. It pulls back down to 70 and it runs up to 80 again, but there's still supply there that's unable to be taken out at that point. So the stock backs off again, but instead of backing off down to $70 a share, it finds buyers at $76 a share. It finds support and starts rallying up towards that $80 level again. And then it might even dip down to 78 and then hit the 80 and then break out. So the point is, though, that these higher lows that are being established tell me that The buyers are gaining control price-wise. They're not waiting for the pullback to 70. Instead, they take control at 75. Then they take control at 78. So they're getting more aggressive price-wise. And the distance, the time distance between those tests of resistance might be, from the first test of 80, it might have been, the second test, it might have been a month and a half. And then 4 weeks later, we test that 80 level again, and it pulls back to 78. Then 2 weeks later, it comes back up again. So they're getting more aggressive, not only price-wise with the higher bids where they're taking control, but time-wise that they're coming back more often to test and work through that supply being offered at the $80 level. So if it, so you can understand what's happening rather than just saying, hey, that's a cup and handle. I read about those are bullish, I'm going to buy it. It just gives you that better understanding of what the forces are underneath the market. So you want to look at the market and say you're going to have one of three positions. You could be long, you could be short, or you could be in cash. How do the longs feel? How would you feel if you were long? And where would you be getting more aggressive? How would you feel if you're the seller at that $80 level and your supply gets worked through? Or if you're a short seller and you're trying to hold it back at that $80 level? And if you have the ability to be objective and on the sidelines in cash, where do you get involved at the best risk reward standpoint? So it's not really super complicated to try to put yourself, how would I feel if I was long there, if I was short on that stock, or if I'm in cash, should I just ignore this stock, or is there the potential for opportunity in it?
Yeah, you mentioned a lot of great points in that answer, so thanks a lot for sharing that, Brian.
Sure.
Now, I've noticed in your analysis of reading charts that you pay close attention to two indicators. There might be others, but I noticed that you pay extra close attention to these two. So the first would be moving averages, and the other would be VWAP, volume weighted average price. So I'd like to ask about both of these. Well, you sort of already covered the moving averages a little bit earlier, but just on moving averages, they seem to get a bit of a bad rap. A lot of people kind of regard them as maybe a tool for amateurs, or maybe they're just using them incorrectly, or I'm not sure what it is. But have you noticed this, and why do you think this sort of there's, I don't know if a stereotype's the right word, but there's kind of like a stereotype around moving averages as though they're ineffective?
Yeah, I think that a lot of people do misunderstand and misuse moving averages. I look at them as a mathematical trend line, a constant to compare price to over a certain period of time, whether it be 20 days or 50 days or 200. The time is the constant, in other words, in a moving average. And just like we were talking about the psychology of a pattern, I think it's even more important to realize with a moving average, we're all taught that a 50-day moving average is support. I say it tends to act as support. So a stock in a strong uptrend pulls back to a 50-day moving average. People will say that's a buy signal. And to me, it's not a buy signal, but it's a reason to look more carefully at the stock on a shorter term time frame, to look under the surface and see what's actually happening there. Because I can show you thousands of examples where a stock pulls back to the 50-day moving average and just keeps going. That is, it just keeps dropping. So there's the psychology behind that 50-day moving average. If you're a long holder and you bought the stock, let's think of a mutual fund or someone, and they've got millions of shares of this stock, and they bought it at 20, and it runs to 28. And it's 4 points above its 50-day moving average. They might say, hey, it's getting a little extended. Let's start paring our position back. Let's sell some while we can. So they sell a couple 100,000 shares. It pulls back down to the 50-day moving average, and they say, all right, let's not sell anymore because the 50-day moving average often acts as support. So what they're doing is they're removing supply from the market at that area only because they've observed, they've learned that the 50-day moving average often acts as support. Let's think about a short seller in the same situation who thought, hey, this stock has gotten overheated. Let's sell short some stock. We'll cover it down near the 50-day moving average. So they put the supply on the stock to bring it down to the 50-day moving average. They start to stick in their bids for the stock, and they not only remove one of the sources of supply that helped get it to that 50-day moving average, but then they're also starting to add some demand in there by putting in bids. So the bids are starting to show up, and the stock is losing supply, and we're starting to see that gradual shift. So I want to look underneath the surface and say, is there actual evidence? Let's go back to that 30-minute time frame. Is there actual evidence on the 30-minute time frame that the stock is starting to at least turn sideways, that the pattern we've seen over the last 2 weeks during this pullback of lower highs and lower lows is starting to show more neutral market? So we see less supply. We're starting to see a little bit of demand. And then think about the people, the big mutual fund might say, okay, we sold 200,000 shares between 25 and 28. Here it's at the 50-day moving average. Let's bid for another 100,000 shares. We'll replace part of our position in there and provide support for the stock as well. So they're putting in bids. That's a source of demand. And then you've got your all of the people who look at moving averages and say, hey, the 50-day moving average usually acts as support, so I'm going to stick in a bid there. I want to get involved in this hot stock because it's pulled back to the 50-day moving average. So we start to see that it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, this 50-day moving average or a 10-day moving average or whatever the dominant moving average is for that stock on whatever time frame it is, a 200-day moving average, let's say. So there's the psychology behind why do people look at that level. Now let's take it one step further and say, since that stock rallied from 20 to 28 and it's pulling back to 24, we might have another group of people who trade based on Fibonacci. And they're saying, well, it's pulled back to a 50% retracement. 50% has been a good level to buy this stock. So they kind of go through the same process of let's put in our bids here, let's remove supply. And then let's say there's another factor such as the volume weighted moving average price since that event is in that area. So there's the psychology behind all of these oscillators and indicators that are much more important than just looking at little squiggly lines and saying, okay, that's a buy signal, okay, that's a sell signal.
Okay, excellent. So let's talk about the VWAP. I mean, what is it you like about this indicator, and what separates VWAP from other indicators?
The volume weighted average price, what it does is it takes, so whereas a regular, simple price-based moving average is based on of the average price for whatever period of time you're looking at, it doesn't consider the volume that traded there. So if we have a stock that traded, let's just say, keep it real simple, if you had a stock that traded 100 shares at $20 a share and 10,000 shares at $19 a share, you can't really assign the same value on a moving average to say the average is 19.5. The average is really closer to 19.01 based on volume. So we're looking at it from the supply and demand in terms of the actual dollar amount assigned to a certain price level. And what I like to look at is, for instance, the volume weighted average price since an event. One thing that's been really helpful is, since when a stock breaks out from 20 to 28 and then it begins to pull back, oftentimes you will see that buyers congregate, or support is found near the volume weighted average price since that breakout event, or more recently, I've been tweeting about, for instance, in Alibaba and in GoPro, the volume weighted average price levels since these companies actually became public, and they've both, within the last couple months, shown that the stocks had some nice bounces, and they rallied almost precisely to the level, the volume weighted average price, since the stock came public. So there's a lot of psychology assigned to that level. It's the average price. It says above this level, the average participant is making money. Below it, the average participant is losing money. And we can start to, delve into the psychology of the buyers and sellers and see how much they have at stake at certain, they tend to be inflection points. So at those levels, how much do they have at stake, and who's, gaining or losing control there?
All right, cool. So still on the subject of VWAP, do you find that it's more popular within the professional space? And if you do, why do you think that VWAP is maybe underutilized by retail traders?
Well, one of the original uses of the volume weighted average price is for, let's say you work at Fidelity and you want to buy 2 million shares of Alibaba. So you tell your broker, hey, I want to buy 2 million shares over the next 2 weeks. And, what I want you to do is to do a good job for me. The way I'm going to measure that is over the next 2 weeks, we're going to see what the volume weighted average price was during that time. If you do better than the volume weighted average price during that time, I'll give you more business. If you do worse than that, I'm going to go to a different brokerage firm and have their traders execute the trade for me. So it's a value comparison for a lot of institutions in that regard. I think, though, that over the last I've been looking at the VWAP for about 12, 13 years, and I actually stumbled upon it. I think that everyone looks at every oscillator and indicator when they first start out looking for that holy grail. And, the VWAP just it just kind of spoke to me that it acted as support and resistance. So it is becoming more widely used by retail. Fortunately, not overused, that it's still effective for looking at even intraday in the markets. I'll look at it often on a 1 minute chart and look for who's in control. And if it's got a declining volume weighted average price, generally I don't want to buy it. If it's got an advancing volume weighted average price, that is, the average price has been increasing throughout the day, the transaction level has been increasing throughout the day, then I generally don't want to short that stock. So it's becoming more widely utilized. I like to think I have something to do with that. I've been tweeting about the VWAP and wrote about it in my book in 2008. So I've been tweeting about it and talking about it and writing about it since then. And it is becoming a lot more prevalent with more retail type people.
Okay, sure. No, that's really well said. Now, you spoke a little bit earlier about your time frame analysis, and I just got a few more questions around that. But before we get into it, I think it would be beneficial if you could maybe run us through the 4 phases of market cycles as you see them. I believe you cover this in your book, but if you could just give us sort of a brief overview of the 4 different phases of a market cycle.
Sure. Actually, you know what I would like to do, Aaron, is to send you a copy of the infographic I had made up for that, because it really explains it a lot more in detail, what I'm going to be able to say, and perhaps you can put a link up to it with this podcast. But essentially, it's as I mentioned, when I first started trading, I wanted to I got my hands on as much technical analysis information as I could. And what's always been attractive to me is the simpler analysis. And Stan Weinstein's book from 1986, I believe, or something like that, Secrets for Profiting in Bull and Bear Markets. If any of your readers have, or listeners have read that, they'll see it's been a huge influence on my career. I in fact sent a copy of my book to Stan Weinstein, and he praised me for it, and saw that I said, "Hey Stan, this is I've been hugely influenced by your work. I learned this from you, and I want to give you credit." And anyways, the 4 stages. It's goes back to the business cycle. The business cycle being, we have periods of expansion, then we have a peak, then we have a decline and a trough. So we have these 4 stages. And in the market, it's been described as stage 1 is accumulation. Accumulation occurs after a decline. So after a long decline, it doesn't even have to be a long decline. Let's say we're talking about a daily chart, and the stock has experienced a significant pullback. As I like to say, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out. So during the stage 4 decline that precedes stage 1 accumulation, what you see is that you've got stubborn holders who hold the stock on the way down. They're not being disciplined. They're not cutting losses. They're still believing the press and the hype around a stock. But in that stage 1 accumulation, what's happening is the stock starts to become indecisive as the supply and demand starts to reach a little bit more of an equilibrium, that you don't see there are these fearful sellers anymore. It starts to turn a little bit more neutral. So that accumulation phase, what we see in there is that it can last a long time, and one of the hallmarks of a accumulation is that we see moving averages crossing back and forth above and below each other. So moving average crossovers represent indecision. A lot of people use them as a timing tool, and I think that's incorrect, because moving average crossovers mean there's a conflict in terms of trend. So a 20-day moving average crossing up and down, up through and then down below a 50-day moving average says, the intermediate and longer term trends are in conflict here. There's no real trend revealing itself. So it's a good avoid. So during that stage 1 accumulation, it's a good stock to avoid. As those longer term moving averages flatten out and begin to, start to turn higher, then you see that the buyers are slowly gaining control. And in that late stage 1 accumulation, that's where you anticipate the breakouts. So as the stock makes a higher high above the flat to advancing longer term moving averages, that's when you want to participate in the stock. So you anticipate in stage 1, you participate in stage 2, and as it makes the higher highs and higher lows, you manage risk and hold on as long as the stock tells you to, based on whatever time frame you're engaged on. So in other words, as long as it makes higher highs and higher lows, you stick with it. And then as it undergoes distribution, we see the opposite of now we see that the stock is not going higher anymore. It's being met with more supply. The moving averages cross back and forth, representing indecision, and it's either digesting those gains through time before a breakout, or if it breaks down, then we look at it and say, okay, now the moving averages are heading lower. This is a stage 4 decline. That stock is an avoid if you're just a long trader, or it's a short sale candidate. So those 4 stages allow you to just kind of very simply look at the market or an individual stock and say, who's in control, buyers or sellers, or is it unclear? And if it's unclear, the beauty of that is that's just an avoid. There's no reason to go near that stock, and give it some time, keep it on your watch list, come back to it, but there's no reason to be involved in a stock that's just going sideways.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's always plenty of others to choose from, isn't there?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, if you can send through that infographic, I'll post it with the show notes underneath this episode.
Yeah, of course.
At Chat with Traders on the site. So I have a question in regards to the timeframes, and how did you discover the time frame which was the best fit for your personality to trade? Like past guests on the show have mentioned quite a few times that many traders often spend a long time working with a time frame that isn't necessarily the best fit for them. So how did you discover a time frame that worked well for you?
Well, and that's a great point. And going back to your, what lessons have been important, understanding your time frame is hugely important. And, if you have the patience of someone like Warren Buffett, then you've got no business looking at an intraday, chart for what happened for one day. But if you're maybe a little bit more, I think a lot of traders tend to be a little bit ADD and hop around a little bit from stock to stock looking for the action, then you shouldn't be looking at what pays the best dividend. So it comes with, like a lot of success in the market, with understanding yourself personally and what works best for you. How much time do you have to commit to the market? Can you sit down in front of the market each day and be on task and pay attention to the micro movements and be patient enough to not just get emotionally involved because you're bored and I'm a trader, so I should be trading type mentality. So how much time do you have? How much capital do you have? How much experience do you have? No one should start out with day trading. Day trading is something you evolve, or some people might say devolve to. But because there's, the more often that you're confronted with having to make a decision in the market, the more often it is, the more likely it is that your emotions are going to creep into the decision-making process, and you're not going to be able to control yourself as well. So you start out, everyone should start out with a longer-term horizon, whether it's a couple months or swing trading is really an ideal type of time frame because it gives you the opportunity to get feedback on your trades within a couple weeks. Generally, and you can learn and hone in on things a little bit better. You don't have to be watching tick by tick. But if you are the type of person who can sit in front of the machine and pay attention, control your impulses, and you've been successful on the couple month horizon, then down to a successful swing trader. If you can do that successfully, then you start to experiment with day trading. It's a great skill to have. It's not appropriate all the times when you've got a choppy market environment. It's a great skill to have because it allows you to put some money in your account without exposing yourself to overnight risk where we might have a market that's gapping on a frequent basis. So it's a great tool. It's a skill. It's certainly not appropriate for everyone. And to start out just trying to day trade is something I would tell anyone that you're a fool if you try to just start by day trading.
Yeah, okay. So I think a lot of people who are probably quite new to trading are often attracted to the idea of day trading with the mindset that you're taking more trades, you can make more money than whether if you're swing trading, you might only take a few trades a week. Do you believe that you can make just as much money as a swing trader as someone who's a day trader? Like, is there any time frame that makes more money?
I think swing traders make more money than strictly day trades. All of the trades that I look for, I'm looking for a swing trade opportunity. I would ideally like to hold all of my stocks on for a few days to weeks. However, the market gives me new information throughout the day, and I have an opportunity to maybe lock in some profits or avoid a loss. So I will, the market will tell me basically it's not appropriate for me to hold. So I will day trade it instead. And I will say that I also tend to have a personality that lends myself to probably a little bit more day trading than I should be doing. But it's also kind of kept me in the business at the same time, that I'm not willing to sit with a loser long enough to cause damage or to hit a stop that's 5% away when I can cut my loss at 1% because I see the handwriting on the wall. And that's just something that comes with experience.
Okay, no, that's a great answer. So, all right, Brian, well, this has been really, really good, but we should probably start to wrap things up. So let me just ask you one last question. And in your opinion, what is the reason for why the majority of traders lose money and never reach a high level of success? Why is there such a high turnover in this business?
Well, it's an extremely difficult business. Anyone that tells you that it's easy is lying, being misleading. It's a difficult business. You have to have capital to start, but there's no barrier to getting involved, let's say, as a day trader from day one when you shouldn't. I think that people get impatient with the market. They don't find out who they are and what their personality and their appropriate time frame is in the market until after they've made too many big mistakes. So that they want to get involved in the market and they see it as the opportunity for, a way to make easy money, when in fact it's extremely difficult. And it comes first with mastering yourself, or no one masters their self, but having a much better understanding of yourself. So I think it's impatience and then ego, that when they get into a trade and they see that it starts going against them, they start pulling up news, they start looking for other opinions. Their ego doesn't allow them to take that quick loser when they meant to, when they went in with a plan and said, I'm going to cut my loss here, but then their ego gets in the way and says, no, just buy a little bit more, it's definitely going to bounce, and they compound their problems. So not understanding their time frame and being impatient and not learning the mechanics of how the market actually trades, and understanding the psychology of the flows of money without before they start sizing up their positions and getting involved with too big a share size, or just saying, hey, I like Apple, so I'm going to buy Apple. Well, Apple's not always a buy. All stocks go through that cyclical phase where they go through a stage 4 decline.
Yeah, what a great answer. Okay, Brian, well, we've hit on a ton of great points during this interview. And again, thanks so much for coming on and sharing a whole lot of knowledge with us. This has been really good. Before you go, can you share with listeners where they can go to find out more about you?
Yeah, alphatrends.net, and StockTwits, it's at alphatrends. So you can find my book also on Amazon or technicalanalysisbook.com. And I'm pretty easy to find on the web.
Okay, great. And your book title is Technical Analysis Using Multiple Timeframes. So we'll put a link to that in the show notes at chatwithtraders.com/29. This will be episode 29. And you're also
congrats on that too.
Thank you.
On 29 episodes, yeah. Nicely done.
Yeah, one a week. We're not slowing down. So you're also on Twitter as well, aren't you?
Yes, at AlphaTrends.
Okay.
ALPHATRENDS.
Great. All right. Well, all those links, of course, will be in the show notes at chatwithtraders.com/29. So you can go there to, get a recap on this episode and all the links mentioned to find out more about Brian. All right, Brian. Well, again, thanks so much for doing this, man. Take care, and let's talk soon.
Excellent. Thanks again, Aaron.
You've come to the end of this episode of Chat with Traders, but don't worry, more great episodes are on the way. To stay updated with each great new episode, be sure to subscribe to the podcast in iTunes, and we'd love it if you leave us a rating and review. We'll see you next time on Chat with Traders.
Over the past decade, China has gone from a Silicon Valley copycat to a top contender in technology on the world stage.
Its ascent is peaking at a time when geopolitical tensions with the US and Europe are intensifying, and the rise of artificial intelligence has sparked a new arms race.
The US is rushing to curb China's influence in AI while balancing the need to regulate the powerful technology within its own borders.
How America manages these competing priorities will have implications for where the balance of power in tech will shift to next.
On this episode of AI IRL, we'll explore how China's playbook went from imitation to innovation and discuss what's at stake in the competition between these two superpowers.
Mustafa Suleiman, thanks so much for coming in. Now, you are the co-founder and CEO of Inflection AI and a venture partner at Greylock. Some people will know you as one of the co-founders of DeepMind, now owned by Google. Tell us, what made you want to start fresh with Inflection?
Well, now is really the moment. I mean, it was very clear to me during 2020, 2021 at Google when I was working on Lambda, the conversational AI that now powers Bard, that these large language models were truly going to be the future. And I wanted to start a company to build personal AIs, an intelligence that is completely aligned to your interests on your team and really functions as a personal assistant or a chief of staff, one that knows you intimately and over time can actually help you with practical tasks like scheduling, prioritizing, planning, and those kinds of things.
And that's what you're working with Pi.
Exactly, yeah. Pi stands for personal intelligence, and we see it as your personal assistant, essentially.
How do you feel about the concentration of power in technology right now among the big companies coming out with their own AI models? Microsoft, Google, Meta.
Well, I mean, I think you're right to point out that the big companies have the resources and the people and the compute infrastructure to be able to adapt and compete faster than ever, right? And that is a very impressive, reality of how technology works these days. It requires a huge amount of compute. And at my own company, Inflection, we've managed to raise a lot of money and build one of the largest supercomputers in the world. But on the flip side, the other trend that's taking place is that the open source movement is now almost at cutting edge. I mean, it's probably about 12 months behind the very largest models built at the big tech companies. And so that's kind of a contradictory trend. Like the big companies are getting bigger and better faster, but also everybody is now going to be able to get access to these same capabilities in open source.
Let's fast forward a little bit into the present day where the world order has changed since you first entered the tech industry. How did China go from being a copycat culture to a contender when it comes to digital innovation and specifically AI?
Yeah, I mean, China is more than a contender. I think in many respects, it's one of the leading players now. I mean, they've always been incredibly creative. And I think that we may have, sort of overstated the extent to which they were simply copying, what we were doing. And I think it's important to remain humble about the fact that, these ideas are going to be widely available to millions and millions of people. And, in many respects, all of our cultures are equally creative, and they've been able to take, tools and ideas that are available both in open source and the academic literature and move them forward, innovate at the cutting edge. They've produced a lot of very good papers, contributions to the academic conferences that have been peer reviewed. So, I just think overall it's better to take an approach of humility, acknowledging that, they're also going to be a really significant player in this field over the next few decades.
How would you rank the United States in terms of technological prowess in that world order?
Well, I mean, there's no question that we, in the US and in the West more generally, are currently in the lead. I mean, we have the very best, most innovative technology companies and technology hubs. There's, without doubt, Silicon Valley is leading the pack. And I think we'll continue to. I think we worry too much that we're going to sort of be dislodged from our podium position.
For how long do you think?
Well, I think the question is, what does it look like to be dislodged? And is that really the right framing in the first place? Like, what is the difference between first and third? And, people talk about there being a race for AI, and it's very unclear what that looks like to come second or third in that race. I think it's sort of the wrong metaphor.
We're talking about superpowers, Clash of the Titans sort of stuff. It reminds me of back when the previous US administration banned companies from doing a lot of business with Huawei, and Huawei ended up basically having to get a lot better very quickly at making its own chip designs and all that kind of stuff. And it feels like it backfired a little bit.
Yeah, you've also advocated for the US restricting sales of some NVIDIA chips, which are crucial in training AI systems, to buyers who don't agree or who refuse to use them ethically and safely. So what do you think is the best way the US can actually flex its power? Is it through the technological innovation or by stifling effectively some of its adversaries through regulation?
The first thing I should say about that is I don't think now is the time to do that. I mean, I think in theory, when the time comes, if the time comes for us to adopt a kind of global anti-proliferation strategy, we're worried about technologies being so powerful that we have to stop their spread. If that moment arises, and I think we're quite a long way from experiencing that, then technically that would be an appropriate containment strategy. Because much as this technology is manifested in software, it lives on the internet, it still sits on chips, you know, whether you're training a model or serving a model. So in order to ask a model a query, you have to have access to one of those NVIDIA GPUs. And, you know, for what it's worth, there are really only like one major company in the world that produces those high-end GPUs, NVIDIA, and they manufacture the vast majority of their chips at TSMC in Taiwan that use one single company, ASML, a Dutch company that manufactures the core chip that produces the chips, and they sit in the Netherlands. So it's actually a very narrow supply chain. And so I think the point I was sort of trying to make is that if you wanted to adopt a containment strategy, there is a supply chain where you can impose chokeholds on it.
In 10 years from now, which country do you think will be leading the world in AI? Is it going to be the US? Will it be China? Will it be Europe?
It's going to be the US, I'm pretty sure of that. I mean, the fundamentals in the US innovation ecosystem are unquestionably the best in the world. I mean,
what could flip that balance of power?
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to say. I mean, I really do think that the US is in the strongest possible position. At the end of the day, you know, it's talent that drives, you know, this innovation. And talent still concentrates around a small number of physical places. Despite everything that we've experienced in the pandemic and people wanting to work remotely, you know, it's still really important to be physically proximate to other people who, you know, are working with you in the office. I mean, you know, I think that trend isn't going to change. I do think China is going to catch up. I think they're going to develop their own AI chips, their own fabrication facilities. But that is going to take 5 years or so. The export controls that the US has implemented, you know, are real, and they really will prevent China from getting access to the next frontier of models, so the GPT-5 onwards. Right now, I don't really see how China could train those kinds of models.
Is there any downside, any unintended consequences that could come from this containment strategy the US is employing?
Yes, I think it is a very aggressive strategy. The counterattacks have already started, right? The China restricted gallium, which is a raw material used in chip manufacturing. And I expect them to have their own reactions in time. You know, we're very dependent on their supply chain. And so the idea that we could completely decouple, I think, is misguided.
I'm going to just put you on the spot really briefly and wonder, like, can you tell, because we're all friends here.
Sure, go for it.
Like, do you have a major regret about your work in AI? And do you also have a major single goal?
Yeah, my major single goal is to show that it is possible to create safe and ethical artificial intelligences which are accountable to humans. There is a possible trajectory where, you know, some groups may recklessly experiment with algorithms that can self-improve. And if in 10 to 15 or 20 years' time, those kinds of AIs are set loose on the open web in, you know, a reckless way, then I can imagine that possibly causing serious harm. And so for as long as I can remember, almost 15 years that I've been involved in AI, I've been trying to raise awareness and concern about the possible ways in which it can go wrong. And part of doing that is to show a bunch of practical ways that it can go right, both with writing my book and laying out a series of containment strategies and things that we have to do in politics to improve our governance and regulation, but also in actually building and making Pi, which I think is hopefully going to continue to remain a very safe and controllable personal AI that can work for you.
Mustafa, thanks so much for coming in. Been a pleasure.
Thanks very much for having me. It's been great.
Thank you so much for joining us. You're a director at Georgetown Center for Security and Emerging Technology, and you're also an OpenAI board member. Dan Wang, thank you so much for joining us. You're a visiting scholar at the Tsai China Center at Yale Law School, and you've been studying technology and China for many years now.
And we've just heard from Mustafa Suleyman, and he thinks that China's emerged as one of the biggest contenders in AI. So Helen, I'm just curious to start with, do you think we're overestimating China's capabilities?
It's certainly true that they're a big player. And it's also true that we shouldn't underestimate them and that we have a bit of a history of underestimating China's ability to innovate. I mean, I think 10, 15 years ago, the story, at least in Washington, D.C., where I'm based, was, yeah, China can innovate. If they're producing things that look like new technology, it's because they've stolen them. I think that's clearly no longer true. At the same time, I think it's also very possible to overestimate them. And sometimes I think I see that as well. So are they a serious competitor? Yes. Are they eating our lunch? No.
So that copycat culture, it's fair to say that most people are thinking we're past that stage. Dan, what do you think of that?
Well, I think it's certainly the case that China focuses on different things. So President Xi Jinping is, I think, a little bit less enamored with the internet platforms, with a lot of the cryptocurrencies, with a lot of the AI businesses that Silicon Valley specializes. He's also a little bit less enamored of Wall Street and financialization and hedge funds. And if I had to think about what Xi's broad views are, it would be much closer to being something like capitalism with German characteristics, which is much more about building cars, building hydraulic pumps, building heavy machinery, the heavier the better, about all sorts of these major industrial projects. And I think China is very much a leader in things that include electric vehicle batteries now, solar photovoltaics. It is making a lot of electronics products, and it is innovating on a huge sort of a lot of the automotive supply chain. But I think they have a little bit less of a focus on AI, and therefore there is not so much political direction anymore to really push forward these consumer applications.
I think it's fair, though, some of those areas, the US is also innovating very, very strongly. So are there any areas where China is innovating significantly better than the US?
Well, I would say something like electric vehicle batteries, where China has something like the 70% of all global expansion, all global capacity of electric vehicle batteries is now mostly in China. When it comes to the clean technology supply chain, again, these very industrial projects, these pieces of heavy machinery, that is a little bit more the focus. I think the US is really strong in things that include semiconductors, artificial intelligence, biotechnology. These are things, the smaller things where China is not so good, but there are big areas in which China is way outbuilding the US.
I mean, the semiconductors is getting significantly better in China. I mean, partly maybe as a result of the Huawei issue. Helen, what's your view on the semiconductor side of this?
So China's definitely been investing for decades in trying to have their own independent semiconductor supply chain, and they've been making some progress. The thing to know about semiconductors is there's a huge range of sophistication, from the really basic semiconductors, computer chips that go in basic devices, your smart fridge, your car, up to the kind of more advanced chips that might go in a brand new iPhone, up to very advanced chips that go in kind of the data centers, gigantic warehouses full of computing, which is what you're training advanced AI systems on. So China has made a lot of progress on the more basic end of the semiconductor sort of scale, and is still really struggling to hit the most advanced end. And that's where, it's not even, you can't even say the US is, alone able to create those advanced semiconductors, but what you have is an incredibly advanced global supply chain.
Many describe artificial intelligence and its development across these two superpowers as an arms race. Is that framework misguided, do you think?
I think it's a bit misguided. I think you really want to look at what kind of AI are we talking about, and in what way might it be a race. I think the place where it's clearest that it makes sense to think in a competitive framework is in kind of military domains. So, it's just true that the US military really wants to make sure that it is keeping pace with, and ideally a little ahead of, the Chinese, or a lot ahead of the Chinese military in terms of what technology they have.
Dan, Washington has taken some steps to curtail some of China's ability to get their hands on the cutting edge chips that really power these AI platforms. What's your take on that? Is that an effective strategy, or will China just find a way to build their own?
I think that China is going to try to figure out a lot of the way to build their own. A lot of the chip makers now have been under very significant stress from US sanctions dating back to about a year ago now, released by the Biden administration, that is really stopping their ability to access not just the high-end chips, but also the semiconductor production equipment as well.
And I think in general, it's really difficult to distinguish between what kinds of technologies should the US really not want China to be able to develop, and where is it fine. So, you mentioned, clean technologies before, where China, if you're looking at, manufacturing solar panels, as you mentioned, EV batteries, a lot of other areas, China is doing amazingly at that. And what you're starting to hear in some, US policymaking circles is that maybe that's a bad thing, that China is making a lot of kind of clean technology stuff. And I find that a little sort of tricky to reckon with, is at what point do we want to really shut them out or prevent them from being, able to manufacture anything if it's something good, useful that we can use. Of course, if it's technologies that we think have really significant military value, I understand, but then it starts, the lines between those categories start to get very, very blurred.
It seems like these tensions are just ratcheting it up even higher as time goes on. With each administration, they're intensifying. So to your point, if we do need these other technologies, solar technology for this transition into a greener future, what kind of happens next? How much do we place on kind of the AI arms race that could then potentially work against us in climate change? Is that a concern, or is that too far in the future still?
Well, a few months ago, Beijing did announce some export controls on certain solar technologies involved in making production wafers.
So it's already happening.
It is already happening, that there are some threats out there that, relatively speaking, Beijing has been pretty restrained against retaliating against American companies of the likes of Intel, of the likes of Tesla so far, but these things could escalate more.
how does the relationship between, the ruling party in China play out against the kind of the development of companies?
I think the Chinese system is definitely more top-down when it comes to AI development. You see less kind of individual tech companies like OpenAI or Google taking the lead, and more these kind of multi-institution partnerships, where maybe you have a university and a tech company and a government, department all collaborating on big AI projects. That's much more common in China. At the same time, China is a huge country, so there's a limit to how much the government can achieve from the top. So a lot of what you see is sort of Beijing providing direction, providing ideas, providing sort of signaling of this is what we in the central government would be excited about.
Dan, how would you compare how the Chinese government is handling AI with its people versus how they handled social media?
Well, I think President Xi Jinping doesn't necessarily view AI right now, a lot of these ChatGPT-like applications, as some of the most economically productive things that are coming into our society. So I think that President Xi looks much more at AI like, he would at Facebook or Twitter, now known as X or whatever it is. These are platforms like TikTok that, if you're asking me, is something like TikTok or Facebook really increasing my personal productivity? Well, I would say, actually, it is really horribly detracting from my productivity. And so I think that a lot of these AI platforms right now create speech issues. When an ordinary Chinese person sitting in Beijing or Shanghai asks AI, well, what happened in 1989? Well, what do you think of socialism? What do you think of President Xi's performance? These AI tools are having a lot of challenges actually answering socialist correct values that are in line with the government's ideas. And so these are major speech platforms, first and foremost, and perhaps not really the economically miraculous thing that raises our productivity growth at the very moment. Now, it might happen later on. Right now, I think the party views it as somewhere between economically not that useful and potentially very socially destabilizing.
So from a consumer standpoint, AI is it can potentially create more problems for the Chinese Communist Party. But then if you look at it from like a surveillance standpoint or military type of AI applications, that's kind of in a different camp. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And I think they're definitely, one area where China is, I would say, leading in AI is on surveillance. They really have leaned hard into facial recognition, voice recognition, even gait recognition. So how you walk in a crowd, can they pick you out by that? I think in the West, there's been some development of these technologies, but with a lot of criticism from civil society, a lot of hesitation, sort of, I would say, like very yellow light. And in China, it's been blaring green light.
On the topic of WeChat, when we spoke ahead of this, I think we touched on the fact that there are some generalized misunderstandings about China's approach to social media and data and AI. AI relying on huge amounts of data, and the perception is that because of things like WeChat and similar things in China, that there's this huge pool of data that the population in China is just very happy giving over and is used to giving over, and therefore is just sitting around waiting to be exploited by AI. And I remember that you made a pretty significant point. It's like, that's probably not really the case. And people think that's the case, but it isn't. So I wonder if you could touch on that.
Yeah, I think people have this perception that because the Chinese government is very controlling and has a lot of access to what's going on in Chinese citizens' private lives, that means that there's these beautifully curated, extremely complete, large databases of information that can be used to train AI systems or to do other things. But for anyone who's ever worked with data, you know that cleaning data, structuring data, making sure that the right information is flowing in the right places is incredibly challenging. So it's both true that the Chinese government can get very detailed information on the private lives of its citizens if it chooses to, and also true that it's incredibly messy the way that works, and incredibly difficult for any given actor to get access to something. So, for instance, a company trying to train some AI model using data is actually subject to a pretty significant data governance setup in China, data governance regulations that make it really challenging to use customers' data for things it wasn't already designed for, or that you didn't already get consent for.
Which we learned from Cambridge Analytica scandal just as one case, and there are many others. That is not the case in the US. It's not the case in Europe. There's a lot going on. The EU's AI Act is pretty widely praised by some people, not everybody, but it's quite broad and far-reaching. But that's not the case in China. in terms of what you're saying?
So China's setup is now more similar to the GDPR that exists in Europe. So around kind of protecting consumer data and giving people the right to, opt in to different uses. Of course, in China, there's always the exception, unless the security services, think that you might be a dissident, and then they're going to get whatever they want on you. But in terms of kind of companies, they're certainly relatively restricted in what they can do.
Switching gears a little bit, Dan, I'm curious about how China's sluggish economic growth recently weighs into the government's calculus and how they're thinking about AI's potential to spark social unrest.
I think that the Communist Party is very much involved in trying to think about, how to control possible social unrest. I was in Shanghai in November 2022 when there were protests in the streets denouncing zero COVID, denouncing the Communist Party by name, that these were things that were erupting. And so I very much sign on to Helen's description of AI, that China is leading in the AI of censorship. It is leading in the AI of facial recognition. That right now it looks very much like the US is a place where ordinary consumers can tinker with and play around on a lot of these AI tools, whereas in China is mostly reserving these very powerful tools for its own use, potentially to control society. That right now, China is in a moment of economic weakness. This might deteriorate further, this might get a little bit better, but there is always this presence hovering over there that the state security might ramp up its technology really to make sure that there are no socially destabilizing incidents.
Well, Helen, Dan, thank you so much for being here. It's been great to learn from the both of you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
This is Horizons Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. A win for NVIDIA. President Donald Trump approves sales of their H200 AI chips to China, with the U.S. to take a 25% cut of the revenue. Takeover battle. Paramount launches a hostile cash takeover bid for Warner Brothers just days after the studio agreed to a deal with Netflix. And we are live at Abu Dhabi Finance Week, where we will be speaking to Parag Khanna, Alpha GEO founder and CEO, DWS CEO Stefan Hoops, and Circle CEO Jeremy Allaire. Plenty to get to on the second day of ADFW, but for now, it's just gone past 9 a.m. across the Emirates, 7 a.m. here in Johannesburg. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in for Jumana Bersechi, and as we have been talking about, there is plenty to get to this week as far as central bank decisions go. We just had the RBA coming out with their decision ahead of the Federal Reserve, which we'll wait for on Wednesday. But still, if we take a look at some of the price action, it's seeming like it is a bit risk off if we look at where we're at right now. At least if you take a look at U.S. equity futures, they're pointing slightly higher. But on Monday, we did see most of the major U.S. indices closing lower on the day. Tech, though, being strongly the winner that we saw, the main sector that was up on the day on Monday and after hours, as we were mentioning there, that NVIDIA news giving NVIDIA a bit of a pop after hours. We'll get to more on that in just a few minutes with our Annabelle Jewelers. Global bond rates, though, are also a story that is in focus. It was in focus on Monday, and potentially will continue to be as we see rising rates globally. That is in a week, of course, which is dominated by central bank decisions. There's also a number of treasury auctions that we are paying close attention to. On Monday, we did see a better than anticipated auction of 3-year notes in the U.S. Potentially that signals where investors' appetites are, though. If we take a look at the U.S. 10-year yield, we are seeing yields still higher. The U.S. 10-year yield trading at about 4.1718 there about. And on Monday, we did see the U.S. 10-year yield hitting its highest since September. So still quite a lot of investors looking to pay attention to what exactly we hear from the Federal Reserve on the path ahead after this last meeting of 2025. Bitcoin is also on the board there, taking a bit of a brutal hit right now, down just over 1.51% there to trade below $90,000. And we also have Brent on the board, down just about 0.2%, but steadying after what was a pretty brutal day on Monday, where we saw Brent down, falling just about 2%. We're watching closely, of course, developments that are happening between Ukraine and Russia. There's also a number of key reports that are coming out this week, starting today, that will potentially give us some insight into what has been talked about quite a bit, which is a potential supply glut that many insiders are indicating for 2026. So Brent trading at about $62.34 a barrel there. Let's zoom in, though, on how markets in Asia are faring. Min Min Lo is standing by in our Hong Kong studio. Min Min, I know you've been watching the RBA decision. Give us some insight there.
Yeah, the RBA decision standing pat for the third time. Not surprising, as it comes against this backdrop of inflation ticking up, unemployment at historically low levels. So we had a cautious statement out of the RBA. But later on, the RBA governor, Michelle Bullock, gave some hawkish comments. She was saying that, she doesn't see the need for additional rate cuts. The question now is whether the RBA would go on an extended pause or a rate hike some point in the future. And we saw the reaction on the Aussie dollar, reversing the earlier declines here and now gaining by about 1/3 against the greenback. We are also taking a look at the Chinese market because we are digesting the second day sort of market impact here after the Politburo readout that we got yesterday, suggesting policy continuity when it comes to monetary and fiscal policy. The continued focus on expanding domestic demand, a focus on new quality productive forces. But some economists are saying that it's quite disappointing. There was no mention of the property sector as well. We can see onshore and offshore both declining here. We also have, of course, the story of the chips sale that has been approved. Annabelle will be talking more about that, but that really takes away the domestic substitution theme. We are seeing some chip stocks in China falling today as well. The 30-year bond futures, though, gaining by about 0.3% here over expectations that we could see a rate cut on the horizon sometime next year.
Min, thanks so much. Min Lo in Hong Kong. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. Let's turn back to our top story, though. President Trump has granted NVIDIA permission to ship its H200 AI chips to China in exchange for a 25% surcharge. The move opens the way for the chipmaker to potentially regain billions of dollars in lost business from a key global market. For more, our Asia tech correspondent, Annabelle Drewlers, joins us from Hong Kong. So, Annabelle, this getting quite a reaction from a number of people watching closely. What more do we know about how this came about?
Well, it's really the culmination of what's been weeks, if not longer, months possibly, of lobbying efforts from NVIDIA. But this has been the push really from, of course, NVIDIA, but others in the industry to try and regain access to the mainland market. So H200 is something we've been discussing about this possibility for a few weeks now, but it was confirmed overnight by President Trump. He put out this post on True Social saying that he had spoken with President Xi of China about this, that he had as well had a positive reaction. But H200 is from the Hopper series. H20 is what was previously specified for the mainland market. H200 is actually a chip that was on sale to US customers, others as late as last year. This year we've moved into Blackwell architecture for the NVIDIA series. Next year we ramp up into Rubin architecture. So already H200 is going to be behind what is the most up-to-date on the market and what's available for others. At the same time, H200 is the most advanced chips that China could actually get access to. It's far more advanced than what you see domestically right now. But the big question, of course, is what is the response from Beijing moving forward, given that when H20 sales were allowed to restart to China, actually you heard Beijing officials were telling Chinese companies domestically, don't purchase those chips.
So, Annabelle, on that, what do we know then about China's interest then in these H200 chips, especially considering what you were just mentioning there?
Yeah, I think it's sort of the big unknown right now. NVIDIA is a company, back in their latest earnings, they removed any sort of hope of NVIDIA revenue on the table. And so they don't actually have anything being priced in or factored in right now. It's going to be something just to watch going forward. We really don't understand just yet. As I said, the H200 chip, though, is the most powerful that China can currently legally access. It is a chip as well that's particularly good at inference capabilities. So you have chips that are sort of better suited to training, which is really building up those foundation models. Then you have inference capabilities, and that's when you have the deployment of AI. And so if they can access this type of chip, again, it just helps that movement and that deployment of AI technologies across businesses, across industries as well. So there is sort of a case for it on that perspective. On the other basis, though, again, given that China has just such a continued push about building up its self-reliancy, self-sufficiency in the semiconductor ecosystem, that part's not clear. So we'll have to just essentially wait and see how exactly China responds in the coming months ahead.
Annabelle Drewlers starting us off there. Asia Tech correspondent. Annabelle, thanks so much for your reporting. Now, for a look at some of the other stories we're following this morning. Paramount has launched a hostile $30 a share cash takeover bid for Warner Brothers Discovery days after the company agreed to a deal with Netflix. The offer values Warner Brothers at $108.4 billion, including debt, and tops Netflix's $27.75 cash and stock proposal. Paramount's offer is for all of Warner Brothers, while Netflix offer is for the Hollywood studios, HBO, and streaming business. Both bidders are likely to face an extended review by global regulators, something President Trump referred to when asked about the deal.
I have to see what percentage of market they have. We have to see the Netflix percentage of market, Paramount, the percentage of market.
President Trump has signaled he could impose fresh tariffs on agricultural products, including Canadian fertilizer and Indian rice. It's the latest sign that protracted negotiations with two U.S. trading partners could drag on even longer. Two separate U.S. delegations are in New Delhi this week for talks, but officials say they don't expect any immediate announcement of a trade deal. And PepsiCo has announced a series of operational changes backed by activist investor Elliott Management. The moves include cutting nearly 20% of its U.S. product lineup, investing in more affordable products, and planning layoffs in North America. Elliott says the plan will drive greater revenue and profit growth. Now, coming up, Abu Dhabi plans a $16 billion expansion to add more offices, luxury homes, and retail space to its financial hub. We have the details on that next. This is Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
We're coming to you live from Kuala Lumpur. The whole world is here.
The APEC Leaders Summit bringing together heads of states of 21 APEC economies.
The White House is trying to use the stops to gain additional leverage.
This big deal with a number of the biggest companies in South Korea.
That's a big number.
Deals can be done.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Korea is not Japan.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
In this latest salvo of this trade war.
What a visual.
And the analysis you need.
China's not going anywhere, nor are we.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question. I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. Abu Dhabi has managed to attract the world's biggest financial firms and thousands of professionals to its financial hub in recent years. Now the city has announced it's planning a mammoth $16 billion expansion to add more offices, luxury homes, and retail space. Let's get to Bloomberg's Alex Duhler, who is the reporter behind this story and has the details. He joins us from Abu Dhabi Finance Week. Alex, what is this expansion and why exactly do we know why it's needed?
Hi, Jennifer. Thanks for having me on. So this is an absolutely huge expansion to Abu Dhabi's financial free zone. So it's a joint venture between Aldar and Mubadala Investment Company. So it's $16 billion or 60 billion dirhams, and it's going to massively expand the amount of office space, leisure space, and also retail facilities. So it's a massive win for Abu Dhabi.
Dig into that a bit more, Alex. I mean, how is this a win, especially if we consider Abu Dhabi's neighbor, Dubai, and what exactly could this mean for its positioning as a leader as far as financial hubs go in the Middle East?
Yeah, it's a very good point. So Abu Dhabi has been attracting hedge funds, asset management companies for quite some time now, and one of the problems that they had on the ground was that office space was running out, and a lot of people were looking to establish offices in Abu Dhabi, but there just wasn't enough office space. And Alan Howard yesterday from Brevin Howard, he was talking about how there's a lack of office space for them to expand in Abu Dhabi. So it's come at a really good time for hedge funds and asset management companies and banks to expand and to really house those workers in the heart of Abu Dhabi.
What are some of those funds telling you, Alex? You've been on the ground there for 2 days. What's their read into how this could potentially look like over the next few years?
Yeah, so there's so many new hedge funds and asset management companies setting up in Abu Dhabi, and I think the main pull is the access to capital. Abu Dhabi sits on $2 trillion of sovereign assets, and everybody wants a slice of the pie. So they're all setting up in Abu Dhabi, and there's not that much office space on Al Maria Island. So this is really going to help Abu Dhabi get ahead and start attracting more firms. And if you go down the road an hour and a half from here to Dubai and DIFC, that's expanding with DIFC 2.0. So there's this race between Abu Dhabi and DIFC to try and attract all these firms to their financial centers. And this is the first step to kind of winning that race on behalf of Abu Dhabi.
Bloomberg's Alex Dooler joining us from Abu Dhabi Finance Week. Alex, thanks again for your reporting. Now, for a look at some of the other stories we are following. Balyasny Asset Management has applied to seek permission for an office in Abu Dhabi's Financial Free Zone, ADGM. The firm expects to start operations in the UAE capital during the first half of next year. Balyasny already has an office in Dubai's International Financial Center. Binance has won 3 separate licenses from Abu Dhabi's financial regulator, granting the crypto exchange giant one of its most comprehensive regulatory footholds yet. The approvals cover Binance's regulated exchange, clearing infrastructure, and broker-dealer arm. Back in March, the crypto exchange landed a $2 billion investment from AI investor MGX, which is chaired by Sheikh Tahoon bin Zayed Al Nahyan. And coming up, we speak to Alpha GEO's Parag Khanna at Abu Dhabi Finance Week. Stick with us. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Burton in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Ahmed, only on Bloomberg.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will meet U.S. President Donald Trump on December 29th. Netanyahu's office says the Monday meeting is set to discuss the future steps and phases and also the international stabilization force of the ceasefire plan in Gaza. It comes after Israel said it expects to move to the next phase of the Gaza ceasefire plan soon. And the Financial Times reports Tony Blair is out running Donald Trump's so-called Board of Peace in Gaza. The publication says this follows objections from several Arab and Muslim states. The former UK Prime Minister was the only person identified for the board when Trump unveiled his 20-point plan to end the war between Israel and Hamas But some Arab and Muslim states pushed back against Blair's position, in part because of his staunch support for the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq in 2003. The U.S. government is backing Iraq's plan to transfer Lukoil's stake in the West Kurna 2 oil field to an American company. This comes just days before a sanctions waiver on the Russian firm is set to expire. Iraq's oil ministry says it's approaching U.S. companies to take over the majority holding, with ExxonMobil and Chevron emerging as potential suitors. Qatar is establishing a new company called Kwai to develop and invest in artificial intelligence. The AI entity will operate as a subsidiary of the Qatar Investment Authority. The new firm will focus on developing, quote, trusted AI systems and will work on evaluating and commercializing large language models and frontier tech-like autonomous agents. And Turkey's Pegasus Airlines has agreed to buy the entire share capital of Czech Airlines and its parent, Smartwings, as the low-cost carrier pursues expansion of its global reach. Pegasus says the deal with Prague City Air is valued at $180 million and includes the assumption of certain shareholder debts. The acquisition gives Pegasus access to Czech Airlines' fleet of 47 aircraft and a network spanning about 80 destinations. One of today's keynote speakers at Abu Dhabi Finance Week is Parag Khanna, founder and CEO of geospatial AI company AlphaGeo. He'll be mapping out what he thinks are the most important new trade and investment corridors shaping the future of the world economy. Bloomberg's Abir Abu Omar is with him now. Abir?
Hi, Jen. You're right. We're here on the second day of Abu Dhabi Finance Week, and joining me, as you had suggested, is Parag Khanna, who is founder and CEO of AlphaGeo. Parag, lovely to have you here with us in Abu Dhabi. We're gonna start by talking about Abu Dhabi in general.
Yes.
And one question that I've been asking a lot of the people that I've been running into: why is there so much interest in coming to this part of the world when it comes to what you do? But also, we see at the ADGM here who's around. So, if you were to put in the appetite of companies coming in to Abu Dhabi, why do you think this part of the world is interesting?
Well, I think the story should start with what Abu Dhabi has done right over the past 50 years plus since the founding of the country. To be a central player in the world economy is not just a function of where you are or even how big you are, it's how connected you are. What Abu Dhabi has done for an entire generation plus is to get connected to the world. Infrastructure, capital markets, travel and tourism, business formation, being a leader in this region and then outward beyond the region. And so to be connected is the central element of success for any great city or any great country in the world. And the United Arab Emirates has now fully established itself in that position. And though therefore, if you think about the entire planet, but break it down to which are the cities, the pulsating financial capitals of the world, there's only about 10. And Abu Dhabi is now very firmly one of those 10. And that's why the world is coming here.
And Abu Dhabi, the UAE in general, is very big on trade, right?
Yes.
That was one of the, I remember in 2021, we covered a big story about the UAE wanting to expand trade corridors with countries that it hasn't tapped before. And you are going to speak briefly about trade corridors and investment corridors. Can you allude a little bit more to that?
And this also comes back to geography. You remember the central position that the United Arab Emirates occupies, being at the crossroads of Europe, of Africa, of Asia. Geographically, we call the Gulf actually West Asia, but in a way it's connected to the entire world. And so what the Emirates has done very wisely is to not privilege only relations with the traditionally dominant economic or manufacturing centers in the West, but also obviously rising Asia. This story is actually not new, of course. The commodities super cycle really began in the 1990s after the Cold War. So we have a 30-year history of this country in this region looking as much east as well as west, and as you well know, establishing itself in effect as the de facto capital of the entire global south as well. So in this sense, the Emirates is basically fulfilling its geographical destiny to be the center of the world.
And I just want to talk a little bit about AI. When it comes to AI, the UAE is a powerhouse. It houses G42, which is a massive conglomerate. But when it comes to the UAE having to make a choice, and again, we reported in the UAE having to pare down existence in China to be able to attain US technology, do you think that the Middle East or the Gulf in specific is going to have to make a choice continuously, or is it going to be a bridge between the East and the West?
So the premise that you're raising, and it's not your assumption, but many people basically presume that this is zero sum, that you must choose sides, that there's a static volume and quality of technology distributed among two kinds of rival systems. You must choose one or the other. In reality, all technology in general, and AI in particular, is rapidly evolving. There isn't one place where the best foundational models, frontier models, where the best training and inference are done. It is democratizing. All technology democratizes. I think what the UAE has done very wisely, and G42 as well, is to not necessarily say we're going to pick one side or the other side. Sure, we may pare down here to gain this. We may pare down this to get that, but it's a balance. I call it multi-alignment. In the smartest countries, diplomatically, don't choose one side or the other forever. They have good relations with all sides. They procure the technology they need. They also develop in-house. This is also important. It's not just about being a place that is arbitrating between the two. It's saying what is going to happen here itself. That's also the strength of the G42 model and the UAE model, is to say we ourselves are going to be an innovator so that we ultimately will depend less on the rest of the world, and we will develop technologies that we will, of course, sell and market to the rest of the world. That's what the UAE is doing right.
Parag, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Jen, that was Parag Khanna, who is founder and CEO of AlphaGeo. Back to you at the studio.
Good stuff. Bloomberg's Abir Abu Omar speaking with Parag Khanna there. We'll get back to you soon, Abir. Thanks so much. Let's take a quick check at where your markets are positioned. As we mentioned, many analysts and investors, are watching closely to what we see from the Fed. So looking like a bit of sideways trading activity right now. U.S. equity futures marginally higher on the day. Euro Stock 50 futures as well trading marginally sideways. Plenty more ahead, including the DWS Group CEO. That is next. This is Bloomberg.
Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with another season of The Deal. With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones. Some good-looking trophies.
1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Robin Arzón.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're like your 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geoeconomic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Vonnie Quinn in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
This is Horizons Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. A win for NVIDIA. President Donald Trump approves sales of their H200 AI chips to China, with the U.S. to take a 25% cut of the revenue. Takeover battle. Paramount launches a hostile cash takeover bid for Warner Brothers just days after the studio agreed to a deal with Netflix. And we will be speaking to Stefan Hoops, CEO of DWS, and Circle's CEO, Jeremy Allaire, live from Abu Dhabi Finance Week. But it has just gone past 9:30 a.m. across the Emirates, 7:30 a.m. here in Johannesburg. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in for Jumana Bersechi, and let's just take a look at where markets are positioned ahead of the trading day as Tuesday gets going. We're seeing a bit of sideways activity as far as U.S. equity futures are concerned right now. S&P futures pointing slightly higher, though we did see most of the U.S. equities indices closing lower on the day on Monday, with tech being the only sector closing in the green, actually. And after hours, we did see NVIDIA getting an additional bump after that news from the White House on those H200 chips. The U.S. 10-year yield also pointing higher right now. Monday, the price action was really dominated by global bond rates and some of the activity that we were seeing there, especially ahead of a number of central bank decisions and Treasury auctions, including one that we did see in the U.S. For 3-year notes that actually went better than anticipated. The U.S. 10-year yield, though, saw its highest level since September on Monday, right now trading at about 4.1741. We also have natural gas on the board, down more than 1%, continuing its decline after falling the most in 5 months. Part of that price action can be attributed to some of the forecasts that had previously anticipated colder weather for mid-December. It's now potentially looking a bit warmer. We're also, as we mentioned, waiting for a number of energy reports coming out this week, potentially getting some insight into what the demand picture looks like. And we also have Brent crude on the board right now, down about 0.3% there after falling nearly 2% on Monday. We are waiting for some of those key reports throughout the week and also waiting for some of the developments on Ukraine and Russia and the conflict there and potentially how that could impact the energy picture. Brent crude trading right now at about $62.31 a barrel. Let's zoom in, though, on how markets in Asia are faring. Min Min Lo is standing by in our Hong Kong studio. Min Min, what are you watching?
Hey, Jen, we're taking a quick look at Japanese markets today because the Ministry of Finance had auctioned the 5-year bond today, and demand was pretty tepid as expected given the curve flattening theme that we have been seeing ahead of this expected BOJ rate hike in December. So demand was below the 12-month average, and here we can see the 5-year yield actually not doing a whole lot. And our MLife strategist, Mark Cranfield, believes that the 5-year yield could continue to tick up towards that 1.6% level. Stocks as well not doing a whole lot. Even that positive news of NVIDIA getting approval to sell chips to China, that it seems is not enough to lift the tech-heavy Nikkei index here. The yen is stabilizing a little bit after the sell-off that we saw yesterday following news of the big earthquake in Japan. Flip the board, we're taking a look at broader markets in Asia, and it is largely a down arrow story across all markets today. It seems like there's a lot of jitters as we look ahead to that Fed rate decision happening. I guess we'll see markets reacting in Asia on Thursday. A lot of anticipation as to what the rate rate cut path in the future is going to look like. Kospi down as well. SK Hynix, a big decliner on the Kospi because the Korean exchange had issued an investment caution for that particular stock. After the blistering rally that we saw on Monday, it was up 6% on Monday over speculation that the company could be issuing US ADRs, but that has not been confirmed by SK Hynix, and we are seeing the Kospi now down by 0.4%.
Yeah, definitely looking like a risk-off picture. Min Min Lo in Hong Kong for us. Min Min, thanks as always. Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says negotiators discussing a U.S.-brokered peace initiative remain divided over territory, including control over eastern regions. He says the talks have yet to yield agreement on Ukraine's Donbas, with different visions from the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine. Tony Halpin leads Bloomberg's economy and government coverage of Russia. He's joining us now from Dubai. So, Tony, how much progress have we actually seen over the past few weeks towards a deal after President Zelensky's meeting with Ukrainian leaders that we did see over the past few days?
Morning, Jennifer. Well, they're inching forward on two key issues, which, as you've identified, the first one is the question of territory, the amount of eastern Ukraine that President Zelensky may be pushed to give up. Russia wants to control the whole of this eastern Donetsk region of Ukraine. Currently, it controls only part of it. The part it doesn't control is heavily fortified, and Ukraine is unwilling to cede that territory for security reasons under any ceasefire agreement. And secondly, there's the question of the nature of the security guarantees. Ukraine wants security guarantees that are legally binding and endorsed by the US Congress. So far, the US is offering something like a framework of security assurances, and Ukraine isn't really reassured that that will be enough to deter Russia in the future.
Are we seeing Europe getting any clearer on what exactly financial support would look like for Kyiv?
Yes, they said yesterday that they were making progress on a deal to provide something like 90 billion euros for Ukraine, and that money is essential for Kyiv because they need it to continue providing basic services, to pay for their military, and they need that money pretty early in 2026 to carry on the fight. European Union leaders will meet next week, and they need to reach an agreement on using frozen Russian assets to support Ukraine. But from the mood music that was coming out yesterday, there is some progress on that, and people are pretty hopeful that maybe there'll be a deal even before Christmas.
Wow. Bloomberg's Tony Halpin in Dubai with the latest for us. Tony, thanks so much for joining us. Now, Deutsche Bank's investment arm, DWS Group, opened a new office in Abu Dhabi in October, joining a growing list of global money managers looking to tap into the region's rapidly growing wealth. Let's head back to Abu Dhabi Finance Week, where Bloomberg's Abir Abu Omar is standing by with Stefan Hoops, CEO of DWS. Abir?
Hi, Jen. Yes, we're continuing the conversation today and into tomorrow as well. And I will be having a conversation with DWS Global CEO Stefan. Stefan, thank you so much for joining me today. We were just talking about you cutting the rope yesterday to opening up your office just here at the ADGM. So again, a question that I've been asking is, Abu Dhabi, you got the regulatory approval. Why Abu Dhabi?
Well, firstly, it's nice to be in sunny Abu Dhabi. And look, while people refer to Abu Dhabi as the capital of capital, we actually think of it as one of the last proper global melting pots of cultures. And I mean, just yesterday, I spoke to clients, to colleagues, to peers from the US, from Russia, from China, from South Africa, Israel, Europe. And quite honestly, I mean, there's no other place on the globe where you can currently have that broad of discussions. So that's why we want to be part of this ecosystem.
And you were just telling me that you have a handful of people. Are you looking to expand operations? I assume in the beginning you'll be serving a clientele that is Middle Eastern based. How does that sort of strategy grow into the region going forward?
You're exactly right. So the first step was really to have the coverage folks that advise the clients in the Middle East from here. I think second step would be for assets that are managed, let's say infrastructure from the GCC, for that to be managed from here. I think a third step, which I would also like to be more ambitious about, is for people who simply want to be here because it's a fun ecosystem, let's say research, they could work from anywhere in the world, IT, to also be offered a potential role here in Abu Dhabi.
Something that that we as a newsroom have reported extensively on is the life cycle of Abu Dhabi, but also Dubai as asset management hubs. But what seems to be the case is a lot of people are coming to this region and investing money from here as opposed to investing money in here. Do you see your strategy being a little bit different? Are you looking to invest inwards?
No, I think the first step is definitely capital from here. Let's say in our case, we want to function as a gateway to Europe. Right, where for those investments in Europe, we want to be the go-to asset manager. Now, I think if you just think about supply and demand, there's definitely plenty of supply of capital here. So it's not obvious that there's global capital needed. However, people across the globe obviously recognize the great potential, foresight, but also the implementation that's happening here on the ground. So there's definitely more interest in infrastructure investments here, in real estate, but also private debt or private equity.
And, speaking of partnerships and investing in Europe, you recently announced, I think it was last month, a partnership between Deutsche, yourself, and Al Merkab Family Office in Qatar to invest, to allocate capital in Europe. Should we expect to see more of these investments or more of these partnerships, perhaps with Abu Dhabi?
So I'm probably somewhat biased when speaking about Europe, right? But let's recognize that European stocks this year have beaten US stocks for the first time in quite some time. So, the potential of Europe has been long recognized. And I think what people across the globe are now seeing, that we're actually properly fulfilling our potential, are taking proper decisions, are implementing change like the debt rate release in Germany. And that's why people are excited about the outlook for Europe. Now, that specific mandate was essentially an opportunities mandate for Germany, where the investor is going to invest through us into German infrastructure, real estate, small mid-caps, and a variety of other investment opportunities in Germany.
And then one final question for you about, the global macro environment right now. There's a lot of geopolitical tensions happening, whether it's in Europe, the US, or even in the Middle East. Does that at all factor into your strategy of investment, perhaps if we compare it to 10 years ago versus now?
It does. And look, just yesterday, what I like so much about here, all of us have our own biases. But if you speak to people from all over the world, like you can do here, then you get a pretty balanced view. And the key themes were certainly that people have a pretty optimistic outlook for next year. People believe that while 25 was the year of global geopolitics, next year is going to be more domestic, more regional. And there's a lot of focus on digital assets, and all of that obviously factor into our decision and our strategy here in Abu Dhabi.
Great. Stefan, thank you so much for joining me today. Jen, that was Stefan Hoops of DWS. Thank you. And back to you in the studio.
Thanks. Bloomberg's Abir Abu Omar with Stefan Hoops, CEO of DWS. We'll get back to you in just a bit. Thanks so much, Abir. Now, coming up, we're going to discuss the path ahead for stablecoins with Circle CEO Jeremy Allaire at Abu Dhabi Finance Week. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Astonishing day for US technology.
shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. Stable coins surged into the spotlight earlier this year, reshaping markets and stirring debate over just how big this digital dollar revolution can become. Let's go back to Abu Dhabi Finance Week, where Bloomberg's Abir Abu Omar is standing by with Jeremy Allaire, CEO of Circle. Abir?
Hey, Jen. So back with another interview. This time we're going to be talking a little bit about crypto, stable coins, and here with me is Jeremy. Jeremy, thank you so much for being with us today. Now, let's start with a question about you setting shop in Abu Dhabi. You're here, you came here yesterday. You've got the FSP from the ADGM where we are today. Talk to me a little bit about that and why you decided now is the right time to set up presence in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, you know, Abu Dhabi actually and ADGM has been at the forefront of establishing policy in this area of digital assets. In fact, in 2018, they were the first regulator to acknowledge and permit USDC for use by financial firms in the ADGM. So we've had a chance to engage with the regulators here for some time, and it's a tremendous milestone for us today to be able to go operational and launch. This is after a year where stablecoins have become one of the most important themes in the changing financial architecture, and really importantly, cross-border transactions as one of the killer apps of stablecoins. And what we see with UAE in particular, and then obviously with ADGM as a regulatory regime, is this is becoming a central hub in cross-border finance, in cross-border transactions. And so in some ways we can't think of a better place for not just this region, but increasingly even facing more and more parts of the world to be able to get this infrastructure up and running.
So before we talk a little bit about the wider crypto industry, I just want to press on a point about the regulatory environment in the wider UAE. It's not just Abu Dhabi, because Dubai also has a regulatory environment that is favorable to investors and a company heads such as yourself. Can you talk to us a little bit about what the regulatory environment looks like here versus other places in Europe or the US?
Yeah, you know, one of the things that's happening right now is sort of major jurisdictions everywhere are putting in place regulations for stablecoins, which is really the core of what we do, but also digital assets more broadly. And UAE has been at the forefront of trying to create clear rules, pragmatic rules, rules that will work for industry, but also deal with the core risks that are there, and I think continues to be in a leadership position. And so, you know, a very strong presence and kind of strategy coming out of the region here. And look, we're in the early days of this, and so there's more novelty, more new technology, and I think you know, UAE regulators have demonstrated that they can be agile in responding to these new technology developments, and so that's broadly what we see.
Sure, and then, you know, we obviously need to bring up Bitcoin and the crash that happened in crypto assets earlier in November. So it's weighed down on the stock of your company, but also some other companies that share the same sphere. Can you talk to us a little bit about where you see Bitcoin now? You've been pretty optimistic on it in the past. Do you think it's just a cyclical correction, or is this, you know, a typical boom and bust cycle? What are your thoughts now?
Yeah, so I'm personally less focused on like what's the price of a crypto asset. I'm much more interested in, you know, how are we progressing as a technology, and that's really what matters. You know, there was the .com movement bust, and there were all these different phases, but fundamentally, blockchain networks, regulatory frameworks, and the innovation on the technology is just constantly moving forward right now, and I'm more optimistic than I've ever been about how this is going to continue to penetrate our global economic and financial system. So I think we're in a very, very strong position right now, both Circle specifically, but then more broadly, this entire industry. And so I wouldn't pay much attention to short-term deleveragings or price movements. I don't think it's a very good indicator of kind of where we are with the progress of this technology.
Sure. So on stablecoins specifically, do you still think that long-term and in a consistent manner, they still provide a safe haven for investors?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Genius Act in the United States puts in place a very clear set of strict rules around stablecoins and their backing and their safety and their kind of supervision. And with that, which Circle is designed in line with those new rigorous federal laws, that creates a model where these dollar digital currencies really are a safer form of money than even commercial bank money, and a very, very safe. Right. Full reserve kind of dollar money, and we think that with these regulations, it strengthens that further, and that will lead to even further kind of promulgation and adoption of technologies like USDC.
Jeremy, thank you so much for your time. Jen, that was Jeremy Allaire, CEO of Circle, here with me in Abu Dhabi. Back to you in the studio.
Really interesting stuff there. Bloomberg's Abir Abu Omar at Abu Dhabi Finance Week, digging into some stablecoin and crypto activity there. Now, coming up, Nigeria and other West African states step in to support President Patrice Talon after a group of soldiers attempted to seize control of Benin. We'll have that story next. This is Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. The U.S. is backing a Moroccan company that seeks to produce a key chip material. Sundiale plans to produce a highly purified form of silicon used to make semiconductors and solar panels. The company has secured more than $4 million from the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation as Washington seeks to line up alternatives to China, which produces more than 90% of polysilicon globally. And South African prosecutors say a state radio presenter helped recruit people to fight for Russia in its war against Ukraine. The SABC DJ and 4 co-accused were granted bail just over a week after their arrests were made. The case adds to growing concerns about Russia's efforts to enlist fighters across Africa. The trial is set to resume in February. Now, Nigeria and the Economic Community of West African States have sent military forces to Benin after an attempted coup against President Patrice Talon. For more, we're joined by Bloomberg's Ndiro Oganga in Kigali, Rwanda. So, Ndiro, what is behind the swift response to the coup attempt in Benin? Walk us through some of the activity that we saw.
Good morning, Jennifer. At some point, you have to do something or risk losing legitimacy, and that's the situation that ECOWAS, under the leadership of Nigeria, finds itself. This is a situation where, since 2020, the region has experienced 9 coups, and if Benin would have been a success, that would have made it 10 successful coups in a period of less than 5 years, and so they felt the need to act. And this is not the first time that we're seeing Nigeria and ECOWAS intervene in some of these countries. In 2016, when Yahya Jammeh of Gambia refused to accept his election laws, we saw Nigeria send troops. Also in Niger, when the junta ousted President Mohamed Bazoum, ECOWAS threatened military intervention. However, in that case, we saw Mali and Burkina Faso rallying behind Niger and saying, "We dare you." And even though in that instance they did not intervene, if you look at what has happened, particularly in the last week of November, leading to the first week of December, we've seen 2 coups, a successful coup in Guinea-Bissau and a thwarted coup in Benin. And so the pressure to intervene is actually mounting, because if you look at the coup belt across West Africa, it's growing all the way from the Atlantic Ocean leading to the Red Sea. And this intervention in Benin is not just Nigeria. There are troops from Sierra Leone, there are troops from Ghana, Ivory Coast, and their goal here is to ensure that constitutional order is restored. The threat is still large because many of those who were part and parcel of this coup are still at large. They've taken hostages, and the threat still lingers because even though the Minister of Interior came out and said that the coup had been thwarted, on Sunday there were still gunshots being heard near the presidential palace. Some of the grievances that these soldiers raised, economic mismanagement, abuse of power, are still very valid. And so who's to say that it will not happen again? That is why they need this military reinforcement.
Absolutely. It's quite a story that we've been watching over there. And Ndiro, let's just stay in West Africa and take a look at what we're seeing in Ivory Coast. President Ouattara sworn in for a fourth term. What exactly did we hear from him?
That's also another interesting case. It's just a situation where a president has ensured and tinkered around with the constitution to entrench himself in power, but he has a good scorecard, and he's looking to build on that. He's looking to expand mining, make Ivory Coast an energy hub of West Africa. He's also looking to increase the contribution of manufacturing to GDP, and also he wants to grow the country and leave it as an upper middle class by the year 2030. Diplomatically, this is a country that sits in a region that is embroiled in a lot of political volatility, and he's trying to maintain neutrality and say that Ivory Coast is a friend to everybody in the region. And if we just look at his track record the last 10 years, he's done really well, and he intends to keep building on that. However, he needs to expand the political space.
Bloomberg's Ndiro Oganga in Kigali, Rwanda. Thanks so much, Ndiro, as always, for your reporting. That is it for Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. Stick with us for Daybreak Europe. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Aim here is understanding. These digital assets have the ability to change the payment landscape of the world, and we need to be ready. We, the regulators, the world needs to be ready for a new wave of technology.
Stablecoins are almost entirely used in the mechanisms of trading cryptocurrencies. What we saw is the opportunity for digital assets broadly, stablecoins in particular, to be used as a medium of exchange outside of the crypto world, what is today the fiat currency world. At some point, I think these digital asset wallets will be big enough and people will be comfortable enough using them. I think we'll have a flip from conventional payment mechanisms into stablecoin-based mechanisms.
Does that mean banks such as yourselves issuing stablecoin?
We could. We are issuing Hong Kong dollar stablecoins today. We're in a sandbox for tokenized bank deposits in Hong Kong. We're effectively issuing tokens related to trade finance in Singapore. So it's all on the table, but we're always going to tie it back to what our clients want and need. Because if we don't get that one right, the rest doesn't matter.
The market capitalization of both type of instruments, crypto and digital assets, are both very low. Stablecoins today have $20 billion of flows a day. It's less than 1% of the flows of the payment system in the world. But because they have the ability to be very helpful in use cases, particularly in retail to begin with, but then potentially on the wholesale side, I think we will see a lot more of them.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom Mackenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. Stocks in Asia follow Wall Street lower. Treasury yields hitting multi-month highs, with traders on edge ahead of this week's Fed decision. Nvidia getting a boost after President Trump approves its H200 AI chips for sale in China. Financing standoff thaws. European leaders near a deal to use frozen Russian assets to fund Ukraine's reconstruction. Plus, family drama. Paramount enlists the help of President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, as it launches a hostile cash bid for Warner Brothers just days after the studio agreed to a deal with Netflix. So after a soft start to the week with Wall Street lower by the end of the close on Monday and losses of about 0.1% across the European benchmark by the close, today looking for direction. Equity traders seemingly on the sidelines until we get more clarity from the Federal Reserve, and anxiety, of course, building. We saw that in the global bond markets as to whether or not you get a hawkish cut from the Fed tomorrow. European stocks then currently flat in terms of the futures picture. Here in the UK, FTSE 100 looking to drop just 4 points so far. S&P E-minis then, after that weakness yesterday, currently pointing to just very modest gains of 1 point. NASDAQ 100 futures pointed lower by 5 points. Again, across the equity market, the picture is indecision and a lack of catalyst, maybe just on the sidelines until more clarity from the Federal Reserve. Let's flip the board and have a look cross asset then. The focus on global bond markets, given the sell-off that we saw yesterday. Of course, 10-year yields stateside getting to the highest level we've seen since September. Today, a little bit of stability across the Treasury curve. You're at 417 right now in the US benchmark 10-year. You're up about 20 basis points in the last 30 days or so in terms of yields up on that benchmark. 133 on the pound. Some consumer retail data coming out softer, particularly over the Black Friday holiday. Some concern there maybe for the UK Chancellor, the spending impulse not coming through in the UK. The pound is up just 0.1%. Bitcoin back below 90,000, and Brent crude, after the biggest drop in 3 weeks yesterday at $62 a barrel, down 0.3 again in the session, ahead, of course, of OPEC and IEA surveys and reports later this week. Let's cross over to Asia right now. Winnie Su standing by for a check on those markets in Hong Kong. Winnie.
morning, Tom. So there is quite some caution here in the Asia session as well ahead of the Fed's meeting in case there is a hawkish tilt. And speaking of hawkish tilt, that's exactly what we got from Australia's RBA. Even after they have kept rates steady, still saying that they don't really see a further rate cuts to come in the near future. And hence we are seeing the Australia-Aussie dollar here strengthening just slightly on that. In terms of Japanese yen, stabilizing here after having weakened overnight following that big earthquake in the northeast side of Japan. Yields not moving a whole lot. We did get that weaker than expected 5-year bond auction, and that is not really out of surprise just because we are betting for the Bank of Japan to raise rates in the next few days. Now, flip the board and take a look at what's going on in the Chinese market because China stocks actually quite a big drag to today's Asia session, and that's mainly driven by some of the disappointment coming through from yesterday's Politburo readout. There wasn't much mentioning on the consumption side of things or property, and hence you're seeing property stocks falling a lot here. And another sector that we're keeping a close eye on is on the Asian chips as we flip the board and take a look at what's going on there, because we've got news on how NVIDIA got approval from Trump to sell their H200 chips to China, and hence you're seeing competitors here in China falling and suppliers in Japan actually rising. But the market's reaction is actually quite muted as we're hearing from investors that they're still waiting to see how much China appetite we're actually going to get for these chips. Back to you, Tom.
Wendy Su in Hong Kong with the check on the Asian markets and a touch, of course, on what's happening in the semiconductor space. Let's get more details right now on that story. NVIDIA's share price surging in after hours, trading, of course, after winning President Trump's approval to ship its H200 AI chips to China in exchange for a 25% surcharge. It paves the way, of course, for the chip maker to potentially regain billions of dollars in lost business from a key global market. Our Asia Tech correspondent Annabelle Drillers has the details, joining us from Hong Kong. Annabelle, how significant then is this potentially for NVIDIA?
Well, I mean, potentially it's extremely significant because, as you said, this is looking at maybe a multi-billion-dollar opportunity in the Chinese market. We don't, of course, understand exactly at this point exactly what Beijing's policy response is going to be. We had President Trump who confirmed this news in a statement on Truth Social overnight, saying that he had spoken with President Xi and that Xi had responded positively to that. But at the same time, of course, it's something we don't know just yet. And NVIDIA itself as a company actually removed China from any revenue estimates in its latest earnings. So again, they're not having anything factored in just yet. But the H200 chip being allowed to restart or to be sold into the mainland market is what our team at Bloomberg is saying is really one of the most significant pivots we've seen from Washington on this, because right now, or previously, it was the H20 that the Trump administration sort of flip-flopped on, but ultimately said could go to China. The H200, though, still from the Hopper series, but a chip that was actually designed for the international market. H20 was just for China, but H200 has significantly greater bandwidth, also compute power. It was the first chip to actually integrate HBM3E. But also it's a chip that was on sale just as late as last year into markets. So China is going to be close, not in the most recent architecture. That's Blackwell right now. We ramp up into Rubin architecture next year, but again, not too far behind them. And this is the most advanced technology that they've ever been legally able to access.
Yeah, to your point, this is a whole different beast, isn't it, to the H20, the H200. I guess this is a question, Annabelle. I mean, you follow this very closely indeed, given where you're located. But China was able to jawbone and pressure its tech companies and its hyperscalers and its AI developers not to take on board the H20, not to stock up on that and to lean into some of the domestic players. Can they really afford to do that if the H200 is now potentially knocking at the door? What is demand in China likely to look like?
Yeah, exactly that, though. I think we just don't know at this time. I think it really depends on how China wants to look at this situation. As you said, the H200 is significantly more technologically advanced than what they've ever been able to access. It's also a chip that's very good at inference, and inference chips, as opposed to training, ones that are better at training, which is the chips that are really needed when you're building up the foundation models. It's more at that point of inference when you're starting to deploy that technology through the economy, through different businesses, industries as well. So As that sort of need continues to grow in mainland China, it of course makes a chip like the H200 look really appealing. At the same time, as we know, China is trying to build up its own self-reliancy and self-sufficiency in this space. And we have seen companies like More Threads. We had that IPO last week here in Hong Kong. Very strong debut. It's a company that's pursuing fully functional GPUs and wants to as well build up its AI capabilities. You've got another chip designer, Cambricon, as well, that's doing well. There's MetaX. You know, there's a range of different companies in mainland China that are all pursuing this sort of technology. Of course, they're quite far behind NVIDIA at this point, but at the same time, as I said, we just don't know exactly how it will pan out.
Okay, important context. Bloomberg Asia tech correspondent Annabelle Drillers. Annabelle, thank you very much indeed for that update and the details, of course, on how to think about the NVIDIA story. Treasury yields, meanwhile, climbing to the highest in more than 2 months. Following losses in most global government bond markets, it comes as Fed policymakers begin their crucial 2-day rate-setting meeting today. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel for the market take on this. Val, the market's adjusting then, a bit of stability in the Treasury curve today, but yesterday it was pretty pronounced, and not just in the US.
Yeah, not just in the U.S. It was a pretty brutal session, even for European fixed income yesterday. We've really seen this yield rise now start to dent the equity market sentiment. The yield rise, at least in the Treasury market space, dented the S&P 500's 4-day rally. It snapped that winning streak yesterday. We're coming up to very close to 420 levels on the U.S. 10-year. Those are kind of levels we haven't seen since August. And even more surprising, given that we ended the last trading session of November hitting 395. So a near 25 basis point rise in these U.S. 10-year Treasury yields in the month of December. I do also want to tag in the context of what's been going on in front-end pricing as well, because we have seen a hawkish shift when it comes to what traders are expecting the Fed to do in 2026. Flip the board and take a look at how Fed expectations have changed over the last few months. It was just back in September, Tom, that we were pricing in 150 basis points of cuts next year. We have now slashed that in half. The market is now pricing only 75 basis points of cuts. That's 3 25 basis point cuts from the Fed over 2026. And this pairs with what we've seen with other global central banks as well. We're now pricing in more hikes from the Bank of Japan. We're also pricing in a very slim chance, a 20% chance we get a hike from the ECB in 2026. So these last 2 weeks have really been about a hawkish shift in the front end. You could actually argue within this context, it's very surprising even to see global equity markets, the S&P 500, so close to all-time highs, given this hawkish shift in the front end. But let's add the more risk events that we have headed into Christmas. It is very likely that if we get such a muddled message from a fractured Fed decision, the market shifts its focus to this backlog of data yet to come. We're still waiting on that November NFP and that November CPI. Perhaps the market could be due for a further repricing of the front end, depending on how that data comes in next week.
Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel, thank you very much indeed. Let's get to what's happening in terms of movements around potentially additional support for Ukraine coming through from Europe. Bloomberg told that European leaders are optimistic they will reach a deal to use frozen Russian assets to fund Ukraine before Christmas. Following those talks in London, the EU estimates Ukraine will need 135 billion euros over the next 2 years to keep basic services running and to prop up its military. Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent Oliver Crook joins me now. Ollie, what will this mean for Ukraine, and what message does it send to Russia if indeed the Europeans do finally get this across the line?
If indeed, Tom, is the sort of key part of that sentence. And I think that that's what we'll be hanging on over the next sort of 10 days or so, going into next week to the European Council meeting that will be held here in Brussels, where European leaders will have to come to a consensus and potentially move on what would be the most significant contribution I think the Europeans can make to this negotiating process, to the efforts of Ukraine to defend itself against Russia that they've made over the last few months. If they are able to get this over the line, Tom, this would account basically 90 billion euros worth of funding for Ukraine over the next period of time. As you say, that goes about 2/3 of the way of covering the funding that they require for running the country and running the military, which is about 135 billion. So that would be a major step. In terms of this signaling, this would signal a couple of different things. One, that the Europeans are still sort of relevant players potentially in this conversation. This may be a way for them to earn themselves a seat at the table. Remember, they did come under pressure from the Trump administration over the last couple of weeks. We've just had that reporting out from Bloomberg that basically the Trump administration was telling them not not to touch the Russian assets because the Americans wanted to use it in their own negotiations and for their own peace framework. That would change it drastically. And even if there is a peace proposal in the next couple of weeks, or if there isn't, regardless, Ukraine will require this money. But if there is a peace agreement, this completely changes the calculus in terms of the negotiating position for the Ukrainians. I mean, it's the difference between having $90 billion, you know, or $100 billion in the bank to fund your war effort over the next 2 years. That will dramatically change the calculus of the Russians sitting across the table for them. So if indeed they're able to move forward with this plan, it would be a hugely significant development for the Ukrainians. And in fact, something that Volodymyr Zelensky told me a couple of weeks ago was a matter of survival for them.
Ollie, we're just getting a breaking redhead right now. You may have some more context around this then. German lawmakers, meanwhile, approving a record 52 billion euros in defense orders. German lawmakers set to approve 29 military procurement contracts worth at least 52 billion euros next week. That is part of the government's push to transform the Bundeswehr armed forces into Europe's strongest conventional army. This coming through just in the last minute or so. At a time, of course, Ollie, when we continue to watch for any progress when it comes to that US-pushed peace deal between Ukraine and Russia, it's a reminder, of course, that Europe and Germany in particular continues that push to rearm in ensure it has the defence capabilities. Where are we? First of all, if you have a view on this or a comment or anything to add, that would be helpful. Yeah. But equally, where we are on that peace deal as well, Ollie.
I think for the Germans, and you hear this from the Americans, and I've heard this from a number of American officials, and we actually saw this in some of the comments from Pete Hegseth over the last couple of days, saying that basically Germany is now considered by the Americans a model ally, in large part because of their commitment to defense spending. And we're talking about, you know, huge amounts of money being spent by the Germans. Of course, there was the amendment to the debt brake, which means that, you know, $500 billion to up to $1 trillion worth of spending could go towards the military. Now you have a record approval of 52 billion euros to go towards the military. And we spoke to Rheinmetall last week. They really are leading the charge in Europe. And so from the American perspective, this is satisfying one of their great foreign policy goals, which is the Europeans taking more responsibility for their own security. The problem, Tom, is that that takes many, many years to build up. And this is just the sort of beginning of that process. As far as the peace process goes, and this is why the Europeans really are not at the table, because they failed to build up their military over all of these years. We understand that now we went from a 28-point plan to a 19-point plan. I understand we're now at a 20-point plan. We still don't know the sort of entirety of what is contained within it. I think that is the difficulty that we're getting from Volodymyr Zelensky. We spoke to him yesterday, and he was saying fundamentally there is one question that he and all Ukrainians want to get the answer to. If Russia starts the war again, what will the partners do? And I think that that, even more important than the very, very, very difficult issues around territory in the Donbass, the question for the Europeans is what is the mechanism of defending Ukraine? Will the United States have a sort of backing for Ukrainians? We understand that Volodymyr Zelensky would like legally binding security guarantees from the U.S. that are approved by Congress. But again, Tom, we do not know the details of this yet. We'll have to wait for that until we get sort of closer to the finishing line for those to get public. In terms of diplomacy today, we'll watch Volodymyr Zelensky heading to Italy to meet with Giorgia Meloni.
Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent Oliver Crook. Ollie, thank you for the detail and responding, of course, to those breaking lines on German defence spending. Here's what's coming up. We're going to switch focus because Paramount has ramped up the battle for Warner Brothers with backing from someone very close to President Trump. We bring you the details on that story. That's coming up. This is Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis from the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. Live every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Today's move was entirely expected. We have a deal done, and we are incredibly happy with the deal. We think it's great for our shareholders. We think it's great for consumers. We think it's a great way to create and protect jobs in the entertainment industry. We're super confident we're going to get it across the line and finish. So we're excited.
Oh, I know the companies very well. I know what they're doing, but I have to see what percentage of market they have. We have to see the Netflix percentage of market, Paramount, the percentage of market. I mean, none of them are particularly great friends of mine. You know, I want to do what's right.
Comments from President Trump and Netflix's co-CEO Ted Sarandos there after Paramount launched a hostile takeover bid for Warner Brothers at $30 a share. President Trump's son-in-law has emerged as a player in Paramount's fight for Warner Brothers Discovery, days after Netflix, of course, agreed to a deal. Deals reporter Manuel Baigori joins us from Hong Kong. Manuel, what can you tell us then about Jared Kushner's involvement in this hostile bid?
Yeah, it's just getting better and better by the day, Tom, isn't it? It's just such a fascinating deal to watch and to follow. Kushner has become a very active deal maker through Affinity, and they are more and more visible in the deal-making space. I mean, just there's so many deals taking place, particularly in the US, but also here in Asia and in Europe these days. It's just hard to keep track, but they are definitely a very active player in the M&A arena. So it's not a big surprise that they are kind of like backing Paramount on this potential transformative deal. It's just a bidding war now, right? Between Netflix, Paramount, any other interlopers may show up. Who knows what the next steps will be, Tom? But definitely Kushner's involvement brings the political angle to the table. Trump has also been quite vocal about, the potential antitrust issues and how, important and critical this deal could be ultimately for the consumers as well and for the whole entertainment industry, not just in the US, but also globally. And then also very interesting to see how other backers for Paramount include Middle Eastern funds as well, right? Because obviously Trump has made it clear that the links with some of these funds and the potential investment into America are also quite important.
Where does this leave the bidding war then for Warner Brothers? I mean, it is a fascinating list of characters in this bidding war drama now between Paramount and Netflix. What are you and the team watching for in the days and weeks ahead?
Well, the next steps, Tom, will be quite important over the next few days and weeks. Paramount has given 10 days for Warner Brothers to consider their offer. Obviously, there is going to be a lot of, behind-the-scenes meetings and moves. Every step and every decision will be quite critical with shareholders of, each of the companies involved with their advisors, with their financiers, and those providing financing is a big financial commitment. So there is banks, there is sovereign wealth funds, there is private equity involved, Apollo also backing Paramount. So as you said, there's a lot of really high-profile names investors and great ingredients for this story to be one of the most important in deal making at this point in time. The next steps, it could be, multiple ways. We could see Netflix potentially coming back with a superior offer or an increased bid. It could be a response for Warner Brothers. Paramount could have something else to say. Other contributors may show up. So it remains to be seen. I think the critical next few days will be very important.
Okay, deals reporter Manuel Baigori in Hong Kong with the details and the latest on that bidding war drama. Manuel, thank you. Coming up, we're going to get to the oil market and the energy market because oil has held on to its biggest decline in almost 3 weeks. The moves lower were pretty pronounced yesterday, weren't they? We have the IEA and OPEC reports out later this week. We're going to discuss what is driving the drop. That is next. This is Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
We're coming to you live from Kuala Lumpur. The whole world is here.
The APEC Leaders Summit bringing together heads of states of 21 APEC economies.
The White House is trying to use the stops to gain additional leverage.
This big deal with a number of the biggest companies in South Korea.
That's a big number.
Deals can be done.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Korea is not Japan.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
In this latest salvo of this trade war.
On a visual.
And the analysis you need.
China's not going anywhere, nor are we.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
So oil steadying after the biggest drop in almost 3 weeks. Traders looking to reports this week to assess the extent of the glut. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Stephen Straczynski, who leads our energy coverage in Asia. Stephen, just break down what traders are so anxious about, what they're going to be watching for as well from these oil reports. We see Brent under pressure again today, just by 0.3%, so not nearly the same kind of pressure that we saw yesterday. But nonetheless, it continues, weaker prices around oil.
Yeah, I mean, first off, we're going to have the EIA report. That's the U.S. government agency report that will show short-term, I think, give a better picture on what's happening in the U.S. Shale oil production has remained pretty resilient despite the drop in prices. I think there was expectation that you would see some producers really cut back the rig count, but oil output from the U.S. has stayed pretty strong, kind of adding to that glut narrative. So that's one thing they're going to look at. Also, how we're looking at inventories in the U.S. Then later in the week, we're going to get a better shot from the IEA, which in their previous report said that we were facing a very large glut coming into 2026, which is what the market is the most afraid of. Is that situation changing around these Ukraine peace talks? How is that playing into it, as well as lastly, OPEC Plus will be coming out with their report as well. And depending on what that report says on the state of the market, you could see maybe a shift of strategy. Now, OPEC Plus has, over the last 2 months, been essentially saying that they're going to keep their output steady. They're not going to increase output in the first quarter of 2026, which is a reversal of most of this year when they've done larger than expected increases. But depending on the state of the market, are they going to continue with that plan? Are they going to add more? Are they going to decrease? I mean, OPEC Plus remains a pretty large wild card in this market.
Okay, OPEC Plus still that wild card as we see further pressure on oil prices today with Brent down about 0.3%. Bloomberg's Stephen Stupczynski, thank you on what the oil market traders are going to be watching for, of course, with those surveys and reports out through the week. Coming up, we will be looking ahead to the Fed's rate cut decision on Wednesday, if indeed they do cut. That is almost fully priced into the markets. Our next guest, Tatiana Greer-Castro, co-head of public markets at Muzinich & Co., with her views and analysis. That is coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Vernon in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
Good Tuesday morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. Stocks in Asia follow Wall Street lower. Treasury yields hit multi-month highs with traders on edge ahead of this week's Fed decision. Nvidia getting a boost after President Trump approves its H200 AI chips for sale in China. European leaders near a deal to use frozen Russian assets to fund Ukraine's reconstruction. Plus, Paramount enlists the help of President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, as it launches a hostile cash bid for Warner Brothers just days after the studio agreed to a deal with Netflix. Let's get to their markets then, and you very much get a sense of traders waiting on the sidelines after a little bit of softness, of course, on Monday on Wall Street. And European equities down 0.1% by the close on Monday. Today, European futures going nowhere, currently flat. FTSE 100 futures, a similar picture, just pointing lower by 4 points. S&P E-minis also flat. Nasdaq 100 futures currently pointing lower just by 8 points. There's a little bit more activity in the bond markets, or at least there has been over the last 12 hours. Let's flip the board and have a look at cross-asset then. Treasuries have stabilised to some extent, but you did see, of course, 10-year yields yesterday getting to the highest level since about September. The pound at 133, some further data on the consumer and retail spend over the Black Friday period pointing to weakness there, but the pound is up just 0.1%. Bitcoin back below 90,000, and Brent under pressure again after the biggest drop in 3 weeks yesterday, currently down 0.3%. We have OPEC Plus, their report coming out later this week, the IEA as well. So traders watching that as there continues to be question marks about the oil glut on the markets. Let's get more, though, on the Fed right now, because, of course, that decision comes through tomorrow. The outlook beyond December, arguably, is where the markets are already at. Tatiana Greer-Castro, co-head of public markets at Muzinich. Tatiana, always great to get your insights on, of course, monetary policy and how to think about positioning across fixed income. How concerned should markets be? Are we at a point now we're expecting a hawkish cut from the Fed tomorrow? Is that where you expect things to be framed by this Federal Reserve?
Let's see what the communication exactly will be, and I think now we're already down this. Oh, it's going to be a hawkish cut. So I think, well, clearly there's still a lack of data, so that puts them a little bit in a bind. At the same time, they have been very much focused to backward-looking data, and I think that probably got them into this space in the first place, right? I mean, I remember we talked a few months ago when it was still, oh, you know, Trump is trying to push the Fed into cutting, and because Trump clearly was saying they were behind the curve, then all of a sudden they changed into being more focused on employment data. So they were behind the curve. Where are we today? You know, they're still behind the curve. They're cutting, so they're still above where the neutral rate is. So from here, if you're thinking that inflation is coming down, so it's still slightly restrictive. Yep. We do see continued strong growth. So personally, I think that allows them to cut 2 more times next year, no more than that. So from here, what we are seeing is inflation sticky, but not too high. I think they can sort of put a blind eye on it as long as the employment data remains mixed. They clearly argue the employment data is sort of pointing to a weak side. I think it is more mixed. So to me, that indicates that they want to cut more because you can interpret the employment data in different ways. So yeah, you know, if the language is maybe a little bit hawkish, could be, but I think the trajectory continues to be for further cuts. As long as the employment data allows them to do so. Okay, so you see them cutting tomorrow, and then you see them cutting twice more in 2026. How much of that is priced into the yield curve at this point? Is there anything in U.S. Treasuries that's looking attractive at this point? So at the moment, really, what we look at from at the very short end, because clearly the Fed still needs to do the cutting, right? Yeah. So the rest of the market the rest of the curve can be controlled by the market very more, but the very short end is very much controlled by the Fed. So that is benefiting the most from the cuts because you need the actual cuts. The market can't really anticipate too much. So we do like the very short end, absolutely. And we also do, you know, as a credit house, we also think that there will be lots of assets coming from the money markets as those rates are coming lower. And they will take one step into the market, which is short-dated credit, more so than short-dated rates, because it still pays you some extra, and you contain the volatility. So for investors who still don't want to be on the sidelines as much, but don't want to be fully in the market because the equity valuations, because concern about the steepness or further steepening, there is a nice place to be. Does anything look mispriced to you in credit at this point? In credit, mispriced, I mean, where we see there is less value is at the very long end, because there clearly it is mostly a duration play, and spreads are relatively tight in the long end. So if you long the long end, on the long end, maybe you just want to go outright treasuries or a bond or sort of be really sovereign invested. But then the belly still looks decent. And I think one thing we always point out is also that now as the yield curve is normalized, and even now the short end is normalizing, the ECB has already cut, the bond is already normalized all the way through, but the Fed is still slightly upward sloping. So to that extent, we do think that there is this additional return that investors often forget about, which is the roll down, right? And the roll down is a beautiful return generator. So with the yields and the roll down, you get a decent total return for next year. How much do you think is priced into German bonds at this point? We've had the news today that German lawmakers are set to approve another 52 billion euros in defense orders. Is the spend, and are the markets able to absorb that spend
from Germany, or do you expect a bit of a rebellion in the bond markets today on the back of that news?
Well, the one is always the announcement of those monies, right? And the next is the spending, and they're not very good at spending it. So we don't see that, sort of to come in immediately. So, clearly there has been this talk, particularly as Schnabel pointed out, that she's known to be a hawk.
Yes.
To go and say, well, the next thing I see is a rise in interest rates.
You don't agree with that, or you don't see that happening?
I don't really. I mean, and even that rise would be way out anyway, right? Even according to her. We still see, I know it's currently largely priced out, sort of a half a cut is priced in. We see there a chance to be another cut, and that is the growth figures. We'll have to see what the ECB will say next week, right, in terms of growth, and if there is enough of a rebound. But we see the import prices to affect inflation next year, and that is really, we know that China is exporting significantly, and Europe is one of the destinations.
So potentially another cut from the ECB, and part of that is the disinflationary nature of exports out of China. Before we let you go, do we get to 3% level for the Bank of England by the end of 2026? How far can the BOE go, given that there's still relative stickiness in services inflation?
Exactly, that is the problem, I think, for the Bank of England, is the inflation. Inflation is still in the 3.5%, service inflation 4.5%. It's very difficult to cut significantly if inflation is so elevated. Having said that, we see this with consumer sentiment in the UK, and with the continued increase in taxes on the private economy. Clearly, public spending continues to go up. Public wages also continue to go up, but the rest is feeling that squeeze. And so, I think depending on how the economy is reacting to this, we could see further cuts, and not quite to 3%, maybe 3.25%.
3.25% for the BOE, potentially by 2026, the end of 2026. Tatiana, thank you very much indeed. Tatiana Groh-Castro, co-head of public markets at Muzinich, potentially scope for another ECB cut and opportunities at the front end of the US Treasury curve. Now, the chief investment officer, meanwhile, of one of the world's biggest bond funds is warning of, quote, dangerous assumptions in the credit market. Speaking on the Odd Lots podcast, PIMCO CIO Dan Iveschin said inflated ratings may be giving investors a false sense of security, just as the Fed faces limits on its ability to step in. The warning comes with funds competing aggressively to write loans once dominated by banks.
It is very, very dangerous to assume something has an investment-grade rating just because the rating agencies assign a rating to it. It's critically important that you do your own credit work. Today, all too frequently, you'll have an investment-grade rating from one entity. And again, market participants for years have always joked, if you can only find one investment-grade rating, it's pretty fair to assume everyone else is below investment grade.
Well, here in the UK, Black Friday discounts failed to prevent a slowdown in retail sales as the government's budget damaged consumer confidence. According to a report by the British Retail Consortium, total retail sales increased just 1.4% year-on-year in November, below the 12-month average. The report adds to evidence that speculation of tax rises ahead of Chancellor Rachel Reeves's budget soured consumer sentiment during a critical period for retailers. Meanwhile, a U.S. judge has ruled that President Trump's executive order banning new wind projects was illegal. U.S. District Judge Patty Saris said the order, which Trump issued in January, is, quote, arbitrary and capricious and contrary to law, signing with more than a dozen U.S. states and a clean energy group. The order froze dozens of clean energy projects, including massive installations planned off the eastern seaboard. President Trump has signaled he could impose fresh tariffs on agricultural products, including Canadian fertilizer and Indian rice. It's the latest sign that protracted negotiations with two U.S. trading partners could drag on even longer. Two separate U.S. delegations are in New Delhi this week for talks, but officials say they don't expect any immediate announcement of a trade deal. Coming up, as President Trump pledges to sign an executive order on AI regulation, how will it impact the rest of the sector around the world? We're going to speak to a leading venture capitalist, Sonali Duraika. That is next. This is Bloomberg.
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So it, folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So it's developed, this gives you both that upside and that downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. So I mentioned like one of the big gaming areas we're going after. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is, social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, basically are going to like unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're going to go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geoeconomic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Vonnie Quinn in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now, President Trump has announced he will sign an executive order to establish one rule on artificial intelligence, which could allow the government in the US to limit state regulations it sees as being too restrictive. It comes as policymakers, of course, around the world grapple with how to regulate the rapidly evolving sector. Let's bring at this point then Sonali Duraik, a partner at Accel, one of the world's leading venture capital funds, and of course a VC firm with some very notable names in its portfolio, including the likes of Lovable, N8N in Europe, Atlassian, of course, over in Australia, Slack, Spotify, Squarespace, CrowdStrike, Anthropic, the list goes on, and some really gold-plated names, and really fantastic to get you on, Sonali, particularly on this moment. This is at a time, of course, when we're looking back on 25 years for Accel, when you first opened your offices in Europe back in 2000. Before we get there, on this AI regulation story, does the divergence that we're seeing in regulatory regimes when it comes to AI between the US and Europe with its EU AI Act set us up for further step backs for Europe? Does this put the US at a material advantage, do you think, if this regulatory alignment actually comes to pass stateside?
Yeah, it's a great question. First, thanks for having me here, Tom. What I would say is that we're very much in the early innings of AI, and it's the most consequential tech disruption that we've seen. And as we've seen with regulation and regulatory initiatives, our view is that entrepreneurs should be left to do their business, and the more you can enable them, the better. And so the EU AI Act has sort of moved up and down. There's flux in it, and I think that's a good thing, because if you think about it, there's 5.5 billion people online. There's 9 billion people on mobile phones. So the access that everyone has to iterate and experiment, and we cannot take that for granted. And to stymie the entrepreneurs in this very crucial time, because it's a technology shift that's a multiplier effect for everything that we've seen that's come before. And so I think our view is leave the entrepreneurs to do their business. And does the US have a bit of an advantage? Listen, there's a concentration of hyperscaler talent. There's a concentration of AI frontier labs at the minute. But Europe is incredibly exciting. We have world-class AI research. We have entrepreneurs. We now have the role models. You just sort of mentioned the litany of some of the greatest companies that have been created. So we think that it's sort of slightly unequal at the moment, but we have a lot going for what is going in Europe.
Is Brussels listening to those concerns, and do you expect them to moderate the EU AI Act then?
Our view is that the people are listening. They see the level of innovation that's happening both here in Europe as well as in the US. We just released a report that showed that actually at the applied AI side, so not the model frontier labs, there's a 30 billion that's gone into companies across Europe and the UK. That's 2/3 of the number in the US. So it's a very large number. And people see that we're moving forward at pace. The talent is there. We have world-class universities. The AI research that's coming out of Europe is very significant. And so it's a top consideration is how do you enable the European ecosystem, the UK ecosystem. So look, there's been a pause on the AI Act at the moment as people start to consider what to do. So the fact that you have the unified regulation in the US, I think, is interesting, and potentially it feeds into what people will do in Brussels.
You talked about the application layer, and companies like N8N, Lovable, they play on that as well. Is that where Europe wins? Europe wins on the application layer?
You know, I think that's very much our view. If you look at the application layer, that's really the next frontier. And whether that's in enterprise AI, you've talked to Synthesia here on the kind of video and learning and development side, whether that's on the cyber side, because if you think about AI, it's really expanded the vector of threats, the surface area around data, around identity, and then AI itself is an accelerator for the creation of new sort of cyber security. If you think about vertical in terms of bio, in terms of life sciences more generally, in terms of financial services, the amount of data that's available, because we're a stronghold in the financial services sector in Europe. And so I think there's a lot of potential here as we think about the kind of applied AI around enterprise, around verticals.
Does it matter if we don't have the leading foundation models, if we don't have the leading chip makers, if we don't have the full stack? Is that a risk for Europe?
I mean, in our view, at the end of the day, these are global initiatives. You have the big frontier labs, but you also have the open source models. And what we're seeing is the innovation that's happening now. It's happening really on top of these models. We think about it a bit like scaffolding, which is what are you building to stay ahead of the models? What are you choosing to really verticalize or use the data or the proprietary advantage you have? So that's a data moat. That's very much thinking about what is the specific use cases that you have that nobody else can quite do. And you know, we have real open source heritage in Europe here. It's always been something that is very close to the minds of the European developer community. So our view is that you can just build on top of the frontier labs from a data perspective and from a workflow perspective, because what really matters is, are you embedded in the enterprises? Do you have end-to-end kind of use? Are you a system of action, even if you're not a system of record? And that's the opportunity that we're seeing in applied AI in Europe. Is Europe looking slow to adopt some of these solutions? You know, I don't think it's looking slow per se. Like I said, you know, if you look at the traction of companies you mentioned, Lovable is one of our businesses that got to 100 million in revenue in just 8 months. And then it just doubled again 4 months later. Lovable is a company where there's almost 100,000 projects a day that are built from 200 countries. So I think once you have, because everyone's online, everyone can access, everyone can afford it, because the cost of inference has plummeted over the last 30 months. So our feeling is that actually the growth is stupendous as long as you have the right product market fit, and N8N is a similar example. What is looking overhyped to you at this point, Sonali? Look, I think in every technology shift, and this is no different, it's the old adage, you kind of overestimate in the short run and you underestimate in the long run. The structural shift is very meaningful. And so, of course, the AI paintbrush is sort of being used on all assets. And so there'll be winners and there'll be losers. Our view is the winners will be very meaningful. I mean, overhyped, I don't think anything is overhyped in the long run. But in the short run, it's still very early days for, you know, kind of embodied AI in terms of robotics. Super interesting, but very early in kind of mass market use cases. So, I mean, I think it's more about how long it takes for some of these sectors to really take off. Okay, Sonali, I had 101 other questions, but we run out of time, but really appreciate your insights coming in bright and early for us this Tuesday morning. Thank you. Into the studio, of course, Sonali Duraika, Accel partner and a key name behind some of these big investments in Europe on the technology frontier. Of course, staying on tech, on Friday, Bloomberg Tech Europe will take a deep dive into ASML. It is Europe's most valuable company, one of the most important cogs, of course, of the global AI supply chain. I've been speaking exclusively with the CEO, Christophe Fouquet, about Europe's place in the AI race and whether there is an AI bubble. That is at Friday at 6:30 a.m. London time here on Bloomberg TV. You can also watch on the terminal and, of course, on YouTube as well. There's a lot more coming up. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Tomorrow, the Fed decides.
There are credible arguments to cut interest rates. Equally, there are credible arguments to do absolutely nothing.
I think the Fed believes that this is a risk management exercise.
Trust Bloomberg to bring you the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference.
You wonder at this point how much the Fed is between a rock and a hard place.
There's going to be a lot of hyperventilation about this.
Tune in to Bloomberg Surveillance. The Fed decides, starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. So, of course, the Fed decision coming through on Wednesday, tomorrow, and expectations, at least for some in the markets, that you may get what is described as a hawkish cut, maybe, of course, pairing some of those bets into 2026 in terms of how far the Federal Reserve can actually go. Now, there is a continual debate in terms of high yields and what that actually means for the equity markets, but what you have seen, of course, over the last 30 days, over the last month, is essentially a flatlining for the S&P 500 at a time when those yields have creeped high, particularly at the long end, in terms of 480 right now in the 30-year, the flatlining of the S&P 500. So is that starting to come to play right now? To what extent can high yields cap and will cap the equity moods going forward? We can turn it on and have a look at the surveys that's coming through from Goldman Sachs as we push into 2026 then. Let's flip the board on those views then. And actually, you're getting a slightly more conservative take from some of those institutional clients of Goldman in terms of the response to those surveys, in terms of the views of between 7,000 and 7,250 by the end of 2026. There's just 12% expecting 7,500, and that to be the closing level for the S&P 500. That is moderated pretty significantly just from October, when there had been views that you'd be getting around 7,200 just by New Year. So that adjustment, a little bit more conservative. Yes, the gains will come through, is the expectations, of course, for 2026 from these institutional clients, but maybe slightly more modestly than had previously been expected. Let's flip the board and have a look at what's on video, of course, because this will be central to any views about how much further the run-up for the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq 100 can go in terms of next year. The news, of course, the H200s can now be sold into the Chinese market with, of course, that 25% cut for the US Treasury. Will China open the doors to those imports is a key question. The open trade is up next. Called high, of course, after hours. This is Bloomberg.
When I visited Fernandez at IMAX's headquarters outside Toronto,
We went to the facility where IMAX designs and maintains its cameras. The latest next-gen equipment was out with directors on filmed for IMAX sets, but there was still plenty of cool gear on view.
As the head of the finance department, do you look at all the things in this room and think, this costs that amount of money, this costs that amount of money?
Thankfully, no, I don't. When I think about cameras in general and what we, when we first, I'll give you a really prime example, the film cameras. When you thought about it, okay, are we building 2? Are we building 4? Are you building 8, right? And that's where I start to think about, well, what makes the most sense from a return perspective? Because yes, Nolan wants the cameras, but how many other filmmakers out there use the film cameras? The lens that I look at it through is essentially, how many do we build and in what way? Because the one thing is we are going to invest to build it right and to build it for longevity. But do you need 10 of them? No. Building 4, that was the right number. And do we potentially want to build a couple more? Maybe a couple more, but I don't think we need 10 because they won't always be in use all the time.
I imagine that at different points you need to tell people no. What's that process like for you?
Oh yeah, it's a key role in the CFO position. It is a word that most people are used to, and yet they still think you're not going to say it.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We're basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning from London. I'm Anna Edwards alongside Guy Johnson. We're an hour away from the opening trade. Here's what you need to know. Treasury yields hit multi-month highs with traders on edge ahead of this week's Fed decision. Nvidia gets a boost after President Trump says the world's most valuable company can sell its H200 AI chips in China. Plus, Bloomberg has learned that Germany is set to make a record €52 billion defense order as part of its push to build the strongest military on the continent.
Okay, here we go. Day one of the Feds. Markets start to hold their breath. Equity markets are certainly holding their breath on either side of the Atlantic. Take a look at the futures picture stateside and here in Europe. We are waiting for that Fed decision coming tomorrow. Euro Stoxx 50 futures. We are effectively flat as a pancake. The Australians a little hawkish. We are going to wait and watch and see what happens. We are maybe potentially looking at a rate hike somewhere down the road from the RBA. Plenty though still believe that another cut could come. The US 10-year stubbornly, look at this, stubbornly north of the 4 mark. We're at 4.17. What happens with the Fed decision? That is going to be the key thing that we are now watching for. And the countdown to the opening trade on that note starts right now. Tuesday the 9th, good morning. We are focused firmly on what happens with the Fed. So many questions. Actually, is this meeting going to be useful? Are we going to learn anything useful from the SEP? The dot plots, are they going to tell us anything? What kind of a decision are we going to get? Is it going to be hawkish? Is it going to be dovish? Which presents the biggest risk for the market? You do wonder whether actually a dovish decision today could upend a lot of trades. So there's a lot to play here for, but the Fed doesn't know very much. So I'm wondering what Powell is going to say today.
Yes, I'm wondering what he's going to say this week. I'm wondering whether the guidance is going to be as hawkish as the market maybe feared, expects it to be, to your point. Maybe that is what the market expects right now. Treasury yields then at the highest in 2 months. And there's a global flavour to what's going on here as well. You've mentioned the Australians this morning. Guy, we spent a lot of time yesterday talking about the ECB and the slightly more hawkish lean there. That sent bond yields up globally. Some of that's built into the US session, but of course there's the Fed dynamic as well. But the long end of the Fed, and you pointed this out talking about the 10-year, there is resistance at that 4.17 is where we are at the moment on the 10-year yield. Yeah. And there's been a lot of conversation about how these yields are resistant to Fed cuts at that kind of long duration. And now we've got Man Group talking about whether we're going to need more QE. We've had conversations about yield curve control. Sure. All of these in the mix.
So Powell gets everybody around the table today. Okay, sits down. What does he say to them? Like, what do we know? Like, how are we going to make decisions here? What happens next with this economy? The absence of data is a big problem for the Fed at this point in time. So as he sits down and addresses those around the table, tries to build a consensus, and we could see quite a lot of turbulence.
Yeah.
What does he say to them?
Yes, and how do we cast the characters in this particular dialogue right now? Because normally John Authers, I mean, I don't know if I like this or not, it seems pretty mean, but John Authers is talking about how we don't have just hawks and doves, we also have lame ducks to talk about at the Fed. And this taps into that serious point we've been making for a long time about who is the market going to listen to as soon as we understand who is going to lead the Fed over the next years.
There's a nice line at the end of that piece, though, that talks about the idea that maybe actually Powell is allowing, encouraging, desiring dissent because it points to the idea that the Fed is independent and sets up the fact that if Hassett comes in, he shouldn't expect an easy ride from this committee.
Yeah, I mean, dissent in central banking is a common theme around the world.
Not the Fed, though.
Exactly, but that's the outlier, it would seem. At least on some measures. Anyway, yields have been rising on this. Is that because everyone's worried about inflation? It is a bit of a global theme, as we've been saying, with the BOJ, the ECB, and the Australians now as well. Or does it tell us something about the US economy and some resilience? But anyway, we will talk about that, continue to address that.
One of the reasons why the US economy has resilience is AI.
Yes, absolutely it is.
Takes us on to the NVIDIA story and kind of what is happening there. They can sell them. Will the Chinese buy them? The H200s. Now, the US product that is available is obviously becoming much more advanced. We're moving on to Rubin. The difference in performance between the chips that are on offer to China and those available in the United States is still significant. But the fact that Jensen Huang has been able to persuade the Trump administration to allow him to be able to sell these chips into China, I think is a big win. And actually, in some ways, is even more significant than the actual technology that's going to be delivered. The political message that's going to come back the other way, I think, is going to be fascinating. How do the Chinese feel about this? They want them. Do they not want them? There's been indications recently that they don't. Is that something that will hold their industry back, or will it encourage it to advance more quickly?
Yes, absolutely. So these are not as good, as you say, as the Rubins, the Blackwells, the top-end US chips that NVIDIA makes itself. But these are better than what seems to be at least openly, obviously, on offer from the likes of Huawei and others within the Chinese space. So that's why it becomes important. And the political response to that is also important. I mean, President Trump says that he's had positive signs from Xi on this, but there had been pressure applied to Chinese businesses to not take these kinds of chips, especially as they weren't the top end. But we saw NVIDIA move a little higher on this. AMD also moving a little bit higher on this yesterday, as this is something that if they pay their money to the Treasury in the United States, they are then going to be able to sell these advanced chips.
That's the amazing bit about a 25% surcharge.
Yeah.
America gets its little cut. A deal has been done. Absolutely fascinating. Let's turn our attention to what's happening in Germany. German 10-year has been extraordinary over the last few weeks. We've seen a significant shift higher in terms of the yield profile there. What does that signal? Is that signaling that actually the spending plan is on track and is going to be delivered, and that's going to have an impact for the Bund market? And today we learned, Bloomberg has learned, that we're going to see some big spending decisions next week. We are going to see a, 52 billion announcement when it comes to defense procurement. We've been waiting, obviously, for some of these big packages to come through. We're going to get a big lump of them next week. And does it just put us back on track? Does it kind of just reinforce the idea that Germany is going to deliver this spending push that is so critical for what Europe needs right now?
And so some of this might be in the price in terms of the Bund markets. We are watching DAX futures tick higher, though, and that is partly because defence names are expected to go higher. Not all of them. We've had some earnings that came with some guidance that maybe disappointed for some, ThyssenKrupp in particular. But we are expecting the defence names to go higher at the start of trade. And in terms of the size and scope here, 29 contracts, 52 billion euros. Maybe this is in the price for Bund markets because Bund futures are not doing a huge amount, but we will look at how they open at 7:30. But the size and scope I found really fascinating. It will mark, this is the event next week, it will mark both the largest number of big ticket orders and the highest value of government contracts approved by the Budget Committee in the Bundestag, lower house of Parliament, in a single closed-door session. So this is big spending from Germany.
Absolutely. And that, you think about the sort of the history of what Germany has done over the last few years and its wind down of its troops. And this is a rapid catch-up that Germany is trying to deliver. We're going to talk about all of this with our guests that are going to be running with us throughout the show. We've got some great guests coming up. Maria Louise Albuquerque, European Financial Services Commissioner, is going to be joining us, as will Chris Watling, Longview Economics CEO. What is happening in terms of the narrative around these Fed cuts? What is going to be going on a little bit later on? How does Powell convince the committee? Madison Fowler, JP Morgan Private Bank, global strategist, joining us around 8 o'clock. And from Abu Dhabi Finance Week, we have Lawrence Goller, C Advisors CEO, joining us from the Abu Dhabi Finance Week. What else do you need to know this, what is it, Tuesday morning? Tuesday already. A US judge has ruled that President Trump's executive order banning new wind projects is illegal. The ruling says the president's January order was, quote, arbitrary and capricious and contrary to law, sided with more than a dozen US states and clean energy groups. The order froze dozens of projects, including large-scale installations planned off the eastern seaboard of the United States. And watch some of the European wind names as we open the markets in 51 minutes' time. The US Supreme Court has signaled its willingness to give the president more control over traditionally independent federal agencies. During a hearing on Monday, justices suggested they will let the Trump presidency permanently remove Rebecca Kelly-Slaughter from the Federal Trade Commission. That despite a law saying commissioners can be fired only for specified reasons. The ruling could undercut the independence of the Federal Reserve, but conservative Justice Brett Kavanaugh has indicated quite strongly yesterday, actually, that he would reinforce a carve-out that the court has created for the central bank and did so back in May. And to the media landscape, Paramount has launched a hostile $30 a share cash offer bid for Warner Brothers Discovery, days after the company agreed to a deal with Netflix. Paramount's offer is for all of Warner Brothers, while Netflix's offer is for the Hollywood studios, HBO, and streaming businesses. Both bidders are likely to face an extended review by global regulators, something that President Trump referred to when asked about the deal.
I have to see what percentage of market they have. We have to see the Netflix percentage of market, Paramount, the percentage of market.
Deal making, and Trump wants in, and Trump is part of this, and Trump's son-in-law is part of this, and the whole story is incredibly convoluted. I just wonder at the edge whether Netflix shareholders might actually be quite happy about this. You do wonder whether or not they're a little concerned about maybe the prices that are being paid and the possibility of a bidding war. But the Trump involvement is extraordinary.
It's an incredible story. I mean, someone might make a movie about it. I mean, who would make a movie about it? Maybe some of the businesses involved. One thing I thought was really fascinating was the move in session yesterday in Paramount shares. Yeah. Now, it's not always the case that bidders' shares go down when they make offers, but the market has to have a lot of confidence that you're going to be able to deliver something really special for the shares in the bidder to go up on the day that they offer. And that's what we saw. And not just up, but up by 9%. And the deals team pointing out that maybe this is something really significant in streaming to bring together two of these possibly big names in streaming to be more effective competition for Netflix.
Absolutely. Or you could argue that this is the Trump effect, that once the president gets involved, and you've seen this time and time again with stocks that the president focuses his spotlight on, you see these stocks going higher. He clearly is personally involved now, it seems, or his family is personally involved in this process. Does it come with a halo effect? Yeah. Is that 9% of representation of that halo effect?
But even then, and it's a good point, but even then, if you thought that meant that this deal was more likely to go through, I could certainly imagine other bidding situations when that might mean that the stock did not rise 9% because it was more likely they were going to have to spend the money. But anyway, really fascinating story, and I hope someone makes a film about it one day. It is 7:10 here in London. A lot to talk about this morning. Coming up on the programme, the German industrial giant ThyssenKrupp says it expects to swing to a loss in the current financial year. We'll check on the stock at the open. Plus, French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu faces a key vote on the social security budget today. Up next, we'll speak to the European Financial Services Commissioner Maria Luis Albuquerque on how she plans to revive confidence in the sector on the continent. If you have any questions, get involved in these conversations. IB plus BBTV Go. That's the function on the Bloomberg terminal. This is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest. And this is Bloomberg.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility. There's still room to maneuver. Reduce the opportunities. It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Europe has a problem. I think they accomplished an unbelievable thing, but it got bogged down. It takes 27 nations, to make a decision. They have some wonderful things, but they've gone from 90% of the GDP of America to 65. That's not because America did anything bad to them. It's their own bureaucracy, their own cost. I think the leadership, Merz, Macron, Maloney, Starmer, I think they know. I just think politics is really, really hard.
That was the JP Morgan Chase CEO, Jamie Dimon, calling out a slow bureaucracy in Europe in a warning that a weak Europe poses a major economic risk. And we make no apologies for having played that yesterday or something around that theme yesterday and again today, because it does link into our next conversation, Guy, which is about how European finance tries to fight back. I mean, Jamie Dimon is very clear on what he thinks has gone wrong.
It's hard to argue with him on this. Europe clearly is a much more regulated beast than the American economy is. And you only have to look at the economic sort of outturn of that to figure out that actually this is having a fairly significant impact. I think it's really hard to argue with. So what are we going to do about it, I think, is the key question. On that note, let's find out. What are we going to do about it? Oliver Crook has somebody with him that may have an answer. Ollie, over to you.
Yeah, that's right, Guy. Jamie Dimon saying that Europe has a problem. Here to solve that problem, or one of the problems at least, of market integration is Maria Luisa Albuquerque. She is the commissioner here in Europe for financial services and the Savings and Investment Union. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We just heard from Jamie Dimon some of the sort of very common refrains we hear about Europe: overregulation, not enough simplicity, and critically, not an integrated financial markets. Capital markets union, what we used to call it. We're now focusing on Savings and Investment Union. You've just presented your ambitious, you said yourself, market integration package. For us, just framing this, how important is it to get it through? And then I think critically, how close are you to making it an actual reality now?
Well, good morning. Thank you for inviting me to be here. It is very, very important that we do this. We have been discussing this element of the Savings and Investment Union, the Capital Markets Union, for over a decade now. So this is the time where we actually need to deliver. We have all agreed that we need a single market when it comes to financial services, because that's where the potential is. We need scale in financial services in Europe in order to get the necessary funding to the priorities we have in Europe. And for that, we need to eliminate the barriers. We conducted a very extensive consultation to the market, and the same problem keeps coming up again and again. It's all about fragmentation. So that is what we are trying to tackle here, fragmentation in the way our rules are being transposed, interpreted, and even supervised.
And one of the other critiques that we hear often of Europe is that it moves too slowly, particularly in a day and age when you see such speed, particularly within the United States. You yourself have said that we have no time to lose. We do not have the luxury of time to act. Talk to me about the next hurdles and the speed at which you'll be able to clear them. Regulation, for example, centralizing that. How much buy-in do you have there? What are the next steps to actually making that a reality?
Well, we've just adopted the proposal at the Commission level. Now we have to engage with the co-legislator, with Parliament and Council. I am hoping that both co-legislators share this sense of urgency. I have had the chance to explain the plan actually previously to its adoption, but still the broad lines of it with the European Parliament, the coordinators on the ECON committee. It was very much welcomed and recognized as something that we really need to see done. I haven't yet had the chance to do it with Council, but I hope to do it later this week. And I really need to insist that this is urgent and it is very important that we deliver.
And in the spirit of that urgency and your most sort of ambitious and optimistic timeline, what does that mean in terms of actually making concrete progress, getting the stuff over the line?
Well, I think we should move to have this packaged, discussed and approved as early as possible so that we start implementing on the ground. I mean, ideally, if we could start implementing it by 27, I think it would be really great. It's a big package, so it's going to take some time to negotiate and get to a final agreement, but I think it's doable.
And so this is the legislation. Another side of this is, of course, the financial institutions, the banking. We got out of the United States their national security strategy. There was a whole section in that on preserving and growing America's financial sector dominance. Their approach, in large part, has been cutting regulation in the United States. The Bank of England last week lowered their capital requirements for banks. Are we prepared to talk about deregulation in Europe? I know last time we spoke you said you don't like that word, but yes. I fear that in the conversations in Europe, when we just talk about simplification, it doesn't really seem to strike at the heart of the scale and the urgency of the task for Europe.
Well, in the US, they talk about modernization, so they also don't talk about deregulation. They don't use the word. Well, the supervisors talk about modernization. Sure. That's the word I heard, but that's beside the point. We have committed under the Savings and Investments Union strategy to do a complete assessment of the competitiveness of the EU banking sector. We are already starting that work. We will be consulting with the market. We'll be consulting with the banks, obviously. We will be gathering information. We really want to understand where the problem lies and how we can fix it, what the problem is, because it's not just about our banks being competitive, it's also how they can support the competitiveness of the European economy.
So let's talk about some of the specific dimensions of that. For example, I'll refer to the UK again. They have boosted the cap on pay for bankers in order to boost competitiveness. Is that something that you would consider in Europe? Is that something that you would consider looking at? Is it on the table, at least for you, in discussions next year of review?
At this stage, we have nothing off the table because we are still conducting the assessment. So we don't prejudge what we are going to conclude out of this assessment. I think we should have an open discussion, understanding where the problems may be, and putting in place the measures.
Do you think that pay could be a problem?
It hasn't come up in any of the conversations I've had so far, but again, this is early days, but it hasn't come up.
And one of your frustrations, when we spoke about a year ago, you said bigger banks provide better services at lower costs. Obviously, bigger banks for Europe is one of the priorities. I was looking at the Stock 600 banking index, up 66% since Trump was elected, versus the U.S., up only 30%. And yet, we do not have bigger banks. How do we get bigger banks?
Well, we have bigger banks if from a regulatory perspective, we should get out of the way so that market-driven consolidation can happen. But it should always be a market-driven process. We will not be determining that banks should consolidate or not. We're just thinking that we would need some European banks, pan-European banks, with the kind of muscle that would allow us to actually compete also in the global scale. It doesn't mean that there will not be room for smaller banks. It depends on the kind of the services you want to provide and the part of the market you want to serve. But we should get out of the way. from the supervision, regulatory, and political perspective.
And one of the ways that you could potentially get in the way in order to get more of a sort of market, more market-respecting kind of banking sector within Europe, and you've talked about this, is enforcement action against countries that basically are, and I'll quote you here, that perpetuate business models which are not fit for the future. How intensely are you looking at that? Is that something that you're going to move on potentially in order to get the sort of market-driven consolidation we need in Europe?
Well, implementation and enforcement is part of our job. If we agree on the rules, then the Commission has to be prepared to monitor the implementation and follow up with enforcement if any member state, for any reason, does not comply with the rules. That is part of our job. It's not just agreeing on the rules, it's having them on the ground implemented properly.
Is that something, but are there specific examples you're looking at and that you could potentially move forward on?
We have launched recently 2 infringement processes in 2 European member states. It is a process which is never finished. We keep on looking at what needs to be done. And yes, enforcement is part of the toolbox we have to guarantee that we eliminate the current discrepancies among our markets.
Do you have a timeline on when you might have a view on those?
On the what, sorry?
On those investigations, on those things you looked into?
No, this is ongoing,
Okay.
so there's never a specific timeline.
And I'd like you also, if you could, help sketch for us, because the Capital Markets Union, or whatever you'd like to call integrated financial system within Europe, this is basically the highway, right, for capital to drive on. If in the absence of cars that can compete, does that not sort of set up a highway for a bank like JP Morgan, some American banks, to basically come in and eat Europe's lunch if you do not have the banks? Do you see that as the stakes for European banking consolidation?
I would say that the current fragmented landscape is benefiting mostly those banks you are mentioning, because given that they are bigger, they have more resources, they find it easier to navigate through our fragmented landscape, which is ironic, probably.
Yeah.
So it is not benefiting us. This somewhat prevailing protectionist approach that we can still see in some European markets is actually not helping Europe at all. And this is something that I have perceived from the many conversations I have with different stakeholders. So I would say that eliminating these obstacles can be a major element to support the scale-up of European actors providing the good services in our market. And we want to remain open, but we want to be competitive.
And another question I want to ask you about is about the frozen Russian assets. We heard from these sort of conversations over the last couple of days that the Europeans may be moving towards an agreement to unlock a reparations loan for Ukraine. From your perspective, in terms of financial stability, you think a lot about the status of the euro in the world, the European bond market. Do you believe that there's any risk in moving on that and basically threatening the haven status of the euro and these sorts of things? What kind of risks do you think are there associated with the move on Russian assets, and how do you insulate from those?
I think that the whole market understands that Europe doesn't do this out of a whim. This is something that is the reaction to a very serious situation, which is an illegal invasion, a war of aggression from Russia towards Ukraine. So this is not something that would happen to any foreign holder putting their assets in Europe. This is a very specific situation, and that was already tested when we froze the assets back in 22. So I think that was the first and probably the most relevant test. And I think that the whole market really understands that this is not happening to anyone just because Europe wants to do it. This is a war situation that justifies exceptional measures.
Well, Maria Luisa Albuquerque, thank you so much for your time. That is the Commissioner for Financial Services here for the European Union on a litany of different issues. We'll have to come back and talk about cryptocurrency another time. Thanks very much, and back to you, Anna.
Oliver, thank you. Bloomberg's Chief Europe Correspondent, Oliver Crook. Really interesting, lots of lines in there, Guy. What stands out to me, though, is if you're going to reduce fragmentation, you might get more pushback from populists within Europe, and that might attract the attention of the US administration, and we know where their support lies. Whether the US will be happy to see less fragmentation of the banking system is an interesting one.
The line that stood out to me was the fact that US banks seem more capable of navigating the European process and its difficulties than European banks do, which is an interesting question as to how they ultimately do that.
Coming up on the programme, the Fed is broadly expected to deliver a rate cut tomorrow. More on that next. This is Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
The key issue right now for us in the diamond space is the declared divestment of Anglo from GBS. And as you know, Anglo holds 85% stake in GBS. Botswana, the government of the Republic of Botswana holds 15. We are resolute now, and we've communicated a firm intention to increase our stake in GBS to a controlling stake. We have lined up a number of potential collaborators with us, if I may put it that way. We have targeted funders, we have parties, we have the Oman Sovereign Wealth Fund, we have others who are willing and ready.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis from the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. Live every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Good morning. I do sometimes wonder if day one of the Fed meeting should be declared a markets holiday. Today certainly feels like it already is. Equity markets are doing absolutely nothing. Futures are doing absolutely nothing. The market, like a toddler, is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen a little bit later on. So equity markets, I have nothing to report.
No, they look pretty flat, don't they? Let's have a look at bond markets. They were exciting yesterday, Guy. Will they deliver again today? The German story, of course, hangs very much over this, as well as the Fed. The Fed, the big picture. The German story is that we're going to see next week approval of a large amount of defence spending. But is that already in the price? Had we already seen that coming? Certainly we're not seeing a huge amount of movement in the German curve today. You've got the 10-year on the screen there, and I can see that across the German curve we're seeing not very much activity in terms of it. Maybe a little bit more at the short end. In fact, no. I'll take that back, maybe not. So we aren't seeing a huge amount of response to that, but we'll certainly keep that story under review. It looks like it's going to be something that will support defence stocks at the start of trade. So let's get back to the Fed narrative and the higher yield narrative that seems to have gripped markets over recent weeks. Treasury yields climbed to the highest in more than 2 months following losses in most global government bond markets. It comes as the Fed policymakers begin their crucial two-day rate-setting meeting today. Let's go to Valerie Teitel, who has been focused on the Treasury markets and their link to the Fed. Val.
Well, look, we have seen quite a steep rise in global yields for the month of December. We came very close to hitting a 420 level on the U.S. 10-year Treasury yield. That's something we've not seen since the month of August. And it's very surprising given the last trading day of November. We actually traded as low as 395. So a near 25 basis point rise in the month of December for the U.S. 10-year Treasury yield. It's finally made its way to denting this equity market risk on sentiment. They had the S&P 500 snapping its winning streak. But I also want to talk about the repricing that we've seen on the U.S. front end. Now, we have seen quite a hawkish shift in what we were pricing in for the Fed in 2026. It was only back in the month of September we were pricing in 150 basis points of rate cuts from the Federal Reserve. We've pared that back all the way in half. We're now pricing around 75 basis points of rate reductions from the Fed. And you have to tie in the global narrative to this. It's not just been the repricing around the Fed. We've also seen it around the Bank of Japan. Markets are more likely to are pricing in more hikes from the BOJ. Also tie in the ECB. Yesterday, those hawkish comments from Isabel Schnabel now have the front-end pricing around a 20% chance of a rate hike in 2026. So there are a lot of global factors at play pushing up these yields. I do want to add the context, the fact that we still have a lot of risk events headed into year-end. Obviously, we have the Fed tomorrow, but given how fractured they are, could actually be the data next week that could really turn the dial on Fed pricing heading into next year. We have that delayed non-farm payroll report for the month of November and the delayed CPI report. These two things combined could actually be more telling from what we hear from Powell tomorrow.
Okay, let's focus on a different angle of the Fed story. The Fed probably likes to think it's special, but is it different? This is the key question that everybody's grappling with right now.
Yeah, that's right. We're watching the Supreme Court proceedings around the firing of the FTC commissioner from earlier this year from President Trump. And I want to point out a very interesting comment that we heard from Chief Justice John Roberts, who is calling Humphrey's executor a dried husk. And why this is important is because Humphrey's executor is the main precedent that protects those at independent agencies from dismissal from the U.S. president without cause. At the moment, they need cause. They need a reason like misconduct, which is what has been alleged against Fed Governor Lisa Cook, for the president to fire them. If perhaps we do see Humphrey's executor overturned, this means there is very little protection in terms of independent agency heads versus the U.S. president. This opens up a very broad stance when it comes to how powerful the U.S. president can be over these independent agencies. Questions still remain whether the Supreme Court will still think kindly about the Fed being a special kind of independent agencies, but definitely overturning Humphrey's executor could make way into eating out that protection.
Valerie, great stuff. A really deep dive look into what we are seeing in terms of the Fed moving forward from here and its independence potentially under pressure. Let's talk about what we can look forward to over the next couple of days. The Fed meeting obviously front and center. Yields have been rising. What is happening into year end? All of these questions are things that portfolio managers are watching very carefully. Chris Watling, global economist and chief market strategist at Longview Economics, joins us now. Chris, what would be a surprise today from the Federal Reserve in your book?
What would be a surprise? What a great question. I think a dovish cut would be a surprise, actually, because, of course, everyone's expecting a hawkish cut. Everyone's, we've been missing the data. We don't really know exactly what's going on in the U.S. There's an absence of data because of the delays post the government shutdown. And there's this sense of hawkishness. And as you've just articulated and Valerie's articulated, a lot of bond yields have been backing up around the world. We're starting to price in hikes in certain economies, in Canada, Sweden, in New Zealand. If you look out on the curve into 2026, they're pricing in hikes, and this is new. So I think if it's a dovish cut, actually that would really surprise the market in a positive way, and I think that would be a great setup into year-end and into next year. But I mean, the central expectation that strikes me now is a hawkish cut. So we will see, bizarrely, that it could be good news.
Why am I listening to the Fed today? They've got no economic data. They have no clue as to what is happening. Why am I paying attention? Valerie just pointed out there's much better data still to come. Why do I listen to the SEP and the dot plots and the Powell press conference? Why is that going to be important when I get to it tomorrow?
Well, I mean, liquidity is the most important thing in markets in a short-term basis. So in the long term, it's earnings and economic growth. But in the short term, it's all about liquidity. It's all about the Fed. I'd be interested to see what they say about reserve management. Do we get anything on that? The idea they might come back and start buying assets once again. Now we finish QT. I think that's a critical part of the sort of liquidity equation. And really everything they say about potential rate cuts in 2026, how they see growth, all of this, I think, is important. There's no doubt the U.S. Fed is the most important central bank in the world by a long stretch. So everything they say is very important today.
Chris, good morning. Let me ask you about the link between politics and stocks, because we are not far from the midterms now. By some definition, we're going to be into the second year of the Trump presidency fairly soon, and I know that you've been looking at what that confluence of factors usually means for stocks, and I wonder how much the usual applies. This is a pretty interventionist U.S. government.
Well, that's a good point. It's interesting when you look at the presidential election cycle. I mean, it's interesting how the second year of the presidential cycle is the tough year. And of course, that's the year leading up to the midterms, in this instance, 2026. And in fact, if you look back over 100 years, there have been an awful lot of very tough year twos in presidential cycles. In fact, even Trump's first term in 2018, we remember we had two big sell-offs. We had Volmageddon at the start of the year, and then we had the sort of Q4 2018 sell-off into Christmas Eve. So midterms are tough typically. Having said that, if you think about the sort of macro backdrop for global stock markets, for the US stock market, it really looks pretty good at the moment. I mean, as we said, we just talked about liquidity. We're getting rate cuts. We've got an economy that's growing in the US and globally. I think you're getting a global cyclical recovery in 2026. And that's a very good backdrop for stock markets. So, yes, I worry about the midterms, but actually I think the backdrop and the setup's pretty good.
And Chris, what do you make of concentration or lack of concentration in US stocks at this point? I asked this because I was reading yesterday some research by Bloomberg Intelligence talking about how they're encouraged that it turns out global stocks do not need their AI training wheels. And this references the fact that global stocks are actually not far from all-time highs at a time where many people have been having doubts about the early darlings of the AI boom. I wonder what that's been telling you about where tech goes next.
Well, I think what's interesting is we've witnessed a broadening of the global stock market, and that's kind of been our theme over the course of the last 6, 9, 12 months, that actually all these rate cuts you've been getting around the world are going to deliver that cyclical recovery and deliver that broadening of the global market. And there's a lot of countries around the world that are outperforming the US now. Spain's been a big pick of ours for the last year or two, and it's up about 50-60% year to date. It's significantly outperformed the US and indeed the NASDAQ. So, and there are lots of examples. You look at Chile, you look at South Africa. These are not AI countries. These are cyclical stock markets, and they're doing very well. So yeah, I mean, I think I like tech still. I don't think you need to get out of tech, but I just think there's this broadening. So there's other places you can go where there's alternative earning streams that are coming through as we get this cyclical recovery coming. So it's a fascinating stock market. It's a great looking beast at the moment, and it's nice to see it broadening and going beyond just AI, quite frankly.
Chris, a global cyclical rebound, does that come with inflation?
Well, inflation always lags, so it'll come with inflation eventually, but not to start with. I think inflation should be trending down as we get into the first half of next year. So the tariffs has distorted it, and I think that'll fall out the equation as we roll into 1H 2026. So yes, there's some inflationary issues down the line, and maybe that's what bond markets are starting to think about in the last couple of weeks. But actually, you've got the growth first and then the inflation.
Does the inflation come before the midterms?
I don't think so. I mean, there's spare capacity in the labor market in the US. Really, inflation's picked up this year because of goods prices, not really the service sector. And I think there's some softness that we'll see there as we get into next year. So I think it should ease. I know it's a big political issue. It's important for the midterms, and it's a big focus of Trump. But I suspect not. I think inflation surprises to the downside in 26.
Okay, that's interesting. And would you expect then that long-end yields will start to fall, or maybe not entirely fall into line with what the Fed is doing? The Fed's always going to have more impact at the short end. But do you think that long-end yields are going to stay where they are, Chris, or are they going to start coming down as the Fed continues to cut interest rates?
Historically, say 10-year yields always trough around the time of the last cut from the Fed. So if that's the correct playbook, and if that's following historical norms, then I think 10-year yields go lower. And then the other point is, if you look at the K-shaped economy, the bottom half of the U.S. economy needs lower yields to get housing going, get the industrial sector going, and all that sort of stuff. So I think there's a good argument that it's just a bit of short-term volatility.
Can I ask you what you see as upending the arguments and what could destabilize your view going into next year? It's interesting. Donald Trump is currently talking about what he sees in terms of the Supreme Court around tariffs and the fact that the Supreme Court could throw out tariffs. You've got the midterms, you've got geopolitics, you've got the AI story. What is it that you think could kick volatility higher and cause market turbulence in 2026? We obviously saw that with Independence Day in 2025. Could you see something similar in 2026 that completely upends the market, even if only for a short period of time?
Well, I mean, clearly, Trump and policy is always a risk, as you said, as you articulated on Liberation Day. I mean, that is always a risk. But I think, you know, we're keeping a close eye on these SOFR spreads, these secured overnight financing rates, the tightness, a bit of stress you're seeing in the credit market. That's a concern. A lot of tapping of the repos by deposit-taking banks and so on. There's clearly some stress out there. That's a big focus, feeding off that private credit story we've been thinking about. There's also very high levels of speculation in this market. So that is always a risk. It's very difficult to time a market on a level of speculation. There's no clear sort of sell signal. You don't know when it's too much. But there is a lot of speculation if you look at single stock call option volumes and margin debt. They're both very, very high. And actually the participation at the sort of top level of S&P volumes is really quite low. So it's kind of a bizarre market. We're sort of bifurcated with a lot of retail speculation driving it. So that does concern me, and that is definitely a risk. That could upend the sort of apple cart. I do worry about those sort of factors. But yeah, and look, and if we're wrong on inflation, that is definitely a big risk, because this market is living off liquidity and rate cuts, and if that story starts reversing significantly, then there's a bit of concern. And then I think the other thing I'd say, just sort of really left of field, is it's very bizarre to me that the Canadian curve and the New Zealand curve are starting to price in rate hikes when their house prices are actually still going down. In fact, if you look in, I think it's Canada, house prices are contracting about 2% year on year. So it's a very odd environment. You would have thought after all those cuts, Canadian housing would be turning up, not down. And in fact, even though it's turning down, you're getting hikes coming priced into the curve. So there's something slightly that needs keep a good eye on. We're very concerned about what's going on in the sort of periphery developed world, if you like. So yeah, there's tons of stuff to worry about. There always is, but that's what bull markets are about. They climb a wall of worry. So yeah, so
Chris,
we're watching all that stuff.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the confidence, and thanks for the list of things to worry about as well. Chris Watling, global economist and chief market strategist at Longview Economics. Coming up on the programme, German defence stocks are called higher as Germany is set to approve a record €52 billion defence package. We also have no real progress on Ukraine. That also possibly in the mix. This is Bloomberg.
We are in such an incredibly exciting moment with AI. It is really the most profound technology of our lifetimes, and I think it has the potential to help us rethink literally everything. The potential for economic impact, societal benefit is honestly boundless. When we think about the economic impact for Europe in particular, it's around a 1.2 trillion euro estimate of the productivity growth that can be unlocked. This platform shift that we are living through, I think, is going to create untold amounts of value for the world, but also for businesses and for economies. which is why I'm incredibly optimistic in this moment for Europe, but also for the whole world.
How do you think about job losses or safety for some of the AI tools?
You know, I hear the anxiety and I understand the anxiety about jobs. I think that we are certainly going to live through a massive transition about how people learn to work alongside these tools. I mean, the reality is I do think there'll be some number of jobs that are displaced. I think it is a smaller number maybe than some anticipate. We estimate it's around 7%. And I think what's important is that we have programs that help those 7% transition into new fields of work. I think what is more likely is that most of us are going to learn to work alongside these tools. So we estimate about 2/3 of us. If you think about the tasks you do in your daily life, when you look at every industry, there are administrative tasks that are happening everywhere, and that's what AI is most helpful in improving.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
If inflation continues to be persistent and looks like it is not coming back down towards the board's target, then I think that does raise questions about how tight financial conditions are, and the board might have to consider whether or not it's appropriate to keep interest rates where they are, or in fact at some point raise them. But I wouldn't put a timing on that. It's going to be a meeting-by-meeting decision.
That was Australia's Central Bank Governor Michelle Bullock. The RBA's board unanimously agreed to keep rates unchanged for a third straight meeting. And there was a hint of hawkishness there around inflation worries. That pushed up certainly short-end yields in Australia and the currency a little bit. Let's bring into the conversation our Markets Live reporter Skylar Montgomery-Koenig. Skylar, good morning to you. We've seen this sort of global hint towards inflation concerns. Yesterday it was the ECB. Last week it was Japan. Today the RBA talking a little about inflation. A previous guest on this programme was not worried much about certainly US inflation. How concerned are you around the inflation theme and the higher yield theme that seems to be building?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the higher yield theme I think is something to take seriously. This is actually pretty normal behavior for markets. So what you see is that the market looks for the hiking cycle that's coming next, well before the end of the cutting cycle. And that becomes easier because there's a shorter lag between the cutting cycle and the hiking cycle that comes next when there isn't this great economic damage, which we haven't seen. And you're also talking about inflationary pressures, particularly in the US. So I think there's different concerns everywhere, but I think certainly in the US you need to be worried about inflation heading into next year. And so you're looking for the hiking cycle before you get to the end of the cutting cycle. And even when you have that firmed up and when you expect the first hike, yields start to rise from 9 months before that. So I think certainly heading into next year, as you're talking about inflation potentially being higher in the US, maybe you get some kind of fiscal bill heading into midterms, you need to be talking about it, and you'll likely see that continued pressure upward on yields.
Is the Fed going to give us a clue today as to when that happens? Like, I'm wondering what the Fed can say today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
And what Powell, he sits down today and he goes, right, okay, guys, we have no data. So what decisions are we going to be making here? So is this a redundant meeting from the FOMC? I know everybody's very excited about whether it's hawkish or dovish or whatever, but I'm wondering how useful it is in terms of what it's going to tell us about what comes next.
I think it's useful because we're now moving to a type of FOMC where you're looking at what the individual members think and care about. So the meeting tomorrow, I think certainly because pricing is skewed so dovishly, you're ended up on the hawkish side. And what you're looking for there is how many dissenters are there. You're likely having one dovish dissent, but I would expect at least 2 hawkish dissents for a hold. Right. And you're also looking at the dot. So next year, is there still only 1 cut expected? So that gives you some kind of guidance on what to think. But I think certainly what you've also seen from the last 5 FOMCs is that Powell has corrected the market hawkishly in the press conference. So what you tend to see is the dollar sells off because the market wants to be dovish on the immediate reaction, but that ends up higher 3-6 hours later because Powell's more hawkish.
How do you think, Skylar, that people should think about dissents at the Fed? We've talked about this, quite a bit of a newer phenomenon. Other central banks, there's more history of dissent. Many in the market don't want to see a lack of independence at the Fed. So how should we think about dissent?
I think it's certainly a positive signal for independence because it means that you're not all coalescing around a Fed chair that maybe isn't as independent as you would hope for. And I think it means that you have more volatility next year, right? Because every meeting, people are taking individual views on how that economic data is coming in. And it means that you have more likelihood that you'll get kind of pinged around. And we certainly see it in the Bank of England, that a decision comes and what the dissenters are does impact how hawkishly it's taken, and you get more volatility as a result of that.
Bank of England is just becoming impossible to call at the moment. You do wonder whether the Fed's going to end up in a similar situation very, very soon. Skylar, nice to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Bloomberg's Markets Live, Skylar Montgomery-Koenig. And remember, you can get all of the analysis, and it's going to be a big day today, into tomorrow, MLIV Go, on your Bloomberg terminal. Single stocks. Let's start with wind. Louise Moon, over to you.
Yeah, we're looking at wind in particular this morning. So this is after news overnight that a US federal judge has said that Trump's banning of new wind projects is illegal. So if you look at her quote here, quite a punchy quote from her overnight. So it's been a long-running issue this year. So Trump has been trying to essentially ban a lot of these wind projects in the US. This is now said to be illegal. So you would expect this, be a bit of a boost to some of these stocks this morning. Also has had a bumpy ride this year on the back of a lot of this news. We expect it to kind of tick higher into the green, so that would be the main beneficiary of this in Europe this morning. Potentially also SSE and Vestas that we're also looking at. So wind is a key topic. Next up, we're also looking at defence stocks. That's after news from Germany that they're investing a record amount into their military. So 29 contracts. You can see it broken down here. 22 billion, for example, into basic military gear. So this is a real record, trying to create what they're saying is the biggest conventional army in Europe. So looking at the kind of classic stocks in the defence industry, Rheinmetall, BAE Systems, Saab, and also, of course, a host of others. They've already been benefiting from, this real rise in defence spending. So you'd expect them to, gain on the back of them again today. And then finally, ThyssenKrupp, also potentially on the back of that defence news, but also they had some results today, expecting to swing to a loss this morning. Quite a good year so far, up over 200%, but this could potentially weigh on that stock. And you can see from the analyst ratings that there's a bit more to be done for them. So that's another one that we're focusing on.
Louise, thank you very much. Our equities reporter, Louise Moon. Yes, we will certainly keep an eye on those wind stocks, certainly the defence names. Defence stocks were up yesterday on a lack of real progress on the Ukraine agenda, and that still seems to be the case this morning. So that combined with the German defence news, clearly a sector to watch. This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
We're coming to you live from Kuala Lumpur. The whole world is here.
The APEC Leaders Summit bringing together heads of states of 21 APEC economies.
The White House is trying to use the stops to gain additional leverage.
This big deal with a number of the biggest companies in South Korea.
That's a big number.
Deals can be done.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Korea is not Japan.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
In this latest salvo of this trade war.
And the analysis you need.
China's not going anywhere, nor are we.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia. We'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Lizzie Vernon in Florence, Italy, and this is Bloomberg.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Tuesday morning, let's take a look at where we were yesterday in the US session. We kind of faded, actually, the story from the start of the day. We're basically into the kind of holding breath moment. If you take a look at futures this morning, they are showing you absolutely nothing. We're waiting for the Fed. In some ways, the Fed doesn't know very much, but I think it's worth listening to the Fed, despite the fact that actually we don't have much data to go on. I think what happens next is going to be important. Will it give us clues as to what comes next in 2026? Anyway, so that was the picture yesterday. We kind of went out there. We weren't too far different in terms of where the closing price was in the United States. So let's talk a little bit about now what the futures tell us. I wish I had more exciting news for you, because at the moment, this is what the picture looks like. As you can see, we are in the holding breath phase. We are waiting to see what happens. Even the DAX, with all of the news surrounding what is happening with defense stocks this morning, is up by a staggering 0.2%. And I'm being generous here. I'm rounding up. And that's the picture, therefore, we find ourselves with. We're going to wait and see what gets delivered by the Fed. Other central banks are sounding a little bit more hawkish. Are we going to see a similar message from the Fed? Or is the bigger risk actually that the Fed sounds dovish? And actually, that tells us concerns about what is happening with the US economy. Anyway, there's a lot to play for over the next couple of days. I don't know how much news we're going to get, but it's certainly going to be fun to watch. Anna.
Yeah, let's have a look at some of the individual, well, I was going to say individual stocks. There's only one on my board, and then there are a couple of sectors that really are going to be in focus this morning. The wind sector certainly in focus. We've seen, of course, that Donald Trump's executive order banning new wind projects has been deemed to be illegal by a court. The defense stocks in focus, as you say, Guy, that big defense spending plan coming next week from the Germans. They're set to approve military procurement contracts worth a record 52 billion euros. And ThyssenKrupp also in focus, as this business says it's going to swing to a loss in the current financial year. Weakness in the auto sector and restructuring charges to blame, Guy.
Okay, here we go. Big drum roll moment. I'm joking, of course. It's a small drum roll moment. We are waiting for markets to open here in Europe. Top down, nothing to see. Bottom up, I think there's going to be some interesting stories. I do actually genuinely think the wind story is interesting. What continues to happen in defence obviously is fascinating from a European point of view. Will it be reflected in the top-down market? No, the market is looking broadly for some clues as to where policy goes next. And I think until we get that, we may not sort of go very far. Volatility, remember, has come down over the last few days, though bond markets obviously remain reasonably elevated in terms of the yield. FTSE 100 is negative. The CAC 40 is mildly positive. The Stock 600 is mildly positive. And I'm using mildly really kind of quite buoyantly here. IBEX is up by 0.1%. I'm not entirely sure that the German market is going to play ball this morning and open early, so we're going to have to wait for that to happen. But while we wait for that to happen, there's some single stocks and maybe some sectors that are worth focusing on. Anna, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to where the sector movement is in the first part of the trading day. Financial services, actually the best performing sector, up by 0.6%. We actually see Man Group as one of the stocks that's on the rise within that. We're around 50-50, gaining sectors, losing sectors. At the bottom of the basket, if you like, we've got basic resources, and we have seen some weakness coming through in steel prices and other basic metals overnight, so maybe that's having a negative impact there. We've also had some news flow surrounding some M&A in that space. We'll watch that. But one of the sectors that we mentioned in the run-up to the open is showing some signs of life, and that is the wind sector. We've got Vestas up by just shy of 3%. We've got Ørsted up by 3.4%. And, of course, this all in connection with President Trump's executive order being declared by a federal judge to be illegal, saying that, and this was seen as something that could be positive for these businesses that had great plans, particularly around the eastern seaboard, that had to be either mothballed or cancelled entirely. So that's where we are. In terms of the individual movers, we've got Novo Nordisk moving higher, Relics moving higher, this morning. HSBC providing some downside movement. But yeah, still waiting for Germany, to answer your earlier question.
I'm actually struggling to see any kind of clear narrative in terms of the stocks that are moving this morning. Oil stocks maybe a little softer. We have seen obviously a big move lower in the oil price. Maybe that acts as a bit of a drag. So you are seeing names like Shell under a little bit of pressure, but not a lot of pressure. It's British American Tobacco, HSBC, Essilor-Luxottica, Swiss Re, Richemont. Some of the luxury names are actually a bit soft. So LVMH is also a little bit soft this morning, but again, not by much.
We do have those defence names just coming into action over in Germany now. So we've got Renk Group up by 4.3%. Some of the others within that space, industrial goods and services, of course, it forms part of that. So Hensoldt is up by just shy of 3%, Rheinmetall. And it's the confluence of the German spending. I mean, maybe we knew this was coming, but it's another tick in the box for the process of delivering huge uplift in German defence spending, plus the fact that we've got just more talks on Ukraine overnight as the message, and some progress but no sort of resolution. Maybe that also leaves some space for these German defence names to go
Even
higher.
with this, the DAX is up a staggering 0.2%.
Yeah.
Which kind of speaks to the idea that we are maybe kind of waiting for the Fed. And it's also interesting that actually it's some of the pharma names that are doing the kind of the most heavy lifting across Europe. So you've got Astra, Allianz, Novo Nordisk, Rheinmetall in the mix at the top end of the market this morning. There's plenty of politics that we need to focus on as well. Look at what is happening in Germany, look at what's happening in France. There's things that are worth paying attention to. But how are we now thinking about what 2026 is going to deliver? And is the Fed going to give us any clues today as to what the story is going to look like? Madison Fowler, JP Morgan Private Bank Global Investment Strategist, joining us this morning. Good morning. You excited about the Fed?
Always excited about the Fed.
Is the Fed going to tell us anything useful today? Why are we excited about the Fed? Obviously, it's a Fed meeting. We need to pay attention. The Fed doesn't have much data going into this meeting, and we're about to have a Fed chair shift. We're going to get a lot of dissent. So I'm just kind of, which bit should I be excited about? Because in some ways you shouldn't be excited, but in some ways, with this level of dissent and this level of uncertainty, there's a lot to play for.
Well, I think there's reason to be excited for the fact that we will receive, incremental clarity on the path of future interest rates. So when we think about the fact that there might be a high bar for future Fed rate cuts after this one, I think that does signal to us what the path of 2026 could look like. And so if we do see more pronounced dissents, for instance, in this meeting, that could signal to us that the Fed might be more cautious heading into 2026. But nonetheless, I think it is still clear that even with that, the Fed is maintaining its easing bias. But I'm very interested to hear not just about the short term, but also the long term as well, and how it perceives the neutral rate and the trade-off between, for instance, AI productivity-linked gains, but also some of the challenges related to fiscal activism and how that really shakes out, I think will be important as well.
What would you ask? If you had a question to the Fed, Madison, today, and everyone will be focused on, obviously the dissent question will be front and center, but you raised the AI story and productivity. And if we are focused on the longer term and what that can really deliver for the US economy and the global economy, I mean, what is it that we want to understand about the Fed's thinking on AI? Because we had lots of interesting conversations last week about the way that AI and inflation are going to interact, and maybe there'll be a mismatch in timing there. Maybe you get inflation first, then deflation, or maybe the reverse. I mean, what kind of questions would you be asking around that?
I think when it comes to the long term, and when we're trying to think through the balance of both AI and inflation, I think the biggest thing to try to understand is what does that ultimately mean for growth in the U.S. and also more broadly globally. So is there the belief that AI can lead to genuine productivity gains? And I think from our perspective, that answer is certainly yes. We are believers in the AI revolution. I think that doesn't mean that there aren't going to be pockets of froth and some consternation underneath the surface, and there will be winners and losers within that. But I do think understanding the strength of the potential productivity that could bring is quite important. And then, of course, what the path of inflation looks like as a result. So we do think that AI can have a deflationary impact, but at the same time, we know that there are more structural inflationary drivers as it relates to persistent capacity gaps, immigration controls, and all of that leads to higher structural inflation as well.
And what's the AI trade of 2026 going to look like then, with all of that in mind? Is it going to be, maybe it's not going to be about the early gainers, the companies that did really well in the first couple of years of the AI revolution. Is it going to be something different? We talk a lot about other sectors getting involved. Energy is the obvious one, other infrastructure. What's it going to look like, AI 2026?
I do think that we start to talk about that trade broadening out from here. So, and we're already starting to see more market discernment when it comes to even the big AI names. So, for instance, when we're just thinking about the trading of some of the hyperscalers, we are seeing markets start to, try to price in real time which of those names are going to see real revenue gains as a result of all of the CapEx spending that they've employed. So, I think that we want to be discerning around the hyperscalers, but we do expect that to broaden out, one, into the data infrastructure providers, two, into the power space. So we can think utilities there. Those that expect to benefit from productivity enhancements, and there you can think like sectors like financials, even healthcare. But then I would also say that a lot of the value creation that we're seeing today is actually happening in private markets. Actually, some of the largest companies, both in the U.S. and Europe, call it between 85 to 95% of those are private today. And so when we think about that next wave of value creation, I do think we need a barbell, both public and private markets.
A lot of people are making asset allocation decisions for next year right now. They go to meetings, and what I'm hearing is that a lot of people are going to continue to allocate to private credit, private markets. Is that the right decision?
For private markets broadly, I do think it's important, especially if you are concerned about some of the rising concentration risks that we are seeing within the public market space. And again, when we think about the growth drivers of the future, I do think that allocating to private equity is important. When it comes to private credit, I think it's just another reminder of why very careful manager selection is so important. I do think when we're looking at the space broadly, there are some more reasons to be more mindful, I think, into the years ahead. But from a broad perspective, we are still seeing quite low default rates.
So some managers are, you think, maybe being a little too gung-ho in that space?
I think that ultimately it's really important to ensure that you are investing alongside managers that are being mindful of the underwriting standards, the underlying fundamentals. And when we allocate to any market, but especially within private markets, we do see that the dispersion between top and bottom performing managers is quite wide. And so I think that thoughtful manager selection is really important.
Okay, and thinking about, you mentioned in your notes, Madison, about fragmentation and how that throws up opportunities. I mean, we had a conversation about European fragmentation earlier on in the programme, which felt like that feels like a negative, that actually the answer is more pooling of interest, more capital markets union, savings and investment union around Europe. But you think about fragmentation as an opportunity because we live in a less globalised world, so that means more countries doing things for themselves, I suppose.
Ultimately, yes. And I think that's true across the board. So whether we are talking about AI inflation or fragmentation, there is a sense of the challenges bringing pressure, but also the promise of opportunities that are opening themselves up. So when we think about a more fragmented, more fractured global landscape that is, moving through more difficult supply chain issues, that's also led to, I think, increased fiscal activism. So governments spending more, corporates investing more heavily in CapEx, and we're certainly seeing that in Europe specifically as it relates to infrastructure and defense. And then, I think, again, bringing it back to the AI story, that's even becoming more of a matter of national security as well. So I think as countries are turning more insular, that opens up the conversation, I think, of global diversification and why that's so important because of that domestic story, I think, really burgeoning, and that narrowing of the differential between the U.S. and the rest of the world into the years ahead.
Yeah, no, that takes us to the defence theme and that and the reshoring theme. Plenty of ways in which that fragmentation, the less globalised nature of the world.
Emmanuel Macron was talking just about this when he was referencing China yesterday, talking about the idea that unless China figures out how to make the relationship more balanced, then maybe they have to go down a similar road to what we've seen in the United States. Madison, thank you very much indeed. Nice to see you. Madison Fowler, JP Morgan Private Bank, Global Investment Strategist. Looking ahead to 2026, let's look ahead to what we are seeing in the markets right now. Defence stocks catching a bid. You can see that with Rheinmetall, but you can see it across the entire sector. Luxury under a little bit of pressure. It's interesting that ASML's not doing very much, despite we've got that good news, apparently, from an NVIDIA point of view on the H200s. Anyway, let's focus on the defence story, because that is the standout theme in Europe this morning. Louise Moon with more.
It is indeed the standout theme. So looking at Rheinmetall, BAE Systems, Saab, Leonardo, all of them across the board ticking up into the green in early trading. That's, of course, after Germany investing a record amount into their defence contracts. So we're seeing this across the board, all across, straight into the green for them, extending gains that we've already seen this year. Moving on from that, we're also looking at ThyssenKrupp, taking a look at their stock, down over 13%. That's as analysts are focusing on their guidance rather than the beat in their results. Their guidance for the following year wasn't so strong, and that's what investors are really looking at this morning. Moving back to the UK, also looking at British American Tobacco, the tobacco giant. Their stock down over 4% into the red. They had their results this morning, and they cut their revenue guidance just slightly. They were seeing it at the high end, now seeing it slightly lower for the following year. So stock is reacting on the back of that for BAT. Now, moving into wind, obviously this is a big story after a US judge ruled that Trump's banning of new wind projects was illegal. So this is benefiting Ørsted, Vestas, both ticking up high into the green. Ørsted up over 2% this morning on the back of that. So positive news for them. Potentially some new projects could go ahead in the US. And then finally, looking at HelloFresh, down over 6% this morning. That's after there was cut by Morgan Stanley, saying that there's a lot of competition in the US in the market. And so, you know, the prospects for future growth are not a bit more shaky than potentially previously thought. So weighing on their stock today.
Louise, thank you. Louise Moon from our equities team with those stocks that are moving this morning. Up next, we'll continue to focus on the European defence space, including Rheinmetall, after Germany approves, or is set to approve, next week, a record 52 billion euros in military orders. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geoeconomic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Vonnie Quinn in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and this is Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility. There's still room to maneuver. We do see opportunities. It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. How are you feeling? Welcome back. You're watching the opening trade. We are 17 minutes into the equity market session, and you are actually seeing some outperformance coming through from Germany this morning. The defence story is front and centre. It is driving that market, and it is causing the DAX to be up by, let's call it 0.5%. I'm being slightly generous, but let's call it 0.5%. Elsewhere in Europe, nothing to see here. Very quiet markets. Quick look at the defence stocks that are doing all of this heavy lifting this morning. Remember, many of them are in Germany, but not all of them are in Germany. Rheinmetall, Hensoldt, Renk, Leonardo across Europe, all moving higher, but BAE Systems is also on the upside. Some of the adjacent names are also moving to the upside as well. But this is German military spending that is likely, we think, to be announced next week. 29 military procurement contracts. We think the number is, let's call it circa 52 billion euros. We were anticipating this was going to come through at some point. It's just that it's interesting on the timing and kind of the size and scope of what we are seeing here. So let's get the details of what we know, what we're expecting. Let's go to Oliver Crook, our Chief Europe correspondent, who joins us today from Brussels. What do we know? What are we going to get next week? We've got a big procurement drive coming through from the Germans. They are accelerating military spending. What do we know about that military spending?
This is the Germans really putting their money where their mouth is. This is part of the sort of Zeitenwende. This was the famous speech given by Olaf Scholz after the invasion of Ukraine, the turning point for the German military and their view of their own military and the military capacities really being brought into life by Friedrich Merz now with this latest procurement, which is 52 billion euros worth of military orders. And just to put that into context, Guy, the German military budget in 2021, the year before the Ukrainian invasion, was 47 billion euros. That was the entire military budget for the entire year. So we're talking about a single order that goes beyond that. As you can see it there, it's going to be a lot of it's going to be on basic military gear, about 22 billion, 4 billion on infantry and vehicles, 3 billion on interceptor missiles, and also that Arrow program that we'd heard from the getting from the Israelis, and about 2 billion there on surveillance and satellites. We should say that this obviously is one of the sort of most biggest drivers within all of European defense spending. This is super important for companies like Rheinmetall, which is up about 2.5% this morning, because it gave them the confidence to make the kinds of investments that Rheinmetall needed to make. 13 different factories, doubling, tripling capacity at a number of these plants. That's what the CEO told me last week. And that has been one of the major issues, actually getting these contracts in. And in order to get these sort of upgrading in terms of capacities and building out this actual stuff, the German companies need that kind of confidence. And it's very clear that the German government is giving that confidence. That is one thing. We have one side of this equation, which is the materiel. There's a difficult other side of it, which is the personnel. This is the question of the number of people within the German military. The German military stands at only about 180,000 active military troops at the moment. When we think about Russia, that's over 1 million. For the Ukrainians, that's approaching 1 million. So that is going to be the next step and potentially the choke point for the German military. But as it stands, this is really the Germans executing on those ambitions, those big ambitions of military buildup.
And Oliver, sticking with the defense theme, we've also seen, yes, some conversations, many conversations taking place around Ukraine at very high level in Europe over the last 24 hours, but not a huge amount of progress. But there has been an indication that maybe more unity has been found around security, around the frozen Russia assets and the use of those in backing a loan to Ukraine for the rebuilding of Ukraine. But is Belgium on board? I mean, that's been the stumbling block for some time, as hundreds of billions of dollars are in Euroclear.
Yeah, so that's the big question. We haven't heard anything particularly positive from the Belgians over the last weekend or the last couple of days. You know, the last thing we've heard publicly from them is saying that they basically had great misgivings about it. They were not yet on board with the plan. That being said, what we heard from European leaders with that degree of confidence came yesterday after that meeting between Keir Starmer, Zelensky, Friedrich Merz, and Emmanuel Macron. And Friedrich Merz had been in Brussels having dinner with the Prime Minister of Belgium just on Friday, right before going to those meetings on Monday. So it's quite possible that he he had a bit more insight, a bit more success in lobbying the Belgians in terms of making forward progress on that. And really what the Belgians are asking for, I think, is fairly reasonable, that they share the burden of potential litigation or having to repay the loan if that were to have to materialize across the EU 27 or the EU 25. The other sticking point is, of course, Hungary and Slovakia, who have sort of raised objections about this. The Europeans will be able potentially to get around them by a qualified majority, so that's potentially is going to be put to rest. But really, this is the crunch time. Over the next 10 days, they need to come to a consensus on this. This is what we'll be talking to finance ministers about later this week. And really, the big event is next week for the European leaders meeting that'll be taking place in Brussels. And we should say that in my conversation with Volodymyr Zelensky a couple of weeks ago, he was very unequivocal about the importance of these Russian assets. He says for the Ukrainians, this is a matter of survival, and that 90 billion euros will go basically 2/3 of the way of funding not only the Ukraine military, but their own other budgetary issues for the next 2 years. So absolutely critical. Even if you're really concerned with getting a peace deal across the line, it's the difference between sitting across the table from the Russians with $100 billion in your bank account and not having it.
Okay, Oliver, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Oliver Crook in Brussels with the latest on the German defence push and the Ukraine news. Let's pivot to the tech sector, where NVIDIA is making gains in after-hours trade after winning President Trump's approval to ship its H200 AI chips to China in exchange for a 25% surcharge. It paves the way for the chipmaker to potentially regain billions of dollars in lost business from a key global market. Bloomberg's Jill Desis joins us now from Hong Kong. So, Jill, we saw NVIDIA trade higher in after hours on the back of this. I mean, this could be quite significant, I suppose. It's not the top-end chips, but it is a market that NVIDIA counts on no revenue from right now.
Yes, that's right, Anna. And as you said, I mean, we're talking potentially billions of dollars in revenue that could be on the cards here. Just look at what Jensen Huang said a month ago, talking about China is a $50 billion market. So you're looking at absolutely massive potential here, even if you're accounting for that 25% surcharge. I mean, the fact that NVIDIA has been unable to sell any chips to China over this past year as these tensions have persisted, I think does tell you that, you know, if all sort of just goes ahead as planned, if they're able to sell these chips there, if China ends up buying these chips, I think that you're looking at a really, really significant opportunity for NVIDIA.
Okay. Persuading Trump might be the easy bit. Persuading Xi could be the hard bit. Is China actually going to want to buy these things?
Well, Guy, I think there's a couple of things to keep in mind here. So these H200 chips, they're actually quite a bit more powerful than the H20 chips that were originally in question earlier this year that NVIDIA was trying to sell to China. In actuality, the H200 chips are about a generation ahead of anything that the local Chinese chip makers like Cambricon or Huawei are able to produce right now. So you've got that as one factor, is that these are just more advanced chips. The other factor is that at present, China actually needs more chips than any of those local producers are able to supply. So when you take that into consideration, I mean, yes, it is true that the Chinese government has been trying to convince China to wean itself off of American chips, has been dissuading the purchase of American chips, but at the same time, I think, you know, the actuality there of being able to purchase an advanced chip that those local chip makers can't produce yet, I think is a pretty big draw here.
And I suppose we think then about what it is that President Trump is going to want from China in return for allowing them access to these H200 chips. We know what he wants from the US businesses exporting, and that's money, because that's what NVIDIA and AMD and anybody else is going to have to pay to the US. But what does he want from China? Do we have any sense?
Well, Trump just said that, you know, after talking, he said he was talking with Xi recently, that he's under the understanding that China could potentially be buying more U.S. soybeans. You know, that entire agricultural sector, that's been something that's really been at the center of a lot of these U.S.-China tensions this year, and China, you know, going through, you know, the prolonged period of not purchasing any U.S. soybeans before agreeing then. So Trump is saying that, like, that's maybe one thing that he can get from the Chinese side of things here. Maybe, you know, ultimately agriculture is where he sees his big win.
Yeah, you wonder how much this could all change and how quickly it could change and how volatile it could all be. It's going to be an interesting 2026. Jill, great stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Jill Desis on what is latest with NVIDIA. Let's talk about some of the stocks that we're watching here in Europe in a bit more detail. ThyssenKrupp is under a little bit of pressure this morning. The numbers actually this time around aren't that bad. It's the outlook that I think is causing most concern right now, and what is happening in terms of the cash position of this business going forward. Costs are a huge factor, and that is being reflected this morning in terms of the weak guidance that maybe we are seeing being delivered. So the stock is down by, what, 6.25%?
Yeah, absolutely. So the stock responding, as you say, to that negativity around the guidance. It's interesting, it's the steel units doing okay if you're looking at the year-on-year performance here. But there's a lot of concern around autos. It's auto technology that's down 24% year-on-year. Materials services also down 35% year-on-year. So those are the areas, those are the parts of the business where they're having this weakness. I mean, the weakness of the auto story is a well-known one.
It certainly is. And are we going to see that converted into maybe a military story going forward? There's certainly be some suggestion around that. Up next, we're going to talk about what is happening in Abu Dhabi. It's Finance Week there. We're done with the Formula One. We're on to Finance Week. We're going to check in on the private credit landscape. Direct lending is a big story. Golub Capital CEO Lawrence Golub is going to be joining us next. This is Bloomberg.
Crises, two essential crises, and for both it's now or never: democracy and climate, and they are absolutely interlinked, and we have to solve them together. We're losing the democratic infrastructure and norms to deal with the climate, and we're losing the climate stability that is essential for a democracy. We have to solve them together. We've never faced a threat like this to our democracy at a time when it's a perfect storm, at a time when we're being told by climate scientists, some of you may be in this room, that we have to cut our emissions, fossil fuel emissions, in half in 5 years now. You know, when I started to realize what was happening, it was 12 years, and we haven't done it.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis from the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. Live every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
This is the opening trade, 30 minutes into today's session. Tuesday morning, this is what we have for you across European equity markets. Then up by 0.2%, not much, but better than we'd anticipated maybe an hour ago on a Fed day. We're waiting, of course, for the Federal Reserve, or day one of the Fed, I should say. Of course, they give us the results of their deliberations tomorrow. The DAX is up by 0.4%, and some of that is around the government spending, in particular around defence. We've seen defence names pretty strong this week, in part due to Ukraine news flow and also due to these defence lines coming through from Germany and the spending commitments that we're expecting to see now down there next week. The French market up by 0.2% ahead of a crucial budget vote, and the FTSE 100 underperforms this morning. Guy, what have you got?
Okay, 3 is bigger than 2. That's what I've got. Markets are a little bit higher. I know that doesn't take into account weightings, but basically we've just got a few more stocks that are higher than lower. Defence names are certainly helping. London may be a little bit of a laggard with some of the oil names a little softer. Volume is down. It's Fed day 1. Let's park that and move on from that. Let's talk a little bit about some of the leaders and see what has happened happening there. Defense names are on the front foot after the Bloomberg story. Rheinmetall is up by 3.4% on the back of the spending plans we're expected to be announcing next week. BNP Paribas is climbing quite nicely as well, 1.7% to the upside. Ørsted, the wind story in the United States. A judge maybe pushing back against the Trump administration's ban on East Coast wind farms. That certainly is helping out Ørsted this morning. So that's kind of the positive story. Let's turn to what is happening on the negative story. There seem to be outlooks for next year that is causing a few problems at the moment this morning. British American Tobacco outlook. Market doesn't like it. Stock's down by nearly 5%. ThyssenKrupp outlook. Market doesn't like it. Stock's down by 7.72%. HelloFresh is actually a downgrade, I think, by Morgan Stanley. Its outlook for next year is that we're going to see more competition in the United States, and as a result of which that stock is down by 7%. So it's looking forward into next year that seems to be causing a few problems at the bottom end of the market this morning. BAT, Thyssen and HelloFresh all weaker on the back of that, Anna.
Guy, here are some of the other stories we're watching this morning. The French Prime Minister, Sébastien Lecornu, faces a key vote on the social security budget today. The risks fueling political turbulence in Paris. The National Assembly will vote on a bill which covers spending on welfare, health and pensions for next year. Google is being investigated by the European Union over whether it has abused its dominance by using its own artificial intelligence tools to squeeze out competition. The Commission said today it will look at whether the firm has distorted competition by imposing unfair terms on content creators and giving its own AI model an advantage over its rivals. And President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, has emerged as a player in Paramount's fight for Warner Brothers Discovery just days after Netflix agreed to a deal. Paramount is making a hostile $30 a share cash takeover bid for all of Warner Brothers. Financing terms unveiled yesterday show that Kushner is participating in the Paramount bid through his investment firm Affinity Partners. Guy?
Okay, let's turn our attention to what is happening in Abu Dhabi. Finance Week is on. The Formula One is over. Bloomberg's Abir Abu Omar joins us now from there. Over to you.
So this is the second day of Abu Dhabi Finance Week, where we have been over the past couple of days speaking to a lot of the executives that have come to the region. And joining me now is Lawrence Golub of Golub Capital. Lawrence, lovely to have you with me today.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Let me start with a quick question about your company's philosophy. Now, you brand yourself as good boring, which is in fact a good thing when it comes to your line of business. But in the light of the geopolitical tensions that are happening across the world, whether it is in the US or Europe or even here where we are in the Middle East, does that philosophy shift a little bit? How does that factor into how you think about what you do?
In our core business, which is acquisition finance, direct lending, it doesn't shift. It's good boring. We want to have partners who are equity holders, usually private equity firms, who are very skilled, careful, have a lot of money junior to us. We want a lot of resiliency in terms of things that can go wrong. But we do have to pay attention to what geopolitical issues or international issues or local economic issues might bring to bear big risks. And that brings in our second part of our philosophy, which is really to be specialists in credit, specialists in acquisition finance. So we specialize to be able to be boring.
So let me talk a little bit about what is happening when it comes to the monetary policy. Now, with higher for longer rates, where are, do you think, the best returns when it comes to risk-adjusted investments?
Well, I think I would urge investors not to look at the very short term. Don't worry about whether this 25 basis point cut is going to be followed by another one immediately or not. Forward curves show SOFR coming down to about 3% by this time next year. That rate is sustainable, good, attractive if we on a dollar basis have inflation under control. So a 3% SOFR rate, if we've got 2% inflation, maybe even 2.25% as we have some short-term adjustments from tariffs, that's all a real indicator of stability, and you know, we really like being floating rate investors because we don't have to guess about longer rates. But I think you'll be able to see, we'll all be able to see what the impact on longer term rates are from this lower for longer or however it ends up. If long rates, for example, the 10-year Treasury is slightly over 4%, if that ticks up, that could have an adverse impact on growth rates in the U.S. We are very satisfied with the growth that's going on in the U.S. economy right now. It's not booming growth, but it's better growth than we expected when we understood the tariff implications. We do a quarterly report looking at our monthly financials all through the portfolio, and we don't see any indication of a base level of growth slowing down.
Right. Let me turn a little bit towards this part of the world. We are in Abu Dhabi at ADGM. You just recently got your license to operate here. And I've been asking this question to a lot of the people that we have been meeting with over the past couple of days. Why Abu Dhabi? You know, there's a lot of capital, a lot of people, a lot of operations that are moving to this part of the world. But where do you see the pockets of opportunity when it comes to the Middle East or the Gulf in general?
We've had investors from the Gulf and from Abu Dhabi and the Emirates for more than 10 years. We decided a couple of years ago we wanted to open an office locally to be closer to our clients, to demonstrate our long-term commitment because we're being asked to. And I think that connectivity with people in government, people in the business community has really accelerated our growth in the region, not just in Abu Dhabi, but in the Emirates generally, and even in Kuwait and Saudi. I think that we're going to expand our office very significantly next year. Interestingly, nobody ever comes to the office. It's about having an office and having local people and being engaged in the community, philanthropic work like we do with NYU Abu Dhabi Stern. And it's not easy to just pinpoint, okay, because we opened an office, we got this investor or that investor. It's really about being part of the community. And we are also developing over time strategies to invest, not just invest back like philanthropy, but actually create investment strategies that take advantage of the growth of the economies here.
So we were talking about this before, earlier before this interview, and we were talking about direct lending and private credit growth in the region. And I asked you a question about, again, the pockets of opportunity that you're finding in the region when it comes to private credit. In Saudi in particular, we were talking about how private credit notions are on the rise. Do you see that the market is in the Middle East ripe for this kind of sophisticated vehicle?
I think it is becoming very ripe, but not in the way we might have anticipated 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I would have talked about how we would by now be doing acquisition financing for middle market companies, and there are opportunities here and there for that, but it's not really a scaled business based on the private equity industry having not developed as much. We do a lot in some of our other strategies of partnerships with banks, whether that's through CLOs or SRTs, which are synthetic risk transfer. These products are perfect to help Saudi banks expand their lending capability, and we're actively exploring, in parallel with changes in the regulatory environment to enable this, to be partners with some of the financial institutions in Saudi and hopefully also in the Emirates. So that's going to be, I think, a real opportunity for us and investors of ours.
Let me turn a little bit inward, and as an independent credit manager, will you, do you think, at any point be open to negotiations with larger players on consolidation efforts?
Well, we have a number of minority passive investors, and we've used that to build our balance sheet. You know, it's public that KIC, one of the Korean sovereign funds, and Mizuho, the large Japanese bank, are minority investors with ours, and we have important joint ventures with both of them. We're pretty dedicated to staying as an independent, boring specialist in credit. We don't want to be spread all over the place. We're best in sponsor finance. We want to be best in the adjacencies to sponsor finance, like working with banks on these structured products, and we're very happy with that.
And just finally on private credit again, and as it becomes something that is talked about a little bit more often, we've been hearing a lot about private credit, especially over the past few months, and how it's on the rise if it replaces traditional funding, traditional banking. Do you see, and going back to your point about regulation, do you think that regulators will eventually have to step in, and would that be healthy for the macro markets?
Direct lending and our relationships as an industry with banks actually reduce risk, don't increase risk. Banks have just as much money invested indirectly in acquisition finance and private equity finance through their loans to BDCs, through their loans to other private credit managers, but they're at the top of the capital stack. So just like we, as part of our culture of being boring, want to have the private equity firms own the bottom half, we are responsible for the first risks and the second risks and the third risk. So banks are really a lot more secure, and they make a lot of money on a capital-adjusted Basel III, Basel IV basis. It's very profitable to lend to firms like ours and BDCs.
Lawrence, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you.
Lawrence Golub of Golub Capital. Anna, Guy, back to you.
Abir, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Abir Abu Omar in conversation there about credit markets, private credit markets, part of that conversation, and thinking about risks and where they might lie. Now, staying with the credit markets, hosts of the Bloomberg Odd Lots podcast spoke with Dan Iverson, the CIO of PIMCO, who is warning of dangerous assumptions where inflated credit ratings may be giving investors a false sense of security.
It is very, very dangerous to assume something has an investment grade rating just because the rating agencies assign a rating to it. It's critically important that you do your own credit work.
Those are the views then, Guy, of Dan Iverson, saying that you shouldn't just believe what you get on the tin from the credit rating agencies. And he's drawing the parallels with the GFC and saying, you know, at that point, you really shouldn't have trusted. Everything that was sliced and diced was AAA.
We've seen this movie before.
Yes.
2008. We've seen this movie. Are we about to see a rerun? And the point he's making actually is that regulators don't like to bail out businesses that have already had one bailout twice. So maybe the protection that has existed in the past for kind of expanding certain areas of the financial markets maybe don't exist for this particular area of the financial markets going forward. So watch out. So if you're not going to do your due diligence, don't expect the regulator to be there and help you out.
Yeah, that is interesting. And the links you have into the real economy and the rest of the economy could be material in the thinking of those regulators and whether they do get involved.
So what should we be worrying about more? Is it an AI bubble, which is kind of 2000, or is it 2008, which is the private credit bubble? There's two choices going into 2026. Up next, we're going to talk about what is happening maybe over in France today. The French Prime Minister, Sébastien Lecornu, faces a key vote on the social security budget today. It doesn't completely kill the finance package, but it could hold it below the waterline were this not to go through. We'll deal with the details and find out why it's important next. This is Bloomberg.
Nobu-san, would you say, when you look at your career, that the pivotal moment was actually that meeting with Robert De Niro? It took him 4 years to convince you to open a restaurant near him. You eventually did, and that started a partnership that has lasted through the decade.
You know, I met him 1988 after my first restaurants opened. He asked me to come to open the restaurant in New York. And beginning, I didn't know what he did.
You didn't know he was an actor?
No, I don't know what he doing because I never watched the movies. You know, I was traveling the business. But of course, after people, hey, no good, so you must know him, and then I understand.
How is he as a partner?
He's for me, and a great partner. He understands to my concept. He support me 100%. But he's a very smart people. Sometimes so strange idea, but it's good idea. So, example, Nobu Hotels idea come from him. He said, "Hey Nobu, so we have a lot of new restaurants coming in somebody's hotel." For him, doesn't make any sense. Then we start Nobu Hotel in Las Vegas 11 years ago. Now it's a big success. So next step is the residence.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to the opening trade. 8:46 in London, 9:46 if you are in Paris. We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets, waiting for the Fed, digesting a lot of news out of Germany. We also look ahead, though, to a crucial vote taking place in Paris today. The French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu faces a key test later today. The National Assembly will vote on the Social Security budget, which covers spending on welfare, health and pensions for 2026. We're joined now by Bloomberg's Caroline Conan, who's now back in Paris and can give us some information here. So how significant is this vote then, Caroline? I have lost count of the number of crucial votes that this Prime Minister has had to take to the Assembly.
You're not the only one to have lost count, really. And this is, again, perhaps another moment of truth for Sébastien Lecornu. We had the very, very tight adoption of the revenue chapter of that Social Security bill on a Friday night. And today we get the spending part and the overall Social Security bill voted at the National Assembly after being back and forth between the Senate and the National Assembly several times. That includes, again, the suspension of the pension reform that the socialists wanted to include. Remember, there was a precondition for them to support this bill. So the socialists, fortunately for Sébastien Lecornu, have called to vote in favor of this bill. However, we are seeing cracks within Macron's camp. The centrist party horizons of former Prime Minister Édouard Philippe, himself a candidate for the next presidential elections in 2027, is saying he can't vote in favor of this bill now, and he is calling for his 34 MPs to abstain. The Republicans were also supporting Lecornu before, remember, may also abstain. So even if you get some of Macron's camp and some of the socialists, it might be really, really tight. The National Rally and the far left will vote against this bill. So we may see either a very, very tight vote or a rejection of that bill. Another back and forth between the Senate and the National Assembly with really no compromise in sight.
OATs are 72 basis points over Bunds right now. I just point out the BTPs are 70. We'll park that thought for the moment and talk about what happens next. Should the market be worried? It was only a few months ago we were trading 85 over Germany. Is there a danger that we go back to those kinds of levels? What are you hearing from the market?
In the very short term, you know that Lecornu is not using this constitutional Article 49.3 to put his responsibility on the line. So there is not going to be any government collapse today. There is not going to be any Lecornu resigning over the next few days. So the level of risks that we are seeing is not the same as we saw in early October when Lecornu resigned and was reappointed a few days later. However, of course, there is the subject of having no budget for France. What does it mean? For example, for the Social Security budget, it means increasing the Social Security deficit from 20 billion to 30 billion euros. It means possibly some special laws in order to roll over the 2025 budget into 2026. So this process is going to take a long time. The risk level clearly could still increase. The deadline for the vote on the overall state budget is December 23. And with all this back and forth between the two chambers, we're clearly dangerously approaching this deadline. Last year, remember what happened? We had the Barnier government collapsing because he had put his vote of his responsibility on the line. This time, it's not going to be the case. But we may have no budget in France until March or April next year, according to the budget minister. That means no reforms, deficit that keeps increasing, debt levels of France that may, in the longer term, become unsustainable.
Okay. That feels like a familiar theme. We'll see exactly how it's going to play out this time. Caroline, thank you very much indeed, Caroline Conan, on what is happening with the French budget debate. Let's talk about what we're going to be seeing from the rest of today. 2 p.m. we got the vote in France. Later in the session, the Energy Information Administration is due to release its short-term energy outlook. Oil prices have been coming under a little bit of pressure. Gas exports are a big theme in the United States. There's a lot of exports, which is potentially driving up gas prices over in the United States. JOLTS data from the United States a little bit later on, always backward-looking, worth paying attention. I think it's a tiny bit more backward-looking than normal. Anglo shareholder vote, Tech Resources shareholder vote coming up a little bit later on. But it's Fed Day 1. I think that's kind of the main thing.
Yes, it is. And the thing about Fed Day 1 is it never delivers anything because you have to wait for Fed Day 2.
Actually, to be fair, we have to wait for Fed Day 3. Because basically...
We do in Europe, yes.
It's basically a 3-day process.
It is a 3-day process, so get ready. Right, let's bring in Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel. She's with us for this 3-day process that is the Fed. Val, yields have been on the rise. We talked about this a little while ago. Europe yesterday, Japan last week. US Treasuries have been catching a little bit of that. The RBA overnight. What does this tell us?
Yeah, no, it's been an interesting thing that Treasuries are being dragged around by global factors instead of normally what we see is the other way around. Treasuries leading the rest of global fixed income markets. But it has been a confluence of factors that have seen U.S. 10-year Treasury yields rise around 25 basis points, just in the month of December alone. So the market is getting a bit worried that we could be breaking out of these recent levels that we've been really stuck in for the last 3 months when it comes to Treasuries, and that could be higher. This is all on the back of the market pricing in, a higher terminal rate next year, which is surprising given the last 3 months we haven't really gotten a lot of new data. We're still waiting on this backlog of data. We're still waiting for some clarity for the Fed. I don't think we're going to get that tomorrow given how contentious and divided this Fed is and how much they're still waiting on the November backlog as well. But interesting to see that it's really also been the belly that's been leading this sell-off. So not necessarily what people are thinking immediately about central bank policy, but what we could get next year, be it a more hawkish Bank of Japan, a more hawkish ECB, as we heard from comments from Isabella Schnabel yesterday. So the belly's really leading this, and we're seeing a repricing globally of the neutral rate, essentially.
I'm not sure I want to think about 2026 yet. There seems to be a fair few things to think about in 2025. Is it safe to put my Christmas tree up yet?
I would say that this year is different because normally after the second week of December, everything quiets down. But now that we have this backlog of data, the November CPI and the November payrolls are going to be released in the third week of December. So honestly, we could get some pretty decent volatility right up until year end. We know this is a very illiquid point for markets. You have, various portfolio managers really not wanting to take a lot of risk, and whenever they see even just a shred of losses in some positions, they want to cut them and crystallize their gains for a year. So I really think that headed into Christmas season, that last week of December, we could see some real volatility. I think a huge curveball could be the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs. We're hearing from the street that really this ruling can come any day now.
And Trump's clearly worried about it.
He's promising these stimulus checks in the back of tariff rebates. He's really trying to position himself for what he's going to do if he loses the Supreme Court ruling. But this could have a bad effect on the Treasury market. We saw last time around when there was worries about the Supreme Court ruling that essentially we had a big sell-off in the Treasury market because they have to pay back this tariff revenue. That's something that's been sitting in the U.S. government coffers. So it's negative for the deficit, again, which has really made little progress since Trump's been elected.
If that happens, though, we will go straight into that conversation about how President Trump is going to get this revenue anyway through some other measure. I'm just predicting that will be the conversation, won't it, Val, about whether there are other levers he's going to pull, other tools he can use. Interesting on a stocks perspective, the MLive team had a pulse survey of investors that showed there are expectations that US stocks go quite a bit higher on the back of that kind of Supreme Court ruling. So what might worry the end of the bond market might pop stocks higher.
I think that would depend on whether you think that now that Trump is not allowed to use these emergency powers for tariffs, if we're less likely to see tariff-induced inflation next year. And that's a thing that, is continually being discussed, whether tariff-induced inflation is something that already happened or whether it's something that's yet to hit the market. And that kind of discussion, I think is likely to really rock the market next year. As soon as we decide whether tariff-induced inflation is in the rearview mirror, we've already seen it. There's nothing more coming. We could see a big big revision lower in people's CPI forecasts. I know you're raising an eyebrow to that because you doubt that kind of optimism about progress on inflation. But again, obviously we have November CPI to wait for. Then we have the December.
We had one guest today who was not worried at all about inflation.
He did then go and highlight the risk. Yeah, if it's the same, if it was Chris Watling.
Yes.
So my question is, if the Supreme Court throws it out, do we get another moment where you have another sort of board and he stands in front of it?
So more theatre.
Yeah. Does that happen again?
Well, look, the administration has been very clear that they have plenty of tools to use in order to replace this kind of tariff revenue. It's whether it actually happens, just how long it does take them to replace the IEPA, the Emergency Powers Act that they have been using.
I'm assuming, so I'm going with no, not safe to put Christmas tree up yet.
Yeah, I think that's the conclusion of many of my converstions with Valerie Totel towards the end of this year.
It'll go up
Bank of Japan, we could also get a surprise
Bank of Japan,
right?
that's going just before Christmas.
Don't close it up yet.
No, absolutely. Valerie, thank you very much indeed. I'm going to catch up on the conversations around the aviation sector with Willie Walsh out with IATA's big report of the year. We'll have that on the brief a little bit later on, around 10:40. That wraps things up for the opening trade. The Pulse is coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Coming to you live from Kuala Lumpur, the whole world is here.
The APEC Leaders Summit bringing together heads of states of 21 APEC economies.
The White House is trying to use the stops to gain additional leverage.
This big deal with a number of the biggest companies in South Korea.
That's a big number.
Deals can be done.
Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
Korea is not Japan.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
In this latest salvo of this trade war.
What a visual.
And the analysis you need.
China's not going anywhere, nor are we.
The world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Ahmed, only on Bloomberg.
Morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Germany seeks to transform its military with a record 52 billion euro defense spending package. This, as Ukraine's president said, there's still no deal to end the war.
NVIDIA wins President Trump's approval to sell more powerful H200 chips to China, despite concerns that it could undermine U.S. national security. Plus, family drama, Paramount enlists the help of President Trump's son-in-law as it launches a hostile bid for Warner Brothers just days after it agreed a deal with Netflix. So good morning, everyone. There's stocks posting small gains across the board. Again, bond yields hovering near Monday's high. Traders actually refraining from making big bets ahead of the Federal Reserve. S&P futures gaining some 0.1%. We always look at the U.S. 10-year yield, a great benchmark, 4.1722 euro dollar. Now, this is an interesting conversation on the appetite for investors looking at euro, given also the White House's position on Europe when it comes to defense spending, 116.45. We'll get on to defense spending, especially coming from Germany a little bit later on, and then Brent down some 0.3%. Look, the European markets map, I know yesterday was pretty much flat. Today, if you look at the difference between, for example, a DAX that's gaining some 0.4%, really boosted by some of the defense spending hope that's supporting this index, and the FTSE down some 0.1%. For the conversations that matter and the insights you need, let's get started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacqua.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, Bloomberg has learned that Germany is set to approve 29 military procurement contracts worth a record 52 billion euros. Now, it's part of the government's push to transform its military into Europe's strongest conventional army. Let's bring in Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent, Oliver Crook. Ollie, good morning. So what more do we know about these contracts, and what message is it trying to send?
The message that it sends is that the Germans are putting their money where their mouth is. This is part of the initial program that was launched by the former Chancellor Olaf Scholz, the so-called Zeitenwende turning point speech that he gave after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And this is Friedrich Merz really picking up the mantle and really executing on some of those ambitions. We should say $52 billion is the number of orders that have been approved now, or were likely going to be approved for the German military. To put that into context, Francine, in 2021, the year before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the Germans spent only 47 billion euros on their entire military budget for the whole year. So this is one sort of procurement a go-ahead by the Bundestag, dwarfing all of the spending formerly of the military before the war and the invasion. What we get in terms of the actual money for the gear is 22 billion on basic gear, about 4 billion on infantry vehicles. You can see there 3 billion on interceptor missiles, and almost 2 billion euros on surveillance satellites. I think this comes, Francine, at a time when we are seeing the American foreign diplomacy. We had that national security document that came out on Friday, really wanting to see the Europeans take more responsibility for their own defense. And this is part of the reason that the Germans have been called repeatedly by U.S. officials a model ally, because they're really executing on those ambitions and really what the United States would like to see. Now, one of the issues that the Germans are going to have, yes, the money is there and they're spending it, and we should say that that is really being represented on the Stock 600 right now. Most of the biggest gainers on the Stock 600 this morning are arms manufacturers, many of them German. Is how are they going to get the number of personnel that they need in the military? The German military only has 180,000 active duty personnel. The Russians have, for example, over 1 million. The Ukrainians almost 1 million. That is going to be the next step for the military build-out for the Germans.
Yeah, and Ollie, I mean, this comes as Europe nears a deal on using frozen Russian assets to fund Ukraine. European leaders seem increasingly confident that they'll be able to do so, before the end of the year following the talks in London.
Absolutely, and those are talks that were held by President Zelensky, Emmanuel Macron, Keir Starmer, and Friedrich Merz. And we should say that the sort of biggest impediment to grasping those assets and the reparations has been Belgium. And we've not really heard anything from the Belgian Prime Minister over the last couple of days that suggests that his position has changed. That being said, those statements were made after that meeting that included Friedrich Merz. Friedrich Merz had met with the Belgian Prime Minister here in Brussels on Friday, potentially had some success in lobbying him. And really, this is going to be for the European leaders to discuss over the next 2 weeks. They will be meeting here in Brussels in about 10 days' time, and that really is seen for many as the last moment for the Europeans to make consensus and to get moving on this reparations laws. And we should say, Francine, the sort of importance of getting that 90 billion euros to Ukraine is absolutely fundamental. When I spoke to Zelensky a couple of weeks ago, he said for them, this is a matter of survival, and for the Europeans, it may be a way to get them back at the negotiating table in these conversations with the United States on Russia and Ukraine.
Ollie, thank you so much. Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent Oliver Crook. Now, President Donald Trump says that NVIDIA has permission to ship its H200 AI chips to China in exchange for a 25% surcharge. The chip maker could now potentially regain billions of dollars in lost business from a key global market. Well, Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie is here with the very latest. Tom, so great to see you. So first of all, how significant is this for NVIDIA?
It is very significant. It's the first time we've seen in the last few years, and you saw it under the Biden administration and then into the second Trump administration, a continuing ratcheting up of export controls on the hardware and software that is available and can be shipped into the Chinese market. So this is the first time we've taken a step back in terms of those restrictions, with the H200 being an AI chip that has significant capability and is very different to the H20. The H20 was specifically designed for the Chinese market and was therefore allowed to be shipped in to China. It never really got there because the Chinese, or at least in recent times, because the Chinese authorities themselves discouraged their own companies from buying the H20. The H200 is a far more powerful chip. It was just the last generation prior to the Blackwell, which is the AI accelerator that the likes of OpenAI and other hyperscalers currently use. So we would give China capabilities it currently doesn't have at a time when China's own chip producers not only are a generation behind, but also are not able to produce the number of chips that China's own company needs. The key question is, will China accept these H200s? And also, what's the Treasury going to do with that 25% take?
So, Tom, do we have any idea of what demand will look like in China?
Well, potentially the demand is really significant, again, because China's own chip makers are behind in their technology and also can't produce as many chips as they need. So you've got companies like Cambricon, you've got companies like Moore's Threads, and you've got companies like HiSilicon, which sits within Huawei, that are the key leaders in terms of turning out and designing AI chips that can on some levels compete with their US counterparts. But again, they are behind on the technology and they are not producing as many chips as they need. So really, we have to watch for Beijing's response. Do they adjust their rhetoric, their jawboning of Chinese companies and suggest that they are able to take shipments of these much more powerful chips to allow them to build and continue to innovate? And that is really where we're watching now, I think, is how Beijing responds to this. But it's a clear, from President Trump's side, it's a clear concession from the US as he thinks about his trip to Beijing in around April of next year.
Yeah, and he's possibly, thinking of a deal. Tom, thank you so much. Tom McKenzie there with the very latest on NVIDIA. Now, U.S. Treasury yields edging higher. Traders growing anxious over the pace of easing by the Fed. With us now, Alexandra Wilson Elizondon, the co-chief investment officer of multi-asset solutions at Goldman Sachs Asset Management. Alexandra, thanks so much for joining us. I mean, what a day to have you on. What will the Fed do next?
So, we're expecting a hawkish cut from the Fed. That's, nothing new in that. In fact, that's what the market's expecting. I think what's more important is to focus on the dots for next year. And then any comments as it relates to the balance sheet, anything that's interpreted by the market as a liquidity injection in the system. Yeah. So you could, even with them being hawkish, you could still see risk asset continue to perform on the back of any announcement like that.
Do you see, Alexandra, just the economy deteriorating, especially the labor market, into 2026?
I mean, we expect to see pockets of weakness, and we have. And in fact, we're expecting Chair Powell to keep maximum optionality in front of next week's job data, which will be critical because they are still very data dependent. But holistically for the year, we're still expecting to see above trend growth, mainly driven by fiscal stimulus, as well as, continued CapEx spend from the AI trade. But in terms of markets, we're not expecting a linear upward trajectory as it relates to risk assets. In fact, we expect to see some volatility. Definitely
across equities?
Across equities. So definitely not calling, a top. We still see, room for continued performance, but the margin of error is a lot tighter given where valuations are. And then, previous guests were speaking to the global duration trade and how much rates are moving upwards. And we just think that there's more room for, macro to be repriced, a higher dispersion of macro across the board.
Do you worry about AI valuations? So when you're intimating they're priced to perfection, so is it going to be pockets of air being let out, but then they increase again, or could we actually see a fundamental correction?
I think there's going to be continued dispersion amongst names. And this is a really important week as well for earnings. We see a lot of the CapEx ecosystem announcing this week. And some of the things we're really focused on are actually CapEx plans. In particular, you've seen in credit markets a response to the $1.5 trillion that's being expected to be issued over the next 5 years. And so we're really closely watching some CDS markets, actually not for underperformance, but actually for some outperformance this week, just given if you get any announcements as it relates to GPU-backed issuance, some more transparency and clarity, but it'll be a key focus point for us.
How do you invest across the world? When you look at U.S. exceptionalism, we talk about it, waning a little bit, but actually equities are still performing very well.
Yeah, they are performing very well, and we don't see a stop to the U.S. exceptionalism trade, but we do have more diversification in our portfolios, and whether that's across the U.S., Europe, but increasingly towards EM. In fact, we're very bullish on India, just given a lot of the, government focus, the GDP trajectory, but also, just more of a productivity gain and better performance from equities over the next year.
Is this because of the EM discount?
Definitely, yeah. So in some cases, you're seeing the EM discount being, up to 2 standard deviations cheaper than normal. But, we still see not just the pricing, but there's a lot of fundamental tailwinds in some of the areas. And some spaces you've seen tremendous bid from retail, in particular areas like Korea, that can continue. And we expect that to, expand more across the globe.
Alexandra, as we look into a little bit backward looking at 2025, you had these geopolitical tensions that are coming back at the forefront. They haven't really played out in markets. I guess at the margins you could see a little bit of an impact on oil. Do you expect more of the same in 2026?
I mean, from a geopolitical angle, we're actually focused on most announcements have been positive on the margin. And so increasingly it's about what concessions are made, what negotiations are taking place. In fact, you were talking about some of the NVIDIA announcement this morning. So we see a lot of room for positive trajectory and just knowing where that specifically might play out in sectors.
I mean, we're trying to figure out with Tom exactly how, the NVIDIA chips sale to China was going to play out. Any thoughts on China overall? A lot of it is deflationary, but then we're also, potentially expecting quite a lot of stimulus in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, we've re-upped our forecast for GDP growth, especially on, how much the export announcements have increased. And we're on our, third 5-year plan. It seems to be quite pragmatic. It obviously puts a little bit of a hindrance on European outperformance, just given it could slow down growth, but more holistically, we're pretty bullish, but we're also, cautious. We know that there's a lot of capital that can be put to work, especially because people have been underweight China for some time. But again, it's still, there's, the geopolitics haven't been completely resolved, and there's, some pockets of volatility to be expected on a go forward.
Do you like, equities in Europe, and is it very either sector dependent or actually country dependent?
A little bit of both, to be fair. We're expecting some stealth performance, so nothing aggressive, nothing like we saw in the first quarter of this year. In fact, we've seen less retail buying in Europe, more of an institutional focus. But we do still expect, Germany and the fiscal plans that you're continuing to see momentum behind to continue to put some thrust behind European equities. It just doesn't have the same momentum in terms of technicals as other markets do.
Does the consumer hold up both in Europe and the U.S.?
Yeah, in fact, we expect the consumer to be better in the U.S. given some of the tax stimulus. And that is a big driver of our GDP forecast.
I mean, another, the big theme for 2025 is, of course, Liberation Day, trade and tariffs, and it feels like the market's kind of largely overlooked some of the concerns into 2026. Do they continue to just look through it?
So it's interesting. If you look at most of the macro calls, they're pretty consistent. And from our perspective, just given some of the valuation, some later cycle dynamics, this is the exact kind of market that you put some tail hedges into your portfolio. We do like for risk owning the front end of the yield curve. And in fact, you know, most of the commentary recently has been how auctions aren't performing and duration is trading off. But you saw, you know, yesterday the 3-year Treasury auction was pretty incredible. In fact, I think it was, you know, the second best in terms of, you know, non-bank takedown. So we continue to think that there's a lot of different pockets of opportunity, especially just given where options and vol are priced, to, you know, put some hedges into the portfolio.
Alexandra, thank you so much for joining us. Alexandra
Thanks for having me.
Elizondo there, Co-Chief Investment Officer at Multi-Asset Solutions for Goldman Sachs Asset Management. Now, coming up, the French Prime Minister faces a key budget vote. We'll discuss all of that with an economist from Jefferies. This is Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television. Tomorrow, the Fed decides.
There are credible arguments to cut interest rates. Equally, there are credible arguments to do absolutely nothing.
I think the Fed believes that this is a risk management exercise.
Trust Bloomberg to bring you the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference.
You wonder at this point how much the Fed is between a rock and a hard place.
There's going to be a lot of hyperventilation about this.
Tune in to Bloomberg Surveillance. The Fed decides, starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
If inflation continues to be persistent and looks like it is not coming back down towards the board's target, then I think that does raise questions about how tight financial conditions are, and the board might have to consider whether or not it's appropriate to keep interest rates where they are, or in fact at some point raise them. But I wouldn't put a timing on that. It's going to be a meeting by meeting decision.
The Australian Central Bank Governor there, Michelle Bullock. Now, the French Prime Minister faces a crucial vote on the Social Security budget today, with risks reigniting political turbulence. The outcome is highly uncertain, as previous votes passed by narrow margins. Rejection would be a serious blow for Sébastien Lecornu. Let's bring in Modupe Adebembo, economist at Jefferies. Modupe, thank you for joining us. I mean, it feels like this is a story that's going on and on and on, and it's unclear what needs to happen for a budget to be able to pass.
Yeah, no, exactly. It feels like Groundhog Day. We've seen this many, many times. And what I think is quite interesting is we've already seen the Socialist Party leader tell his party to back the social security bill. So look, I think we could have a narrow kind of, once again, a narrow approval of this bill, but it means that going forward, we still have this uncertainty, and that's why we remain negative on the French outlook, because even if we limp forward, these underlying structural issues remain there, and also it means that the kind of fiscal consolidation that France needs to deliver it's becoming a lot more challenging.
Is it just difficult in general for most European countries? I know there was a lot of concerns about Chancellor Merz in Germany. Then today we have, they're actually going for contracts and quite a lot of defense spending. But what looks good in Europe right now from an economic point of view?
So I think the challenge for Europe at the moment has been that growth just overall has been lower. And of course, we still have the lingering hit from the kind of European gas crisis. But what we're seeing in Europe is that, particularly in Germany, there is some kind of bright sparks when you think about the level of government spending that Germany are set to embark on and have already started. That is really big. And I think that can have a significant impact on the German economy, but also spill over as well to other areas of Europe, which can help to build this kind of revival. But as you say there, the kind of political uncertainties make it really, really challenging to deliver on that.
Yeah. Especially after the White House got this white paper or this paper out on Friday, which says Europe is a little bit of a mess. I don't know whether it changes the perspective of politicians of what they need to do economically to make sure that they are resilient, deal with the debt, but also spend enough on defense and budget.
I think it's challenging because we're slowly seeing the kind of transatlantic relationship shift, and I think that paper kind of sets it out quite clearly. But if you think about it maybe from a positive perspective, I think it could push European leaders to do more and to understand that they need to do more to kind of support their own economies. So that's one thing that we think could be positive. And if you think about what Germany have done with the infrastructure spending, that's taken a long-standing issue and trying to deal with some solutions. The next challenge will be on delivery, of course, and I think markets and investors will be really, really focused on next year. Do we actually see the fruits of those sorts of investments? But at least the kind of plan, I think, is a really, really good start.
But when you look at some of the central banks that have been supporting a lot of equities through this year, what happens in 2026? Are we going to see more of a divergence with, for example, between the ECB, the Fed, and the BOE?
So I think it's interesting because, at least starting from the ECB, we've had some interesting comments, at least from Schnabel, suggesting that, the next move from the ECB might be a hike. And actually, I would say we don't agree with that view. I actually think that the ECB is likely to remain on hold throughout all of 2026. But if anything, I see the risks skewed to the downside. When you look at the inflation outlook in the Eurozone, we see it below target for 2026 and 2027 as well. So kind of lower inflationary pressures there. But then you also think about some of the things around kind of trade diversion, demographic trends, and potentially AI as well. But all of these things weigh on inflation to the downside. So I think we're less hawkish in that sense. But when we look at other central banks as well, I think in the Bank of England, or for the Bank of England, rates are already high. So I think we would all agree that rates remain restrictive in the UK, and there's a lot more for the Bank of England to do in terms of bringing rates down towards neutral, maybe even slightly below, because ultimately I think that growth in the UK could disappoint, and that could push the Bank of England to cut more than markets are currently pricing.
And this would be, has the Bank of England just been a little bit too slow to cutting, or is it because there's, also I guess, domestic dynamics that complicate an extra layer for the Bank of England?
I think you have to at least see it within that context, that there are slightly different domestic dynamics in the UK. Even when you look at spot inflation in the UK, it is still high, well above the Bank of England's target if you compare to the Eurozone, where inflation is essentially at target. So it is a slightly different kind of picture. And so I think the Bank of England has been responding to that difference. But what I think we'll see next year is that inflation will take quite a significant step down lower, and especially some of the policies that we saw the government implement in the budget that actually helps the near-term inflation trajectory. So that is helpful. And then when I think you take that alongside some of the weakness in growth that we're seeing on the UK side, if you look at some of the smaller pieces of data that came out last week, so the Bank of England's decision-maker panel was quite weak, at least on the employment side, and the construction PMI. All of those things, and they're not great indicators, for growth and inflation dynamics going forward, but it just does mean that the Bank of England can do a bit more, I think, on the monetary policy side.
Are we going to see a lot more volatility into 2026? 2025, actually, we ended almost where we started, but it has been a bit of a roller coaster, right?
Yes, indeed. No, it has been a very, very volatile year. And I do think that at least the way I see it, at least, some of the macro drivers also do support some more volatility, particularly on the fiscal side. I think we've talked about some of the politics in France, haven't necessarily touched on some of the politics in the UK, but I think those kind of factors will continue across Europe and in the US as well. And those are some of the things that I think could really, really drive volatility in markets. But I would say that overall we are positive on kind of risky assets, and we think that the economic backdrop, even though in some ways it is deteriorating, I don't think it's a significant deterioration in a way that would put any issue. So I think that is supportive.
What do you see dollar doing? Will it weaken further?
So I think it's interesting. I think we could continue to see a weakening in dollar, and that's actually one of the things that we think could also induce the European Central Bank to cut rates, actually, because if you think about seeing a further weakening in the dollar, we haven't yet heard about the confirmation of who the next Fed chair will be. I think some of those challenges around whether it will be someone who maybe will cut rates faster than markets feel is necessary, or potentially the economic dynamics suggest would be necessary. If we have someone who's extremely dovish, that would be negative for the dollar. And I think that also would have impacts on other countries as well, other countries' central banks.
Thank you so much, Modupe Adebembo, their economist at Jefferies. Now, we have a couple of things we need to watch out for. First of all, the markets, all eyes on the Fed this week. There's also a couple of other things that we're watching out for, which is exactly what's happening in Europe. So first of all, stocks rising modestly. Stocks posting some of these small gains. I don't know whether we have a market board. We'll get to that in a second. Small gains while bond yields hovering near Monday's highs. Again, traders actually refraining from making big bets ahead of a Federal Reserve decision. Then we have BMW naming Milan Nedeljkovic as CEO from May 14th, 2026. We found out today that Oliver Zipse will step down at the end of May 2026. So again, quite a lot going on. We'll spend a bit of time also talking about Ukraine. When it comes to Ukraine, Europe seems to be nearing a deal on the Russian assets after these talks that we had in London. Ukraine's allies are under growing pressure to find fresh sources of financing after U.S. President Donald Trump's administration last Friday largely stopped aid to the war-ravaged country. Coming up, our stress test, the way forward to alleviate concerns in the private credit sector. We'll discuss all of this with the CEO of Artmont Asset Management, Anthony Fobo. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with another season of The Deal. With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones.
Some good-looking trophies. 1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Robin Arzón.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
The
Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility. There's still room to maneuver. We do see opportunities. It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacroix here in London, and these are your top stories. Germany seeks to transform its military with a record €52 billion defense spending package. This comes as Ukraine's president says there's still no deal to end the war. NVIDIA wins President Trump's approval to sell more powerful H200 chips to China, despite concerns that it could undermine U.S. national security. Plus, family drama, Paramount enlists the help of President Trump's son-in-law as it launches a hostile bid for Warner Brothers just days after it agreed a deal with Netflix. Now, regulators in the U.S. are being urged to conduct stress tests on the private credit market, warning the bankruptcies of companies such as Tricolor and First Brands Group are just the tip of the iceberg. The Bank of England is already evaluating how the private credit industry would respond to financial stress. Well, joining us now is Anthony Fobel, the Chief Executive of Arkmont Asset Management. Anthony, thank you so much for joining us. So first of all, I mean, this was quite a big development, actually. What do you think about the Bank of England's plans for a stress test of private markets?
Yes, I mean, I think we think it's a very good thing. Clearly, it's a review of the broader financial markets, so liquid markets and private markets. And really, as one of the founders of the private credit industry in Europe, we actually volunteered to participate in this exercise. And really, I suppose it gives us an opportunity to demonstrate what we think has been an extremely resilient asset class over really the last 15 years.
But I guess as a private credit becomes even more established as an asset class, what are the, I guess, pitfalls or the things that you worry about for your industry?
Yes, I mean, ironically, regulation is not one of them, because generally I think private credit has been seen as a force for good. If you cast your mind back to the financial crisis, really all financing was either provided by banks or the liquid markets, and the regulators have very much moved away from that and encouraged private markets and private credit to come in and provide necessary financing, perhaps at times when either banks or the liquid markets are not able to respond.
Is it resilient enough? Or, again, it's really impossible to know what's in some of these black boxes.
Yes, I mean, I would like to think it is. I mean, clearly, if you think about the investors of private credit, they are the leading pension funds and insurance companies globally, and they certainly put us through pretty rigorous tests before they choose to invest in us. And I think one of the trends we're seeing, as you alluded to, is a growth in private credit. And I don't think insurance companies and pension funds and sovereign wealth funds would be doing that if they weren't very happy with the returns that we've generated and the resilience we've demonstrated through some pretty interesting economic and political times.
Anthony, has the rise of AI made you more cautious about lending, for example, to software firms or in the software space?
Yes, I mean, that's clearly a theme that we look at very intensively. I think over the last 15, 20 years, there are always themes that might cause a disruption in the market. We are actually, as a sector, quite heavily focused on software and IT services. But we do think that actually most of the businesses we invest in should be pretty robust. I mean, interesting enough, it's just an exercise that we and a lot of our peers have been carrying out, really bringing in experts just to not only look at our current portfolios to make sure that they will be robust in those circumstances, but also to help us educate us, to the extent anyone is an expert, on some of the investment themes that we need to be mindful of as we think about future investments.
Do you see a danger of AI being in a bubble, full stop, and so anything also that's private will be touched if it suddenly drops?
I don't necessarily think so. I think if you get a significant public market correction, inevitably that will have some impact on the equity valuations in the private markets. But we are very much at the debt end of the spectrum. We are boring lenders, and really what we focus on is, does the business has sufficient cash flow to service our interest and ultimately repay the debt? So it's a lower threshold.
I don't believe that for one second. Otherwise, we wouldn't have you on TV. What do you worry about how, if you look at the algorithm or actually mathematics that you use to market things, is there anything that could change significantly in the next 12 months?
Certainly, I wouldn't say in the next 12 months. The two things that always concern us are very heavy recessions. I mean, actually, one of the reasons why we welcome this Bank of England exercise is most of us, when we do our investment theses, always look at the loans having to survive a normal type recession. Generally, you're making 7-year loans, so it's a pretty sensible thing to do to assume that you will go through a recession. I think GFC-type recessions obviously put additional stress, so that would be a concern, but I don't think that's in anyone's immediate forecast in the next 12 months.
No, but there has been a slowdown in private equity activity overall. So what does this mean for leverage buyouts, but also financing bolt-in acquisitions?
Yes, there clearly has been a slowdown over the last 2 to 3 years, although interestingly enough, we've seen a significant, probably a 30 to 40% pickup in private equity deals during the course of 2025. And as we look at our pipeline going into 2026, we're seeing a very active private equity market. And I think a lot of that is driven by the fact that financing costs have come down, but also public market valuations make it a better time for private equity firms to exit deals and do new deals. So actually, we've seen a significant pickup in private equity activity, and we've seen a corresponding pickup in our own activity as well.
Blue Owl had to cancel its plan to merge a public-private credit fund. What does it tell us more broadly about individual and retail investor interest in private credit?
Yes, I don't think that was quite specific to those particular circumstances. I think your point is a good one, which is generally we are seeing more appetite from retail for private credit. I think that's very much driven by the US, where investors typically are more active than Europe. But I would emphasize at the moment this market is very much open to professional investors rather than mass retail. But we support that. I mean, just as we've seen a significant growth by institutions coming into the asset class, we think that appropriately qualified retail investors should also have access to the asset class, and I think that will continue to grow.
Anthony, thank you so much for joining us. Anthony Fobel, their chief executive of Arkmont Asset Management. Now, President Trump's son-in-law has emerged as a player in the fight for Warner Brothers Discovery after Paramount launched a hostile $30 a share cash takeover bid. It comes days after the company agreed to a deal with Netflix, while Bloomberg's deals reporter Manuel Baigorri joins us from Hong Kong. So, Manuel, what can you tell us about Jared Kushner's involvement in this hostile bid?
Francine, another day, another twist on this fascinating saga, the potential acquisition of Warner Brothers. Yes, Jared Kushner seems to be one of the parties, one of the backers involved in Paramount's hostile bid. Was disclosed, as we've seen yesterday, and has unfolded into a potential bidding war between Netflix and Paramount. Kushner's involvement is definitely remarkable. He was also, through his firm Affinity, was also involved in the previous mega deal of Electronic Arts, the take private as well, in the tech space earlier in the year. So this is another high-profile deal in which we see his name as one of the key potential backers. And it's not only him and his firm. We are seeing other high-profile investors in there, including some sovereign wealth funds from the Middle East, also Apollo, the alternative asset manager, lots of banks providing financing. Definitely a fascinating saga here that remains to be seen how it's going to unfold, because now everybody obviously expect what Warner Brothers will say in response to this offer being made public, and also potentially what Netflix next move might be as well.
So, Manuel, where does this leave the bidding war?
Yes, Francine. So as in any bidding war, everybody is going to be very tactical about the next move. I think the next few days will be key. Obviously, now Warner Brothers has 10 days to respond to Paramount's offer after being made public. Obviously, two offers, two different proposals on the table. Netflix, obviously, there is cash and shares for some of the assets. Obviously, then we've got Paramount, which is $30 all in cash for the whole company. What their response for Warner Brothers and the shareholders will be critical here, right? Whether they prefer one bid versus the other, and what the pressures might be for each of the company on their next moves remains to be seen. Also, the political backdrop. Right. Donald Trump has been quite vocal about the idea that a potential deal by Netflix could also raise antitrust issues or concerns given the big market share that the combined entity might have. So the next few days, next few weeks will be very, very important, and each company obviously will keep the cards close to their chest as they try to analyze the next moves.
All right, Manuel, thank you. Bloomberg's deals reporter Manuel Baigori. Now, the European Union has begun an antitrust investigation into whether Google has abused its dominance by using its own AI tools to squeeze out competition. Now, the Commission is also looking into how much AI overviews are based on web publishers' content and whether they're being paid appropriately for it. Google has not yet responded to our request for comment. A U.S. judge has ruled that President Trump's executive order banning new wind projects is illegal. The ruling says the president's January order was arbitrary and capricious and contrary to law, siding with more than a dozen U.S. states and a clean energy group. Now, the order froze dozens of projects, including large-scale installations planned off the eastern seaboard. And the U.S. Supreme Court has signaled its willingness to give the president more control over a traditionally independent federal agency. In a hearing on Monday, justices suggested they will let Trump permanently remove Rebecca Kelly Slaughter from the Federal Reserve Commission or Federal Trade Commission, despite a law saying commissioners can be fired only for specified reasons. Now, the ruling could undercut the independence of the Federal Reserve, but conservative Justice Brett Kavanaugh has indicated he would reinforce a carve-out the court created for the central bank back in May. Coming up, we get an insight into the lives and investment activities of the billionaire class. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis from the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. Live every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Tomorrow, the Fed decides.
There are credible arguments to cut interest rates. Equally, there are credible arguments to do absolutely nothing.
I think the Fed believes that this is a risk management exercise.
Trust Bloomberg to bring you the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference.
You wonder at this point how much the Fed is between a rock and a hard place.
There's going to be a lot of hyperventilation about this.
Tune in to Bloomberg Surveillance. The Fed decides, starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern.
I'm a little bit worried now, to be honest, what the next days and weeks will bring, in the sense that, of course, we, just like the Ukrainians, want to have peace as soon as possible, but not at any cost. Because certainly if this war isn't Trump's war, which it totally isn't, the peace will be Trump's peace. And I'm sure President Trump is interested in having a lasting peace.
The Finnish foreign minister there speaking to Bloomberg. Now we're in the middle of the world's biggest wealth transfer as multi-generational billionaires inherit the largest amount in history. Now, meanwhile, a new generation of self-made billionaires is steadily emerging, fueled by success in sectors such as tech and financial services. That's according to a UBS report on the investment habits and concerns of ultra-high net worth individual. Joining us now is Maximilian Kunkel, the Chief Investment Officer for Global Family and Institutional Wealth at UBS Global Wealth Management. Thank you, Maximilian, for joining us. Look, this is an extremely interesting and important survey that you've put out. What do market participants most misunderstand about how billionaires want to use their money today?
So I think in terms of what they want to do with their money, first of all, they do not see equities being in a bubble that you want to sell out of. In terms of their intentions for the next 12 months, only 3% of the billionaires that we surveyed say they want to reduce developed market equity exposure. In fact, actually, they believe that this is a bull market that you want to embrace. More than 40% want to add to equities. We'd agree, because ultimately what we are seeing is we're still seeing a very powerful rate-cutting cycle globally and earnings growth that is accelerating. The second thing I would say that's noteworthy is exposure to gold. Last year, for example, 40% said they wanted to increase gold, and of course we've had that very significant rally. Now only 3% of them say they want to reduce it. So again, this is something that's quite remarkable about this cohort, because typically it's not that interested in having metals in its portfolio, but rather companies. And there is this continuation of wanting to add to this space.
Maximilian, how are the younger generations actually investing differently? So do you have to advise them differently compared to like 10, 15 years ago? And does it mean more diversification, more into sectors that do no evil, or has that changed in the last 2 years?
So there's obviously a lot of focus on disruption. But I think importantly, this is not just about tech per se and AI per se, but also what is associated with it. And really there's 3 areas of great interest. The first one is, of course, AI, but here not only focusing on infrastructure, but also increasingly on the application side as we're moving away from CapEx more towards a focus on cash flow. The second one is, what are the areas where you are seeing significant disruption and growth as a result also of greater needs for electricity, in part driven by AI? Think the whole electrification. And this really starts from the beginning of the value chain with commodities, aluminium and copper, down to, of course, the data centers. And then the last thing continues to be a focus on healthcare. And I think specifically right now, next to the more structural issues, people are finding a lot more interest here because you have this powerful mix of 3 things. Policy uncertainty that is coming down, valuations that are still depressed, and of course, the use of technology that can significantly enhance efficiency when it comes to diagnostics and drug development. Yeah. And that's an opportunity both in private and public markets.
I mean, how much, I think in some of your latest, actually, surveys, almost a third of 87 individuals commanding 10-figure fortunes surveyed by yourselves are actually looking to cut contribution to private equity vehicles over the next 12 months. How significant a shift is this?
Well, what we are seeing is there's mixed opinions around private equity in terms of funds. We have on the one hand, as you just noted, close to 30% that say we want to reduce a little bit exposure. At the same time, we have 37% they say they want to add to private equity funds. What I would generally say is there's a huge focus on the 3 Ds: due diligence, diversification, and differentiation. The other thing I would note with regards to private equity, finally we're starting to see an increase again when it comes to private equity direct investments. Close to 50% have said that they want to add to the space over the course of the next 12 months, which is interesting because over the last 2 years, interest was a little bit more subdued due to high interest rates and political uncertainty.
What does that mean, Maximilian, going forward? Do they worry also about AI and AI investing, or does that change in terms of how much they want to allocate in specific private equity funds?
No, I think it's very much about how do private equity funds generate value, and that is in part also through AI rather than financial gearing. So I would rather say it's a mix of what do I actually invest in terms of where does the fund add value or the fund managers add value, and on the other hand, of course, do I already have exposure to this theme potentially through public markets? Remember, if you're focusing on certain areas within AI, you can almost play them better through public markets, and you don't necessarily need to add exposure on top in private. On the other hand, of course, you might have some areas that are better played through private rather than public. So there's a big focus on the complementarity between the two, because ultimately for many of these clients and investors, it's public equity and private equity, it's equity. So you really want to make sure that this is complementary.
Yeah. Maximilian, have you seen a lot of your clients actually leave the UK for other places? Are you also seeing, because of taxes and changing regimes across the world, more clients deciding to uproot and move? And what impact does that have on where they want to be invested in?
So what we are seeing is that wealth is mobile. For example, with regards to the billionaires that we interviewed, 36% said they have already